An 18-year-old boy finds himself reincarnated in a parallel world, only to discover he is terminally ill and nearing death. Go back and eat something nice. And if you have any unfulfilled wishes, do them sooner rather than later, the doctor advised in Beijing's hospital room. Qin Yi, leaning against the hospital bed, accepted the medical report handed to him. Looking down, he saw the ominous words late-stage liver cancer written on it. After the doctor sighed and informed him, "You probably have about 3 months left," he turned and left, leaving Qin Yi alone in the intensive care unit. The excruciating pain in his abdomen made Qin Yi tremble and curl up involuntarily. Just days ago, he had been eating hot pot and singing with friends, only to wake up and find himself in this parallel world, eerily similar to his previous life. In this world, a century ago, spiritual energy suddenly revived, and many mysterious realms emerged and merged with Blue Star, expanding its area dozens of times. Numerous plants and animals mutated into fierce beasts, and alien races emerged from these realms, killing humans on sight, with the aim of consuming them. Human technology and weapons had limited effectiveness against these alien races and beasts. Even strategic nuclear weapons could be resisted by some entities. In this crisis, human scientists shifted their approach, sending expedition teams into the secret realms to develop a cultivation system suitable for humans. Warriors, martial artists, grandmasters, great-grandmasters, mountain and sea realm, king ceiling realm. Generation after generation, people forged a path of high martial arts for humanity through blood and tears. But none of this concerned Qin Yi. The body he now inhabited, sharing his name, had almost zero aptitude for martial arts, unable even to cultivate the 5-card blood energy needed to start. He couldn't understand his studies, and by 18, he had worked in a factory for 3 years, only to develop liver cancer. With no parents, no car, no house, and his remaining savings spent on treatment, he was left with nothing. After completing the discharge procedures, a weakened Qin Yi barely returned to his cramped rented room. Lying on the wooden bed, he coughed violently as cancer cells ravaged his body. "I've finally crossed over, but now I'm dying without experiencing anything. Can I have another chance to cultivate an invincible physique?" he murmured. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. The ceiling above him flickered, and a light screen appeared abruptly. Name: Qin Yi. Dying. Race: planetary human. Strength: 2 constitution, 1 agility, 2 spirit, 3 talent, adaptive cellular evolution. Skills: none. Combat evaluation: weaker than the stray dog in the alley downstairs, might drop dead after a few steps. This is a digitized personal panel? Qin Yi pondered the meaning of the talent. But the torment from the illness prevented him from thinking clearly, and he eventually passed out. In a daze, the pain in his body gradually subsided. In the pitch-black vision, 2 lines of white text appeared. Your cells have successfully adapted to cancer, evolving a passive skill cell proliferation recovery LV2. Your nerve cells have successfully adapted to level 7 pain, evolving a passive skill pain tolerance LV3. Qin Yi awoke to find the pain from cancer completely gone. The personal panel showed that all his attributes had improved, and he now possessed recovery abilities comparable to a second-level martial artist. If my cells can adapt to cancer and pain, what if I endure hunger and thirst? With this thought, he resisted hunger and thirst, sitting motionless on the sofa. As time passed, his hunger and thirst diminished, eventually stabilizing at a tolerable level. Sure enough, 2 new lines of white text appeared. Your cells have successfully adapted to low energy intake, evolving a passive skill energy, saving LV1. Your cells have successfully adapted to a dehydrated state, evolving a passive skill water conservation LV1. It worked. Seeing the success of the experiment, Qin Yi decided to push his limits further by continuing to endure hunger. Like a hibernating animal, he lay on the sofa, with his body's activity levels rapidly declining, entering a passive energy-saving mode. In this state, his need for food and water was significantly reduced. While an average person needs to eat once in 3 days and drink water daily, he extended it to 10 and 5 days, respectively. However, after more than 24 hours of fasting, instead of enhancing his energy conservation to level 2, he felt extremely weak, and his recently recovered body began to lose its basic attributes. It appeared there was a limit to adaptive evolution, and if he died before his cellular evolution succeeded, everything would be over. Realizing his physical state was deteriorating, he knew he couldn't endure any longer. Deciding to stop while he was ahead, Qin Yi staggered to his feet, retrieved the last 2 nutritional supplements from the fridge, and consumed them. Having spent all his savings on hospital bills, he was now penniless and couldn't afford regular food, leaving him with the cheapest option: nutritional supplements. These black jelly-like supplements tasted like plastic, with a sticky texture that was hard to swallow, but they contained enough nutrients to meet the needs of an average adult meal. After consuming 2, he didn't feel full, but he did feel noticeably better and more energetic. Next, he turned on the faucet, unconcerned about the cleanliness of the tap water, and drank directly until he was satisfied. Ah, he felt completely revitalized, and the renewed energy in his body filled him with a sense of relief. There was an old saying in his previous life: poor people rely on mutation, while the rich rely on technology. In this high martial world where spiritual energy was resurging, the wealthy could cure cancer with countless mystical elixirs from secret realms, while someone like him, with no martial talent or background, could only wait silently for death, his body left unattended. Fortunately, he mutated. Although unclear about the sudden appearance of the personal panel and his newfound talent, Qin Yi understood that he had gained a chance to survive, even thrive, in this world. After a brief rest, Qin Yi reopened his personal panel and noticed changes in his attributes. Strength and agility had increased to 4 points. Constitution remained unchanged, but his mental power had risen to 6 points. According to the basic information he received with the personal panel, Constitution represented physical strength and recovery ability. Strength indicated power and vitality. Agility was related to movement speed and reaction time, while mental power involved the mysteries of the soul, potentially developing to resemble the divine senses from the fantasy novels of his past life. The energy conservation and efficiency gained from fasting had slightly enhanced his mental attributes. It seemed that even without martial talent, he could continuously evolve his body and mind to become stronger, possibly rivaling renowned martial artists. In other words, why bother with martial arts when he could just push his body to its limits? As long as he didn't kill himself, he would become stronger. Surveying his surroundings, Qin Yi's gaze fell on the kitchen gas stove. Click! He turned on the gas stove, and a ring of pale blue flames instantly flared up, radiating heat. Qin Yi stared at the dancing flames, hesitated for a moment, then finally gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and exposed his skin to the fire, moving it back and forth like a skewer. Under the high temperature of 200 to 300 degrees, his fair skin turned red instantly and then gradually charred, filling the kitchen with the pungent smell of protein degradation. The pain from this process was almost comparable to the agony of cancer, but with the help of pain tolerance level 3, the pain was significantly diminished and became bearable. After about 8 minutes, Qin Yi's right hand had lost all sensation, and a layer of ash covered his entire arm, as if a gust of wind could blow it away. Just then, a surge of vitality erupted from within Qin Yi, concentrating on his charred right hand. The ash cracked and fell away like eggshells, revealing fresh, tender skin beneath. His cells had successfully adapted to the fiery heat, evolving a passive skill high-temperature flame resistance level 1. With this resistance, the flame from the gas stove could no longer harm Qin Yi, and contact with the fire only felt pleasantly warm. Qin Yi deliberately tested all his limbs over the flame and concluded that the evolution of cells was considered as a whole. Even though only his right hand was burned, the evolution was inherited by all his body's cells. Wow! At this rate, wouldn't he be able to evolve countless passive skills in the future, becoming immune to physical and magical damage, and forge an invincible body? Although the process resembled self-harm, thinking back on the experience of being burned, Qin Yi strangely felt a sense of exhilaration. Could it be that I've awakened some strange attribute? No, it's probably because I know that after enduring pain, there will definitely be gains and improvements, and with the enhancement of pain tolerance, I don't reject the pain as much. It's like studying. Many people dislike it because hard work doesn't always yield results, and the results may not be satisfying. If someone told you that studying hard would definitely get you into Tsinghua or Peking University, the number of people studying diligently would surely skyrocket. Unfortunately, high-temperature resistance doesn't increase attributes. Glancing at his personal panel, none of the 4 attributes had changed. Qin Yi wasn't discouraged. There are many ways to self-destruct in this world, and playing with fire is just one of them. He turned and left the kitchen, headed to the bathroom, and without hesitation, filled the sink with water, then plunged his head in. The oxygen stored in his lungs was quickly depleted, and his face turned red as his body entered a state of hypoxia. After deliberately drowning for 10 minutes, just as Qin Yi's vision darkened and his consciousness blurred, cellular adaptive evolution finally completed. His cells had successfully adapted to a low-oxygen environment, evolving the passive skill anoxic resistance level 1. Qin Yi suddenly emerged from the water, gasping for air. So, it didn't evolve into underwater breathing. Does it mean I have to try drinking water in the sink to breathe? He looked at his personal panel, puzzled. He tried again, submerging himself while attempting to breathe. However, after over an hour of submersion until he was dizzy, he still hadn't evolved underwater breathing, but his anoxic resistance had increased to level 2. Alright, it seems underwater breathing isn't evolved this way. Anoxic resistance level 1 allows me to hold my breath for an hour, and level 2 for about 3 hours. If I increase anoxic resistance to level 99, it might be no different from underwater breathing, or even better, as it would allow adaptation to vacuum and other anoxic environments. Qin Yi nodded in satisfaction, ready to try the next experiment. But just then, a familiar hunger surged, still strong despite being weakened by energy conservation level 1. Wait, Could it be that cellular evolution requires energy, which I obtain through eating? Qin Yi paused, then looked helplessly at the empty fridge, his expression heavy. The personal panel and evolutionary talent were inherently unscientific, and he thought he could evolve at will, but it turned out to be so scientific. As his gaze wandered, he suddenly looked at the old leather sofa in the living room and fell into deep thought. He suddenly had a bold idea. On the outskirts of the city, in room 321 of the Baishan apartments, sunlight filtered through the thin curtains, instantly dispelling the gloom and brightening the room. The old leather sofa creaked as Qin Yi slumped on it, expressionless, chewing something with a mouthful of blood trickling from his lips, making him look particularly disheveled. It didn't seem to hurt, just difficult to chew. He forced himself to swallow the foreign object, then spat out a broken tooth. Despite the persistent stomach cramps, he opened his nearly toothless mouth and bit into the sofa again, ripping off another piece of leather to swallow. Yes, the ragged sofa wasn't chewed by a dog, it was Qin Yi's doing. Having acquired such a powerful ability, he intended to make the most of it. Unable to afford food, he had to find other means to satiate his hunger, and the leather sofa was a suitable choice. A young man sat alone in a bare room, absent-mindedly gnawing on a sofa, blood dripping from his mouth, a scene that seemed absurd. Yet, for Qin Yi, it was nothing out of the ordinary. Having experienced the brink of death from cancer, he vowed never to be powerless again. In this perilous world of martial prowess, the simplest way to survive was to grow stronger, without hesitation. If you're not hard on yourself, the future will be even harsher. His cells had successfully adapted to hard materials, evolving the passive skill Tough Jaw LV1. His digestive system adapted to foreign objects, evolving Iron Stomach LV1. After 3 bouts of stomach bleeding and losing all his teeth, the adaptive evolution finally succeeded. Tough Jaw enhanced his biting force and tooth hardness, while Iron Stomach ensured he could digest strange substances for energy. Now, the leather sofa could serve as food for about 2 days. With these skills, Qin Yi felt he could survive in the wilderness more comfortably than survival experts from his previous life. With the food issue temporarily resolved, his next step was to continue developing his cellular evolution. He stood up, drew back the curtains, and basked in the warmth of the sunlight, stretching contentedly. If only he could evolve photosynthesis like a plant, he'd never have to worry about energy again and could quietly grow invincible at home. Unfortunately, adaptive evolution wasn't controllable. Limited by energy acquisition, Qin Yi had to plan his future evolution priorities carefully, placing low priority on passive skills like energy saving. He needed to focus on combat and practical skills to increase his strength and acquire food. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone interrupted Qin Yi's thoughts. He pulled the phone from his pocket and saw the caller ID. Debt collector. Debt collector? The original owner of this body had apparently borrowed a 200,000 high-interest loan for medical treatment. With the contract's interest rate, after 2 months, he owed about 500,000. The familiar note stirred memories deep in Qin Yi's mind. He paused briefly, then answered the call. To his surprise, the voice on the other end wasn't harsh, but rather gentle. Hello, Mr. Qin. Based on our company's assessment, it appears that you are currently unable to repay your debts. Our representatives will visit your residence soon to discuss alternative repayment options with you. Please stay calm and remain at home. Don't die prematurely. Beep, beep. The call ended abruptly after delivering these seemingly polite, yet commanding words. This loan company seems utterly unconcerned about Qin Yi escaping his debts, as they have detailed knowledge of his situation, including his terminal cancer diagnosis. But what exactly do they mean by alternative repayment options? With his current destitute state, how could he possibly repay 500,000? Scratching his head, Qin Yi decided to stay home and wait to see what happens. He still needed to find a way to repay this money, even if it was a usurious loan. He considered it settling the karmic debts of his past. No matter what the future holds, getting stronger is never a wrong choice. He opened the window, leaned out, and looked down at the ground, suddenly inspired. From the 3rd floor, about 10 meters, according to online research, as long as he didn't land headfirst, it was unlikely to be fatal. Besides, he had a constitution of 8 points, far higher than the average person. Meanwhile, on the 1st floor of Baishan apartment, room 102. Sigh, I have to go to work early today. The alarm rang promptly at 5 o'clock, and a disheveled, sleepy-eyed girl climbed out of bed, squinting as she groggily went through her morning routine. She then donned a classic business outfit for women and headed towards the apartment's entrance. This apartment on the outskirts of the city was affordable, with decent public transportation, making it a good place for many ordinary workers. Wang Yueling was one of them. However, compared to the unfortunate lower-tier workers, she had a decent talent for martial arts. After saving money for a few more years, she might have enough to buy a few first-tier spiritual herbs and officially become a martial artist. Even the weakest martial artist held a social status and job opportunities that ordinary people could not compare to. Such was the reality in a society that revered martial prowess. The hallway was eerily quiet, as even among workers, few left for work at 5 in the morning. Reaching the apartment's entrance, she took a deep breath, looking at the lush greenery outside, and silently encouraged herself to stay motivated. A martial arts prodigy focuses on training, while a lower-tier worker focuses on working hard. Everyone has a bright future. Just as she was about to step forward, a shadow suddenly plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the concrete ground not far in front of her. Bang! In an instant, blood splattered, staining Wang Yueling's face. Her expression froze, and her steps halted in shock. Gazing intently, she saw a familiar figure lying on the ground, a bloody, mangled mess, like a crimson heap of flesh. Wang Yueling's pupils contracted sharply, leaving her stunned. This man, she knew him. Despite the blood-stained damage, his refined features and well-defined face were unmistakable. Wasn't this Qin Yi from the third floor? How did he fall? Am I still dreaming? After a few minutes, Wang Yueling looked at what seemed like Qin Yi's corpse, frantically fumbling for her phone to call an ambulance. Qin Yi, hold on. I'm calling an ambulance. Don't die. As an ordinary person witnessing such a terrifying scene, Wang Yueling's hands trembled uncontrollably. The next faint sound from the ground startled her so much that she dropped her phone. Don't call an ambulance. I'm fine. It's no big deal. Wang Yueling looked around in terror, seeing no one else nearby. It seemed like only she and Qin Yi were present. Was the corpse speaking? You're in such a state, and you say it's no big deal? Under her astonished gaze, Qin Yi's flattened body suddenly began to move and expand. His shattered bones and organs started to heal, and within just 10 minutes, his injuries were more than half recovered. To be honest, 10 meters wasn't much. With his regenerative ability and cellular adaptive evolution, such a fatal injury was nothing significant. Patting the bloodstained and dusty clothes, Qin Yi looked at the frightened Wang Yueling with an apologetic smile. I'm really okay. No need to panic. I'm just training my body. Sorry for scaring you. Are you hurt? He asked with genuine concern. Initially, he thought that at 5 in the morning, there wouldn't be many people around, so he decided to attempt it, not expecting Wang Yueling to leave early for work. Fortunately, he exerted extra force while jumping, landing 2 or 3 meters away from the main path, avoiding hitting anyone. You call this training your body? At this moment, Wang Yueling couldn't describe her feelings. Seeing a familiar person fall from the sky in front of her early in the morning, appearing dead yet reviving as if nothing happened, and then asking if she was hurt. Was it me playing with free fall? Surely I'm still dreaming. After repeatedly assuring Wang Yueling that he was fine, and even jumping around in front of her for a bit, she finally went to work, still somewhat puzzled. Qin Yi watched her leave, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. The 10-meter free fall had indeed worked. He had successfully evolved again. His cells had adapted to the intense impact, developing a passive skill shock resistance LV1. His bones had also adapted to shattering blows, evolving into a passive skill iron bones LV1. Upon detecting similar passive talents, these two skills automatically merged, resulting in the passive skill copper skin iron bones LV1. The ability to merge similar passive skills was a pleasant surprise. Qin Yi clenched his right fist and experimentally punched his own abdomen. It felt as if he had struck a metal object, with a faint pain, but his abdomen remained unscathed, almost as if he were tickling himself. His defense had significantly improved. He headed back to his rented apartment, opening his personal panel as he walked. Name: Qin Yi. Race: planetary human. Evolution degree: 3. Strength: 4. Constitution: 10. Agility: 4. Spirit: 6. Talent: adaptive cellular evolution. Skills: cell proliferation recovery LV2, pain tolerance LV3, copper skin iron bones LV1. Combat evaluation: thick-skinned and resilient. Even a full-force attack from a first-level martial artist wouldn't kill you. You don't fear pain and have strong recovery abilities. I would call you an indestructible human cockroach. Although his strength and agility hadn't yet returned to an average person's level, his constitution was nearing that of a second-level martial artist. Qin Yi nodded slightly, his gaze falling on the race section of his panel. The number in parentheses seemed to indicate his evolution degree, which initially wasn't displayed, then changed to 2, and now was 3. Would he evolve into a stronger human once it reached 100? That was unknown. There were too many uncertainties now. He would have to take it one step at a time. Back in his shabby rented apartment, Qin Yi took a couple of bites from the leather sofa to stave off hunger, pondering his next steps for evolution. He picked up his phone from the bedside table, intending to research ways to become stronger, when he noticed an early message from someone. The sender was Chun Xian. Seeing this name stirred something in Qin Yi's heart, a wave of inexplicable emotion. Chun Xian was his best friend. Both were orphans who grew up together in the Yuhang orphanage, supporting each other through thick and thin. After learning about Qin Yi's cancer, Chun Xian had desperately borrowed money, taking on tens of thousands in debt for his treatment. Chun Xian's message read, "Igu, don't worry, don't give up. I've become an entry-level martial artist and will definitely find a way to save you." Reading this message, Qin Yi felt a heavy weight in his heart, unable to respond immediately. Even though he was a transmigrator, he had inherited all the original memories and responsibilities, feeling the same emotions. He knew that Chun Xian's martial arts talent far surpassed his own, and becoming a formal martial artist was certainly within reach. However, Chun Xian had wasted precious time borrowing money for Qin Yi's treatment. Sighing, Qin Yi quickly replied, "I found a solution to my illness. Focus on your training and don't worry about me." After sending the message, he waited for a few minutes, but didn't receive a reply from Chun Xian. Perhaps he was busy training. Qin Yi scratched his head, thinking that he needed to find a way to make money to pay off the debts for both himself and Chun Xian, while ensuring a steady supply of food. After all, adaptive evolution required energy intake. How could he best use his talents to make money quickly? Just as he was pondering, a sudden knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. At this hour, who could it be? Qin Yi frowned. The environment was filthy and smelled stale. Wu Jiming stood in front of the wooden door with a look of disdain, complaining to the person beside him. "Why was I chosen for such a lousy job? I'm a second-level martial artist, and yet I'm sent to deal with a severely ill, ordinary person?" Beside Wu Jiming, a young doctor in a white coat carrying a briefcase silently shook his head. It was the rule of the cult of the anomalous god. Out of caution, even debt collection required a martial artist to lead. They were there to collect the debt, and the cult had already notified Qin Yi to be prepared. Creaked wooden door slowly opened, and Qin Yi stepped outside. As soon as he saw Wu Jiming and the young doctor, Wu Jiming impatiently waved his hand, looking down at Qin Yi with a smirk. "We're here to collect a debt. You owe our cult $500,000, and today is the day to pay up. Of course, we know you don't have the money, so you can repay in another way." With that, Wu Jiming signaled with his eyes, and the young doctor immediately understood, opening the briefcase to reveal 3 gleaming scalpels. "Your cancer hasn't spread to your kidneys yet. 2 kidneys, $500,000, that's fair." The young doctor donned plastic gloves, not caring whether Qin Yi agreed, picked up a scalpel, and walked into the house, pointing to Qin Yi's bed. "Let's operate here. It's clean." Qin Yi said nothing, thoughtfully watching the doctor and the scalpel in his hand. Wu Jiming, seeing this, thought Qin Yi was scared stiff and laughed. "Don't just stand there. A martial artist's time is precious. Go on with the surgery. You wouldn't be thinking of running, would you?" Wu Jiming's gaze was dangerous, like a leopard eyeing its prey. As a second-level martial artist, he had 20 calories of blood energy and a punch force of 300 kilograms, making it impossible for an ordinary person to resist. Even if Qin Yi tried to run, he wouldn't escape. However, to Wu Jiming's surprise, the seriously ill young man shook his head, walked straight to the young doctor, and took a scalpel from the briefcase. "What do you think you're doing? You don't think you can beat me with a knife, do you?" Wu Jiming was amused by Qin Yi's action, but the next moment, his expression changed dramatically, and his smile froze. Qin Yi didn't resist with the knife. Instead, he plunged it into his own side, blood gushing out and spilling everywhere. He remained expressionless, calmly setting down the scalpel and inserting his right hand into the wound, searching around. Soon, he found what he needed and, with a tearing sound, pulled out a fresh kidney, handing it to the stunned doctor. "Don't just stand there, store it while it's fresh," Qin Yi reminded with a smile. Then, he looked at Wu Jiming standing at the door and apologized. "You two are the creditors. How could I let you do the work? Removing organs is a minor task. I can handle it myself. Just wait a moment. The second kidney is coming right up." With that, Qin Yi cut open another incision on his side, reached in, and extracted the second kidney. It was so fresh the blood vessels were still pulsing. After removing both kidneys, he seemed eager for more and asked the young doctor, "2 kidneys for $500,000. Do you need more?" "Don't worry, I've got plenty." Silence. A deathly silence. Wu Jiming and the young doctor had collected debts countless times for the Yishan society and had seen all sorts of situations, but this time, they were still shocked. The scene before them was simply brutal. A person had stabbed themselves twice in front of everyone, and actually extracted their own kidney to sell. And unbelievably, there was no limit on the number of such transactions. As a martial artist, Wu Jiming knew well the ability of organ regeneration, which was something only a low-level martial master could achieve. The information was incorrect. The young man before them seemed to be a severely ill, ordinary person, but in reality, he possessed the realm of a martial master. Wu Jiming felt a chill in his heart and quickly restrained his killing intent, knowing that in the presence of a martial master, he, as a second-level martial artist, was insignificant. After considering for a moment, he forced a flattering smile and cautiously asked, "What do you mean? Only by breaking through the 9th level of a martial artist can one become a low-level martial master. In a prefecture-level city, a martial master is an absolutely honorable existence. Even the governor of Yuhang would treat them with respect. Although martial masters have the ability to regenerate organs, no one had ever been seen selling their organs. Could this person be joking with them?" Wang Jiming inwardly cursed his bad luck, encountering a martial master on a random task. "I mean nothing," Qin Yi said, playing with the scalpel, his face serious. I'm really short on money and want to sell organs to you long term. Don't worry, except for my heart and brain. I can provide any organ. The young doctor noticed that the two wounds on Qin Yi's waist had quietly healed, leaving no trace of scars. This kind of recovery ability was undoubtedly that of a martial master. Wu Jiming and the young doctor felt a chill in their hearts, glanced at Qin Yi's blood-stained ragged clothes, and without saying a word, agreed with a smile. Of course, a long-term cooperation with you is a good thing. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yi extracted several more healthy organs in front of them, sold them, completed the transaction on the spot, and easily earned $1 million. Because all the energy in his body was used for evolution, Qin Yi quickly became hungry, so he casually tore a piece from a genuine leather sofa and started chewing it, enjoying it immensely. Wu Jiming's gaze towards him changed, and he thought to himself, what kind of monster is this? After the transaction was completed, he and the young doctor didn't dare linger for a moment and hurriedly left. Watching their hurried departure, Qin Yi couldn't help but marvel at how they were like timely benefactors. Selling his organs not only made money but also aided in his evolution, perfectly fitting his situation. Qin Yi opened his personal panel. His recent organ extraction had led him to evolve two passive skills, blood generation LV1 and organ regeneration LV1. These skills fused with cell proliferation recovery LV2, becoming physical regeneration LV1. The debt collector was obviously a martial artist, but after he demonstrated organ regeneration, Wu Jiming's attitude suddenly became respectful. Could it be that he mistook me for some high-level martial master? Qin Yi was no fool and naturally noticed Wu Jiming's change in attitude. As an ordinary person without martial talent, he had always lacked a detailed understanding of martial arts. Now, he needed to find an opportunity to learn, as he would only encounter more martial artists in the future. Qin Yi went to the bathroom to wash the bloodstains off his body, changed into clean clothes, and prepared to go out to buy supplies. Now that his savings had reached 1 million, he felt confident. Meanwhile, Wu Jiming and the young doctor, who had fled White Shirt apartment in a hurry, breathed a sigh of relief, realizing Qin Yi hadn't followed them. They entered a bar called Wuxing, went straight to the counter, grabbed a glass of wine, and downed it swiftly. Why are you so upset? Couldn't collect the debt. Did that Qin Yi die early? Wu Jiming asked irritably. At that moment, a bartender in a white shirt took the briefcase handed over by the young doctor, smiling. Wu Jiming spat in frustration and continued. What kind of lousy investigation did you do? You didn't even find out he was a martial artist. Almost got us killed. The bartender paused, puzzled, and asked, a martial artist? Are you saying Qin Yi is a martial artist? Wu Jiming nodded affirmatively after another drink. Indeed, he can regenerate organs. He roughly recounted what they had seen and heard during their visit. The bartender listened in growing astonishment and couldn't help but interrupt. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I personally investigated Qin Yi's records, from birth to his cancer diagnosis, and found no issues. He's just an ordinary person. The bar fell silent for a moment as the bartender put down his cocktail shaker, frowning. If you're not lying, then there's only one possibility. This person must have had some sort of encounter in the past month and suddenly became a martial artist. Wu Jiming was startled. Transforming from an ordinary person to a martial artist in a month, that would require at least a crade spiritual item or a second-tier spiritual plant, right? Such transformations aren't unheard of since the resurgence of spiritual energy. Many spiritual items in secret realms have this effect and are extremely valuable. A crade spiritual item alone would start at a price of at least 10 million and still be hard to find. If a second-tier spiritual plant could produce seeds, its price could be even higher. A hint of uncontrollable greed flashed across his face, but he quickly became deflated again. The competition for a crade spiritual item is not something a second-level martial artist like me can partake in. He shook his head. The bartender licked his lips and replied, I'll report this to the higher-ups in the organization and have someone handle it. If there's any gain, you won't be treated unfairly. The Ishan Society had been rooted in the Jiangnan province for 4 or 5 decades, with members stationed in every major city, wielding immense power with complex networks. From high-interest loans to arson and murder, the Ishan Society had a hand in it all. A mere boy who stumbled into martial arts through luck wasn't worth their attention. With just a few simple words, they decided Qin Yi's future. Possessing something valuable can be a curse, and a crade spiritual item is not something a talentless person should have. The bartender shook the cocktail shaker, and when the liquid inside was thoroughly mixed, he stopped and forcefully removed the lid. Pop! The crimson liquid filled the wine glass, a drink named Desire. White clouds drifted across the sky as a few warm rays of sunlight touched the earth. The broad road saw the occasional passerby, maintaining a calm and unhurried atmosphere. Qin Yi lived on the eastern outskirts of Yuhang City, an area known for its beautiful environment and sparse population, making it an ideal choice for those with limited means. It was 9:30 in the morning, and following a transaction with the Otherworldly Society, he had acquired a hefty sum of money enough to purchase resources and gradually build his future. He reached the end of a street where a supermarket was located at the corner. Unlike a century ago, supermarkets in the era of spiritual resurgence sold not only regular food, but also low-tier spiritual fruits for ordinary people to enjoy. These spiritual plants, although not even at the first tier, were quite special, with many varieties offering health benefits. After decades of research, the Human Alliance had identified over 1,000 common edible spiritual plants. Today, an advertisement board outside the supermarket announced a special offer on purple spirit fruits and snow fruits, priced at 1,000 yuan each, a clear money grab. These low-tier fruits could be found in abundance on the outskirts of secret realms, where collecting a handful could yield thousands of pieces, making it more profitable than real estate speculation. Because of Chun Xian's martial arts background, Qin Yi had some knowledge of martial arts basics. In times of poverty, he had fantasized about trying his luck in secret realms to pick fruits for sale. However, fear of death always held him back. The closest secret realm to Yuhang was the Xiantian secret realm, classified as a D-level realm by the Spirit Suppression Bureau. At least a stage martial artist was required to enter, while the core area was accessible only to low-tier martial masters. For ordinary people, entry was almost certainly a death sentence. The Human Alliance categorized secret realms into 8 levels, from the lowest level to the highest level. Beyond this level realms lay the legendary cave heavens, said to rival entire worlds, encompassing at least 3 level realms vast and perilous. Over a decade ago, China's renowned Grandmaster Chen Feng had teamed up with Western St. John to explore the South Sea Cave Heaven, and they had yet to return, their fate unknown. If it were the past, I'd probably be reluctant to buy even one of these fruits, Qin Yi sighed, stepping briskly into the supermarket. Even low-tier spiritual fruits were still spiritual fruits. Regular consumption could enhance one's physique and martial potential. However, most ordinary people couldn't afford to consume them regularly, and these fruits usually served as snacks for the wealthy. He headed straight for the checkout counter, where he found an elderly cashier with a head full of white hair and a face lined with wrinkles, his eyes nearly squinting shut. Qin Yi said to the old man, "I would like to buy 1 purple spirit fruit and 1 snow fruit." He displayed his payment code on his phone. Never before, in this life or the last, had he felt so confident. The old man hesitated, then nodded woodenly, retrieving 2 plump, glossy fruits from the counter behind him, 1 white, 1 purple, just what Qin Yi needed. After paying, he didn't leave, but instead ate both spiritual fruits right in front of the old man, not even spitting out the seeds. The purple spirit fruit was extremely sour, with a soft, glutinous texture like a persimmon, warming his body pleasantly upon consumption. In contrast, the snow fruit was bland like water, icy to the taste, and as he swallowed, it felt as if his meridians were briefly frozen. Ah! Qin Yi instinctively rubbed his hands together, exhaling a breath of cold air. The elderly man at the front desk slowly reminded, "For regular people, you can only eat up to 3 snowberries and purple berries a day. Any more than that, and your veins and organs won't be able to handle it, which could be dangerous." Upon hearing the words, "could be dangerous," Qin Yi's eyes lit up immediately. He eagerly asked, "Sir, just how dangerous are we talking?" Qin Yi had the ability of adaptive evolution, so he wasn't afraid of danger, only that it wasn't enough. A hint of surprise flashed across the elderly man's face. He thought to himself that in all his time selling spiritual fruits at the supermarket, he had never encountered someone asking such a question. As he pondered how to respond, a young man nearby spoke first. "First time eating spiritual fruits? Don't you know? For regular people, eating 5 purple berries in a day can burn the heart and lungs, leaving lasting damage. Eating over 10 is too much of a good thing, causing bleeding, fainting, or even death. As for snowberries, they are even more potent. A regular person eating 5 could have their heart stop due to the cold entering their body." The young man, wearing a baseball cap, looked Qin Yi up and down with interest, his eyes filled with disdain. He thought to himself that if he didn't warn these country bumpkins trying spiritual fruits for the first time, many might even eat themselves to death. Qin Yi glanced at him but ignored him, turning back to the elderly man and saying, "I'll take 5 of each, snowberries and purple berries." The elderly man obliged, collected the money, and handed over 10 fruits, assuming Qin Yi would take them home to eat slowly. To his surprise, Qin Yi peeled and ate 5 purple berries on the spot, unstoppable. The young onlooker was stunned and exclaimed, "Are you crazy?" The plainly dressed boy in front of him clearly wasn't a martial artist. Eating so many spiritual fruits at once, he wouldn't die, but he'd surely end up in the emergency room. Qin Yi still couldn't be bothered to respond. With 5 purple berries down, plus the one earlier, that made 6 total, and the effects kicked in immediately. The gentle warmth turned into a raging heat wave, sweeping through his body, leaving Qin Yi drenched in sweat and feeling like he was on fire. Blood flowed from his nose and mouth, alarming both the elderly man and the young onlooker, who quickly pulled out their phones to call an ambulance. "No, don't call an ambulance. I'm fine, just a bit warm," Qin Yi said, wiping the blood from his face and taking off his jacket. smiling and shaking his head despite the blood, looking rather terrifying. Although Li Wufeng looked down on Qin Yi, he didn't want to watch him die, so he decided to go ahead with the emergency call. The call connected quickly, and Li Wufeng briefly described the situation and their location. The ambulance was dispatched to the supermarket in the eastern outskirts of Yuhang. What's the patient's condition now? Is he unconscious or in shock? The doctor on the line asked urgently. Li Wufeng glanced at Qin Yi and reported truthfully. He's full of energy, glowing, like a new person. But seeing the lively Qin Yi left Li Wufeng bewildered. Am I dreaming? Just a minute ago, he looked like he was about to die. Li Wufeng thought, puzzled. The doctor insisted, full of energy? Please don't joke. This is a matter of life and death. What exactly is the patient's condition now? Hello? Are you still there? The doctor's urgent calls echoed in his ear, but Li Wufeng was too stunned to respond. Because Qin Yi hadn't stopped. He walked out of the pool of blood at his feet, showed his payment code to the elderly man, and smiled. Sir, they tasted great. I'll take another 100 purple berries. Li Wufeng and the elderly man looked at each other, filled with shock. Li Wufeng asked incredulously. You can't be telling me you're going to eat 100 spiritual fruits right here, right? He hailed from the Yuhang Li family, a low-key yet powerful martial arts clan, renowned and accomplished in their practice. The Li family's cultivation focused heavily on refining their eyesight, with the family ancestor having compiled the void-breaking eye, a level technique so advanced that even a grandmaster could use it as a legacy. At this moment, Li Wufeng's energy surged to his eyes, which glowed with an eerie light as he stared at Qin Yi, convinced that his opponent's energy was not even close to 5 units. 5 units of energy was the threshold for an ordinary person to become an entry-level martial artist. Anything less signified an absolute ordinary person. Your physical condition is stronger than most. Perhaps you have some talent, but there's no way you could eat more than 10 purple dragon fruits without dying, Li Wufeng said, believing he had seen through Qin Yi's facade. He thought Qin Yi was just pretending to be strong, recklessly gambling with his life, which was unnecessary bravado that would only waste others' time if he died here. Qin Yi glanced at him and said calmly, Don't worry, I won't eat 100 purple dragon fruits on the spot. This statement brought a sigh of relief to both the elderly cashier and Li Wufeng. However, their relief was short-lived as Qin Yi's next words took them aback. I'll just eat 50 and save the other 50 for a friend. He nonchalantly took out a purple fruit and swallowed it in 3 bites. He intended to leave 50 of the spiritual fruits for Chen Xian. As Qin Yi devoured the fruits effortlessly, he casually chatted with Li Wufeng. You say an ordinary person can't eat 10 purple dragon fruits? I don't believe it. Practice proves the truth, and today I'll show you. Li Wufeng was amused and retorted coldly. If you're seeking death, I won't stop you. Qin Yi swallowed the 8th fruit and teased. What if I actually finish them? I'll kneel and call you dad. And every fruit you buy here will be on my tab. With that, he crossed his arms and stood aside indifferently, waiting for Qin Yi to falter. Li Wufeng used the void-breaking eye repeatedly to verify that the man before him couldn't possibly be a martial artist. The agreement was set, and the elderly man watching from the side wore a complex expression, wanting to intervene, but seeing Qin Yi continually swallow the fruits, a glint of doubt flickered in his squinted eyes. The 9th, 10th, 11th fruits as Qin Yi consumed one purple dragon fruit after another. His pale skin seemed to ignite, turning crimson like blood, veins bulging, and steam rising from his head. The air was filled with the scent of burning, like overcooked beef. It seemed as though Qin Yi might collapse at any moment, yet he never fell. In fact, after the 35th fruit, his flushed skin regained some of its normal color, and his internal condition began to improve. To outsiders, this was nothing short of miraculous. In over 100 years since the revival of spiritual energy, no ordinary person had ever consumed so many spiritual fruits unscathed. As Qin Yi continued to eat, Li Wufeng, watching silently from the corner, underwent a transformation in expression from initial indifference to silence, and finally to utter astonishment and disbelief. Finally, after the 48th purple dragon fruit, a familiar system notification sounded in Qin Yi's mind. Your cells have successfully adapted to the nourishing effects of the fire attribute spiritual fruit, evolving a new innate skill spirit affinity, LV1. Through the tempering and reshaping by spirit fire, your meridians and organs have also gained a passive skill tenacity, LV1. The adaptive evolution was a success. Moreover, the skills acquired this time are particularly unique. Qin Yi noticed that he first obtained an innate skill rather than a passive one. Perhaps this is due to his exposure to spiritual energy and martial arts-related matters, resulting in higher quality skills. Qin Yi was delighted and made a conjecture. The LV1 tenacity skill increased his physique by 1 point, making his organs and meridians more resilient and enhancing his survivability. The innate skill spirit affinity LV1 was even more astonishing. Originally, he was an ordinary person with no aptitude for martial arts. struggling to sense spiritual energy during cultivation and unable to actively draw it into his body, relying only on chance absorption to refine his vitality. However, with level 1 spirit affinity, Qin Yi was pleasantly surprised to find that he could sense the swirling currents in the air and even barely guide them into his body. These currents were spiritual energy. The cell's adaptive evolution could even cultivate martial arts talent, which was incredible. If level 1 spirit affinity could have such effects, what could level 10 or level 100 achieve? Qin Yi imagined that if he evolved to level 100 spirit affinity, spiritual energy might flood into his body, aiding his cultivation. In fact, there were legends in history of a martial deity body appearing once in a millennium that could achieve this. Qin Yi could evolve from an ordinary body, artificially creating a martial deity body, and even surpass it, reaching unimaginable heights. The spiritual fruit was extremely valuable, and when he got back, he needed to see if he could purchase higher-level spiritual fruits to try. In less than 15 minutes, he finished all 50 purple fruits, letting out a satisfied burp, and turned to the thunderstruck Li Wufeng, raising an eyebrow and teasing. So, son, when are you going to acknowledge your father? Li Wufeng was snapped back to reality by this, assessing Qin Yi, who was in perfect condition and even better than before, almost spitting blood from anger. What kind of monster was this, able to casually eat spiritual fruits without even entering martial arts? Constrained by pride and dignity, Li Wufeng didn't want to break his promise, but also didn't want to kneel, his face turning livid as he gritted his teeth and said, I'll offer a first-level spiritual fruit as compensation. Let's forget what I said earlier, okay? Qin Yi didn't immediately agree, watching as the disdain in Li Wufeng's eyes completely vanished, and teased, I see you're from a noble family, probably a young master. As a young master from a noble family, is kneeling to acknowledge a father worth only one first-level spiritual fruit. Qin Yi's meaning was clear, was open to letting it go, but the price needed to be higher. Li Wufeng, his blood boiling, glanced at the elder behind him and held back his temper. 3 first-level spiritual fruits. If you don't want that, then I'll kneel. Deal. Admitting defeat, Li Wufeng left without looking back after saying this. However, just as he walked out of the supermarket, he heard a siren blaring, and an ambulance quickly arrived, stopping in front of the supermarket. Several doctors and nurses hurriedly got out of the vehicle, surrounded Li Wufeng, and asked about the situation. After an explanation, when the doctors and nurses saw the perfectly healthy Qin Yi, they frowned and sternly reprimanded Li Wufeng. Don't call an ambulance unnecessarily next time. It's a life-saving resource, and you're wasting it. Do you know that? Look at this robust young man. Does he look like someone who's eaten too many spiritual fruits? Li Wufeng's face darkened, and he was too frustrated to speak. Damn it. Who could believe that after eating 50 spiritual fruits, Qin Yi would be perfectly fine? Who could he even complain to? As Li Wufeng and the medical staff gradually left, the commotion finally came to an end. Inside the supermarket, only Qin Yi and the elderly cashier remained. Spending 10,000 yuan on 100 zigua fruits wasn't a big deal for Qin Yi. He figured he could easily earn it back by selling a few organs later. So, he went ahead and bought another 100 zigua fruits. Do you have any other spiritual fruits for sale, sir? Qin Yi asked, still unsatisfied and eager to spend the rest of his money as he took the heavy fruit box. Unfortunately, the old man shook his head, indicating that only these 2 types of spiritual fruits were available this week. The fruits sold at the supermarket largely depended on what warriors harvested from the secret realms. We get our stock from the warriors. If you're looking for other fruits, you can come back next week. The Li family? Qin Yi pondered for a moment before asking. That young man just now, is he from the Li family? The young man with the baseball cap seemed either rich or influential, making his solo appearance at a suburban supermarket quite unusual. However, if he was from the Li family, delivering goods or inspecting a family-affiliated store would make sense. Hearing Qin Yi's question, the old man nodded in appreciation and smiled. You're very perceptive. His name is Li Wufeng, a leading figure of this generation in the Li family. He broke through to the martial master stage at just 18, with a future full of promise. Qin Yi was taken aback, not by the young man's status, but by the old man's knowledge. He scrutinized the elder, suspecting that the old man might have a special background too. No wonder Li Wufeng didn't use his strength to bully him. He was likely considering the elder's presence, not wanting to lose face. Feeling he had grasped the situation, Qin Yi refrained from saying more. He respectfully bowed to the old man and sincerely thanked him. The admiration in the elder's eyes deepened, and he introduced himself. My surname is Wang. You can call me Old Wang. If you ever encounter any issues in your martial arts practice, feel free to ask me. Thank you, Old Wang. Qin Yi bowed again, then returned to his calm demeanor, hoisting the fruit box and leaving the supermarket. Old Wang silently watched Qin Yi's figure disappear from view, murmuring to himself, remarkably intelligent, with a great character and decent potential. It's a pity he started martial arts late. It might take him a month just to get the basics. Alas, starting late is a huge disadvantage. Beginning after 18 means he'll face significant challenges. By the time Qin Yi left the supermarket, it was already 12:30 in the afternoon. The once quiet street was gradually becoming lively, with many people passing by. Qin Yi, carrying a large box of spiritual fruits on his shoulder, stood out and drew attention. This was the eastern suburb of Yuhang, not the city center, and the security wasn't great, with kidnappings and robberies not uncommon. Desperation could drive people to do anything. However, Qin Yi seemed oblivious to this, confidently carrying the fruit box and deliberately choosing less crowded paths. As he passed a dim alley, two thuggish youths at the alley's entrance eyed Qin Yi's fruit box, their nostrils flaring as if they smelled something. It was the scent of spiritual fruits. The entire box was filled with them. This was a lucrative target. The buzzcut youth licked his dry lips, eager to act. Hold on, we're both beginner martial artists now. We can't afford to show such disgraceful behavior. A burly man in a white tank top standing next to the crew-cut guy smiled slightly and gently placed his large hand on the guy's shoulder. The crew-cut guy stiffened, quickly put on a smile, and eagerly asked, "Big brother, how are we going to handle this job?" The burly man, clearly familiar with the terrain of the eastern suburbs, gave a faint smile and said, "It's simple. Judging by his direction, he's probably heading back to Baishan Apartments. We'll get there ahead of him, wait by the apartment staircase, and when he comes by, we'll knock him out and take the spiritual fruit." "Got it. Shall we head out now?" the crew-cut guy asked impatiently. Both men had some martial arts skills, having trained for over 20 years, and had barely reached entry-level strength. While they weren't the strongest, bullying weaker folks was easy for them. To be honest, this wasn't their first time stealing spiritual fruits. Picking up a steel rod, they navigated through the complex alleys, taking shortcuts, and arrived at Baishan Apartments ahead of their target. This kind of apartment, where poorer folks lived, naturally had no security. Even the main entrance was open 247, allowing free entry and exit. They quietly sneaked in, hiding in a blind spot at the staircase on the first floor, steel rods in hand, patiently waiting for their prey. The dim stairwell was eerily silent, with only their breathing audible. At this hour, most residents of Baishan Apartments were at work, so few people were around. Soon, steady footsteps echoed, and the crew-cut guy became excited. As the footsteps grew louder, he glimpsed the enticing fruit box through a gap, and his heartbeat quickened. Seeing Qin Yi carrying the fruit box up the stairs, the crew-cut guy quickly signaled the burly man to take action. Swish! In the next moment, a white figure darted out from the stairway's blind spot, aiming directly at Qin Yi's back. The force of the blow was controlled well, not enough to kill, just to knock out. As long as no one died, it was unlikely to draw police attention. In the business of hijacking goods, they were quite experienced. Clang! The steel rod struck the back of Qin Yi's head, producing a metallic clang. The burly man felt as if he had hit solid metal, with the recoil being alarmingly powerful, making his hand ache. Damn, is this guy's head made of steel? He couldn't believe it, and, before Qin Yi could turn around, picked up the rod and swung it with all his might, hitting 6 more times, each targeting the same spot on the head. Although not yet a martial artist, with 7 cards of vital energy, his strength was about 180 kilograms, enough to kill a tiger. Yet, this round of attacks, clang clang clang, sounded like a bell ringing continuously, and the young man before him showed no signs of falling, standing firmly on the steps without moving an inch. At that moment, he was stunned, and the crew-cut guy hiding in the shadows was also stunned. The burly man held the steel rod tightly, maintaining his striking posture, and was in a daze. Then, there was a crisp sound as the steel rod fell to the ground. Why wasn't he continuing? The young man carrying the fruit box slowly turned around, a warm smile on his handsome face, looking at the burly man with a puzzled expression. He set down the fruit box, bent slightly, picked up the steel rod from the ground, tapped it against his own arm a few times, producing a clear sound. Then, he handed the steel rod back to the burly man, pointed to his own forehead, and earnestly said, "Keep hitting, right here. With such little strength, one might think you haven't eaten. How about you guys try a couple of spiritual fruits first, and then continue? Big brother, we've run into some real trouble. Let's get out of here." The buzzcut guy, who had been hiding in the corner frozen in fear, finally snapped back to reality. He leaped forward, swinging a steel rod straight at Qin Yi's head. Unfortunately for him, Qin Yi was not only incredibly strong, but also unusually tough. His passive skill, Iron Skin, though only at level 1, was more than enough to withstand a full-force blow from a novice martial artist. Thwack! The steel rod struck Qin Yi's head with a sharp sound instead of the expected metallic clash. To their shock, the rod snapped in two, with one half falling to the ground while the other remained clutched in the buzzcut guy's hand. The two exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes darting between the broken rod on the floor and Qin Yi, who stood grinning and unharmed. A chilling fear crept over them, engulfing their entire being. Click! Without a word, they both dropped to their knees in front of Qin Yi, trembling and begging for forgiveness. "Brother, If we say it was an accident, would you believe us? They stammered, realizing the vast gap in their abilities. They wondered how such a powerful martial artist, at least of the third stage, could be hiding in this rundown apartment in the eastern suburbs. Was he here to experience life at the bottom? Qin Yi looked down at the two thugs kneeling before him, smiling silently. The more he smiled, the deeper their fear grew. The buzzcut guy and the burly man had been deliberately drawn there by Qin Yi. As a longtime resident of the eastern suburbs, he knew how chaotic the area was, with thugs and hooligans running rampant. However, their strength was usually mediocre, with the strongest being only entry-level martial artists. If someone became an official martial artist, even at the first stage, they wouldn't continue being a thug. Therefore, using these people to test his current strength was the safest and most cautious choice. The power gap between a first-stage martial artist and an entry-level one wasn't significant. As it turned out, although Qin Yi lacked offensive techniques and his strength and agility were only at an ordinary person's level, he could easily defeat a first-stage martial artist solely with his defense and recovery abilities. More accurately, he could stand still and let a first-stage martial artist attack him until they exhausted themselves. As for second and third-stage martial artists, escaping from him alive shouldn't be a problem. After all, what doesn't kill him only makes him stronger. With this in mind, he realized that after a few more days of improvement, he could venture into the outskirts of a secret realm on his own. It's said that the environment there is extremely harsh, which might be the perfect place to hone his skills. With these thoughts, Qin Yi snapped back to the present and looked at the two brothers still kneeling on the ground. He politely thanked them. "Thank you, I appreciate your effort." The brothers exchanged glances, not quite understanding why Qin Yi was thanking them. But from his tone, did it mean they were spared? Just as they were about to express their gratitude, Qin Yi continued, "Please turn yourselves in at the Eastern Suburb Police Station. I'm too busy right now to take you there myself." With that, he turned and headed upstairs on his own. Before leaving, he left them with one final statement, delivered casually yet chillingly. "I'll check with the police station in a few days. If I don't see you there, no one else will ever see you again." It was a threat, a blatant death threat. Overwhelmed by his absolute power, the two didn't dare gamble with their lives and could only comply obediently. Gulp. The buzzcut man and the strong guy subconsciously swallowed hard, their last glimmer of hope fading away. Back in his familiar room, Qin Yi gazed at the worn-out leather sofa in the living room, feeling a sense of surrealism. Just days ago, he was so poor that he had to rely on the sofa to stave off hunger, but now he was a millionaire with a bright future ahead. What about Qin Xian? He still hadn't replied, and Qin Yi couldn't help but feel a bit worried. A true brother is someone you can endure hardships with, and Qin Yi was not someone who would forget his brothers after becoming successful. He left 50 purple fruits and snow fruits for Qin Xian and took another 50 snow fruits for himself, devouring them ravenously. The spiritual fruits were incredibly nutritious, and though he wasn't hungry after consuming 50 purple fruits in the morning, Qin Yi forced himself to eat in order to grow stronger. Soon, an extreme cold spread through his meridians, penetrating his organs. Within just a minute, a thin layer of frost formed on Qin Yi's skin. It was September, and the summer heat hadn't dissipated yet, so for a living person to freeze to the point of frost forming was truly remarkable. Qin Yi felt like his blood and heartbeat were freezing, exhaling cold air and shivering uncontrollably. Despite the unimaginable pain, Qin Yi, who had endured cancer and developed a third-level pain tolerance, remained silent. Enduring the pain had its rewards. After more than half an hour of extreme cold, Qin Yi gradually returned to normal, and his body warmed up. He discovered he could see more cyclones floating in midair, and it required less effort to draw them in, making it easier to absorb them. Your cells have successfully adapted to the excessive nourishment of the non-tier ice attribute spiritual fruit, evolving a talent skill spirit affinity LV2. Your cells have evolved a passive skill cold resistance LV4 through the freezing and reshaping of spiritual ice. Qin Yi was secretly delighted. His spirit affinity had improved. This talent skill was what he cared about the most, and the level 4 cold resistance was an unexpected bonus, allowing him to walk naked in temperatures as low as -10 degrees Celsius without his body being affected. He was one step closer to crafting an invincible body, fully equipped with top-tier passives. Clenching his fists, Qin Yi felt his strength and agility had increased, possibly due to the spiritual fruits enhancing his physique. He possessed the passive skill Iron Stomach, allowing him to digest and absorb far better than ordinary people, perhaps on par with some fierce beasts. While a regular person would take 100 days to eat 100 spiritual fruits and see changes, Qin Yi consumed them all within 3 hours, immediately digesting and absorbing them for improvement. Checking his personal stats, he found changes in all attributes except mental power. Name: Qin Yi. Race: planetary human. Strength: 9. Constitution: 7. Agility: 13. Spirit: 6. Talent: adaptive cell evolution. Qin Yi possesses several skills. Cold resistance LV4, pain tolerance LV3, aura affinity LV2, and anaerobic endurance LV2. His combat power assessment indicates that his physical strength has surpassed that of a third-stage martial artist, and a full-force punch of his can rival that of a first-stage martial artist. He feels no pain, fears neither cold nor heat, and has taken the first step towards becoming extraordinary. For the first time, the combat power assessment on his personal panel doesn't belittle or mock him, which speaks volumes about the tremendous changes he's undergone in just 3 days. Tomorrow, he will receive 3 first-tier spiritual fruits, hoping to further enhance his abilities, especially agility and attack methods, to attempt entering the secret realm. Qin Yi is aware of his shortcomings. His agility is low, and his reactions are slow. Despite his strength, he lacks knowledge of offensive techniques. He realizes that offensive skills can be improved by purchasing and practicing martial arts techniques, but improving agility requires more effort. He decides to train occasionally, evolving and practicing martial arts simultaneously for better results. He understands that martial arts can enhance one's abilities comprehensively, allowing speed to increase from 7 or 8 meters per second to 40 meters per second, progressing from a first stage to a 9th-stage martial artist. Martial arts have been promoted worldwide for many years, and information below the Grandmaster level is already public. Qin Yi can easily find the physical data of ordinary martial artists online. He can't help but wonder how powerful he would become if he started practicing martial arts. Filled with anticipation, Qin Yi sits cross-legged, holds his breath, and begins guiding aura into his body for the first time in his life, refining his physical body and meridians, and tempering his vital energy and blood. The first step in martial arts is to guide aura into the body, allowing every cell to get used to and withstand the nourishment of aura, gaining the ability to carry aura and generate vital energy and blood. Martial arts cultivation lacks a fixed method. Everyone practices based on the experiences of predecessors, refining the body and bones, opening meridians, and developing the brain. These 12 words represent the cultivation path carved out by countless humans through blood and flesh, symbolizing the journey from a first-stage martial artist to a grandmaster. Martial artists refine their bodies and bones, martial masters open meridians, and grandmasters develop the brain. As for the so-called techniques, they are merely combat methods like swordsmanship and saber techniques. However, there are rumors that some breathing techniques can enhance cultivation speed, but each one is an exceptionally rare and precious treasure. Qin Yi's original martial arts talent couldn't even sense aura, but now, with aura affinity at level 2, the process of guiding aura into his body is remarkably smooth, with almost no resistance. Coupled with his physical condition already meeting martial artist standards, his cells absorb aura at an astonishing rate, completing the first step of becoming a martial artist in less than an hour. As the aura envelopes him, a large mass of vital heart blood gradually condenses, eventually forming a drop of blood interwoven with golden threads. This drop of blood is incredibly dense, far surpassing ordinary blood, and can freely change its state from liquid to gas. This is vital energy and blood, the first drop of vital energy and blood that Qin Yi has tempered. The first drop of vital energy formed, and Qin Yi clearly felt a boost in his strength. He didn't stop his cultivation. Instead, he pressed on, continuing to refine his vital energy. Unlike ordinary novice martial artists, Qin Yi's physical body had long surpassed that of a third-level warrior, and now his ability to adapt to spiritual energy was astonishingly fast. As a stream of spiritual energy flowed through his meridians, his body absorbed its nutrients, glowing softly as it began to transform. Qin Yi spent the entire day in silence, only opening his eyes when the first light of the next day's dawn began to spread. He exhaled a long breath of stale air, feeling refreshed and renewed. Inside him, 5 drops of pale, golden vital energy floated within his heart's veins, seemingly ordinary, yet containing immense power. Checking his phone, he saw it was already 4 a.m. In the past 10 hours, Qin Yi had refined 5 drops of vital energy, officially becoming a novice martial artist. Such efficiency and talent would put even the top genius of Yuhang to shame. Feeling the changes in his body, Qin Yi was not complacent. Instead, he stepped out of his apartment to test his current combat limits in the open space. With a full-force punch, the air was pierced by a whistling sound, his punch carrying a force of 300 kilograms, comparable to a third-level warrior. Sprinting with all his might, his figure left afterimages, covering 40 meters in a second. Just entering the novice level, he possessed 5 units of vital energy, rivaling the strength of a third-level warrior. Qin Yi's face lit up with excitement, estimating that a series of passive skills had taken effect as he evolved. Opening his status panel again, he noticed significant changes in his attributes. Strength had surged from 7 to 12, agility increased to 10, and constitution reached 15. Unfortunately, his mental attribute remained at 6, unchanged. This made sense, as novice martial artists do not focus on the soul or brain domain. Based on these figures, a third-level warrior's attributes are around 10 points each, while his constitution far exceeded theirs. Beyond the apparent improvements, Qin Yi's perception had also sharpened. He could hear light footsteps in the nearby apartment from over 10 meters away. Glancing at the time, it was just 5 a.m. Who would be out so early? He looked towards the apartment entrance and spotted a familiar figure. Wang Yueling? Right? Last time I did a free fall from the third floor, it was also 5 a.m., and I ran into her. Good morning. Qin? Qin Gu, you're training again? Wang Yueling wanted to greet Qin Yi but suddenly recalled yesterday's gruesome scene. Feeling a bit scared, so she waved from a distance. She observed Qin Yi, relieved to see he wasn't bruised and battered today, but upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. To Wang Yueling, Qin Yi's vital energy was as vast as the sea, like a blazing sun in the sky, scorching and dazzling. This was the hallmark of becoming a martial artist. Just yesterday, he was an ordinary person, and today he was a martial artist. It was unbelievable. Wang Yueling, filled with wonder and skepticism, congratulated Qin Yi on becoming a martial artist, stole a few more glances, and hurried away. As she walked, she pondered if the freefall training method really worked. Wang Yueling had been stuck at the 4th level of qi and blood for quite some time. Every day, she would get up at 5 a.m. to work, striving to earn enough money to one day purchase a spiritual item that could help her become a martial artist. However, this goal seemed distant, and the hope for success was slim. She couldn't help but glance at the 5-story building beside her and paused. Meanwhile, Qin Yi returned to his room, quickly freshened up, and then headed out, making his way to the east suburb supermarket. He had arranged to trade spiritual fruits with Li Wufeng around 9:30 a.m. and wanted to arrive early to consult Mr. Wang on a few matters. The streets were quiet in the early morning, with only a few people out buying breakfast. As he walked, Qin Yi had the unsettling feeling of being watched, as if someone was observing him from the shadows. Trusting his instincts, he didn't dismiss the feeling. Who could be following me? Someone from the Li family, he wondered uneasily, though he kept a calm exterior while discreetly surveying his surroundings. Soon, he noticed a shadow that seemed to follow him closely, making no effort to conceal itself. When the shadow sensed Qin Yi's gaze, it boldly met his eyes and nodded with a smile. In a flash, the figure covered a distance of 10 meters and appeared right in front of Qin Yi, extending a hand. It was Lu Yi from the Divine Spirit Society. Qin Yi quickly recalled that this was the organization involved in high-interest loans and organ sales. He was puzzled about their intentions. Were they looking to buy more organs? Looking up, the man named Lu Yi had an unusually handsome and almost ethereal appearance, with pale skin and a billowing black robe. Qin Yi might have mistaken him for a woman if it weren't for the masculine voice when he introduced himself. Staying on guard, Qin Yi shook hands with him briefly. However, the moment their skin touched, a powerful surge of qi and blood flooded into Qin Yi, instantly damaging 3 of his meridians. Fortunately, Qin Yi's level 1 resilience, coupled with his strong recovery ability, allowed him to stop the damage and suppress the residual qi and blood. The handshake was a hidden attack, a show of force. Qin Yi released his hand, narrowing his eyes at Lu Yi. Unexpectedly, Lu Yi shrugged indifferently and said with a smirk, "Heh, I didn't expect you to be so weak that a wisp of qi and blood could injure you. I thought I'd finally meet a strong opponent. But looking at you, even if you're a martial artist, you're at the weakest level. Why don't you just hand over your fortuitous encounter? You're too weak, and I can't be bothered to make a move. Be sensible, and you might live. What do you say?" Despite his seemingly gentle demeanor, Lu Yi was extremely arrogant, regarding Qin Yi as insignificant. From his words, Qin Yi felt a chill and guessed the situation. The Divine Spirit Society must have detailed information about him, suspecting that he had a fortuitous encounter after suddenly gaining martial strength. Their deduction was correct. The system was indeed a fortuitous encounter, but it was not something he could give away. Qin Yi was at a loss. Lu Yi, blocking his path, was at least a low-level martial master, a whole major realm above him. What should he do now, run or fight? Countless thoughts raced through his mind, but Lu Yi, clearly impatient, didn't want to waste time standing around. Without waiting for Qin Yi's response, Lu Yi launched a punch as large as a sandbag, aiming straight for Qin Yi's abdomen. The punch was so fast that Qin Yi couldn't follow it with his eyes. He could only hear the sonic boom. In the next moment, the fist struck his body, creating a shockwave. Boom! Qin Yi was blasted several meters away, his blood churning violently from the impact, his bones shattered, and most of his organs destroyed. This punch carried the force of a ton, typical of a martial master's strike. Such a simple punch nearly cost Qin Yi his life. The difference between a martial artist and a martial master is vast, explaining why Wu Zhiming was anxious when he suspected Qin Yi was a martial master. Too weak. Why make me intervene? Wouldn't it be easier to just hand over the opportunity? Lu Yi shook his fist and walked leisurely from the other end of the street, not worried at all that Qin Yi would escape. He didn't use his full strength because he didn't want to kill Qin Yi, fearing he might hide the opportunity, leaving it unknown after his death. Qin Yi lay on the ground like a limp rag, realizing from that punch the opponent's intention to hold back, and he formulated a plan. What doesn't kill him only makes him stronger. His level 1 physical regeneration was kicking in, rapidly healing his broken bones and organs. If anyone could see the changes inside him, they would be astonished. Inside Qin Yi, tiny buds of flesh intertwined, extracting energy to rebuild new bones and organs with high efficiency. In just 1 minute, he had recovered nearly a third. Moreover, the new bones and organs were stronger and more resilient than before. Staggering, Qin Yi got up from the ground, covered in blood but moving with calm composure. He took something from his pocket, already prepared, tore open the packaging, and swallowed it. Instantly, a rich energy was digested by his iron stomach, speeding up his recovery. Liu Ye's expression turned serious as he scrutinized what Qin Yi had taken out, then froze for a few seconds, showing anger on his face. Qin Yi was eating a Snickers bar? So calm, still in the mood for a snack? Is this an insult to me? He had expected Qin Yi to take out a spiritual fruit, but it turned out to be just an ordinary item. Veins bulging on his fair face, Liu Yi stepped forward again, punching towards Qin Yi. His fists rained down like a storm, yet he precisely controlled his strength and aim, not to kill Qin Yi. Come on, suffer, beg, kneel, and surrender. Liu Yi became more excited, not caring about the splattered blood on his face, roaring like a madman. He anticipated Qin Yi losing composure, losing calm, breaking down in despair, and begging for mercy. But to his surprise, Qin Yi remained indifferent, showing no fear, no despair, and no pain. Mere flesh wounds were nothing compared to the agony of late-stage cancer. With level 3 pain tolerance, Qin Yi not only felt no pain but experienced a strange pleasure, almost laughing out loud. His body, meridians, and bones were being rebuilt stronger and more terrifying with each destruction. How is this possible? Why is your body's recovery rate so fast? Liu Yi noticed something was off, frowning deeply in confusion. As a martial artist, his energy and blood could now be projected outward, so each punch carried the power to damage the opponent's internal meridians and organs, preventing them from recovering. Yet, such deadly moves were ineffective against Qin Yi. It was unbelievable, surely a result of his mysterious encounter. A hint of greed flashed across Liu Ye's face as he struck again, attempting to overpower Qin Yi and drag him away without resistance. However, Qin Yi now showed signs of resistance, and unless Liu Yi went all out, he couldn't take away the struggling Qin Yi. After several clashes, Qin Yi managed to temporarily fend off Liu Ye's attacks, and even had the strength to hit back at Liu Ye's body. Although this was ineffective against Liu Yi, the humiliation was unbearable for him. Is that all you've got? I can barely feel it, Qin Yi taunted after being knocked away again. This time, he got up faster than before and even had time to take a chocolate bar from his pocket and eat it. As long as there's enough energy, cells can adapt and evolve indefinitely. You're courting death. Liu Yi lost his composure, unable to tolerate such provocation from someone weaker than him, especially one who seemingly couldn't retaliate. He no longer held back, his attacks several times more ferocious than before, with his fists creating shockwaves on the ground. Shadows flickered in the air, a phenomenon possible only at extreme speeds, as the martial artist moved as swiftly as a bullet. Unfortunately, through the preceding attacks, Qin Yi had completed his transformation. His cells, having endured the energy and blood of a low-level martial artist, successfully evolved new skills: Spirit Affinity LV3, Physical Recovery LV 1.5, and a special ability Boneless Flexibility. One battle, 3 skill improvements. Indeed, as long as he wasn't killed, the more challenging the environment, the stronger the skills he'd acquire. At that moment, Liu Ye's eyes glinted with ferocity, unleashing his full power, his energy and blood surging as his fists targeted Qin Yi's vital points. Qin Yi dared not be careless and immediately used his newly acquired ability Boneless Flexibility. Instantly, his body seemed to lose its skeletal support, becoming as soft as a balloon. This ability was naturally designed to counter Liu Ye's attacks. The mighty force of Liu Ye's fist, meant to pierce through Qin Yi's chest and shatter his heart, was astonishingly absorbed as Qin Yi's chest compressed like a sponge, dissipating over half of the force in seconds. Qin Yi was sent flying again, but this time, he was unscathed. The damage from Liu Ye's full-force punch was rapidly repaired thanks to the enhancement of Physical Recovery LV 1.5. Impossible. Liu Yi was shocked, aware of the terrifying power behind his punch. Qin Yi nonchalantly smiled, standing in the corner of the street, and shrugged. Didn't have breakfast, did you? Come on, hit me harder. If you don't kill me today, I'll definitely get you in the future. He stood tall, patting his chest, showing no fear. Liu Ye's face darkened with rage, about to strike again when he sensed someone approaching, forcing him to retreat with a glare at Qin Yi. Overconfident, he had intended to swiftly overpower Qin Yi in broad daylight and capture him. Unexpectedly, Qin Yi proved resilient, like an indestructible cockroach. Now, With other martial artists approaching due to the commotion, Lu Yi had no choice but to flee. What are you glaring at? Can't fight, so you run? Hey, if you've got the guts, stick around and let's continue. Qin Yi taunted loudly, his tone sarcastic, infuriating Lu Yi almost to the point of spitting blood. Only when Lu Ye's figure vanished at the street's end did Qin Yi stop, letting out a sigh of relief. Damn, what bad luck. He wiped the blood from his mouth, ate the last chocolate bar, and looked up to see a graceful figure appearing at the far end of the street. After the intense battle between the two martial artists, the once peaceful street was left in ruins, with dust and stones flying everywhere and deep, round craters dotting the landscape like a post-war wasteland. Qin Yi looked towards the approaching figure on the street, noticing her clean police uniform, short, neat hair, and sharp, well-defined features that exuded a natural aura of authority. Despite her expressionless face, she commanded respect effortlessly. The officer had arrived, and it was indeed a woman. Qin Yi felt his tension ease. With such a commotion on the street, it was only natural that someone would come to handle the situation. The female officer stood in front of Qin Yi, glanced at his disheveled appearance, and then looked in the direction Lu Yi had fled. She asked sternly, "Did the person you were fighting run away?" Qin Yi, observing the officer, deduced from his experiences with martial artists that she was one herself and quite advanced. He smiled awkwardly, scratching his head, and replied, "Officer, I wasn't fighting him. He tried to kidnap me. Luckily, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, I might have been taken." The officer listened to Qin Yi's explanation without further comment, following protocol by showing her badge and preparing to take him to the station to file a report. Qin Yi glanced at the badge, noting the officer's name Xiao Shi. He didn't resist and followed Officer Xiao back to the station. It was 8 in the morning, and the police station had just opened but already had several visitors. As Qin Yi entered, he heard a series of stern lectures, likely a male officer advising someone. Life is precious. If you have any unresolved issues, communicate with your family. Don't bottle it up inside. You're so young, with your whole life ahead of you. Why resort to such drastic measures? Promise you won't do this again, okay? Following the voice, Qin Yi spotted a familiar face sitting in a chair at the station, head down, full of shame, nodding repeatedly to the officer. Wasn't that Wang Yueling? Encountering someone he knew, Qin Yi casually waved to her. Hearing Qin Yi's voice, Wang Yueling was startled, then secretly peeked at him before quickly lowering her head, her face flushed with embarrassment. She had attempted to grow stronger by mimicking Qin Yi's freefall training method, only to be saved by a concerned passerby who called the police. Seeing Qin Yi's demeanor, it was clear he understood something from the officer's words, and his gaze had changed. Qin Yi was surprised that Wang Yueling had actually tried the training he mentioned offhandedly. Incredible. As the officer's lecture wrapped up, Wang Yueling struggled to her feet, staring at Qin Yi, who was once again covered in blood, and asked curiously, "Did you jump again?" Then, she glanced at the female officer in front of Qin Yi and realized, "Oh, you got caught too." But after jumping, noticing Qin Yi's increased vitality since 5 that morning, Wang Yueling pointed to him with excitement, arguing to the officer who had been lecturing her. "See, officer? He often jumps from the 3rd or 4th floor to train his body, and in just 2 days, he's refined 6 or 7 units of vitality. I told you, I wasn't trying to hurt myself. I was trying to get stronger and train myself." The officer who had just finished lecturing Wang Yueling frowned, realizing that simple verbal persuasion was no longer effective with the young girl in front of him. He thought to himself that perhaps she needed to be evaluated by a psychiatrist. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the Human Alliance's law enforcement positions all had martial arts proficiency standards, and police officers were no exception. After years of martial arts training, he had never heard of someone becoming stronger by jumping from a height of 10 meters. If one didn't end up as a pile of flesh, surviving was already considered lucky, let alone becoming stronger. Wang Yueling, seeing the officer's disbelief, could only look to Qin Yi with pleading eyes, hoping he would explain. However, Qin Yi didn't meet her expectations and instead seriously agreed with the officer. "That's right, jumping 100 times won't make you stronger." Wang Yueling, dissatisfied, retorted, "But you became stronger this way." Qin Yi shook his head firmly. "People's constitutions are different. I can get stronger just by eating, can you?" Wang Yueling was momentarily speechless, feeling something within her shatter her resolve. Wang Yueling's incident was just a small episode that quickly passed. After the conversation ended, Qin Yi followed Officer Xiao to the interrogation room. Just as they were about to enter, 3 people came out. 2 of them looked very familiar, a sleazy-looking man with a buzz cut and a bald, burly man, both wearing special handcuffs, escorted by a police officer. As soon as they saw Qin Yi, they were terrified, immediately kneeling and frantically begging for mercy. "Big brother, we turned ourselves in as you suggested. Please spare us. We've confessed to everything, even admitting to peeping on our neighbor when we were kids. Nothing is hidden." These 2 were the thugs who had recently ambushed Qin Yi, attempting to steal spiritual fruits from him. After turning themselves in, they confessed in detail to every wrong deed since birth, almost putting the interrogator to sleep. This scene caught the attention of several officers, and Qin Yi quickly clarified, "Officer, I'm a law-abiding citizen. These two were just caught by me and told to surrender." Officer Xiao couldn't help but give Qin Yi a few more glances, then opened the interrogation room door and gestured for him to enter. The two entered the interrogation room one after the other, and as the heavy door closed with a thud, the world became instantly silent. Qin Yi could even hear his own heartbeat. Aside from his adaptive evolution trait, Qin Yi didn't hide anything and briefly recounted the situation with Lu Yi, including Lu Ye's background with the cult of the alien god. As for the battle with Lu Yi, Qin Yi kept some details to himself, only mentioning that Lu Yi tried to capture him, and he resisted and got injured, omitting the part about fighting Lu Yi with all his might. After all, it would be unbelievable for a novice martial artist to withstand a full-force attack from a martial master, and saying so would undoubtedly attract a lot of attention and trouble. While recounting the case, Qin Yi appeared very relaxed, speaking naturally without showing any signs of unease. After confirming that Lu Yi had disabled all the surveillance cameras on the street before taking any action, Qin Yi felt assured that the police wouldn't be able to discover the details of the incident. Indeed, that was the case. The Yishan Society, an illegal organization with a record at the police station in the eastern suburbs of Yuhang, was known for committing various crimes, so their actions against Qin Yi were not unexpected. Xiaoxi quietly observed the man across from her, but she couldn't detect anything suspicious in his words or expressions. Her years of experience had involved interrogating countless individuals, yet she had never encountered such a flawless young man. Truly, the younger generation is impressive. In the end, she believed Qin Yi's account and handed him a cup of hot water. "Your file indicates you're not registered as a martial artist. According to the Alliance regulations, martial artists must have a record. You've been identified as an entry-level martial artist with promising talent. It would be wise to visit the Martial Arts Union for a test and record in the next few days." Xiaoxi closed the file, and a hint of admiration shone in her eyes. She recognized Qin Yi's extraordinary nature. Just days ago, he was a terminally ill patient, and now he was full of life, not only cured but also a martial artist, suggesting he had experienced some remarkable event. However, every martial artist has their secrets, and as an officer, she wouldn't pry or harbor any greed. "Thank you, officer," Qin Yi said, finishing the hot water in one gulp. Then, a system notification rang in his ears. "Ding, your cells have successfully adapted to lying, and you've developed a passive skill calm under pressure." Adapt to lying? A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Yi's eyes, but he quickly composed himself and left the police station with the accompanying personnel. After Qin Yi's departure, Xiaoxi remained alone in the quiet interrogation room, seemingly deep in thought. After a while, the door opened again, and an officer entered, saluting Xiaoxi. "Chief Xiao, you called for me?" Xiaoxi handed him Qin Yi's file and took a sip of her tea. After reviewing the file, the officer's eyes brightened, and he tentatively asked, "Do you mean?" Xiaoxi set down her teacup and nodded slightly. "That's right. The Yishan Society won't easily give up on whatever they're after with Qin Yi. By following him, we're bound to catch a big fish eventually. From today on, you're responsible for protecting him. Capturing a major figure from the Yishan Society would at least earn a first-class merit." The officer respectfully accepted the order and left, leaving Xiaoxi alone in the interrogation room, leisurely sipping her tea. Leaving the police station, it was just 9 o'clock, leaving Qin Yi with half an hour before his appointment. He walked unhurriedly towards the supermarket, opening his personal panel on the way to check his newly evolved skill, Calm Under Pressure. True to its name, this skill allows Qin Yi to lie without showing any signs of discomfort, maintaining a natural demeanor even when telling tall tales. Although this skill doesn't have levels and is maxed out upon evolution, Qin Yi was quite pleased with its practicality. His gaze moved from the skill to his 4 attribute panels, and he was pleasantly surprised to find that his strength, agility, and constitution had increased again. Now his strength was at 13 points, agility at 11 points, and constitution at 16 points, far surpassing an average 3rd-tier martial artist, and even barely comparable to a 4th-tier one. The martial artist rankings are divided into 9 tiers, with every 3 tiers forming a level, and though a 4th-tier martial artist seems only 1 tier above a 3rd tier, the gap is significant. Qin Yi silently thanked Lu Yi for his thoughtful intentions. It was because of Lu Ye's formidable strength and his restraint in not causing fatal harm that Qin Yi was able to transform. In a cheerful mood, Qin Yi began to hum a tune. Martial artists of the 9 tiers need to temper their bodies and refine their vitality through spiritual energy, and Lu Ye's external assault with vitality power effectively tempered Qin Yi's body, achieving results far beyond those from spiritual energy cultivation. In just a few minutes, he had refined a drop of vitality. Now, Qin Yi had 6 cards of vitality, not far from the 10 cards needed for a 1st-tier martial artist. More importantly, Lu Yi also helped him evolve a level 3 spiritual affinity, making future cultivation faster. Such a great favor. Once I succeed in my cultivation, I will repay it with my life. Qin Yi murmured to himself, a hint of coldness appearing on his face. Before he knew it, he had walked quite a distance and could see the sign of the Yuhang East Suburb supermarket from afar. As he got closer, he saw Li Wufeng holding 3 wooden boxes, waiting at the supermarket's checkout counter. Presumably, these boxes were containers for first-tier spiritual fruits. Qin Yi smiled and walked into the supermarket, greeting warmly. Long time no see, brother Li Ha. Upon hearing this, Li Wufeng's face turned cold, and he didn't respond. They had just met yesterday, and Qin Yi was saying long time no see? Are we that close, calling me brotherly? Li Wufeng turned around, his expression indifferent, his dark eyes deep like an ancient well, staring straight at Qin Yi. However, in the next second, his face showed a look of astonishment, nearly losing his composure. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Qin Yi again, the shock on his face growing stronger. He wasn't mistaken. In just one night, the ordinary person from yesterday had refined 6 cards of vitality. Li Wufeng found it hard to believe. Even for a genius like him, who had been bathed in spiritual medicine since birth and treated spiritual fruits like candy, refining 6 cards of vitality was no easy feat. Qin Yi shook his head slightly, smiling as he said, in front of Old Master Wang, what strength could I hide? The owner of the supermarket, Old Master Wang, had a profound cultivation level, and unless one was a grandmaster, it was impossible to hide one's true strength in front of him. Li Wufeng understood Qin Yi's hint, his expression growing more complex, with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Even Wang Lao, standing behind the cash register, was shocked. Just yesterday, he had lamented that Qin Yi started martial arts too late, and today, Qin Yi had already stepped into the world of martial arts. Refining 6 cards of vitality in one day truly showed exceptional talent. Qin Yi sneaked a nervous glance at Wang Lao, who continued to smile warmly, easing Qin Yi's worries. Wang Lao, with his experience, must have guessed Qin Yi had secrets, but he didn't intend to investigate further or expose them. At his level, as long as a human genius gained opportunities, he wouldn't attempt to seize their fortune, no matter how great. Qin Yi indeed had some talent, but in the path of martial arts, talent alone was not enough. One must realize their potential to become strong. Wang Lao silently hoped to see Qin Yi in the depths of some secret realm in the future, and hoped he wouldn't fall prematurely. Li Wufeng, being a prodigy from the Li family, regained his usual composure after a moment of surprise, and handed Qin Yi 3 wooden boxes. Qin Yi took the boxes and noticed that although they were small, they were exquisitely carved with dragon and phoenix patterns, containing first-grade spiritual fruits without any scent or spiritual energy leakage. Clearly, the boxes themselves were valuable storage items, but with the wealth of the Li family, Li Wufeng didn't think much of it and gave them away casually. Damn rich kid. Think you're all that because you have money? Qin Yi thought to himself. After delivering the spiritual fruits, Li Wufeng turned and left without hesitation. Watching him leave, Qin Yi couldn't help but tease. Better keep up your practice, or next time we meet, I might surpass you. Li Wufeng paused and retorted. In your dreams. Even if I took a 6-month nap, you couldn't surpass me. As the young master of the Li family, at 18, Li Wufeng was already at a low-level martial master stage, 2 major levels above Qin Yi. Despite Qin Yi's talent, he was currently just an entry-level martial artist, not yet even a first-stage practitioner. If you manage to surpass me, you can have the position of the Li family young master. Li Wufeng scoffed and quickly left, disappearing from sight. Qin Yi shrugged and muttered. The position of Li family young master? Not interested. Wang Lao watched this exchange and mused. These young people today are getting more and more arrogant. I must be getting old. He sighed deeply, his back slightly hunched. Having received the first-grade spiritual fruits, Qin Yi decided not to go straight home like last time. Instead, he chose to stay at the supermarket and consume the fruits immediately. The outskirts of Yuhang were a mixed bag of people, and the value of the spiritual fruits was too high. Taking them out would likely draw attention from powerful individuals. It was better to eat them under Wang Lao's protection. Wang Lao, understanding Qin Yi's thoughts, didn't refuse and opened the storage room door, inviting Qin Yi. Come eat them in the storage room. Qin Yi quickly followed. Inside the storage room, he placed the 3 wooden boxes on the table and opened them one by one. Click! As the first box opened, a refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, akin to a gentle spring breeze on the face. The mere scent was intoxicating. Wang Lao nodded slightly and explained, this is a spring heart fruit, which ripens in March. It has the effect of nurturing the spirit and soothing the soul, a top-quality first-grade spiritual fruit. Nurturing the spirit? Qin Yi's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he ate the spring heart fruit. Afterward, he felt as if a warm spring sun was shining on his heart, bringing a gentle, comforting warmth. Checking his personal stats, He was surprised to see that his long unchanged mental attribute had increased from 6 to 10 points. Before reaching the level of a grandmaster, martial artists don't develop their brain regions or cultivate their souls, so their mental strength depends entirely on talent. Generally, even geniuses start with a mental strength of around 7 points. Even consuming something like the spring heart fruit might only increase it by 1 or 2 points, but Qin Yi's mental strength had increased by a full 4 points. This was precisely the ability of the level 1 iron stomach. The power of this skill far exceeded Qin Yi's expectations, offering benefits not only in digesting things others couldn't, but also in thoroughly absorbing the essence of spiritual fruits. He opened the remaining 2 wooden boxes and found 2 types of first-tier spiritual fruits inside: the scarlet blood orange and the earth wind chestnut. Both of these fruits are used to enhance the body's qi and blood. After consuming them, Qin Yi felt his blood surging, and his original 6 units of qi and blood increased to 10 units, successfully advancing to the level of a first-tier martial artist. Witnessing this, Elder Wang was initially shocked, then warned him with concern. Consuming large amounts of spiritual fruits can quickly enhance your qi and blood, but it can also lead to an unstable foundation, which is detrimental to your future. You've eaten too many spiritual fruits in the past few days. It's better to eat fewer and focus on consolidating your foundation first. Like Li Wufeng, children from noble families consume fruits that increase potential rather than directly boosting qi and blood. Refining qi and blood must be done step by step. Qin Yi respectfully noted this advice, but he felt some doubt. He didn't feel any issues with his foundation. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Qin Yi's mind. Ding! By consuming a large number of spiritual fruits in a short time, you have successfully adapted your cells to spiritual toxins and evolved a passive skill toxin resistance LV3. Ding! By consuming 3 first-tier spiritual fruits consecutively, your meridians have been purified by pure spiritual energy, evolving a talent skill spiritual affinity LV6. The system's notifications helped Qin Yi understand that spiritual plants absorb the spiritual energy of the world to grow, and to avoid being eaten, most accumulate spiritual toxins within. These toxins can deplete and destroy a martial artist's potential, but the amount of toxin varies among different spiritual plants. Those deemed harmless and beneficial by the human alliance are generally plants with minimal toxin accumulation. As long as you don't eat too many, there should be no problem. However, now that Qin Yi had evolved toxin resistance, he could ignore spiritual toxins and eat as much as he wanted without worry. This shortcut in martial arts training was all benefits and no drawbacks for Qin Yi. The matter of the spiritual fruit was settled, and Qin Yi seemed to recall something. So he asked Mr. Wang, "By the way, do you know about the Martial Arts Association?" Mr. Wang led Qin Yi out of the storage room and nodded. The Martial Arts Association is an organization responsible for the management and oversight of human martial artists. Now that you've successfully advanced to a level 1 martial artist, you should definitely pay them a visit. With Mr. Wang's explanation, Qin Yi gradually understood the background of the Martial Arts Association. This organization was established over 80 years ago in cooperation with the official Human Alliance, aiming to prevent martial artists from abusing their power and to maintain social harmony. Mr. Wang added, "The power of martial artists is extraordinary, so it's necessary to have an organization to manage them, to prevent chaos. However, the association's control over martial artists is quite lenient. As long as no major mistakes are made, they won't intervene. You just need to register and update your martial arts level periodically." Hearing this, Qin Yi pondered. There are indeed benefits to registering. Once your martial artist profile is updated, you can enjoy various social conveniences, such as tax reductions and discounts on public transportation. It's quite advantageous. Mr. Wang, returning to the front desk, casually remarked. In a world where martial prowess is respected, that's the reality. Qin Yi realized that registering with the Martial Arts Association was necessary, and if done carefully, the risk of exposing his system was minimal. He then asked, "Mr. Wang, I want to learn some combat techniques. Do you know where I can find them?" Although he now possessed great strength and physique, he lacked defensive skills and relied on basic punches without any strategy. To face upcoming challenges, he needed to address this shortcoming. Mr. Wang smiled slightly and pointed out, "The Martial Arts Association has them. Once you register as a martial artist and join, you can log into a website called Martial World with your ID. This site sells everything related to martial arts, including techniques. You can choose whatever suits you best." So that's how it is. The Martial Arts Association even created such a website, clearly intending to promote the development of human martial artists. Qin Yi felt grateful and thanked Mr. Wang. "Thank you for clarifying, sir. I'll take my leave now." His curiosity about the Martial Arts Association grew, and he decided to head to the city to explore. Before Mr. Wang's explanations, Qin Yi only knew of the organization's existence without understanding its specifics. If not for Chun Xian mentioning it briefly, he might not have even heard of the Martial Arts Association. Mr. Wang calmly said, "Go ahead, and once you advance to a martial master, come back to see me." With that, Mr. Wang closed his eyes, saying no more. Feeling a surge of joy, Qin Yi bowed to Mr. Wang and took his leave. Mr. Wang's identity was extremely mysterious, and his strength was unfathomable. Among all the martial artists Qin Yi had encountered, even Liu Yi didn't give off the same invisible pressure as Mr. Wang. This seemingly ordinary elder contained immense power. Qin Yi couldn't help but wonder what level of martial artist Mr. Wang truly was. Lost in thought, Qin Yi's steps didn't falter. Instead of going home, he headed straight to the subway station, planning to leave the eastern suburbs and visit the city. The Yuhang City branch of the Martial Arts Association was located in the city center, though the headquarters was said to be in China's capital, Tianjin. Returning home might risk an ambush by the cult of the other god, but heading to the bustling city should deter any attempts to capture him. Qin Yi scanned the crowded subway, feeling somewhat reassured. Unlike the suburbs, the defense forces in the downtown area of Yuhang were incredibly strong. If Liu Yi dared to cause trouble in the city, he would likely be subdued by official martial artists within a minute. As the subway reached its stop, Qin Yi followed the crowd out of the station. The towering skyscrapers before him made him feel momentarily dazed, but he quickly regained a determined expression and took a deep breath. Once, he was just an insignificant ant in this big city, too humble and small to even stand his ground in the urban area, forced to retreat to the suburbs. But from today onwards, everything would be different. Wasting no time, Qin Yi immediately opened his navigation app and headed towards the Yuhang branch of the Martial Arts Association. The bustling streets were filled with a sea of people and the noise of traffic. About half an hour later, he arrived in the city center and looked up. Amidst the steel and glass buildings, a large martial arts hall constructed of redwood stood out conspicuously. Above the entrance, a gilded plaque hung, inscribed with the words Martial Arts Association in bold, flowing script, hinting at a sword's intent. Indeed, it was a super martial arts organization. Even a single branch appeared extraordinary. Qin Yi couldn't help but nod and stepped into the hall. At first glance, the entrance of the Martial Arts Association seemed unguarded, but it was actually equipped with a selection mechanism, allowing only martial artists to enter. Qin Yi noticed a few ordinary people lingering at the entrance, unable to get in, while he walked in without any hindrance. Was there something mysterious about the plaque? Qin Yi wondered as he surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in the spacious lobby of the Martial Arts Association, with white tiles on the floor and 4 massive pillars in each corner, carved with the mythical beasts Shizuku, Xuanwu, White Tiger, and Azure Dragon, symbolizing grandeur and power. Looking up, he saw a large wooden board, several tens of meters in size, hanging at the front of the hall, engraved with Nemisa 1000 in total. This wooden list was reminiscent of the ancient Imperial Examination honor roll, drawing attention. It was called the Limit List, recording the strongest 1,000 martial artists below the martial master level over the past century. The list was established by the first president of the Martial Arts Association, Su Jinhe, to explore the physical limits of martial artists. Many martial prodigies had spent significant time and effort to appear on this list, choosing not to advance beyond the 9th rank, but to refine their physical bodies to the utmost. Besides this list, there were also limit lists for the martial master, grandmaster, and great grandmaster levels. At some point, a middle-aged man appeared beside Qin Yi, with a mustache, squinted eyes, dressed in white, hands behind his back, resembling a mystical figure from a secluded mountain. He looked at Qin Yi and introduced himself. "My name is Su Ruoxu, and I am the president of the Yuhang branch. Is today your first visit here, young friend?" Staring at the leaderboard with a puzzled expression, Qin Yi realized that he was just a newcomer to martial arts, clearly a novice. There weren't many new martial artists in Yuhang. Most were from established martial arts families or trained in specialized schools, usually registering in groups. Someone like Qin Yi, who came alone, often had an extraordinary background. In China, martial arts are prevalent, with a 12-year compulsory training system already in place. Young people with martial arts talent are usually discovered during this process and go on to join prestigious martial arts schools. For Qin Yi, as a freelancer, to reach the first level of martial arts must mean he had some kind of extraordinary encounter and exceptional talent. Su Ruoxu had been stationed there for many years, accumulating rich experience, especially in identifying prodigies. The last time a freelancer registered was 7 or 8 years ago, and that individual now had a fearsome level of achievement. Therefore, Su personally guided Qin Yi, eager to understand the depth of this young man's potential. "Thank you, senior, for clarifying," Qin Yi said, turning to express his gratitude. Then he asked, puzzled, "What is the purpose of having a leaderboard for lower levels? Is it just to motivate younger martial artists to train harder?" He thought to himself that no matter how strong the physical limit at a lower level, it was hard to surpass higher levels. On the current leaderboard, the first place was held by a man named Yunhua, who set the record 40 years ago. At the 9th level of a martial artist, he punched with a force of 2 tons, which was considered unbeatable. It was known that the theoretical maximum force for a 9th level martial artist was 1.2 tons, so 2 tons was on par with the full strength of a lower-level martial master. Qin Yi pondered the purpose of such pursuits. Was it merely for show? Instead of wasting time chasing the limits of a martial artist's level, wouldn't it be better to break through to a higher level sooner, since both pursuits required almost the same amount of time, with ultimately similar results? Su Ruoxu looked at Qin Yi with some surprise. Young people often got caught up in the heat of the moment and liked to show off, so Qin Yi's indifference to such vanity was rare. Getting on the leaderboard indeed required a lot of time and resources, which could leave one stuck at the martial artist level for a long time. However, Su Ruoxu, with a hint of implication, said, if you are fortunate enough to become a marquis or a king in the future, you will understand why martial artists strive so hard for the limits. Marquis or king? Qin Yi was shocked. It was rumored that only the top experts in the Shanghai realm could become marquises, and beyond the Shanghai realm was the king realm. These levels were beyond his reach, having only seen a few marquises and kings through a screen online. To think there was a chance to become a marquis or king behind the leaderboard pursuit, Qin Yi silently noted this. He followed Su Ruoxu through the hall to a few training rooms at the back of the martial arts center. Many staff members greeted Su Ruoxu respectfully along the way, indicating his significant status at the Yuhang branch. Through casual conversation with Qin Yi, Su Ruoxu confirmed that the young man was indeed a pure freelancer, without any training from martial arts schools or families. The two stopped in a room filled with specially made wooden dummies. Su Ruoxu looked at Qin Yi with a glint of expectation in his eyes. Go ahead and test yourself. We need to register your basic physical data. These wooden figures are crafted from special timber produced within the secret realm, incredibly resilient and capable of self-repair after taking heavy blows. The instruments embedded inside can accurately measure any force below that of a martial artist. The highest recorded punch force is 600 kilograms, a record set by the first president of the Martial Arts Association, Su Jinhe, which has remained unbroken for 80 years. Su Ruoxu jokingly said to Qin Yi, maybe you have a chance to break it. Although this record is well known among martial artists, it has never made it to the ultimate list, as it is still considered within the realm of martial artists and cannot surpass the limits of a 9th-level martial artist. Qin Yi nodded in agreement and casually selected the nearest wooden stake, ready to test himself. After consuming a spiritual fruit that increased his energy by 10 calories, he had reached the first level of a martial artist but had yet to test his limits. This was the perfect opportunity. In the strength testing room, besides Qin Yi and Su Ruoxu, there were a few other martial artists who had just completed their tests, approximately at the 3rd level. A punch that left a deep imprint on the wooden figure, which took a while to recover, measured at 450 kilograms, an impressive result above the standard 400 kilograms for a 3rd-level martial artist. After finishing their tests, the other martial artists didn't leave immediately, but watched Qin Yi with interest to see his results. Being personally brought in by President Su for testing, Qin Yi was expected to be extraordinary. The group stepped aside and waited quietly. Qin Yi didn't keep them waiting long. Standing before the wooden figure, he calmed his breathing, summoned his energy, and with the roar of his blood, focused his strength into his right hand, striking the wooden figure with great force. Whoosh! The speed of the punch was beyond anyone's expectations. Qin Yi's right hand turned into a blur, and before anyone could fully register it, a deafening crash was heard. Boom! The immense power unleashed on the wooden figure created a shockwave, pushing several nearby figures a few meters away. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, their eyes then fixed on Qin Yi, who casually withdrew his right hand, shook his fist, and smiled. Not a bad result, right? Not a bad result. The onlookers' eyes shifted to the screen displaying the force, and they were all stunned. The martial artist who had previously recorded a 450-kilogram punch was in disbelief, murmuring, how is this possible? This can't be real, can it? Upon closer inspection, the screen showed an astonishing number 601 kilograms. This was a force comparable to a full-strength punch from a 5th-level martial artist, breaking the record held by former President Su Jinhe for 80 years. A 1st-level martial artist, able to rival a 5th level? Su Ruoxu stared intently at Qin Yi, his previously squinted eyes now wide open. Without a second thought, he quickly moved beside Qin Yi and said excitedly, try again, go all out, don't hold back. Hold back? The others present were even more astonished, looking at Qin Yi as if he were a monster. Such an incredible record, and this guy wasn't even giving it his all. The few 3rd-level martial artists felt their confidence in their martial journey heavily shaken. However, Qin Yi simply nodded, his expression unchanged. He recalled when he first developed 5 units of vital energy and became an entry-level martial artist. He could punch with a force of over 300 kilograms. Now, with his vital energy doubled, 600 kilograms of force was nothing to him. He thought to himself, if I can't outshine others even with this advantage, then I'm really useless. The wooden dummy before him was riddled with dozens of cracks, unable to recover in a short time. So, Qin Yi switched to another dummy, took a moment to compose himself, took a deep breath, and after a simple rune-up, unleashed a full-force punch. Boom! The force of this strike was even more terrifying. After the punch, Qin Yi felt his vital energy surging throughout his body, refusing to settle. The wooden dummy bore a fist mark 30 to 40 centimeters deep, with hundreds of cracks radiating from it, making it look like it could shatter completely at any moment. 780 kilograms of force. This punch was nearly equivalent to a full-force strike from a 7th-level martial artist. Yet, the one who delivered it was only a 1st-level martial artist. This young man has the potential to be a king. Su Ruoxu was delighted. In the past century, Yu Hang had produced only one king, and that was when the person barely entered the realm of a true king in old age. Those who can become kings are exceptional, one in a million. He never expected to witness one in person today. As Qin Yi's feat drew attention, more and more martial artists gathered around the strength testing room, nearly blocking the entrance and hallway completely. However, those who hurried to see the spectacle fell silent, their eyes fixed on the numbers on the screen, which left them speechless with shock. Amidst the attention of the crowd, Su Ruoxu laughed heartily, feeling a sense of admiration for talent, and asked Qin Yi, "Young friend, I would like to take you as my disciple. Would you be interested?" Upon hearing this, everyone snapped back to reality, gazing at Qin Yi with envy, wishing they could take his place. Su Ruoxu's level was extremely high. It was rumored that when he first arrived in Yuhang 7 or 8 years ago, he was already at the Grandmaster level. Now, after 7 or 8 years, his strength was unimaginable. More importantly, Su Ruoxu was from the Su family, one of the 10 great families of Tianjing, which led the martial arts union, wielding immense power. If one could establish a connection with the Su family, a steady stream of high-level cultivation resources would surely follow. However, despite this tremendous opportunity, Qin Yi pondered briefly before refusing. "I already have a master and cannot take another." He politely declined, shocking everyone present. Within Yuhang, what master could compare to Su Ruoxu? Even the chief executive of Yuhang couldn't measure up. Outsiders were puzzled, silently cursing Qin Yi for being too young and blind to the strength of the Su family. Su Ruoxu was also perplexed, as it was the first time someone had refused him. Qin Yi didn't seem to have undergone systematic martial arts training and lacked common knowledge, so how could he have a teacher? Confused, he asked Qin Yi about his teacher's name. To his surprise, Qin Yi simply smiled and uttered 4 puzzling words. "Dongjiao Supermarket." "Dongjiao Supermarket?" When Mr. Su asked for your master's name, you replied with the name of a supermarket. What could this possibly mean? Everyone else was baffled, but Su Ruoxu understood the deeper meaning and nodded repeatedly, saying, "So that's it. If you are under that master's tutelage, then I was indeed presumptuous." As expected, Master Wang was highly esteemed, and even someone like Su Ruoxu held him in great reverence, knowing he lived in seclusion in Yuhang. After learning of this connection, Su Ruoxu admired Qin even more. As they walked to the next testing room, he said, "If you ever encounter difficulties in the future, you can come to me." Qin Yi sincerely thanked him, becoming even more curious about this mysterious teacher. However, he refrained from directly questioning Su Ruoxu, as he had claimed to be Wang's disciple, but Wang himself hadn't officially accepted him, considering him at most a nominal disciple. The two continued with the standard tests. Besides strength, Qin Yi also needed to test his speed, reaction, and physical condition. As for mental-related tests, those were for masters. Without reaching the master level, one couldn't cultivate mental power, so there was no need to test it. Since the strength test had broken Su Jinhao's record, causing a stir, many people followed Qin Yi to see his subsequent test results. In the speed test, Qin Yi sprinted with all his might, reaching a peak speed of 21 meters per second, slightly above the average level of a 5th-level martial artist. As for reaction time, it was comparable to a 5th-level martial artist. Although these results were good, they lacked the wow factor compared to his strength test. Qin Yi discreetly checked his personal stats. His strength attribute had increased to 17 points, but his agility was only at 14 points. However, his physical condition had skyrocketed to 20 points, which was extremely impressive, almost surpassing a 9th-level martial artist. Only the final physical condition test remained. Our physical condition test in Yuhang is quite unique, using multiple gravity levels for assessment, gradually increasing pressure. If you feel you can't withstand it, be sure to speak up early, Su Ruoxu advised, looking at Qin Yi with increasing satisfaction, believing that if this young man didn't fall along the way, he would achieve great things. Why was Yuhang's physical condition test considered special? Qin Yi was puzzled. Su Ruoxu patiently explained. Other areas use the tempering method to test physical condition, but Yuhang is close to the Xiantian secret realm, where a special kind of gravity stone is found. These stones enhance gravity and make excellent testing tools, far superior to the tempering method. So that's it, Qin Yi thought, having heard the name of the Xiantian secret realm several times. Perhaps after completing his registration, He could prepare to explore the secret realm. With this in mind, he entered the isolated gravity testing chamber under the gaze of the crowd. The martial artists watching Qin Yi through the glass were not as expectant as before. They believed his unique talent lay in strength, with other areas being at the level of an average prodigy. Although he far exceeded 99 of ordinary martial artists, they had seen geniuses capable of matching a fifth-level martial artist while only at the first level, so they weren't overly surprised. They might not have eaten pork, but they had seen pigs run. As the gravity test was about to begin, one person in the crowd seemed utterly distraught, as if his confidence had been shattered. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Qin Yi. His name was Chen Chun, from the Yuhang Dongjiao police station, and he had been secretly assigned by Xiao Shi to protect Qin Yi. Chen Chun had reviewed Qin Yi's detailed file and had followed him, witnessing his completion of the 3 tests. He was now in shock at Qin Yi's extraordinary performance. Others might not know, but he did. Just that morning, over 4 hours ago, Qin Yi had been a novice martial artist with only 6 cards of blood energy at the police station. In 4 hours, Qin Yi not only became a first-level martial artist, but also displayed such incredible combat power, which was simply unimaginable. Who exactly was this prodigy? Could he really be, as his file stated, an orphan with no martial arts talent and no support? Chen Chen couldn't comprehend. Yet what unfolded next in the gravity testing room nearly left him speechless. As Qin Yi stepped into the gravity testing room, the onlookers outside started buzzing with excitement. How much gravity do you think he can withstand? Someone asked. His strength is impressive, comparable to a 7th-level martial artist, but in other aspects, he's basically at the 5th level. So, I guess his physique is similar 50 times gravity at most. Let's hope for a surprise. Another person replied with a hint of anticipation. A surprise? If one attribute reaches the peerless genius level, that's already impressive. Don't expect 2 attributes at that level. Only prodigies from Tianjing might achieve that. Martial arts had been prevalent in Huaxia for a century, and young martial artists' potential had gradually been categorized. For instance, if a first-level martial artist could match a third-level one in any attribute, they were considered a genius. If they could match a 5th level, they were a super genius. Someone like Qin Yi, who could rival a 7th-level martial artist, was deemed a peerless genius. Of course, even within the same level, geniuses varied in skill, with more attributes surpassing the limits of their realm indicating greater potential. As the crowd continued to chatter, the gravity test commenced. A faint ripple emanated from the room, and the pale blue crystals embedded in the ceiling burst into a blinding white light, altering the gravitational laws in a small area. Qin Yi sat cross-legged directly beneath the gravity crystal, expressionless, seemingly unaffected. He looked up, scrutinizing the crystal's appearance, mentally noting its details. He had heard that each kilogram of these gravity crystals cost 10 million, and the one in the room weighed 5 tons, yet was only the size of a basketball. He thought to himself, I'll remember what it looks like. Maybe when I enter the Xiantian secret realm, I can strike it rich by mining. Inside, gravity surged wildly. Soon, the screen displayed that the core area's gravity had reached 10 times that of Blue Star. Under 10 times gravity, an ordinary person before the revival of spiritual energy would pass out within seconds, and even trained astronauts would experience dizziness, blurred vision, and internal bleeding, unable to withstand it for a minute. However, for martial artists after the revival, such gravity was nothing. Even a first-level martial artist could easily endure it. The gravity continued to increase 15 times, 20 times, 25 times. When the gravity reached 30 times, Qin Yi's black hair was pressed flat against his scalp, and his clothes were gradually torn apart by the force, revealing his muscular physique. Luckily, his pants remained intact. Qin Yi wasn't worried about embarrassment. He was more concerned that losing his pants might make the male martial artists feel inadequate. 30 times gravity was the average for a third-level martial artist's physique, but for Qin Yi, it posed no challenge. He even allowed his mind to wander. The gravity testing room could create extreme gravitational environments, and if gravity could increase indefinitely, it would be a chance for Qin Yi to evolve. He secretly hoped. Give me some pressure, don't disappoint me. 40 times, 50 times, 60 times. The gravity crystal above emitted a mysterious aura, seemingly touching upon the rules of the universe, continuously pressing down on Qin Yi. Yet, even under 60 times gravity, Qin Yi remained resilient, sitting upright and composed. This has already reached the realm of a 6th-level martial artist. Typically, a 5th-level martial artist would immediately collapse under 60 times gravity, unable to lift their head. Is Qin Yi once again breaking limits, aiming for the level of a 7th-level martial artist? The expressions of the martial artists outside the glass room changed once more. It's been a century since Yuhang has seen someone with dual attributes comparable to a 7th-level prodigy. Are we about to witness history in the making? This young man was almost unknown before today, but after this, he might cause a stir in Yuhang and become an indelible part of history. 70 times gravity. A fourth-level martial artist stared intently at the large screen, exclaiming in shock when the numbers jumped to 70. If he can hold on for 10 seconds, it means he has withstood 70 times gravity. To withstand 70 times gravity with just a first-level body, he is definitely a prodigy with the potential to be king. Another young man from a noble family was also shocked. He held a high position and was knowledgeable, having seen many prodigies in Tianjing, but had never encountered someone of Qin Yi's caliber, only heard of them. The prodigies of Tianjing were not within his reach. Even the usually composed Su Ruoxu felt a bit nervous. He wasn't worried about whether Qin Yi could withstand 70 times gravity, but was concerned that Qin Yi might continue to resist even higher gravity, risking hidden injuries and damaging his future prospects. Know when to stop, don't push too hard, Su Ruoxu advised Qin Yi. Qin Yi, however, smiled nonchalantly. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. There was no trace of pressure on him. 70 times gravity was effortless for him, and when the gravity level surpassed 80 times, the spectators' voices began to tremble. Is he still human? Even fierce beasts known for their physical strength would struggle under 80 times gravity at the same level, right? They previously speculated whether Qin Yi could withstand 70 times gravity, but he easily breached 80 and was now heading toward 90 times gravity. What does 90 times gravity mean? Assuming a person weighs 70 kilograms, 90 times gravity is like carrying a 6-ton mountain. That's 6 tons, capable of crushing even an 8th-level martial artist instantly. Only a 9th-level martial artist could barely resist. Is Qin Yi's body truly this formidable? And to think, he's just a first-level martial artist. Yet, in this extreme gravity environment, Qin Yi's face showed excitement. With difficulty, he moved his right hand, took out a crushed chocolate bar from his pocket, tore open the wrapper, and ate it in one bite. The crowd watched Qin Yi in disbelief, thinking, under 90 times gravity, he still has the energy to eat? Even a respected 8th-level martial artist was astonished by Qin Yi. He had tested his physique many times, with a maximum record of 89 times gravity. 90 times gravity was a realm he dared not attempt before breaking through, as it posed a life-threatening risk. Seeing Qin Yi, a first-level martial artist, easily challenge 90 times, he felt his years of cultivation were in vain. I underestimated him. My perspective was too narrow. I reckon. Even 100 times gravity won't stop him. 100 times gravity. That's at the level of a martial master. Watching Qin Yi in the gravity chamber, looking rejuvenated after eating the chocolate bar, left everyone feeling parched. You're defying the heavens, aren't you? As long as there's enough energy supply and an extremely harsh environment, Qin Yi can initiate cellular adaptive evolution. After consuming a chocolate bar, the gravity chamber finally reached 100 times normal gravity. In this environment, even the space around him began to tremble slightly, and the gravity crystal above buzzed, sending out ripples. Qin Yi felt as if he were carrying several mountains. Even his physique with a strength of 20 points couldn't withstand it. His straight back involuntarily bent downwards. His whole body hunched over, as if an immense pressure bore down on him. Millions of cells were continuously crushed, bones fractured, organs shattered, and every pore on his body crazily oozed blood. This pressure was even more terrifying than being hit with full force by Lu Yi. Soon, Qin Yi was bathed in blood, turning into a scarlet figure, a terrifying sight. Was he still holding on? 10 seconds had already passed, and it seemed unnecessary. Could he be aiming to challenge 110 times gravity? He must be mad. This lunatic, he's too crazy. He's probably already in shock and can't even call for help. The martial artists were all shocked by Qin Yi's decision. Enduring 100 times gravity was already an unprecedented miracle, yet the young man before them obviously hadn't given up. Did he want to set a record that could never be broken? Most martial arts prodigies have a determined spirit, otherwise, they wouldn't get far in martial arts. But someone as reckless as Qin Yi was rare. Su Ruoxu was the first to lose his composure. He reached out his hand, intending to forcibly shut off the gravity enhancement and bring Qin Yi out. However, just as his hand stretched out, a low growl from the gravity chamber interrupted him. No need, Mr. Su. I can still hold on. Don't turn it off. The voice came from the blood-soaked figure that seemed like a corpse, his tone slightly anxious, clearly not wanting Su Ruoxu to turn off the gravity enhancement. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions completely faltered. In their minds, Qin Yi had become a complete martial arts fanatic. In such a situation, he still wanted to persist? Perhaps he intended to forge a stronger body under the pressure of impending death. An experienced middle-aged martial artist seemed to understand Qin Yi's intention and spoke quietly. Some young martial artists with boundless potential can sometimes withstand crises during life-and-death trials, emerging reborn and stronger. But this rebirth is unstable. No one can guarantee that their body truly holds that kind of resurrection potential. Is Qin Yi's confidence justified, and will he succeed? Silence once again enveloped the gravity chamber and its surroundings as countless eyes fixed on Qin Yi, eager to see the ultimate outcome. The gravity enhancement continued to increase, nearing 110 times. Qin Yi's shattered bones and cells madly reconstructed themselves with the aid of his body's primary recovery capabilities, birthing a mysterious vitality amid hundreds of cycles of destruction and rebirth, honing his physique to its limits. The agony of his body's relentless destruction surpassed cancer. Even a level 3 pain tolerance struggled to endure it. Qin Yi shook violently as if in convulsions, gritting his teeth to suppress his cries of pain. His spine, bent by the immense pressure, gradually began to straighten, seemingly adapting bit by bit to the hundredfold gravity environment. Amidst countless astonished gazes, a resolute young man faced the pressure of 110 times normal gravity, gradually straightening his bent body. Finally, he succeeded. Under the nearly 120 times pressure in the gravity chamber, Qin Yi, relying on his martial artist abilities, stood tall and proud, looking down on all the prodigies throughout history. His skin, once covered in dried blood scabs, shed to reveal a new, dazzlingly radiant physique. This new body seemed to contain boundless power and vitality, with each muscle perfectly sized and shaped, exuding strength and beauty to the extreme. Ding! Your cells have adapted to the hundredfold pressure, evolving the passive skill Iron Skin and Steel Bones LV2. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Your meridians have been fully enhanced, evolving the passive skill Unyielding Will LV2. The passive skills Unyielding Will and Iron Skin and Steel Bones successfully merged, evolving into the passive skill Reinforced Iron Bones LV2. Ding! Your cells have been reshaped through destruction and rebirth, evolving the passive skill Body Regeneration LV2. Hearing the system's notifications, Qin Yi smiled slightly and effortlessly stood up from the hundredfold gravity chamber, manually turning off the gravity amplifier before walking out. He had easily conquered the 120 times gravity. Such an achievement, even for the prodigies on the martial artist's extreme rankings, was unattainable at his current stage. As Qin Yi emerged victorious from the testing chamber, the crowd outside was silent at first, then erupted into thunderous applause. Man, you're incredible. I truly admire you. You're invincible. If you become a 9-stage martial artist, you'll easily top the extreme rankings. The extreme rankings are a comprehensive list based on tests of strength, speed, and physique, created by Su Jinghe, the first president of the Martial Arts Association. It possesses a certain mystique, and as long as tests are conducted in the association's testing chambers, the scores automatically determine eligibility for the list. Currently, the top of the martial artist extreme rankings is Yunhua, with a physique score of 96, equivalent to withstanding 250 times gravity for 10 seconds. However, he achieved this at the 9th stage level. No one doubted that Qin Yi could easily break this record once he reached the 9th stage. Don't take such risks again, Su Ruoxu advised, relieved to see Qin Yi unharmed. Thoughtfully, she produced a jacket from somewhere and handed it to him. As Qin Yi accepted the jacket, he realized he was still bare-chested, felt a warmth in his heart, and quickly thanked her before putting it on. This martial world seemed different from what he imagined. Most martial artists were kind-hearted and wouldn't kill human prodigies out of jealousy. Instead, they offered help. The onlookers who witnessed his miracle showed little envy and instead admired him, with many wanting to recruit him into their factions. Humans appeared to be largely united, possibly due to the oppression from other races and secret realms. Qin Yi pondered this while outwardly maintaining a friendly demeanor, politely declining other martial artists' recruitment offers. For him, 100-fold gravity was nothing. If he truly wanted to break records, he could even attempt 1,000-fold gravity. The reason was simple. He possessed an anti-pressure divine skill, soft and supple. This skill allowed his body to be like a sponge, maximizing his resistance to pressure, making it ideal for high-pressure environments. After completing all 4 tests, Qin Yi escaped the crowd's attention and followed Su Ruoxu to the backstage of the Martial Arts Association. After personally helping Qin Yi register a series of information, Su Ruoxu handed him a website address, informing him that this was the martial world, where he could buy or sell martial arts resources in the future. Qin Yi accepted it gladly, taking the opportunity to ask Su many questions, such as the current highest level of human martial artists. Upon hearing this question, Su Ruoxu's expression faltered, then she sighed with a bitter smile. Beyond the mountain and sea realm is the king realm, and beyond that is the revered realm. The pinnacle of the revered realm is known as the celestial revered. Each celestial revered is an unparalleled presence capable of suppressing a race's destiny and dominating a realm. Revered. Celestial revered. This was the first time Qin Yi learned about martial realms beyond the king realm, as the widely circulated martial realms online ended at the king realm. However, seeing Su Ruoxu's bitter expression, he had a foreboding feeling. Could it be that our human race has no celestial revered? He asked cautiously. Su Ruoxu shook her head and sighed. Our human race once had a celestial revered. But, decades ago, our celestial revered fell in battle. Qin Yi was taken aback. Died in battle? Although he had never met the Celestial Lord, he had seen powerful figures at the king's level online. Even a king-level existence has an overwhelming presence, let alone a Celestial Lord, who is 1,000 times stronger. Such an immortal giant could also fall, even die in battle? He fell silent, quietly waiting for old Su to continue. Su Roaxu's face showed a complex expression, and he sighed deeply. You only know that 100 years ago, the Cave Heaven secret realm appeared on Blue Star, but you don't know that the myriad races from the starry sky that followed are not benevolent. The Phoenix Clan, Dragon Clan, Kue Beasts, Hounds, Sea Clan. These alien races from the starry sky have a heritage and strength far superior to our human race. They reside in the Cave Heaven secret realm, often sending people into the world as if searching for something. But whether they find it or not, they kill, wantonly slaughtering humans, especially delighting in killing the human race's prodigies until they are satisfied. The human race's strength was too inferior to theirs, and at first, we could only endure humiliation, gritting our teeth and cultivating. But over 80 years ago, a group of supreme human prodigies emerged simultaneously, marking the first brilliant era in human history. They contended with the myriad races, pushing back ancient clan holy sons, and through the trials of blood and flesh, they became kings and claimed supremacy. Among these prodigies was one who reached the end of the path of the Great Way, and he was the human race's first sovereign, the first Celestial, Lord Wan Jie. He rose amidst countless tribulations, incredibly domineering, ultimately becoming the calamity of the myriad races. As Su Ruoxu narrated this, despite the passage of years, he still felt proud, his tone excited. However, thinking of the Celestial Lord's fate, his expression dimmed. On that day, the 4 ancient clans each sent a sovereign, along with 2 Celestial Lords, 6 in total, emerging from the South Sea Cave Heaven with overwhelming momentum, launching a massive invasion. Celestial Lord Wan Jie indifferently faced them, fighting 1 against 6, barehandedly killing 2 sovereigns, severely injuring a Celestial Lord, and forcefully repelling all the ancient clans. But he also shed blood in the South Sea, nearly falling. That day, the heavens and earth mourned, blood rained down, yet the world remained peaceful, unaware of the great battle in the South Sea. Su Ruoxu's old body trembled slightly, unable to suppress his grief. Before Celestial Lord Wan Jie died, he looked back at the world, closed his eyes with a smile, and laughed heartily. He said, this life was enough. Ultimately, with the remnants of his Celestial Lord's body, he transformed into a supreme formation, suppressing the largest cave heaven on Blue Star, the South Sea Cave Heaven. From that day on, alien races above the king's level found it almost impossible to cross the cave heaven and emerge into the world without paying a huge price and damaging their foundational path. How terrifying is the power of a Celestial Lord! Celestial Lord Wan Jie might not have reached the end of his rope, but he knew the alien's murderous intent. Thus, he did not choose to survive in humiliation, but instead used his last life to secure a century of peace for the world. Everywhere green hills bury loyal bones. Why return wrapped in horse leather? Qin Yi, who had traversed to this world for so many days, had never truly felt a sense of belonging, but at this moment, he felt a strong resonance. He believed that as long as one was human, no one would remain indifferent upon learning this. Emotions are universal. Su Ruoxu closed his eyes, recounting this past, seemingly exhausting all his strength. After a long pause, he finally spoke again to Qin Yi. If you ever visit the Southern Sea Cave, take a look at the stone tablet left by the venerable Wan Jie. Qin Yi felt a heavy weight in his heart, wondering what was inscribed on that tablet. There was only one sentence on it, the last words of the venerable Wan Jie. Su Ruoxu suddenly opened his eyes, a boundless pride shining in them, and declared forcefully, anyone from our human race who claims supremacy must suppress the enemy for an entire lifetime. That night, Qin Yi decided to stay overnight at the Martial Arts Association, where masters gathered, so he didn't have to worry about the alien gods making a move against him. In just one day, he had gone through so much. First, he had a fight with Lu Yi, a martial artist from the Alien Gods Association. Then he was taken away for questioning by the police, and later he ate 3 first-grade spiritual fruits at Old Wang's supermarket, successfully advancing to a first-stage warrior. Finally, he arrived in the city, met Su Ruoxu, the president of the Martial Arts Association, completed 4 attribute tests, and even evolved a stronger passive ability. Opening his personal panel, Qin Yi found that everything had changed drastically. Name, Qin Yi. Race, planetary level human. Strength, 20. Constitution, 20. Agility, 25. Spirit, 17. Talent, 10. Adaptive cell evolution skills. Spiritual affinity LV6. Cold resistance LV4. Poison resistance LV3. Steel bones LV2. Physical regeneration LV2. On the surface, his combat evaluation seemed like that of a second-stage warrior, but in reality, he could kill a 7th-stage warrior with one punch. and even stand still while a ninth-stage warrior hit him for 5 minutes. Indeed, after training in the gravity chamber that afternoon, Qin Yi upgraded again, breaking through from a first stage to a second stage warrior, with his vitality increasing to 20 calories and increase of 10 calories. Breaking through 2 stages in one day would definitely shock a group of geniuses. The enhancement of his level 6 spiritual affinity made Qin Yi secretly anticipate the feeling of cultivation. He consumed 3 first-grade spiritual fruits, increasing his spiritual affinity by 3 levels, and his battle with Lu Yi also boosted it by 1 level. It seems that fighting with mid to high stage warriors and enduring their vitality impact can also enhance spiritual affinity, provided you don't get killed. Qin Yi thought that once he became slightly stronger and broke through to a martial master, perhaps he could ask President Su to give him a lesson. He closed his eyes, slowly entered a meditative state, and attempted to guide spiritual energy into his body for cultivation. An hour later, Qin Yi completed 1 cycle of energy circulation, with spiritual energy nourishing his entire body. 10 cycles could refine 1 calorie of vitality, and at this rate, if Qin Yi trained for 10 hours a day, he could become a third-stage warrior in just 10 days. This cultivation speed surpassed 90 of human martial artists, making him a martial arts prodigy. Just a few days ago, he was a martial arts failure who couldn't even sense spiritual energy. However, he still felt it was too slow. Level 10 spiritual affinity might be a threshold, and after reaching level 10, he should spend more time on cultivation. Before reaching level 10, he would focus on cell evolution. 1 physical evolution had already increased Qin Yi's vitality by 10 calories, making the pace of progress evident. After finishing his cultivation, Qin Yi took out his phone from his pocket and logged onto a fascinating website, Martial World. This was a special area accessible only to martial artists, where it was said that if you had money, you could buy anything, including time and life. Martial arts techniques, weapons and equipment, spiritual plants, elixirs. The main page of the Martial World features more than a dozen categories of items to choose from. Qin Yi casually clicked on the martial arts techniques category, and a long list of subcategories appeared at the top of the screen. It included everything from fist techniques, spear techniques, sword techniques, and even extremely rare breathing techniques. He curiously opened the breathing techniques section, and the content left him nearly speechless. Yangyan breathing technique, grade A technique, tested to increase cultivation efficiency 5-fold for those below the Grandmaster level and 2-fold for those above, with no side effects. It was priced at a staggering 250 million yuan, yet it came with a 5 yuan discount coupon. And a grade breathing technique costing 2.5 billion yuan. This amount of money is something an ordinary person couldn't earn in 1,000 years without eating or drinking. A 5 yuan coupon. Qin Yi shook his head helplessly, thinking he didn't need that 5 yuan, and decided to check the price of the cheapest breathing technique. He sorted the prices from low to high and quickly found grade breathing technique. Jumiao breathing technique, grade D technique, tested to double cultivation efficiency for those below the martial master level, ineffective for mid-level martial masters and above. Priced at 15 million yuan. Well, it seemed even the most basic breathing technique was out of Qin Yi's reach. His savings of over 700,000 yuan, earned through selling organs, seemed so insignificant, barely causing a ripple in the martial world. Practicing martial arts was truly a money-burning pursuit, and even 1 billion wasn't enough. Qin Yi mused as he casually exited the breathing technique section and entered the weapons and equipment section. In the martial world's weapons and equipment, grades are similarly divided into S, A, B, C, D, and E, with the grade weapons matching the warrior level, grade matching the martial master, and so on. Of course, the strength of weapons within the same grade is finally divided by the number following the letter, such as a D1 grade weapon being stronger than a D2 grade, with D9 grade being the weakest. Don't be fooled by the seemingly weak grade and grade weapons. In reality, a D9 grade weapon costs at least 1 million to acquire. As for grade weapons, although much cheaper, they still start at tens of thousands. After browsing through the weapons and equipment category, Qin Yi silently made up his mind not to buy any weapons or equipment. It wasn't that he couldn't afford them, but rather that going without equipment offered better value. With his divine skill of cellular adaptive evolution, he could completely transform his own body into an invincible weapon, without needing to rely on equipment. In other words, using equipment might actually slow down the evolution of his body. Exiting the weapons and equipment section, Qin Yi briefly browsed the entire martial world, feeling a sense of awe as if a country bumpkin had just arrived in a big city, overwhelmed by the sights before him. In the spiritual plants section, the prices of first-grade spiritual fruits were outrageously high. The 3 first-grade spiritual fruits that Li Wufeng had lost to him were worth at least 1 billion in the martial world. Qin Yi hadn't realized that his small bites had consumed 3 small fortunes. As for higher-grade second and third-grade spiritual fruits, they were priceless treasures, only available for purchase with contributions. The Martial Arts Union and the Human Alliance have a contribution system for martial artists under their jurisdiction. Martial artists can earn contributions by completing official tasks, clearing secret realms, eliminating alien races, or selling the corpses of fierce beasts. Indeed, in the martial world, there are a variety of tasks available, ranging from official missions to private bounties. The rewards for completing these tasks typically include money and contribution points, and occasionally weapons, equipment, and spiritual plants. Notably, in the spiritual plant section, the most expensive items are not high-grade spiritual fruits, but rather some plantable living spiritual roots. These roots are preserved through special methods and can be revitalized to bloom and bear fruit when planted in a suitable environment. Even a first-grade spiritual root is invaluable and cannot be measured in monetary terms. It must be purchased with contribution points because it symbolizes a continuous supply of spiritual fruits. Qin Yi understood that the items in the spiritual plant section were almost out of reach for him. Although he might afford some non-graded spiritual fruits, they would no longer benefit his current situation. Reflecting on when he consumed non-graded purple and snow fruits, they had an effect because he was still an ordinary person with low resistance to spiritual fruits. Now, as a second-stage martial artist, even consuming 1,000 non-graded spiritual fruits in a day would not affect him, nor would it lead to any evolution. Despite the high-priced items in front of him, Qin Yi's confidence wasn't shaken. He knew that one day he would be able to afford these precious items. In the fierce beast and alien species section of the martial world, one could not only purchase valuable materials from these creatures, but also sell them. If a martial artist acquired the corpse of a fierce beast or alien species in a secret realm and didn't know what to do with it, they could sell it to the local martial arts union or government office in exchange for money and contribution points. A complete first-grade fierce beast could fetch over $1 million, and the price for an alien of the same grade would be double. If he mastered the basic methods of handling beast corpses, the price could be even higher. Qin Yi's eyes shone with understanding, finally realizing how martial artists make money. Those who picked ordinary spiritual fruits on the outskirts of secret realms to sell at supermarkets were merely dabbling and wouldn't earn much. The real path to wealth was in hunting fierce beasts and alien species, delving into the core areas of secret realms to collect high-grade spiritual fruits and uncovering superior spiritual roots. He silently memorized the characteristics of these precious beasts and the types of alien species, vowing to seize any opportunity that came his way. Then, Qin Yi opened the martial arts category again, intending to choose a suitable, affordable martial art. Since he didn't need weapons, a fist technique was the most fitting choice. He had always advocated for the aesthetic of raw, physical combat, where each punch lands with force. So, he sorted the martial arts by price from low to high, and soon, a particular martial art caught his attention, making his eyes light up. And a grade fist technique for only 100,000 yuan? It was a steal. Could it be that the seller mistakenly set the price too low, giving him a lucky break? A grade fist techniques are meant for the Shanghai realm, meaning that once learned, they would suffice at least until the king ceiling stage. Qin Yi quickly clicked on the detailed description of this martial art, and as he read through the lines, he gradually understood why this grade fist technique was so cheap. It wasn't a pricing error. The technique was genuinely worth this price, as no one would buy it for more. The technique was called 7 Wounds Madness Fist, classified as a grade, created by the Mad King. The description mentioned that this martial art focused on the path of extreme offense, with no intention of defense or retreat, divided into 7 levels. Upon reaching the 5th level, one could comprehend the true king's intent. However, it was crucial to note that since this technique was created by the Mad King, comprehending the Mad King's path after the 5th level might affect the practitioner's mental state, leading to madness and being beyond rescue. Additionally, while its destructive power rivals that of an grade fist technique, practicing and using it would cause self-harm, resulting in unavoidable internal injuries. If no solution could be found, it was best not to learn it. Once purchased, no refunds would be accepted, and all risks of practicing this technique would be borne by the martial artists themselves. The price was set at 100,000 yuan. This is a highly dangerous martial art with significant side effects, known for the saying, injure 1,000 enemies, but harm yourself by 800. Typically, A-level techniques are priced at a minimum of 10,000 contribution points, but if a technique has side effects, its price becomes difficult to determine. Qin Yi estimated that the side effects of the 7 Wounds Mad Fist must be substantial. Otherwise, it wouldn't be sold at such a low price of merely 10,000 yuan. However, what other martial artists see as unacceptable side effects, Qin Yi views as valuable opportunities. Practicing this technique might be harmful to the body? Sorry, Qin Yi is not interested in techniques that don't take a toll on the body. Previously unaffordable treasures are now available at a bargain price, so why hesitate? He promptly paid the 10,000 yuan and officially acquired the 7 Wounds Mad Fist. On the martial arts website, purchasing techniques requires facial recognition and signing a contract promising not to disclose them. Qin Yi skimmed through the contract and found that this seemingly ordinary electronic contract contained a certain essence of Tao, which would evoke a sense of awareness once signed, and any breach would result in consequences. This simple contract exudes the profound heritage of humanity and is quite extraordinary. In the martial artist's worldview, the essence of Tao is considered to be two separate entities. It is said that when martial artists reach the Grandmaster realm, their minds open, revealing their consciousness, allowing them to begin perceiving intent. The true strength of a Grandmaster often depends on whether they have grasped intent, such as sword intent or blade intent. This intent is a vague perception of the Tao by martial artists, which deepens after reaching the Mountain Sea realm and King Ceiling realm, eventually manifesting as Tao intent. This process is called enlightenment. According to Su Ruoxu, the birth of every true king signifies that a path of Tao has reached its end. The author of this contract is unknown, but they are at least a true king. Qin Yi couldn't help but marvel. He had been wondering, weren't they afraid of buyers reselling the techniques after purchase? It seems the founders of the martial arts world had already considered this. Once the contract was signed, a file appeared on Qin Yi's phone, containing the full text and detailed explanation of the 7 wounds mad fist. The seller even kindly included a set of instructional videos for Qin Yi to follow. Eagerly, he opened the technique's text and read through it, his eyes shining with excitement and joy. This technique is perfect for him. The 7 wounds mad fist is all about reckless abandon, focusing solely on offense with no mention of defense. The technique is divided into 7 levels, corresponding to the martial artist's progression from entry level to the King Ceiling realm. Although the 7th level, symbolizing the King Ceiling realm, is not fully developed, resulting in significant flaws and side effects. Before reaching the 5th level, practicing this technique will cause a murderous aura to invade the body, damaging the meridians and organs, leaving incurable ailments. After the 5th level, a frenzy of Tao intent will flood the consciousness, washing over the soul, with the slightest mistake leading to complete madness. Haha, perfect. Before the 5th level, use the murderous aura to temper the body. After the 5th level, use the Tao intent to refine the sulets. Simply perfect. After reading about the side effects, Qin Yi couldn't stop grinning. An 11 technique for just 10,000 yuan, which also solves several of his problems, is truly exhilarating. Without further ado, he opened the first instructional video. In the video, a middle-aged man with a head full of white hair stands in an empty backyard, dressed in a black, tight-fitting outfit. His thick hair and beard obscure his features, giving him a disheveled appearance, as if he hasn't groomed himself in 7 or 8 years. He stands expressionless for a moment, then suddenly breaks into a sly grin and throws a punch into the air. Although the punch hits nothing but air, it causes a small ripple in the surroundings, making the branches of 2 large trees in the yard sway and drop a shower of leaves. Qin Yi is taken aback. Could this man be the Mad King who created the 7 wounds mad fist? He doesn't dare to blink, watching the video intently. As the middle-aged man gets more into his routine, his movements become increasingly frenzied, and Qin Yi watches, entranced, his body unconsciously moving in sync. The mad fist seems chaotic, but each punch is a lethal strike aimed directly at an opponent's vital points. After a night of practice, Qin Yi manages to follow along with the first level of the fist technique, gaining significant insights. He begins to feel a surge of aggressive energy within him. This aggressive energy is a secret weapon for defeating enemies. The 7 wounds mad fist is able to match level techniques despite being rated a level, because practitioners must use their own bodies to nurture this aggressive energy. This energy is overwhelmingly powerful, distinguishing neither friend nor foe. Nurturing it requires either an invincible body or the supplementation of elixirs and spiritual fruits, akin to losing health while simultaneously healing. However, Qin Yi doesn't find this troublesome. He plans to endure it. If he can't, he'll evolve. As long as he's not killed instantly, he'll never be at a loss. Currently, the aggressive energy within him is still too little, and the damage to his body is slower than his recovery, so there's no evolution effect yet. With prolonged practice in the future, the effects will become more apparent. He feels the cool energy within his meridians and nods silently. Now, with his level 2 body recovery and iron-like physique, which rivals that of a martial artist, the first level of the 7 wounds mad fist barely harms him. Suddenly, he clenches his fist and throws a punch into the air. His right arm turns into a blur, striking the air and creating a wave of energy. The power, originally at 800 kilograms, surpasses a ton with the enhancement of the A-level technique. Moreover, this punch carries the aggressive energy. If an enemy tries to withstand it physically, the energy will invade, damaging their heart meridians and hindering recovery. Once he becomes a martial artist, he will be able to emit his vital energy, combining it with the aggressive energy in a single punch, maximizing negative effects. A peer-level martial artist taking a punch would lose most of their life force. Qin Yi retracts his right fist and glances out the window. It's already noon of the next day. After a night of practicing the technique, he's hungry. It's time to bid farewell to Chairman Su, have a hearty meal, and then enter the Xiantian secret realm. With his newfound attack skills, Qin Yi may appear to be a mere second-level martial artist, but his true strength is comparable to that of a martial artist, capable of sweeping through the outer regions of the Xiantian secret realm. After all this anticipation, he can finally see the secret realm for himself. He opens the door to his room, takes a deep breath, and steps out. Chairman Su has been kind to him, letting him stay the night, so it's only right to say goodbye. As Qin Yi heads to Chairman Su's office, he occasionally throws punches into the air, almost as if in a trance. Passers-by, seeing him, assume he's mentally unstable and give him disdainful looks, keeping their distance. Only Qin Shun, who secretly follows Qin Yi, sees the depth in those punches and is greatly astonished. He senses that if those seemingly random punches landed on him, they'd likely kill him instantly. This technique is extraordinary, at least clever. How did Qin Yi learn such an advanced technique overnight? Chen Chen's expression changes, increasingly convinced that Director Xiao Shi's decision to assign him to protect Qin Yi is laughable. This young man could kill him with a single punch. Why would he need protection? The Martial Arts Association, President's Office. Su Ruoxu sat comfortably in his chair, holding a newspaper, occasionally sipping hot tea, appearing quite at ease. While the younger generation preferred reading news on their phones, Su Ruoxu considered himself a relic of the past, unable to adapt to mobile technology, and continued to enjoy reading printed newspapers. Creaked suddenly, the office door opened. Without looking up, Su Ruoxu knew it was Qin Yi. He put down the newspaper, smiled, and looked closely at the young man before him, nodding slightly. It seems you've made some progress in the martial world and are ready to leave. Yes, thanks to your guidance. I'm planning to visit the Xiantian secret realm next, Qin Yi replied candidly about his plans. The Xiantian secret realm? Su Ruoxu frowned slightly, as if recalling something. With your current strength, training in a level secret realm is just right. However, he pointed to the newspaper on the desk. There's been some unusual activity in the Xiantian secret realm these past weeks, with large-scale beast tides. It's quite unstable. If you must go, be sure not to venture too deep. Beast tides. Qin Yi understood that the environment in the secret realm was vastly different from the real world, with more abundant spiritual energy and frequent manifestations of natural principles, making it a sacred place for cultivation. Legend had it that an ordinary puppy placed in the secret realm could grow into a fierce beast if it survived to adulthood. Although the threat of the beast tides was substantial, he believed it wasn't too much of a problem. To quickly enhance his abilities, he needed to venture into dangerous places. As his physique improved, many activities in the real world no longer affected him. He imagined free falling, estimating it would take a jump from a 30-story building to be effective, but such tall buildings were rare in Yuhang City. Even if he found one, negotiating with the building's owner to jump off could be troublesome, attracting unnecessary attention from ordinary people. After much thought, entering the secret realm for training was the most convenient option. Regardless of the current situation in the Xiantian secret realm, he was determined to explore it. The threat of the alien god society constantly reminded him of the need to become stronger as quickly as possible. President Su and Elder Wang had already provided him with considerable help, but Qin Yi knew that the future path was one he had to walk on his own. Seeing Qin Yi's resolute expression, Su Ruoxu understood his determination and said no more. He opened a drawer under his desk and took out a black leather pouch. The pouch, about the size of a palm, seemed to be made from the hide of some fierce beast, with intricate silver patterns etched on its surface, faintly emitting spatial fluctuations. This is a spatial storage pouch, Su Ruoxu explained as he handed the pouch to Qin Yi. Since you're determined to enter the secret realm, you should be prepared to store what you gain. I happen to have an extra one, so I'll give it to you. Receiving the spatial storage pouch, Qin Yi felt a warmth in his heart, silently remembering President Su's kindness. The pouch was easy to use. Simply open the mouth, aim it at the item to be stored, cover it for 3 seconds, and it would be stored. However, retrieving items precisely from it could be a bit challenging. Only when a martial artist reaches the Grandmaster level and unlocks their mind can they use their mental power to control a storage bag. With a single thought, they can store or retrieve anything with ease, making it incredibly convenient. Qin Yi recalled that these spatial storage bags were not cheap, with even the most basic ones costing hundreds of thousands. They are made from the hide of a fierce beast called the Void Beast, combined with space runes engraved by professional rune masters. This great storage bag has a space of 1,000 cubic meters, enough to be used until the mountain and sea realm. Su Ruoxu glanced at the black leather bag in Qin Yi's hand, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. This bag had been with him for over 20 years, from when he became a martial artist to when he made a name for himself, and finally retired to Yuhang. It carried too many stories. However, he was old now and could no longer fight. 1,000 cubic meters? It's too valuable. I can't accept it, Qin Yi thought. realizing that the value of great equipment was beyond monetary measure and he couldn't accept such generosity. Seeing Qin Yi hesitate to accept the gift, Su Ruoxu waved his hand, a hint of weariness in his demeanor. Weapons and equipment are only meaningful if they can be used in battle. It's better for this item to have a new life with you than to be buried with me. Su Ruoxu's mind was made up. After a moment of silence, Qin Yi finally placed the great storage bag in his pocket. He looked at the tired old man and earnestly said, I promise you, one day I will personally clear the Taishan's secret realm. Qin Yi had read about Su Ruoxu's past exploits in the martial world yesterday. He knew that 8 years ago, the old man had entered the great Taishan's secret realm with a group of prodigies, but only Su Ruoxu survived. Since then, Su Ruoxu had never appeared on the front lines of the secret realms and had retired to Yuhang, becoming a branch president of the martial arts union. This was the first time Qin Yi had made a promise to someone. Although as a second-level martial artist, his bold claim to clear and Scrade's secret realm seemed particularly laughable, Su Ruoxu's expression suddenly became solemn. He stared at Qin Yi for a long time before bursting into loud, unrestrained laughter, as if he had become decades younger. Good, very good. I will be waiting for you. By the time Qin Yi left the martial arts union, it was already 2 in the afternoon. The entrance to the Xiantian secret realm was located in the northern suburbs of Yuhang and was controlled by the Secret Realm Bureau under the Yuhang government. Any martial artist wanting to enter had to register in advance. Of course, there was no admission fee. It was rumored that there were also hidden entrances within the secret realm, controlled by certain organizations for smuggling, but Qin Yi wasn't aware of the specifics. As he boarded the crowded subway, Qin Yi had a vague feeling that someone was watching him. Ever since his mental power increased to 10 points, he had become more sensitive to such covert surveillance. Scanning the area discreetly, Qin Yi soon spotted a man in a brown trench coat. This man appeared upright, but his gaze occasionally and seemingly unintentionally fell on Qin Yi. I think I saw him at the martial arts union. Qin Yi had a suspicion. Is he tailing me? He didn't sense any killing intent, so either the person was hiding it well, or perhaps he wasn't from the heretical god society. His eyes shifted slightly. Since he had already noticed the person's presence, it would be best to confront him while the area was crowded. He began moving through the throng of passengers, gradually approaching the man in the trench coat. On the other side, Chun also noticed Qin Yi's movement and thought to himself, is he planning to get off? Chun was near the train door, leading him to this assumption. He believed he was tailing Qin Yi discreetly and never imagined Qin Yi had seen through him. As they approached the next stop, Chun pondered what Qin Yi might do, but he was completely caught off guard when Qin Yi walked right up to him, eyes slightly narrowed, and asked from above, Brother, is there something you need from me since you're following me? Facing Qin Yi, who stood firmly in front of him, Chun was momentarily overwhelmed by his imposing presence, feeling a sense of disbelief at being intimidated by a second-level martial artist. As the deputy head of the Yuhang East Suburb Police Station and a low-level martial artist himself, it seemed reasonable to be awed by such a prodigious figure. Qin Yi's martial prowess left a lasting impression on him, and although the young man in front of him appeared friendly while inquiring about the situation, he exuded an intense pressure, making Chun feel as though he was being interrogated. Chun straightened his back and calmed his nerves, briefly explaining why he had been following Qin Yi. As soon as he finished speaking, the pressure from the young man suddenly eased, and Qin Yi smiled broadly, saying, Oh, so you're an officer. Well, that clears up the misunderstanding. I'm here to prevent the Yixin Society from retaliating against you. Chun secretly breathed a sigh of relief, acknowledging that Qin Yi's strength was indeed superior, and the oppressive feeling was suffocating. Thank you, but I'm planning to enter the Xiantian secret realm next. Are you going to follow me in? The dangerous aura around Qin Yi dissipated, replaced by a warm smile. Chun raised an eyebrow, pondered for a moment, and shook his head, saying, I won't be going in with you. Knowing his own limitations compared to Qin Yi, he naturally didn't want to take any risks and found an excuse to step aside. He took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Qin Yi, offering standard advice before hastily leaving as the subway arrived at the station. Watching Chun's hurried departure, Qin Yi pondered, shaking the business card in his hand. It seemed that the Yuhang police had been keeping an eye on the Yixin Society, but lacked the opportunity to act. Once he returned from the secret realm, Qin Yi thought he might reach out to them and collaborate, not necessarily to dismantle the Yixin Society completely, but at least to catch some of the big players. Qin Yi tucked the business card away, a thought crossing his mind. In the web novels he read in his past life, most protagonists fought alone, never considering cooperation with official organizations. To Qin Yi, this seemed foolish. Why struggle alone when victory could be easily achieved through collaboration? The police likely had detailed information about him and had deduced that he had encountered some fortuitous event, yet they hadn't attempted to seize his opportunities, proving that the Yuhang police were a trustworthy official force. Recalling the policewoman who had taken him into custody and the various things he had witnessed at the police station, Qin Yi was mostly sure of this. However, everything would have to wait until after his journey to the secret realm. The subway sped on and soon reached its destination, the northern suburb. The environments of the four suburbs surrounding Yuhang were quite similar. Without pausing, Qin Yi opened his phone's navigation and headed straight for the Secret Realm Management Bureau. Unlike the Martial Arts Union, which was prominently located in the city center, the Secret Realm Management Bureau was in a secluded area. Following the navigation, Qin Yi nearly got lost in the winding alleys. What a lousy navigation system. He turned off his phone and noticed groups of martial artists frequently passing through the alley, so he casually joined a group and followed them. The martial artists appearing here were clearly headed to the secret realm as well. Following them, Qin Yi finally found the Xiantian Secret Realm Management Bureau. Before him were long streets lined with lush trees, and martial artists were everywhere, selling resources they had obtained from the secret realm. At the end of the street was a traditional Chinese building with green tiles and red walls, exuding an ancient elegance, and surrounded by martial artists. These people sure know how to do business. The most basic grade storage bags were being sold here for 600,000, twice the price in the martial world. Qin Yi noticed a martial artist selling storage bags nearby, with a long line of people waiting. It seemed that these buyers, like Qin Yi, were new to the martial arts world, realizing only at the entrance of the secret realm that they needed storage bags and had to spend extra money to buy one on the spot to avoid trouble. Buying from the martial world would take a day or two for delivery. Passing by these various stalls, Qin Yi entered the Secret Realm Management Bureau. Ahead were 12 windows labeled for entry registration. Perhaps due to the recent beast tide in the Xiantian Secret Realm, increasing the danger level, very few people were queuing to enter the secret realm. Only 2 windows had martial artists in line, with just 3 or 4 people each. Curiously, Qin Yi observed the hall of the Management Bureau and gradually focused on a large electronic screen in the center. The screen displayed official secret realm tasks that martial artists could take on to earn rewards. 18 gravity crystals, each over 10 kilograms, were required for one task, which could be accepted at window 3 for a reward of 600 contribution points and 1 billion currency. Another task required 3 primary feathers of a second-tier wind peacock. As he scanned the constantly updating tasks on the screen, Qin Yi's eyes narrowed when he spotted a familiar name. A rescue mission for martial artists 3 days ago, for low-level martial artists, Wang Lu, Wang Xianfan, Chen Xian, and Bai Xianhua, entered the Xiantian secret realm and used a communication talisman to seek help from other martial artists. The reward was 50 million in currency and 100 contribution points. Chen Xian. 3 days ago, Chen Xian had sent Qin Yi a text message, urging him not to give up hope. Since then, Chen Xian hadn't replied to Qin Yi's messages. The timing matched perfectly. This was no coincidence. The rescue task was indeed sent by Chen Xian and his group. Qin Yi frowned. If he guessed correctly, Chen Xian had entered the Xiantian secret realm to save him, hoping to find a spiritual fruit to cure Qin Yi's cancer. But with the outbreak of the beast tide, Chen Xian was trapped in the secret realm, and after 3 days, his chances of survival were slim. No, I have to rescue him. Qin Yi wouldn't play the saint and help strangers, but he wouldn't stand by if those who cared for him were in trouble. He quickly found an empty window to accept the task, and, after registering his information, followed the staff's guidance through 2 detection gates to a vast plaza. In the plaza lay a space rift stretching tens of thousands of meters, deep and dark, like a dragon coiled in midair, a terrifying sight. Above the rift, a blood-stained sword hovered, its blade pointing downwards, releasing a mighty sword aura that suppressed the entire rift, preventing the creatures inside from escaping while allowing human martial artists to enter freely. What level of mastery must one possess to leave such a sword? Qin Yi's heart surged with emotion. He instinctively clenched his fists and stepped into a corner of the space rift. In an instant, the surrounding space rippled and blurred like flowing water, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. The next second, he found himself surrounded by overgrown grass and towering ancient trees, a scene completely different from the real world. Qin Yi stood in a primeval forest, taking a deep breath. The fresh air invigorated him, and he felt a subtle energy blend into his being with each breath, bringing a sense of joy and relaxation. The concentration of spiritual energy in this level secret realm was at least 5 times that of the outside world. No wonder people said that even a dog could live for 10 years and become a fearsome beast if it entered here. After passing through the spatial rift, human warriors would randomly appear in the outer areas of the secret realm. Those less fortunate might find themselves immediately surrounded and attacked by fierce beasts upon landing. Therefore, as soon as Qin Yi landed, he heightened his vigilance, his expression serious as he carefully observed his surroundings. At this moment, he seemed to be in a mountainous region, surrounded by towering ancient trees with thick trunks, requiring 7 or 8 people to encircle even the smallest ones. These giant trees were full of life, their circular crowns like umbrellas blocking the sky, with only a few rays of sunlight piercing through the leaves. The damp, Dark ground was covered with various unknown ferns and weeds, and occasionally, black beetles the size of a human head would scuttle through the underbrush. Qin Yi stood alone in the forest, feeling as though he had stepped into another world, surrounded by unfamiliar scenery. In the secret realm, there was naturally no cell signal. However, the areas outside the core of the Xintian secret realm had already been explored by human warriors, so the Secret Realm Management Bureau provided free maps to warriors before they entered. Qin Yi realized he was approximately on the outskirts, nearing the middle layer of the Xintian secret realm. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a map, gently unfolding it. During this process, he noticed a subtle pressure on his right hand, a peculiar feature of the Xintian secret realm. The center of the secret realm was an expansive gravity crystal mining area, spanning several hundred kilometers. Due to its vast size, the gravity throughout the secret realm was abnormal compared to Blue Star, with even the outermost gravity being twice that of Blue Star. Thanks to his 10-point mental attribute, Qin Yi had an acute awareness of his body, able to detect that the current gravity was approximately 2.7 times normal. He carefully examined the map, swiftly skimming through the outermost area, moving towards the middle layer, and finally pinpointed his location. Unfortunately, his luck was poor. He found himself in a perilous area. According to the map, this was the towering insect forest on Shiyun Peak, known for its premium spiritual woods, but also teeming with a vast number of insects, making it inadvisable for warriors below the 9th rank to enter. Insect forest? Qin Yi frowned slightly, contemplating a casual stroll, only to be shocked to discover several small tears in his pants and his legs covered with yellow-brown soft-bodied insects. These bugs resembled leeches from Blue Star, but were several times larger, the smallest being the size of a palm. They used sucker-like mouthparts to latch onto Qin Yi's legs, grinding away at his skin in an attempt to draw blood. Remarkably, Qin Yi felt nothing during this process. However, these leeches were not even at the first rank and were incapable of penetrating Qin Yi's iron-like skin. After wriggling for a long time, they failed to draw any blood. Useless creatures. Qin Yi purposefully waited a moment, confirming their inability to breach his defenses, then grabbed them, crushed them into a ball, and casually tossed them aside. Qin Yi approached a towering ancient tree, gathered his strength, and unleashed a powerful punch against the trunk. Thud! A dull sound echoed, but despite his full-force punch, the tree didn't budge an inch. Only a shallow fist mark was left on the trunk, which disappeared after a few seconds, returning everything to its original state. Qin Yi recognized the familiar feel. The wood was extremely hard and could self-repair. This must be the material the martial arts union uses for crafting and testing wooden dummies. His eyes lit up as he recalled the name of this spiritual wood, Yunfeng cedar. This type of spiritual wood reaches the first rank when it grows to 100 meters, and it advances one rank for every additional 500 meters. The tree before him was estimated to be over 600 meters tall, a second-rank spiritual wood, requiring a mid-level martial artist with a D1 grade weapon to cut it down. Looking around, Qin Yi noticed that Yunfeng cedars were everywhere, all starting from the first rank. He realized he had been transported to the deepest part of the towering insect forest. Although he couldn't cut down a second-rank spiritual wood, taking some first-rank Yunfeng cedar back was quite hopeful. No, he reminded himself, he was here to rescue Qin Xian, and making money could wait. Qin Yi took out a shiny piece of talisman paper from his pocket. It was a sensing talisman, capable of guiding a martial artist to a specific area. The Path of Runes was another avenue for martial artists. One Qin Yi hadn't explored much, but he knew rune masters were very profitable. Even a first-rank rune could sell for hundreds of thousands. Essentially, formation masters were also rune masters, both professions involved in studying runes and engraving the patterns of the Great Way. Someone in Qin Xian's team probably had considerable wealth, as they not only bought a communication talisman in advance for emergency calls, but also managed to issue a reward task after the mishap. The sensing talisman in Qin Yi's hand was also bought by a wealthy member of Qin Xian's team and could only detect that person's location. Holding the sensing talisman in his palm, a coordinate appeared in his mind. Over 200 kilometers to the northeast, they had already entered the core area of the Xintian secret realm. Without hesitation, Qin Yi confirmed the direction and immediately set off. However, he had barely run 10 meters when a harsh, grating cawing sound erupted beside him. From the bushes, a red armored beetle the size of an adult swallowed a mass of leeches in one gulp, then abruptly turned and charged directly at Qin Yi. The leech meatball Qin Yi had casually thrown had become bait for this big creature. This red beetle had just stepped into the first rank of beasts and was now advancing ferociously, its wings vibrating at a speed far exceeding that of a first or second-rank martial artist. The wild wind from the beetle's charge flattened the surrounding grass, but Qin Yi stared straight at the beetle, undaunted, and instead laughed. Bring it on. With that, he lowered his head like a bull, pushed off with his legs, and charged forward. If it was going to be a collision, then let it be heat-in. In an instant, The two shadows collided with a roaring shockwave. The beetle never expected the human before it to dare to head but its horns. In its dim memory, no humanoid creature had ever dared to do such a thing. Smack! As expected, the beetle was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing hard into a yunfeng cedar. Its long horn snapped, its body burst, and foul green liquid splattered everywhere. Qin Yi stood expressionless, without even a red mark on his forehead. At his current level, a mere early-stage first-rank beast was no match for him. Only a second-rank beast could exert any pressure on him. The body of a first-rank red armored beetle seemed to be decent material for crafting, easily fetching 2 million. Qin Yi strode over, looking at the mangled mass of flesh and armor beneath the tree, feeling a bit regretful. TSK, he should have been more careful. With the body shattered like this, it might only sell for 50,000. Oh well, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. As Qin Yi slowly approached the mass of flesh, intending to take out a storage bag, an unexpected change occurred. A yellow and white mottled wild dog suddenly poked its head out from the thick trunk of the yunfeng cedar, leaped onto the beetle's corpse, and began devouring it voraciously. In just a few seconds, the adult-sized red beetle was eaten clean, even the hardest shell consumed by the dog. Qin Yi, a few meters away, was stunned. Where did this dog come from? Wasn't this the towering insect forest? He was momentarily dumbfounded, then showed a grim expression, gritting his teeth at the wild dog. Looks like dog meat for dinner tonight. Qin Yi's killing intent spread, making the wild dog shiver and attempt to crawl back into the tree hollow on Yunfeng. However, Qin Yi wasn't going to let it escape so easily. He was used to freeloading from others, but never had anyone dared to freeload from him, especially not a dog. Whoosh! Qin Yi took a step forward, instantly covering 5 meters, and caught the wild dog midair. He grabbed it by the scruff of its neck, squinted his eyes slightly, and chuckled. You eat my beetles, I eat you. Fair enough, right? The wild dog, caught by the throat of fate, whimpered pathetically, its previous boldness gone. Seeing that Qin Yi was about to crush it, the dog panicked, and, to Qin Yi's surprise, spoke human words. Brother, don't do this. Give me a chance to live. I just couldn't resist the good food. I really didn't mean to steal from you. Qin Yi's expression darkened. It was one thing for the dog to talk, but to call him brother? Did it think he was a dog too? He glanced at the tree hollow on Yunfeng cedar and noticed it was just the right size for the wild dog to enter and exit. The edges were jagged, as if gnawed by the dog itself. How could this dog bite through an almost third-tier spiritual wood? Qin Yi looked back at the large dog in his hand with a peculiar expression. The dog, seeing Qin Yi's gaze, quickly put on a flattering smile, revealing sharp teeth. Did you gnaw out that hole in the tree? Hey, you got it. Yeah, I did. Pretty impressive, right? The dog perked up, tail wagging rapidly. You're only at the first tier. How could you bite through second-tier spiritual wood? Qin Yi saw through the dog's true level, confirming it was only mid-first tier, equivalent to a human 6th-stage martial artist. I'm just naturally gifted, the dog boasted shamelessly. By the way, you can call me Dogmaster. Spare me this time, and I might just save your life one day. Qin Yi was exasperated by the dog's arrogance and couldn't resist giving it a beating. Ouch, you crazy human. You're only at the 2nd stage. How are you so strong? The dog, bruised and battered, was bewildered by its situation. Not one to take a beating quietly, it fought back, managing to bite Qin Yi several times. The dog's teeth were indeed extraordinary, easily piercing Qin Yi's 2nd-level steel-like skin and leaving rows of bite marks. Your teeth are quite something. I bet I could sell them for a good price. Qin Yi's eyes glinted as he continued to subdue the dog, considering pulling out its teeth. The dog, realizing the dire situation, quickly gave in, lying flat and pleading. Stop, stop. I was wrong. I'm your humble servant now. I can save your life. There's no need to kill me. Save my life. Qin Yi laughed. He wasn't in any danger at the moment. So how could this dog possibly save him? I'm in a hurry. Either you catch a beast of equal value for me, or you sell yourself to me. Choose one. The large dog, seeing Qin Yi had ceased his attack, slowly raised its head and stood up on 2 legs like a human. In a soft voice, it asked, Aren't you curious why a dog like me lives in a tree? Qin Yi shook his head and replied, I've never studied the habits of wild dogs. Wild dogs. The large dog's tone carried a hint of disdain. Have you ever seen a wild dog that can talk? The question seemed to strike a nerve, causing the dog to retort defensively. Well, now you have. With a resigned wave of its paw, the dog explained earnestly. I live in a tree mainly to guard against the insect tide. Insect tide. Qin Yi caught a glimpse of fear in the dog's eyes. The dog continued. In the towering insect forest, there are insects everywhere. Every 2 hours, billions of them emerge from underground, swarming together and sweeping through everything in the forest. It's a sight like a tidal wave, a tsunami. Nothing but this Yunfeng spirit would can withstand the insect tide. The dog recalled, baring its teeth at the memory. Doesn't it seem strange to you that in a forest so rich in spiritual energy, there are no other animals? Qin Yi inquired. The dog responded, as if realizing the issue itself. It does seem that way. In theory, in such a good environment, you should see animals every few steps. But in reality, besides this self-proclaimed dog lord, all Qin Yi saw were insects and trees. How strong is the insect tide? Qin Yi asked with interest, showing no fear. The dog cast a sideways glance at him and barked. The one red-armored beetle you just killed, there are at least 100,000 of those in the insect tide. 100,000 first-tier beetles? Qin Yi found that somewhat exaggerated. Even high-level martial artists would find it hard to survive, wouldn't they? When the gap in levels isn't too big, a sufficient number can cause a qualitative change, making up for the difference in strength. But, with so many insect tide outbreaks, why are there no bodies left on the ground? Qin Yi wondered aloud. Hearing this question, the dog's eyes instantly filled with scorn, as if mocking Qin Yi's intelligence. What a stupid question. I already told you, the insect tide wipes out everything in its path, including the bodies of its own kind. The feeling of being scorned by a dog made Qin Yi hit it again until the dog begged for mercy. I'm your future lifesaver. The next insect tide is only about 10 minutes away, and you won't have time to leave Xian Peak, let alone the Shitian mountain range. The dog, with a look of resentment, gently rubbed its swollen face with its paw. Qin Yi ignored it and simply said, lead the way, up the tree. Shiyun Peak is vast, and even if Qin Yi rushed with all his might, it would take him a day and a night to get out, and that's just to leave Shiyun Peak. According to the dog, the core peaks of the Shitian mountain range seem to all suffer from insect tide disasters. The official map was overly simplistic, and Qin Yi regretted it. What he didn't know was that in all these years, no one had ever entered the Shuani secret realm and ended up in the deepest part of the Shitian mountain range right away. Although this place is on the periphery, its danger rivals that of the core region. Ordinary 9th-level martial artists would at most reach the edge of the Shitian mountain range, kill a few insects, and dig up some spiritual plants, never encountering the insect tide, nor living to see one. Otherwise, the high-level spirit woods on Shiyun Peak would have long been packed up and taken by groups of martial artists, leaving none for Qin Yi. If any knowledgeable martial artist were to discover Qin Yi on Shiyun Peak at this moment, they would be shocked, assuming Qin Yi was doomed. Apart from the true king who calmed the Shuanti with a single sword 60 years ago, no martial artist had explored as deeply as Qin Yi. A man and a dog skillfully climbed the towering Yunfeng fir before them. This type of tree was notoriously difficult to scale due to its texture, but the large dog had clearly made the ascent many times, leaving new marks that Qin Yi could use to climb up. I have to climb the Yunfeng fir 3 times a day, or the claw marks I leave will disappear quickly, and making new ones would be a hassle, the dog boasted, clearly proud that Qin Yi relied on its efforts to ascend the tree. The second-tier Yunfeng fir regenerated quickly, and if the claw marks weren't maintained regularly, they could vanish overnight. The dog had gnawed a hole about 40 meters up. It sounded high, but it was relatively low compared to the tree's over 800-meter trunk. Suddenly, a faint disturbance came from the ground below, as if something was moving through the underbrush. A rumbling vibration followed, shaking the entire massive peak with a tremor that felt like a magnitude 7 earthquake, nearly causing Qin Yi to fall. Maintaining his climbing position, Qin Yi looked down. With eyes enhanced by spiritual energy, sharper than a hawk's, he could clearly see what was happening on the ground, even from over 20 meters away. In his view, various insects emerged from the soil, shaking off dirt and grime, then extending their sensory organs to silently search for their kind. Whether antennae or elongated mouthparts, these organs helped the numerous insects organize into orderly groups. Beetles with beetles, mosquitoes with mosquitoes, resembling the orderly assembly of troops in ancient wars. This wretched place must have a queen insect hidden deep underground, commanding production, likely at least second tier, the dog commented, looking back at the ground with trepidation. Even a first-tier queen can use its offspring to encircle and kill a human grandmaster, not to be underestimated. The existence of such insect tribes was bizarre. They stood alone and, once developed, would destroy everything in sight, becoming the enemy of all races. If the presence of a queen was discovered, it would definitely attract countless powerful beings from different races to exterminate it. Even among queens, they were adversaries. An isolated race? Interesting. Qin Yi pondered, noting why this place had hardly been developed. The grandmasters of humanity were already the pillars of the visible world and rarely ventured into level secret realms, let alone risk their lives to hunt a second-tier queen, as the benefits were too few. For grandmasters and great-grandmasters, even third-tier spiritual wood isn't tempting enough if it's too difficult to obtain. Qin Yi mused, reaching the tree hole and securing himself to the trunk instead of climbing further. You know quite a lot for a stupid dog, he teased. Stupid dog. The dog looked displeased, retorting indignantly. Back in the day, I followed a supreme being, so naturally, I know more than a rookie like you who just started in martial arts. A supreme being? Qin Yi's interest was piqued, and he pressed further. Who was it? What race? What level? What name? The big dog suddenly appeared confused and shook its head, saying, I can't remember. My master placed me on Shiyun Peak and erased all memories of him from my mind before he left. I only know that an almighty being is my master and left me here. The rest is a mystery to me. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow, speculating. Leaving a pet in the outside world might mean that the almighty being encountered trouble and didn't want you to join him in the risk. Erasing your memory could be a precaution against his enemies capturing you and extracting secrets or discovering his weaknesses. Your master is really cautious, even more than you. Hearing someone mock its master, the big dog instinctively barked at Qin Yi, protective of its master. However, knowing it couldn't beat Qin Yi, it settled for just barking. It thought Qin Yi's guess was right because whenever it tried to leave Shiyun Peak, it would feel an inexplicable sense of foreboding, a reaction to anticipated danger. As a pet of an almighty being, it naturally had extraordinary abilities, including sharp teeth and an instinct to avoid danger. My instincts tell me it's dangerous to leave Shiyun Peak, so I've stayed on the tree, the big dog said sulkily. Qin Yi listened to this and had a subtle expression, recalling something. You just snatched my beetle to eat. Could it be because you didn't sense any danger? The big dog nodded, and Qin Yi was speechless, thinking he was being judged as harmless. Initially, he had murderous intent towards the big dog, but ended up not killing it. It seemed the big dog's instincts were indeed remarkable, truly the dog of an almighty being. Qin Yi watched the big dog as it slithered into a dog hole and lay at the entrance, comfortably overlooking the vast sea of insects below, as if watching a movie. Occasionally, when hungry, it would bite the edge of the dog hole, chewing on the wood chips. Do you usually eat bark and wood chips? Qin Yi frowned. The big dog had a hole to rest in, but he couldn't fit into such a small space and had to maintain his position on the tree. Yeah, after the insect tide erupts, it lasts about 5 hours, and there's hardly any other life in the forest besides insects and spiritual wood. Eating insects means going down the tree to find them and fighting for them, while eating bark is much easier, the big dog said matter-of-factly, its eyes flashing with mischief as it teased Qin Yi. I'll warn you, you'd better not try eating spiritual wood. Humans can't learn that. Without my titanium dog mouth and stomach, you can't bite it, let alone absorb its nutrients, and you'll end up with broken teeth. Talking about its advantages, especially those Qin Yi didn't have, the big dog's tail perked up, wagging joyfully. If you want to escape the range of the insect tide, it'll take at least 5 days, and with tree climbing breaks to avoid the tide, probably 10 days. During these 10 days, you better think about what you're going to eat. The big dog assumed a spectator's posture, eagerly watching Qin Yi to see what the young man would do next. To its surprise, after hearing its account, Qin Yi didn't show any unusual expression and remained calm, merely biting into the bark in front of him. Crack! 2 of his teeth immediately broke, and blood flowed. The big dog barked in astonishment. Hey, are you crazy? I told you humans can't chew second-tier spiritual wood, let alone digest it. But Qin Yi seemed oblivious to its cries, continuing to gnaw on the tree. You say I can't do it, so I must try. He was driven by rebellion. I've eaten real leather sofas before. What's a little bark? Despite the big dog's persuasion, Qin Yi didn't stop. Instead, he continued gnawing at the tree bark with even more fervor. His teeth began to shatter, but the tree trunk showed little change, only losing a tiny, almost imperceptible layer of bark. Finally, all of Qin Yi's teeth were gone, leaving only his gums visible. It was then that he stopped, frozen in place. You see, I told you that you couldn't bite through a second-tier spirit tree. Not listening to me. Now you're paying the price, the big dog said smugly from the cave entrance, pointing at Qin Yi's sorry state. Now look, all your teeth are gone, and it'll take at least 2 or 3 days for them to grow back. You're going to go hungry. As a second-level martial artist, Qin Yi's body had a decent recovery ability. Though he couldn't regenerate limbs, growing a new set of teeth in a month was feasible. Considering Qin Yi's unique physique, the big dog estimated it would take him 2 or 3 days to recover, which was already giving Qin Yi some credit. However, the big dog underestimated Qin Yi's regenerative abilities. In less than 5 minutes, Qin Yi's mouth was filled with pure white teeth, even looking harder than before. The big dog was stunned. Even with all his experience as a divine canine, he had never seen such an extraordinary recovery rate. This was comparable to the healing abilities of a mid-level martial master. Yet Qin Yi was only a second-level martial artist. He stopped paying attention to the grand spectacle of insects below and instead focused intently on Qin Yi, eyes filled with skepticism, suspecting that Qin Yi might be concealing his true power. Suddenly, the big dog's eyes shone brightly, as if an ocular technique had activated, making his gaze sharp. Yet, even under this grade ocular technique, Qin Yi appeared to be just a regular second-level martial artist, with no hidden prowess. If he wasn't a hidden master, then there was only one possibility: Qin Yi was a legendary celestial seed. A celestial seed is a term of respect for someone whose innate potential surpasses that of exceptional talents, implying that if they survived, they would surely ascend. The big dog's eyes sparkled even more, and his gaze toward Qin Yi became profound. A celestial seed's path to cultivation is often smooth, blessed with great fortune. Following him might be the key to safely leaving the Shitian Mountains and entering the human world. The big dog longed to see the world beyond. He stayed here only out of fear. If he could successfully ally with Qin Yi, he might benefit in the future. With this in mind, the big dog rolled his eyes and said to Qin Yi, "Your recovery speed is fast, but even if you recover 1,000,000 times, you can't digest the spirit tree bark. How about this? Let me, out of the kindness of my heart, use my precious titanium alloy dog mouth to soften it for you, and then feed it to you." The big dog puffed up his chest, portraying himself as someone making a great sacrifice for Qin Yi, as if to say, "Aren't you going to thank me?" However, he didn't realize that his words were particularly irritating to Qin Yi, so much so that they made him feel nauseous. "Get lost. Are you itching for trouble again?" Qin Yi showed a look of disdain as he firmly gripped the tree bark with one hand and pulled a chocolate bar from his pocket with the other. Tearing open the wrapper, he devoured it in large bites. The big dog, puzzled, asked, "Bro, you've got food with you. So why are you gnawing on tree bark? Do you have some kind of weird habit?" The big dog's expression carried a hint of doubt, as if questioning whether Qin Yi had a masochistic tendency. Qin Yi had no intention of responding. Once the energy from the chocolate bar was replenished within him, he prepared to continue his adaptive evolution attempt. Indeed, he planned to use the second-tier Yunfeng cedar to enhance his level 1 tough mouth and level 1 iron stomach. Ignoring the big dog's curious gaze, Qin Yi opened his mouth again and bit into the tree bark with determination. Crack! As expected, his teeth shattered once more, blood splattering and quickly vanishing into the sea of insects below. The excruciating pain of shattering teeth was terrifying, but with level 3 pain tolerance, Qin Yi could endure it. He took one bite, then another, and another, like a madman unafraid of death, persistently gnawing at the bark. His teeth broke and regrew, broke again and regrew. To fuel his evolution, Qin Yi consumed all the chocolate bars in his pocket. As time passed, the big dog's expression gradually changed, becoming more and more astonished. He could see Qin Yi's transformation. Those fragile human teeth, from the first break, slowly evolved to leave marks on the bark, and eventually could bite off small pieces of wood. Finally, on his 5th attempt with new teeth, Qin Yi heard a satisfying crack and bit off a large piece of bark, chewing it with ease. This time, his teeth did not break. They were as strong as iron, effortlessly crushing the mystical wood. Ding! Your oral cells have successfully adapted to the second-tier mystical wood bark, evolving your passive skill tough mouth LV3. Indeed, hard work pays off. After this tree-biting ordeal, Qin Yi's tough mouth skill jumped from level 1 to level 3. His mouth, now capable of easily crushing even second-tier mystical wood, could rival a D1 grade weapon. Seeing Qin Yi actually succeed in biting off tree bark and swallowing it, the big dog was thoroughly shocked, even starting to question his own existence. Yet, for the sake of his dignity, he maintained a facade of nonchalance, coldly stating, "So what if you can eat tree bark? Can you digest it?" A human stomach can't possibly digest second-tier mystical wood. However, due to the energy consumed by the evolution skill, Qin Yi appeared somewhat weak, his complexion slightly pale. But as he gulped down the mystical wood, his iron stomach initially twisted with excruciating pain, then gradually calmed, successfully evolving. Ding! Your stomach cells have successfully adapted to the second-tier mystical wood, evolving your passive skill iron stomach LV3. With a level 3 iron stomach, Qin Yi could easily extract nutrients and mystical substances from the second-tier mystical wood. His previously weak aura quickly regained vitality, his cheeks flushing with color, showing no signs of weakness. Second-tier Yunfeng cedar, successfully digested. Qin Yi smiled slightly, casting a mocking glance at the dismayed big dog above. The big dog, provoked, snapped back to reality, biting into the tree bark angrily. In a taunting manner, Qin Yi bit off another large piece of bark in front of the big dog, making a satisfied ha sound as he swallowed, indicating the food's deliciousness. "It's just eating second-tier mystical wood. If a dog like you can do it, why couldn't I?" Qin Yi's taunting aimed to provoke the big dog. However, he didn't anticipate the big dog's anger to suddenly dissipate. With a smirk, the big dog retorted, "You think you can do everything I can? What a joke. I can eat poop. Can you?" Qin Yi was stunned, thinking to himself, "Wow, impressive, you really went there." Qin Yi, possessing a level 3 stubbornness and a level 3 iron stomach, was voraciously devouring a second-tier spiritual wood. The Yunfeng cedar had a powerful regenerative ability, and the sections he bit off continued to heal, providing him with a seemingly endless supply of food. Beyond serving as an emergency food source, the spiritual nature of the second tier would also offer nourishment beneficial to martial artists, comparable to consuming second-tier spiritual fruits. Unknowingly, Qin Yi had gnawed out a tree hollow large enough to accommodate himself. Although it appeared small, it was twice as spacious as a large dog's den. In reality, the tree hollow they created was insignificant compared to the massive, sturdy second-tier Yinfeng cedar, akin to two tiny black moles on a human body, barely noticeable. However, while gnawing on the bark, Qin Yi unexpectedly reaped a pleasant surprise. After 2 hours of consumption, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Your cells have been washed by the spirit of the second-tier spiritual wood and successfully evolved to master the skill spiritual affinity, LV7. Achieving a level 7 spiritual affinity at this moment delighted Qin Yi, prompting him to sit cross-legged immediately, ceasing his eating to test the effects of his newfound skill. Just as he closed his eyes, the big dog upstairs stretched its neck and barked a few times towards Qin Yi's tree hollow. Are you ready? The regenerative power of the second-tier spiritual wood is about to surge. It's time to compete in eating speed. If you're too slow, the tree hollow you painstakingly gnawed out will grow back. Qin Yi, slightly puzzled, asked, why does this happen? The big dog leaped lightly, landing precisely into Qin Yi's tree hollow, surveying the surroundings as it answered. I don't know either, but every time the insect tide appears, about 2 hours later, all the spiritual woods in Xian Peak begin to burst with life, growing thicker and healing several times faster. By the way, are you a dog clan transformed into a human? You've gnawed this tree hollow better than I could, and it looks incredibly comfortable to live in. The big dog found a corner to lie down, crossing its arms behind its head and raising its legs, looking utterly at ease. Qin Yi understood that this fellow clearly intended to stay with him. Sensing Qin Yi's slight disdain, the big dog chuckled awkwardly, attempting to lighten the mood. Gnawing bark is hard work, you know. There's a saying among humans, many hands make light work. If we both maintain a tree hollow together, wouldn't that be a win-win? Qin Yi couldn't be bothered to argue and stopped channeling his energy. He moved to the edge of the tree hollow, poked his head out, and observed the situation below. By now, the ground was entirely covered by countless insects, a dense mass of writhing creatures. Most of these insects were at the level of first-tier fierce beasts, but occasionally, one could spot enormous bugs within the swarm. These had 6 antennae atop their heads, compound eyes covering their entire skull, 8 spear-like legs resembling a spider's, yet their bodies were more like a dragonfly elongated and slender. This type of insect gave Qin Yi a sense of danger, likely indicating it was a second-tier lord-level bug. In human definitions, the only distinction between exotic beasts and exotic races lies in intelligence and communication ability. Clearly, the insect in front of them lacks intelligence and is indisputably an exotic beast, while the large dog should be considered part of an exotic race. Rumor has it that the high martial realms of the exotic races are almost on par with those of humans, with nearly identical names. Although history books do not record this, Qin Yi speculates that the martial path of humans must have borrowed from the experiences of the exotic races. After all, exotic races have existed for hundreds of thousands of years, whereas the resurgence of human spiritual energy has only been around for a century, making a completely original development highly unlikely. However, the cultivation path of exotic races cannot fully adapt to humans, and perhaps in the future, when he becomes strong enough, he might create a practice perfectly suited for humans. Qin Yi pondered silently, knowing that if this idea were made public, it would surely be ridiculed. After all, even the 10,000 Tribulation Sovereign couldn't successfully improve the human cultivation methods. Yet, without dreams, how is one different from a salted fish? With his divine talent, Qin Yi didn't underestimate himself. What the 10,000 Tribulation Sovereign couldn't achieve doesn't mean he can't. He suddenly remembered that the oddly shaped Tier 2 Lord-level insect clearly had wings, so why didn't it fly up to attack them? This question puzzled Qin Yi. The large dog was stumped by the question. Although he had pondered this before, he could never find an answer. To save face, he blurted out, maybe it's because of my imposing presence. That's quite a claim. Qin Yi sneered. A warrior of 6 or 7 tiers can suppress a Tier 2 lord? The large dog snorted. Why not? I'm naturally noble. Don't you understand bloodline suppression? It was clear that asking this far-fetched dog wouldn't yield an answer. Qin Yi focused his attention on the sea of insects on the ground. Suddenly, he noticed that most of the insects had stopped moving, and upon closer inspection, he found that they carried either spiritual soil, spiritual minerals, or the carcasses of fierce beasts in their mouths or on their backs. The stopped insects began digging furiously, creating small but deep pits leading somewhere unknown. Qin Yi observed that the insects went underground and returned, but their loads were gone. Could these treasures be left underground? Meanwhile, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that the edges of the tree hole were growing rapidly, at more than twice the original speed. Hey, stop daydreaming, come and eat with me. Seeing the tree hole narrowing, the large dog, who initially intended to slack off, hurriedly busied himself, overwhelmed. However, Qin Yi did not respond, still gazing at the insect sea in a daze. In his view, The insects that hadn't stopped moving were bringing new finds from afar, handing them over to the digging insects to be taken underground. The insect race had a clear division of labor, and their workflow was as seamless as a machine. The Tier 2 matriarch must possess formidable mental power to control so many insects. Smack! Qin Yi bit off a large piece of tree bark about to block his view, chewing as he murmured, "I think I understand now." The busy, sweating large dog grumbled, "Understand what? Hurry up and eat." Ignoring the large dog's words, Qin Yi paused briefly, then continued speaking to himself. The insect race is burying all their gathered treasures underground, not keeping them all for themselves. The bulk of these treasures is quickly broken down by the insects, transformed into pure spiritual nutrients, enriching the soil of Shiyun Peak, which leads to the rapid growth of spiritual trees. The spiritual woods of the western heavenly mountains and the matriarch hidden underground clearly have a symbiotic relationship. The large dog was taken aback, instinctively wanting to refute, but upon reflection, he realized Qin Yi's deduction made sense. Every time the insect sea began burying things, the spiritual would undergo changes. Moreover, as far as he knew, there was a caretaker insect within the insect race that could dissolve tough food with its saliva, producing spiritual nutrient liquid to feed larvae and promote their rapid growth. Qin Yi pondered, speculating that the roots of the mystical tree might have the ability to stabilize spiritual energies, gathering the surrounding aura at its base. He guessed that the area where the spirit root was located was enveloped in a dense concentration of spiritual energy, making it ideal for the growth of the insect race, especially the queen insect. Without this reason, those bugs would have long overrun all the Yunfeng cedars, as mere second or even third-level spiritual trees could not withstand the onslaught of the insect horde. After hearing this, Big Dog felt deeply moved, and many previously baffling questions were suddenly resolved. "Woof! I didn't expect you to have such wisdom," almost rivaling my dog brain. Big Dog nodded in agreement while chewing on some bark. "However," he added, "but even if you uncover this secret, what good does it do you? Knowing an unsolved mystery isn't particularly useful." Qin Yi shook his head and retorted, "Your dog brain isn't quite up to par. Knowing this setup naturally opens up new possibilities." He leaned out halfway, pointing to the industrious swarm below, and said calmly, "Haven't you noticed? Ever since we stayed in the tree, the bugs haven't shown any desire to attack us. Do you think it's because they haven't detected us, or?" Big Dog furrowed his brow, beginning to speculate. Second-level queen insects produce bugs with specialized scouting capabilities. Each swarm is accompanied by 3 first-level eye bugs. These so-called eye bugs are extremely peculiar creatures, born with observational attributes and almost no other features. Their entire body consists of a basketball-sized eyeball, filled with millions of pupils, floating like a balloon in the air, with a barely perceptible thread of flesh below. Eye bugs typically attach themselves to other insects with a flesh cord, following them to absorb energy to survive. A first-level eye bug can easily see through D-level concealment techniques, and since we don't even have D-level techniques, we'd definitely be discovered. As he spoke, Big Dog's eyes suddenly lit up with disbelief, tentatively asking, "Are you suggesting that due to the symbiotic relationship between the mystical tree and the insect race, by hiding in the tree and being enveloped by its aura, the insects perceive us as allies? Don't tell me your next move is to bathe in tree debris, wear bark as clothing, and boldly walk out of the western mountain range." Big Dog took 2 steps back, losing his appetite for the newly grown bark. Qin Yi shook his head, his tone resolute. "You're thinking too small. I'm planning to use the tree's aura to cloak myself and infiltrate the insect lair for a major operation." Big Dog was stunned, incredulously asking, "Are you completely insane? Isn't it better to stay here? Once you learn how to dig properly, you can safely make your way out over time." Qin Yi pulled out a sensing talisman from his pocket, his expression determined. "I have brothers waiting for me to rescue them, so I can't afford to wait. I must reach them as quickly as possible." When the insect horde erupts, the number of bugs inside the queen's lair will be fewer than on the surface, making it relatively safer. A second-level queen can't produce an unlimited number of insects and can't control each one in real time. The western mountain range doesn't have any natural enemies for the insect race. Given this long period of peace, Qin Yi's gamble that there would be fewer insects guarding the nest isn't without reason. Most importantly, Big Dog once said that the insect swarms almost covered the entire western mountain range, so it's certain that there must be several tunnels leading to the outermost areas of the range. This gamble is worth taking, and Alan. Qin Yi started gathering spirit wood fragments, intending to craft a sharp spirit wood spear and make a simple wooden armor. For the materials to bind the armor, he planned to use the leaves and tendrils from the spirit wood's canopy. Watching Qin Yi's active preparations, Big Dog felt torn. He wanted to sneak out with Qin Yi, but was hesitant about using such a dangerous method. In a dilemma, he borrowed Qin Yi's sensing charm, fiddling with it for a while. Then, with a twitch of his dog face, he exclaimed in surprise, "Are you sure you really want to rescue your brother? May I boldly ask, what level is your brother? Qin Yi looked back, pondering. When he entered the secret realm, he was probably a novice martial artist. A novice martial artist? You're a monster, and your brother is too, daring to venture into the Blood Mist Desert. Big Dog exclaimed in shock. Blood Mist Desert? This place name was unfamiliar to Qin Yi. He hadn't seen it on any map. Big Dog explained. It's a deadly place that appeared a few months ago, suspected to be related to the sudden beast tide outside. At that time, the sky was filled with a crimson mist, and several martial artists at the Grandmaster level were severely injured, cursing and fleeing through the air, mentioning the Blood Mist Desert and the beast tide, waking me from sleep. Big Dog glanced at Qin Yi and advised. A novice martial artist entering the Blood Mist Desert is as good as dead unless they're a freak like you. You don't need to go through all this trouble and risk your life too. Qin Yi remained resolute, calmly stating, I need to find him, dead or alive. If you don't want to come with me, you can stay here. Actually, you have a natural sense for danger. You can make your wooden armor first, then observe for a moment before jumping into the hole to see if you feel any unease, and then decide. All right, I do have a danger sense. Big Dog suddenly realized, though he still had doubts. While his sense wasn't always accurate, many crises were averted when he followed the Supreme Master. Although he couldn't remember exactly how they were resolved, Big Dog understood this. After much hesitation, he gritted his teeth and agreed to Qin Yi's team-up request. All right, I'll go crazy with you. Following someone who seems destined for greatness should, in theory, bring good fortune and help us overcome obstacles. This time, I'm betting on it. Big Dog began actively gathering wood. Compared to the large-framed Qin Yi, his regular canine size didn't require much wood, but he still piled up spirit wood frantically, seeking safety. Additionally, climbing trees was something Big Dog excelled at, so the task of retrieving spirit leaves and tendrils from the 800-meter-high canopy fell to him as well. Big Dog shuttled back and forth along the tree trunk, leaving claw marks as he carved a new path upward, exhausting himself each time. He seriously suspected that Qin Yi was using him as free high-quality labor, constantly persuading him to join the team. How despicable of humans. But I'll endure it. After 8 hours and 25 minutes of effort, the man and his dog finally crafted a disguise that was nearly perfect. Inside the tree hollow, the spirit wood was swiftly restored in their hands, having previously been dismantled for materials. Qin Yi had transformed into an odd-looking ancient soldier. He wore a simple wooden helmet, donned wooden armor, and his lower half was clad in a quirky wooden skirt, resembling a grass skirt. The choice of the skirt wasn't due to any peculiar fondness for cross-dressing, but because it was easy to make and didn't hinder leg movement, making it a barely acceptable option. Additionally, Qin Yi held a wooden spear with a tip sharpened from the dog's teeth, still bearing traces of the dog's saliva. The dog proudly claimed that when this spear pierced an enemy, it would deliver a magical attack, poisoning the target. Hearing this, Qin Yi's face darkened, recalling that he had been bitten by the dog several times before. However, since he hadn't experienced any adverse effects, it seemed the dog had held back then. Qin Yi glanced at the narcissistic dog beside him and couldn't help but shake his head. He had never seen such a peculiar dog. At the moment, every inch of the dog's skin was wrapped in wooden armor, which he had meticulously crafted himself. This armor was several times more refined than Qin Yi's, fitting the dog's form perfectly and adorned with cloud patterns on the surface, reminding Qin Yi of a skill from a famous anime in his past life. Susanoo on a dog? Qin Yi shook his head helplessly, unwilling to look at the dog any longer because it had just relieved itself and was now posing in front of its urine, repeatedly asking Qin Yi, do I look handsome? The insect swarm had receded, and there was about an hour until the next outbreak. They could go down early, guard an entrance, and once the swarm appeared, they could confirm the effectiveness of the spirit wood's camouflage. If it worked, they could immediately dive into the entrance, making it the most time-efficient option. Qin Yi climbed out of the tree hollow, descended several dozen meters, and then leaped to the ground. He wasn't afraid of dying from a fall from 50 or 60 meters, but was concerned that the makeshift wooden armor might break. The dog, evidently unconcerned, leaped down from over 60 meters with ease. As a dog, like a cat, it had a natural advantage and wasn't prone to fatal falls. If an ordinary first-level beast or a 6-stage warrior jumped from such a height, they'd at least suffer bone fractures. Qin Yi had observed that a swarm of insects had disappeared here, suggesting there might be a passageway below. Following his memory, Qin Yi led the dog through the area, arriving at a patch of barren earth. The soil here was sticky, not due to water but because a large number of insects had once stockpiled prey here, and the blood from these victims had saturated the ground, creating its current state. The dog approached the earth, pressing its ear to the ground for a moment before exclaiming, it seems hollow underneath. I suspect the insects intentionally bled their prey here. The blood of those bitten by insects becomes especially thick, like glue, binding the soil together to cover the passage. The big dog's nose twitched slightly, as if it had caught a scent. Qin Yi was nonchalant, glancing around before choosing the nearest yinfeng cedar and walking over. To be safe, they decided to test the reliability of the wooden armor next to the tree, so they could quickly climb it and escape if needed. So, man and dog sat beneath the yinfeng cedar, quietly awaiting the eruption of the insect swarm. The atmosphere suddenly turned serene. In the forest, aside from the rustling of leaves in the breeze, there was hardly another sound. Even the usually restless big dog remained unusually quiet. As time ticked by, their tension increased, and their breathing became faster. Jokingly, Qin Yi said, "Hey, are you scared? I can hear your heart beating fast. Relax, if even a dog like you isn't scared, there's no way I, as a human, would be." Their eye contact eased the tension somewhat. Just then, the ground beneath them trembled. Not far away, soil was being flung into the air from the muddy ground, as if something was about to emerge. The sounds of breaking soil grew more frequent, the earth's trembling intensified, and more insects surfaced. Within 5 minutes, the muddy area was overrun by the swarm, spreading towards Qin Yi's location. Less than 3 meters in front of Qin Yi stood a firefly bug, a second-tier lord, with a luminescent, transparent tail tied to a watchful eye bug. They were so close to the firefly bug that the big dog could clearly see the fine hairs on its legs. Qin Yi reassured the dog, "Don't panic, firefly bugs are scouting insects. Their main advantage is speed, but they're weak in combat, ranking low among observable insect swarms." As soon as he finished, the big dog's cheeky voice echoed in his mind. "I'm definitely not panicking. But you're pretty clever. Did you choose this spot as the entry point on purpose?" The big dog's observational skills were sharp. Except for the eye bug, the insects moved in groups of the same kind, and only firefly bugs appeared here, making it significantly less dangerous. The big dog used a sound transmission technique, avoiding any audible leaks, and even taught Qin Yi the method. It was a clever sound transmission technique, allowing communication over distances using only spiritual and physical energy, without mental power. The only downside was the technique's unflattering name, dog speak, which the big dog had seemingly named to tease Qin Yi. Qin Yi didn't mind, multitasking by practicing the sound transmission technique while observing the firefly and eye bugs. At one point, the eye bug's large eyes and the firefly bug's compound eyes suddenly turned towards them, startling the big dog. The concealment of the second-tier spiritual wood materials was effective. Insects near them remained oblivious to their presence, passing by one after another, ignoring Qin Yi and the dog. Gradually, the big dog's courage grew. It first tapped a passing insect with its paw, and when there was no reaction, it boldly jumped onto the back of one. The dog laughed wildly, boasting to Qin Yi through their silent communication. "Huh, these bugs are so dumb." But the next second, the giant insect froze, almost causing the big dog to panic. It quickly scrambled off. Fortunately, the giant insect still didn't notice them and moved on after a brief pause. "All right, enough fooling around. It's time to go in." Qin Yi sighed, looking towards the reopened entrance in the distance, his eyes gleaming with determination. Carefully weaving through the gaps in the swarm of bugs, Qin Yi and the big dog finally returned to the entrance of the cave they had initially been searching for. This area was filled with fireflies of various shapes, their tails glowing brightly, creating a sea of light that nearly blinded the big dog's 24K titanium eyes. The thick soil on the ground was broken by the fireflies, revealing a hole over 10 meters in diameter, from which a continuous stream of fireflies emerged, joining the larger swarm. The man and the dog seized the right moment, jumped into the tunnel, and clung to the rock wall, sliding down the sloping passageway. With the light provided by the fireflies along the way, they discovered that the tunnel dug by the insects was a perfectly round shape. All the rock and soil had been compacted and bonded with a special technique, resulting in smooth, polished walls, showcasing exceptional craftsmanship. It felt like they were on a slide, their hearts racing with the thrill, as the oncoming fireflies whizzed by, and any slight misstep could lead to a collision, drawing attention. It was a death-defying stunt. However, Qin Yi seemed to find this insufficiently daring. As a firefly zoomed towards him at high speed, he neither dodged nor flinched, instead showing a hint of madness on his face as he threw a punch forward. Boom! The sound explosion echoed, and a wave of air surged as the force of the punch, exceeding a ton, burst the head of the first-tier firefly like a water balloon, spraying green liquid everywhere. The headless insect carcass fell from midair, creating a small pit and partially blocking the tunnel. One punch, an instant kill of a first-tier insect. The big dog, startled by the sudden change, widened its eyes in shock. Before it could react, Qin Yi had already pulled out a wooden spear strapped to his back, drove it forcefully into the earth wall, and carved a long mark, finally halting his slide. What was he up to? Wasn't he afraid of alarming the swarm? The big dog heard several fireflies approaching and reluctantly dug its claws in to stop, quickly running to Qin Yi's side to ask what kind of madness he was up to. But Qin Yi ignored him, sitting down with the wooden spear in hand. efficiently dividing the insect carcass and smearing the glowing substance from its tail onto the spear. Instantly, the spear seemed enchanted, shining brighter than an ordinary torch. Afterward, Qin Yi took out a grade storage bag, opened it, and pressed it against the insect carcass, waiting for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, the carcass vanished, leaving only a pool of green blood. Such processing speed would make anyone unaware think Qin Yi had already killed thousands of fireflies. Buzzing at that moment, 2 more fireflies arrived, sensing the blood and presence of their kind, and halted their flight, standing dazed against the rock wall. They then quietly brushed past the big dog and Qin Yi, proceeding to clear and repair the damaged tunnel. They say dogs are daring, but it seems your courage surpasses even my dog's. The big dog wiped the cold sweat from its forehead. Qin Yi remained calm, realizing that the insect swarm did not share a collective consciousness. Killing one wouldn't cause any trouble. If we act quickly enough, we can take the initiative to kill the bugs in the cave. Did you take action just to prove this point? That's bold, risking your life to verify something like this. You're indeed quite the talent. Dago was speechless, staring at the glowing wooden spear for a moment before following Qin Yi to continue exploring. This was just a small episode along the way and quickly passed. They slid for another 20 minutes or so, and the tunnel's slope gradually decreased until it became flat. They were at least 10 kilometers underground, in a dim and cold environment with no light source except for the wooden spear in Qin Yi's hand. The fireflies had finished gathering, leaving the underground in darkness. Dago's eyes glowed with a ghostly green light. As a member of the canine race, he naturally had night vision and wasn't afraid of the dark. This was a racial trait that humans could only compensate for with eye techniques. Wait, Qin Yi deliberately used the spear dipped in fluorescent powder to navigate here, right? Dago suddenly realized. Drip, drip, the sound of water drops echoed faintly in the vast underground cave, never ceasing. Dago took the initiative to stand in front of Qin Yi, widening his eyes to peer into the distance, but he was dumbfounded. He found that his night vision was ineffective here, and even after switching to eye techniques, he sensed an invisible force blocking his observation. An level eye technique couldn't see through it? Dago felt a bit scared. For intelligent creatures, the unknown was the most terrifying. In this pitch-black cave, nothing was visible, everything was unknown, and even whether they would bump into bugs was uncertain. Drip, drip, the water drops continued, and Dago's ears twitched, discerning something. The sound didn't come from one place, but from all directions. He relayed this information to Qin Yi and quietly moved behind him, staying close to the glowing spear. Light always brought a sense of security. Dago no longer intended to be at the front. He obediently stayed by Qin Yi's side, using the faint glow to survey the surroundings, occasionally glancing at Qin Yi's expression, noticing the boy standing still, gazing into the darkness with a deep and distant look. Stop staring. Even my dog eyes with an level eye technique can't see through this darkness, let alone your eyes. Let's grab the spear and get out of here. Dago pouted. Qin Yi blinked, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Ding, your eye cells and visual nerves have successfully adapted to the darkness, evolving a passive skill night vision. Just now, the system clearly indicated he had developed night vision, yet he still couldn't see through the darkness. Was the obstruction not just about brightness? Qin Yi took a few steps, using the spear's light to observe the cave environment, quickly noticing something amiss. In the enclosed underground cave, both the stone walls and the ground were covered in a layer of green fungal carpet, resembling normal mold, but continuously wriggling, as if acting on some instinct. Qin Yi bent down for a closer look and was startled. Upon closer inspection, the fungal carpet was actually composed of countless tiny bugs moving together, making it appear to wriggle. The ghost saw this too and couldn't help but grimace, feeling as if bugs were crawling on him. After all, they had been stepping on these bugs all along. These little bugs were peculiar, couldn't be squashed, and their name was unknown. I suspect the mysterious force blocking our observation comes from them. The well-informed Dago was stumped for the first time, unable to recall the name of these bugs from his memory. Meanwhile, Qin Yi stared at the wriggling bugs, once again lost in thought. One had to admire that Qin Yi could still be absent-minded in such a situation, which truly impressed Dago. Drip-drip sound of water echoed through the cave as Qin Yi and his dog walked along the stone wall, their steps light and brisk. However, Qin Yi seemed distracted, his gaze fixed on the small insects on the wall. After more than 20 minutes of staring, the big dog finally couldn't hold back any longer. Bro, what's so fascinating about those bugs? Do you think staring at them long enough will help you see their nests without any external light? Qin Yi snapped back to reality, a look of delight spreading across his face as if he had discovered something good. He smiled at the puzzled big dog and nodded. Smart, I actually can. The big dog was taken aback, thinking Qin Yi was joking, but then Qin Yi tossed the glowing wooden spear to him, saying nonchalantly, "You can use this now. I don't need it anymore." With that, he took 2 confident strides forward, leading the way. What the heck? The big dog was shocked by Qin Yi's confidence. Could looking at those bugs really help him see the path? Holding the wooden spear in its mouth, it followed Qin Yi, trying to mimic him by staring at the green fungi carpet. Qin Yi glanced at the big dog imitating him and couldn't help but find it amusing. The big dog's skepticism about his actions was evident, but unfortunately, only Qin Yi had the ability to adaptively evolve. The system's voice chimed in again. Ding! Your eye cells and nerve cells have successfully adapted to the pheromone interference of the devouring insect swarm, evolving a passive skill clear vision, LV1. Although the system notification sounded the same as before, the information provided Qin Yi with additional insights. It turned out that these small insects were called devouring insects, which released a special pheromone when gathered, blocking outsiders' observations. Even a Grandmaster-level mental power couldn't penetrate this barrier. The second-tier queen insect was indeed a terrifying species capable of overpowering a Grandmaster. This single trait alone was enough to frustrate opponents. However, thanks to the devouring insect's power, Qin Yi's evolved clear vision LV1 ability was extremely potent, comparable to a Blevel ocular technique, making his eyes dozens of times more acute. Additionally, his soul was strengthened, granting him natural resistance to illusion-type skills, and his mental power increased from 10 to 12 points, surpassing most of his peers. Damn it, staring at those bugs is making me dizzy, and it's useless. I'm done with it. The big dog finally lost patience after a few minutes of observation, quickly running up to Qin Yi's side to walk alongside him, no longer lagging behind. The underground insect nest was a labyrinth, and so far, they hadn't encountered any large insect species. Apart from the devouring insect swarm, it seemed that they were the only two living beings in the entire cave. They weren't sure how far they'd traveled, but occasionally, they could see large openings at the top of the insect nest, likely entrances from different areas. As they reached another fork in the path, Qin Yi and Big Dog paused. In front of them were 6 gaping holes, each more than 10 meters in diameter, large enough for giant insects to pass through. A quick glance revealed the presence of devourer insects at every entrance, resembling moss-like creatures that spread across the tunnel like a carpet, with no breaks in sight. Big Dog heard the sound of dripping water from the 6 openings and wondered, what is that sound? We haven't seen any water source along the way. Previously, Qin Yi and Big Dog had encountered a fork in the road and chose to continue forward. However, this time, Qin Yi did not make a hasty decision. The insect nest was complex, and wandering aimlessly might lead them to the core, where facing a second-tier queen insect would be no laughing matter. He decided to wait a bit, certain that something would eventually guide them. Sitting down at the crossroads, he closed his eyes and began meditating right in the heart of the insect territory. Something will guide us? What thing? How come I don't know about it? Big Dog was puzzled, feeling like he had become a clueless companion ever since he started following Qin Yi. Despite sticking close to him, why was he always in the dark about Qin Yi's plans? Lying next to Qin Yi, Big Dog quietly observed the young man meditating and channeling spiritual energy. The concentration of spiritual energy in the insect nest was astonishingly high. The spiritual energy in the Xiantian secret realm was about 5 times that of the human world, and in the insect nest, it surpassed even that by another 5-fold. In such an environment, the energy could almost be compressed into a liquid form, becoming spiritual liquid. Having just upgraded to level 7 spiritual energy affinity, Qin Yi thrived here, effortlessly drawing in vast amounts of spiritual energy that flowed into his meridians, nourishing his body and refining his blood. In this advantageous setting, it took Qin Yi less than 10 minutes to refine a drop of pale golden blood, accumulating his vitality to 21 cards. For a moment, Qin Yi was tempted to remain hidden here and train until he became invincible. However, thinking of Chun Xian, who was in danger because of him, he suppressed that thought. Chun Xian, oh Chun Xian, your brother Yi has sacrificed so much for you. Unbeknownst to him, over an hour had passed, and Qin Yi had leaped from a second-stage warrior with 20 cards of vitality to a third-stage warrior with 30 cards. Such speed, even with the added benefit of the high spiritual energy concentration, was astonishing. At level 7 spiritual energy affinity, it was already terrifying. What would it be like at level 10 or 100? Qin Yi couldn't help but look forward to it. On the other hand, Big Dog didn't react much to Qin Yi's rapid progress. In his memory, such speed was barely considered exceptional, and in the case of someone as extraordinary as Qin Yi, it seemed somewhat slow. Big Dog wasn't easily shocked by every situation. It had to be something truly remarkable, like the 2 things Qin Yi had done before, to surprise him. Oh whoa, Big Dog yawned, growing a bit impatient. When will this guiding thing finally show up? At that moment, Qin Yi slowly opened his eyes, sensing a faint tremor from above. He quickly stood up, his heart racing. It's already here. The Big Dog stood up with Qin Yi, and as soon as it looked up, it saw 4 of the 6 openings ahead trembling. The swarms of insect-like creatures on the cave walls suddenly became agitated, starting to pour out in large numbers. These swarms acted like conveyor belts, carrying prey of various sizes on their backs, transporting them slowly into the depths of the burrow, much like a human assembly line in a factory. Qin Yi noticed that while the insects were transporting the prey, they were also slowly consuming and decomposing them, turning the large prey into easily storable black liquid droplets. These droplets were then ingested and transmitted through the interconnected tunnels to different areas. The entire burrow was covered in these green insects, which began to move like a flowing green river. In that instant, Qin Yi understood the source of the dripping sound he had been hearing. It turned out the dripping sound was the nutrient liquid produced by the insects, dripping into specific areas. The insects were probably watering the roots of the spiritual trees, whose root systems were located in some of the nearby caves, but Qin Yi hadn't explored them before, so he hadn't seen them. The once quiet and stable burrow suddenly became bustling. The big dog, slightly worried, asked anxiously, "Damn, where's the guide you mentioned? Hasn't it come yet?" Qin Yi replied, "It's already here." The big dog barked in confusion, and Qin Yi continued, "Follow along." The big dog hurriedly followed. The man and dog quickly picked up speed. Occasionally, large prey were transported towards them on the conveyor belt. Qin Yi didn't dodge or avoid them. Instead, he silently took out his great storage bag and directly collected the entire prey. This was like picking wool from the insect race. The spoils of their hard hunting were unexpectedly being taken away at their own home. The big dog clearly saw that in just the past 5 minutes, Qin Yi had collected the carcasses of 2 first-tier fierce beasts and half the body of a second-tier lord. Damn, getting stuff for free is awesome. The big dog was a bit envious, wishing it had a storage bag, but at the same time, it finally understood what Qin Yi meant by a guide. It turned out to be these prey being transported from the outside. In the core area of the western mountain range, all huntable creatures had long been captured. For the insects swarm to bring back a large number of fierce beasts, they had to venture to the outskirts. Since these prey were being brought back from the outskirts, following them upstream would naturally lead back to the outskirts. This simple yet ingenious idea didn't occur to the big dog at first, which was understandable. One by one, the massive spoils were casually taken by Qin Yi, leaving the transporting insects bewildered, still maintaining their forward-running posture. Qin Yi knew when to stop. The biggest mistake in taking advantage of others is being too greedy, which could draw attention and expose oneself. However, after half an hour of exploiting the insect-seized labor, the resources in his storage bag could already be measured in billions. Truly, the secret realm offers instant wealth. I'm exhausted. I can't keep running. The big dog panted heavily, sticking out its tongue as it struggled to keep up behind Qin Yi. Qin Yi was actually quite exhausted himself. It wasn't due to a lack of stamina, but because the cave floor was teeming with swarming worms moving forward. Running in the opposite direction felt like exerting twice the usual effort. Additionally, the gravity in the Xiantian secret realm far exceeded that of Blue Star, increasing the physical burden. Oh, I can't go on. The big dog was reaching its limit. It leapt onto Qin Yi's shoulder and lay there motionless like a dead dog, clearly intending to use Qin Yi as a free ride and play dead to avoid moving. Qin Yi didn't throw it off, continuing to run forward with the big dog until his legs felt numb with soreness, but he didn't stop. Tired? That's the goal. While sprinting at high speed, he also had to dodge the corpses of fierce beasts, demanding an extraordinary level of physical fitness. Qin Yi felt every cell in his body operating at overcapacity, as if on the verge of combustion. Break through my physical limits. In such a situation, Qin Yi didn't slow down instead. He gritted his teeth and accelerated, becoming a blur as he charged in the opposite direction. The potential and energy from deep within his body transformed into the power to break limits, and the fatigue began to fade, replaced by a wonderful sensation throughout his body, a transcendent thrill. Ding! Your cells have successfully adapted to the overload, and you've evolved a passive skill Blood Fury LV1. Awesome! Every inch of Qin Yi's muscles, every vein, was releasing energy. At that moment, he couldn't help but let out a long howl, his blood boiling, and he suddenly unleashed a punch. Bang! This punch struck a Tier 2 leader's corpse like lightning, and in an instant, the corpse, comparable to a mid-level martial artist, exploded, showering blood and flesh everywhere. Qin Yi stood amidst it, his face a mix of madness, exuding a violent beauty. The big dog on his shoulder watched the frenzied Qin Yi, its heart trembling with awe. From Qin Yi's series of wild actions, it sensed a profound intent, a seemingly mad but deeply meaningful Tao intent, something only nobles could comprehend. Click! Suddenly, Qin Yi quieted down, stopped, and looked at an exit not far away. He grinned and turned to the big dog. "Wanna go big?" The big dog shuddered, sensing impending doom. "How big?" Qin Yi turned back, gazing at the exit, and said calmly, "Face the sea of worms, Hedon." With that, he strode forward. The big dog was utterly panicked, thinking, "If you want to go crazy and die, don't drag me along. Isn't your brother waiting for you to save him? How do you have time to waste here?" Qin Yi's steps were firm. It's precisely to save him that I need to get stronger before entering the blood-mist desert. Don't worry, if it gets too tough, I'll take you with me. It's not a big deal. He inserted his fingers into the rock wall, climbing step by step toward the surface. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. After half an hour, Qin Yi and the big dog finally saw the light of the surface again. This light, unlike the dimness shrouded by spirit wood on Xian Peak, was bright and warm. Crunch, crunch. Qin Yi and the big dog emerged from the wormhole, looking out to see a sea of insects everywhere. Tier 1 beasts, Tier 2 leaders, and even hidden Tier 3 overlords exuding extremely dangerous auras. The moment Qin Yi and the big dog appeared, their spiritual armor seemed to lose its luster, its concealing effect gone. Whoosh! Hundreds of thousands of insects sensed the human presence, stopping all movement as if time had paused. Then, thousands of disgusting insect heads turned, one by one, locking onto Qin Yi. At this moment, the big dog's scalp tingled, feeling a chill everywhere, and an uncontrollable sense of dread erupted. Damn it, you call this not a big deal? One after another, countless insects crawled out from the surrounding forests, converging on the open space around Qin Yi, making the area densely packed. As far as the eye could see, the flowers, grass, and trees around them withered and decayed, losing all vitality. Among the swarm were not only the giant dragonflies Qin Yi had encountered before, but also centipede-like ground beetles, forming two massive swarms of over 100,000 insects, blocking out the sky and gradually plunging the mountains and earth into darkness. You better not expect me to take the blame for this mess. The big dog trembled on Qin Yi's shoulder, sensing the powerful aura hidden among the swarm, eager and restless. These were definitely third-tier dominant insects. Qin Yi was completely surrounded, with no choice but to fight his way out. The camouflage effect of the spirit wood had just ended as they emerged from the insect nest. Whether this was a coincidence or Qin Yi had precisely calculated the timing was unclear. In any case, let's fight. Qin Yi's fists were fierce and domineering, tearing through the air with a piercing screech. Before the sound could spread, his fist had already smashed into a leaping ground beetle. Boom! The first-tier ground beetle was slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater. Unfazed, Qin Yi began battling tens of thousands of insects with his bare hands. It was a brutal clash of flesh and blood, devoid of any flashy spells or high-level weaponry, just raw physical combat. Smack! In the big dog's view, a second-tier lord-level dragonfly was shattered by Qin Yi, its emerald green fluid splattering, as if a green rain had begun to fall from the sky. 110, 100. Countless insects, seemingly unaware of death, desperately lunged at Qin Yi, surrounding him with no escape. As soon as one batch of insects was killed, another would immediately replace them, as if the swarm was endless. The ground was piled high with insect corpses, with Qin Yi standing alone atop the mound, covered in mottled bloodstains, his face filled with a frenzied expression. Fight, fight, fight! His blood was boiling, almost as if it were about to ignite. Though his entire body was wounded, not a single piece of skin unscathed, there was no hint of retreat on Qin Yi's face. Instead, he fought even more crazily, swinging his fists against the swarm. His changing fists seemed random, yet each punch struck the thick exoskeleton of the insects with immense force, shattering the armor. The big dog vaguely sensed that Qin Yi wasn't just flailing wildly, but was using a specific form of martial arts imbued with the essence of true martial intent. Mad fist. Each of Qin Yi's punches carried a deadly aura, tearing into the insects' bodies, saving him the trouble of finishing them off. Conversely, the insects killed by this aura would posthumously refine strands of fresh, deadly energy, which then fused into Qin Yi's body. As a result, the deadly energy cultivated within Qin Yi grew more refined, and the murderous intent he exuded became even more terrifying. Storing and nurturing such deadly energy within a human body was indeed monstrous. The big dog caught the cold killing intent emanating from Qin Yi's fists, and its heart trembled. Martial artists would damage their own heart meridians doing such things, yet this young man seemed unaffected, nurturing his energy while assaulting the insect sea. What level had his physical body reached? The scene before him, slaughtering first and second-tier insects, was indeed formidable, but other martial artists of his caliber could achieve the same. They might last for a day and a night at most, but Qin Yi showed no signs of exhaustion. On the contrary, he seemed to grow fiercer the more he fought, as if blinded by bloodlust. As he became more familiar with the weaknesses of these two types of insects, the swarm's replenishment speed could hardly keep up with his killing speed. He was merely a third-stage warrior. Did he truly have no limits? Boom. The ground trembled as a giant earth beetle with a dragon horn on its head suddenly emerged, charging straight at Qin Yi. This was a third-tier overlord-level insect master, as large as a mountain, the strongest insect warrior produced by a second-tier queen. Though it lacked intelligence, its combat power rivaled that of a grandmaster. Its appearance forced aside hundreds of surrounding insects, leaving it alone to battle Qin Yi, who was pushed back repeatedly, showing signs of fatigue for the first time. Despite Qin Yi's powerful 7 wounds frenzy fist, striking the beetle felt like scratching an itch, unable to break through its armor or inflict substantial damage. Was trouble finally coming? Dago let out a sigh of relief on the side, having been numbed by Qin Yi's astonishing performance. If a third-stage warrior could instantly defeat an overlord-level being, it would truly defy his expectations. However, with Qin Yi in trouble, Dago also faced a life-threatening situation. So why did he feel relieved? Dago was puzzled. Clearly, it was Qin Yi challenging the insect swarm, but the scenes he witnessed seemed more like the insect swarm was challenging the demon king Qin Yi. Thud. The dragon horn of the third-tier overlord-level earth beetle pierced through Qin Yi's torso, directly impaling his chest. Qin Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, retreating dozens of steps, clearly gravely injured, his complexion pale. This was the first time he had suffered such a severe wound after attaining his secondary steel-like body. He wanted to rest briefly, but the swarm wouldn't allow him a moment's respite. Seeing him retreat, dozens of insects immediately closed in. The battle wouldn't cease until one side was utterly annihilated. Instantly, the onslaught of hundreds of insects overwhelmed Qin Yi, worsening his injuries. Damn, are you about to collapse? Shouldn't we escape first? Dago, perched on Qin Yi's shoulder, could most acutely sense his weakness. The once vigorous energy of the young man now appeared dim, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Dago still had some life-saving secret techniques up his sleeve. If necessary, he could flee with Qin Yi. However, without enduring life-and-death battles and bathing in the blood of myriad races, how could Qin Yi rapidly transform and become stronger? He resolved to face the insect swarm alone, honing himself as much as possible. He had vowed never to lie hopelessly and powerlessly in a cold, rented room, awaiting death from terminal cancer, ever again. Creak, creak. Qin Yi tore off the wooden armor from his body, chewing and swallowing it, digesting and breaking down the residual nutrients from the spiritual wood into energy needed for evolution. Then, with a fierce look in his eyes, he charged once more at the third-tier overlord-level dragon insect. What doesn't kill him will only make him stronger. He would use the endless insect swarm as the battlefield for his transformation. Let the battle begin. The dominant earth armor dragon bug let out a deep growl, perceiving Qin Yi's approach as a challenge. Its menacing horns lowered, pointing directly at him. Boom. In the next instant, the creature charged like an avalanche, its massive body seemingly capable of crushing a tank, hurtling straight towards Qin Yi. The intense pressure felt by Big Dog was the full-force impact of a third-tier dominant insect, enough to smash a martial artist into pieces. However, Qin Yi didn't dodge or retreat. He swung a wild punch, aiming directly at the dragon's horn. There was no thought of backing down in his mind. A fierce aura surged as Qin Yi's fist collided violently with the earth-armored dragon bug, unleashing a storm of energy, akin to an ordinary person braving a speeding truck. With a sharp crack, Qin Yi's bones and organs shattered under the horrifying impact, and his smiling figure was flung through the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. As expected, he couldn't win. The gap between his third-stage martial artist level and the third-tier dominant beast was too vast, one that couldn't be bridged by a few narrow escapes. Maybe we should retreat for now. Big Dog was shocked by Qin Yi's dire condition, clearly sensing that the young man's body was devoid of any intact bones, making it difficult even to stand. Yet, leaving now would mean Qin Yi was no longer himself. He spat out black blood and fragments of organs, as his second-level body regeneration worked at full speed, helping him grow new bones and organs, which were even more resilient and powerful. Bang! Qin Yi headbutt and killed a first-tier insect that lunged at him, then staggered to his feet, continuing toward the third-tier earth-armored dragon bug. His steps were slow but resolute, with no hint of retreat. The bloody battle resumed, with the vastly different sizes and levels of both sides clashing fiercely, blood splattering in the air. This time, Qin Yi held on longer. His newly evolved body withstood the earth-armored dragon bug for a full 3 minutes before succumbing. Even so, when the dragon bug roared and attempted to finish him off, Qin Yi forced himself to stand and continue to engage with it, recovering his broken body. The surrounding first-tier and second-tier insects didn't stand idly by, persistently harassing Qin Yi, trying to prevent him from resting and recovering. However, this young man seemed indestructible, his stamina knowing no bounds, recovering from near-death states in the blink of an eye. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Big Dog watched as Qin Yi fell again and again, only to rise each time, fighting fiercely, even tearing into the weak spots of the third-tier dragon bug, drinking its blood to replenish himself. The tide of the battle, which had been one-sided, began to turn in Qin Yi's favor. The endurance of the third-tier earth-armored dragon bug was being drained by a human. It was unbelievable. Big Dog had heard of the insect race using swarm tactics to wear down their enemies, but had never seen a human exhausting an insect's stamina. It was truly extraordinary. The ground was soaked in blood, with insect corpses piled up like a sea. Amidst it all stood a slender young man, a smile on his face. He fought with a frenzy, like a machine that never tires, relentlessly slaughtering the insect horde. His clothes were tattered beyond repair, so he tore off the upper part, revealing his firm and gleaming muscles. Every inch of his skin exuded a mysterious vitality, even causing the large dog to widen its eyes in astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, under the pressure of the insect horde's assault, Qin Yi had tapped into the hidden potential deep within his body, undergoing an extraordinary transformation. His body was now incredibly resilient, impervious even to the large dog's teeth, comparable to a high-level martial artist, and even rivaling the treasured bodies of some masters. From Qin Yi's perspective, he didn't comprehend the concept of bodily potential or understand the extraordinary transformation. He only knew that his cells had adapted and evolved once again. Ding! Your body has successfully withstood the attack of a third-tier dominant beast, and you have evolved a passive skill steel muscles and iron bones LV3. Ding! Your cells have successfully recovered from decay, and you have evolved a passive skill physical recovery LV3. With steel muscles and iron bones at level 3 and physical recovery at level 3, Qin Yi's physique had already been on par with mid-level martial artists when these skills were at level 2. Now at level 3, he could even contend with masters. He raised his hand, palm forward, just in time to meet the charging armored dragon insect. The sturdy dragon horn didn't penetrate Qin Yi's palm, only slightly breaking the skin, causing blood to flow. He was pushed back 7 or 8 meters by the immense force, but this time, he wasn't sent flying or pierced through the chest. Qin Yi had caught the impact of the armored dragon insect with one hand. Howl! This time, not only the large dog, but even the armored dragon insect was shocked. It growled in confusion, halted its attack, and took a few steps back, then emitted a buzzing sound. Instantly, a giant beetle resembling a 7-star ladybug emerged from the ground, followed by a 6-winged insect. 3 third-tier dominants appeared before Qin Yi, intending to kill this human as swiftly as possible. Unfortunately for them, Qin Yi, with his level 3 steel muscles and iron bones, could now withstand the assault of 3 dominants Hedon. While he couldn't kill them, he had no trouble tearing off some parts. The blood and components of third-tier dominants were extremely valuable resources, and Qin Yi wouldn't let them go to waste. His recovery ability was unmatched, far surpassing that of the dominants. Insects inherently didn't focus on enhancing recovery abilities. Once used, the broodmother would simply recycle them. Now, most of the insect's weaknesses were exposed before Qin Yi, allowing him to crush them across realms. 3 dominants couldn't do anything against a third-stage martial artist. If word got out, the large dog might be considered a fool. Yet, all this was unfolding right before its eyes, even making the large dog feel sympathy for the 3 dominants. It's about time to wrap this up. If this goes on, the second-tier brood mother will focus all her attention on you, amassing forces to kill you alone. The large dog worried internally, sensing increasingly terrifying auras emerging from below. The second-tier brood mother might already be awake and aware of Qin Yi as an unexpected variable. It would be wise to quit while ahead, as Qin Yi couldn't kill a third-tier dominant in a short time. Crossing 2 major realms, his attacks struggled to break through their defenses. But no one expected that Qin Yi's resolve was unyielding. He merely glanced at the large dog with a faint smile and said, "A second-tier brood mother? Let her come." "Damn, you've taken all the credit," Big Dog muttered under his breath, clearly impressed by Qin Yi's display of confidence. At this moment, the 3 dominant Zerg leaders couldn't kill Qin Yi, nor could he defeat them, leading to a stalemate. However, as time went on, the Zerg gradually retreated and disappeared. The swarm's duration was only 5 hours, a typical Zerg pattern, and it seemed Qin Yi's presence hadn't altered this, allowing them to linger longer. Big Dog looked at the mountain of Zerg corpses on the ground and rubbed his paws, feeling the thrill of sudden wealth for the first time. The Zerg hadn't taken their dead, probably fearing Qin Yi's interference and the waste of time returning. In any case, the swarm receded, and Qin Yi stood still for a long time before finally exhaling deeply, his brow slightly furrowed. Just moments ago, a sharp mental force emerged from the ground and lingered on him for several minutes before dissipating. Qin Yi suspected it was the mental power of the second-tier queen, who had sensed his presence and wanted to remember his aura for a targeted attack next time. "Stop daydreaming and clean up the battlefield," Big Dog urged. "The queen has her eyes on you. She can create new Zerg specifically targeting your weaknesses. The next swarm won't be so easy to withstand." The Zerg queen and Qin Yi were somewhat similar, both possessing the ability to evolve. However, she adapted by producing new Zerg to counter enemies, while Qin Yi evolved in response to the external environment. In this light, the Zerg and he seemed like a perfect match. The queen producing new Zerg targeting his weaknesses could potentially help him evolve endlessly. Qin Yi was intrigued by this, but had no time to wait for the next swarm. "No worries, the queen won't run away. We can always come back next time." he said, pulling out a grade storage bag and began collecting the shattered Zerg remains. With so many corpses, he only took the second-tier ones, ignoring the first tier. Even so, when the grade storage bag's 1,000 cubic meters were filled, many second-tier corpses still lay on the ground. Damn, what a waste, Big Dog lamented, feeling the loss of these valuable Zerg remains more keenly than Qin Yi. No need to feel bad. The Zerg swarms will always be here. We can keep coming back for more, Qin Yi said, satisfied as he secured the full storage bag. You really think you're invincible, huh? Next time, those Zerg specifically targeting you won't be so easy to deal with. Big Dog sighed. Qin Yi shrugged it off, stepping over the pile of corpses and taking out the still glowing sensor charm. The Zerg are getting stronger, and so am I. Do you really think I'll be weaker next time? He held the sensor charm and started heading northeast, where the blood mist desert awaited. Big Dog, perched on Qin Yi's shoulder, wanted to argue but, upon reflection, couldn't deny the impressive speed at which Qin Yi had been growing stronger. For a moment, he was left speechless. You know, this guy is really something else. At this rate, next time he might just take on the entire Western Sky mountain range. The man and his dog quickly distanced themselves from the mountains. With their departure and the temporary calm of the insect swarm, the Western Sky mountain range fell silent once more. The blood of countless first and second-level insects seeped into the ground, enriching the barren land and prompting the rapid growth of spiritual herbs. Days later, the area still bore signs of a fierce battle, with scattered, broken insect carcasses everywhere. Many of the bodies were still bleeding, with blood flowing outward. Strangely, the subsequent insect swarm did not come to clean up the bodies. It wasn't until 4 days later, when a group of human warriors ventured into the area, that the long silence was broken, stirring up waves. Rumor has it that the Western Sky mountain range is teeming with insect creatures, making it a place one should not linger or venture too deeply into. The best one can do is try their luck at the outskirts, but at the first sign of trouble, they must withdraw immediately. A young man in white, exuding an extraordinary aura, led the group, cautioning them while advising the man in green beside him. Wufeng, your eye technique is the strongest in the team. Once we enter the Western Sky territory, keep a constant watch on our surroundings. Behind him, Li Wufeng, who had a slightly roguish demeanor, nodded solemnly. According to their family's intelligence, the insect creatures in the Western Sky mountain range were extremely dangerous, posing a life-threatening risk even to masters, let alone a low-level martial artist like him. Of course, the more dangerous the place, the greater the potential rewards, which is why the three of them had come together. Indeed, Li Wufeng, known for his eye technique, was the same young man who had lost a bet to Qin Yi over 3 first-level spiritual fruits. Now, he, the team leader Fang Yu, and another member, Chen Xiaodian from the Yu Hangchen family, were exploring the edge of the Western Sky mountain range, assessing the situation within. Li Wufeng's eyes were deep and mysterious, and using the Blevel technique, Eye of Void, created by the Li family, he could detect hidden dangers nearby in advance. However, as he focused on his observations, a gruesome, battlefield-like scene suddenly appeared before him, leaving him stunned and rubbing his eyes. Did I see that right? So many bodies, countless second-level insect corpses. Hundreds, maybe thousands of insect bodies were piled together, creating a hellish scene of blood and carnage right before his eyes. Each body was incredibly real, exuding a terrifying aura that would have posed a significant challenge to Li Wufeng even individually, let alone in such vast numbers. The cold, deathly atmosphere mixed with a sense of madness seemed to transcend time and space, overwhelming him. Shocked by the sight, Li Wufeng took 2 involuntary steps back and fell to the ground. It wasn't until Chen Xiaodian and Fang Yu called out to him with concern that he snapped out of his fear. What did you see? Fang Yu asked anxiously. Insect corpses, endless insect corpses. Li Wufeng murmured in a daze. There are first-level ones, second-level ones, and even dismembered bodies and blood of third-level overlords. Third-level overlords? Fang Yu and Chen Xiaodian were taken aback. As Li Wufeng's friends from prominent families, they knew all too well what third-level overlords signified. They were formidable beings against whom resistance was almost futile, encounters with them a brush with death. Are all those insects dead? Is there anything alive? Fang Yu asked. Nothing at all. They've all been slaughtered. Li Wufeng's expression was twisted, as if he had glimpsed some hazy scenes from the past through the Eye of Void. The three of them cautiously observed for a long time, ensuring there were no living creatures left on the battlefield before they carefully ventured in. Fang Yu knelt down, closely examining the wounds on the insect corpses with a grave expression. All the wounds were fatal blows delivered by a single punch, with a force of at least 2 tons, instantly killing these second-tier insects. He traced the fist marks on the insect's exoskeleton, and suddenly his face changed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The intent of the punch. Each of these marks held an insanely intense intent. Which noble had passed through here and intervened? The so-called Tao intent, is a realm that only experts of the mountain and sea realm can touch. Of course, some exceptional talents might grasp it early, but they are extremely rare. He respectfully stood up, bowed to the fist marks he had touched, showing reverence for the one who could claim the title of king or marquis. Beside him, Li Wufeng remained silent. Using his void-breaking eye, he scanned the surrounding aura and inexplicably captured a very familiar presence, as if it was emanating from someone he had encountered before. Who could it be? He meticulously searched his memory, but the answer that surfaced from the depths of his mind was unbelievable. That person? Impossible. He had seen that person just before entering the secret realm, and they were only at the entry-level martial artist stage. Let alone killing a second-tier insect. Even a first-tier insect could easily take their life. I must have mistaken the aura. Li Wufeng shook his head vigorously, then followed Fang Yu and Chen Xiaodian away from the site, not daring to harbor any ill intentions toward the insect corpses scattered around. One must not disrespect the powerful. Even their discarded remnants were beyond their courage to claim. In the vast desert, there was no sign of greenery, only endless yellow sand swirling in the air, and a few crocodile-sized desert lizards crawling silently, buried in the sand. Suddenly, a muffled sound erupted as Qin Yi's right hand formed a fist, and he leapt out from the shadows, striking the desert lizard's head with precision, killing the first-tier beast instantly. The nearby desert lizards, sensing danger, quickly burrowed into the sand and vanished, leaving only a fresh lizard corpse behind. Let's start a fire. We're having roasted lizard today. He quickly dressed the desert lizard's meat, tearing off chunks of the white flesh and tossing them to the big dog to handle. It had been nearly 5 days since they left the western Tian Shan Mountains, traveling day and night until they finally entered the northeastern desert of the Xiantian secret realm. The vast desert was filled with endless silence, with few creatures in sight, occasionally supplemented by some desert specialties for food and water, like the desert lizard before him and the giant cactus being used as firewood by the big dog. These giant cacti were rich in pure water, and after being drained, they served as excellent firewood, making them a practical resource. As for starting the fire, that relied on the big dog's special skill. The big dog skillfully plucked a few hairs from its tail, tossed them onto the dried-out cactus, and with a grimace, used its sturdy teeth to create sparks, igniting the dog hair and firewood, causing the flames to rise instantly. Under the high heat, the white meat chunks cooked quickly, and man and dog began to devour the meal ravenously. Since leaving the western Tian Mountains and following Qin Yi, the big dog has been enduring hunger every day, struggling to fill its belly with 3 meals. Qin Yi seems to have an even stronger resistance to hunger than the dog. Despite being on the brink of starvation, he remains nonchalant. This has led the big dog to suspect Qin Yi's identity, secretly wondering if he might not be human. Though the big dog's thinking is simple, it can't fathom that Qin Yi possesses the ability to adaptively evolve. After prolonged periods of hunger and thirst, he has successfully evolved to a secondary level of energy conservation and resource-saving ability, allowing him to go 10 days and nights without food or water. As he savored a bite of delicious lizard meat, Qin Yi increasingly felt that entering the secret realm was a wise choice. The nutritional content of the fierce beast's meat here is incomparable to ordinary food from the outside world. Consuming it not only refines his blood and energy, but also enhances his physical condition. The key is that most of the fierce beast's meat is delicious and not at all repulsive. After 5 days of calm, Qin Yi persisted in his training. The level 7 spiritual affinity was not wasted. Within 5 days, he refined more than 30 calories of blood and energy. Combined with the improvements from his previous physical transformation, his current state and strength are vastly different from before. Qin Yi's name, race, strength, physique, agility, spirit, talents, and skills now indicate that his combat power has entered the ranks of an 8th level warrior. His blood energy has reached 85 calories, and his physical strength is close to that of a master, making it easy to kill across realms as if drinking water. Ordinary mid-level martial artists cannot withstand his charge. In just 5 days, jumping from a 2nd level warrior to an 8th level warrior, breaking through 6 levels was so shocking that even the big dog was stunned. At this moment, the big dog is 100% convinced that Qin Yi is the legendary immortal seed and will undoubtedly become an immortal ancestor in the future. However, the big dog does not know that although Qin Yi's realm has not caught up, his body has long been honed to master-level strength. Relying on a master-level body to refine a warrior's blood and energy naturally progresses quickly. An 8th level warrior's blood energy is about 80 calories, with a strength close to a ton, a speed of about 35 meters per second, and a body unafraid of small-caliber handguns. After spiritual energy reconstructs the meridians, the complete reconstruction marks a 9th level warrior. But even as an 8th level warrior, the big dog firmly believes Qin Yi can withstand a tank with just his body. After finishing all the lizard meat, the big dog patted its paws, and its nose twitched slightly, seeming to catch a scent. A strong smell of blood lingered in the air, making him uneasy. Could it be that the fog of the blood mist desert is spreading? Qin Yi raised an eyebrow, sniffed carefully, but detected no unusual scent, secretly thinking about how keen a dog's sense of smell is. He didn't ignore the big dog's words, quickly finishing the meat in his hand and pulling a dull-looking sensing talisman from his pocket, closing his eyes to sense for a few seconds. Not far away, the distress team was at most 30 kilometers away. Qin Yi stood up, gazing ahead, faintly seeing a large expanse of scarlet mist approaching them on the horizon. The big dog's sense of foreboding grew stronger, and it couldn't help but jump to Qin Yi's side, pressing close to him, firmly stating, "I feel like something is about to happen." Just as the big dog finished speaking, whoosh. The once brilliant sun was suddenly obscured by thick fog, plunging the world into darkness hundreds of times over, as if someone had turned off the lights in a room. Qin Yi quickly turned around, looking into the distance, but everything was shrouded in the pervasive blood mist, nothing visible. He hadn't even entered yet, and the blood mist desert had already begun to spread on its own. A mist as red as blood enveloped everything in sight. Qin Yi and the big dog could only see a vast expanse of crimson, with nothing else visible. The dog anxiously climbed onto Qin Yi's shoulder, feeling slightly reassured by Qin Yi's lively and agitated energy, easing some of its tension. However, the oppressive presence of the blood mist prevented it from feeling completely at ease. The dog sensed that this eerie mist seemed to be alive, penetrating its body through tiny pores, eroding its vitality, and drawing out its energy to transform into more mist. Woof, the dog thought to itself. This mist actively corrodes living beings. Without reaching the level of a martial master, one might not last even a day. It calmed its mind and used a special technique to lock its blood within its body, preventing any energy from escaping. Once a martial artist reaches the martial master level, they can control the flow of energy within their body, even projecting it outward to invade an opponent. Lu Yi from the Strange God Society had once used this technique to infuse energy into Qin Yi's body during a fight. Although the dog had not reached the martial master level, it had learned a few techniques to control its energy in advance from following a supreme being. However, Qin Yi was not as fortunate. The dog's technique was specifically designed for dogs and couldn't be taught to him. Not every technique is as universally applicable as the language of dogs. Your brother is definitely dead. Without reaching the martial master level, how could he survive in the blood mist for 10 days or more? Don't go in to look for him. While we're still on the outskirts, let's turn back and get out of here. The dog, always cautious, was quick to warn Qin Yi if it meant avoiding danger. But having come this far, Qin Yi couldn't just turn back. Alive, I want to see him. Dead, I want to see his body. Qin Yi gripped the sensing talisman firmly, showing no intention of retreating. He could feel his energy slowly draining away, unable to stop it. At this rate, in about 2 days, he would weaken from depleted energy and eventually die. But this continuous harm to his body couldn't kill Qin Yi. He only feared being instantly killed, and for extreme environments that couldn't do that, it was actually beneficial for him. It meant another chance to evolve. Qin Yi sensed the vague direction from the rune in his hand and started moving deeper into the blood mist desert. The dog remained on his shoulder, understanding that staying with Qin Yi was the safest option. Even venturing into the blood mist desert was safer than leaving alone. No dog understood the value of the term celestial seed better than it did. Though the blood mist reduced visibility, the desert had few obstacles. Guided by the sensing talisman, Qin Yi moved effortlessly toward his destination. In the blood mist, intense activity seemed to accelerate the loss of energy. Qin Yi noticed the changes in himself and cautioned the dog. Be careful, intense movement speeds up energy loss. Even as he warned, he accelerated, suddenly breaking into a run. The dog exclaimed, "Didn't you say not to move intensely? What are you doing?" He couldn't quite understand Qin Yi's actions. As an 8th-level martial artist, running so vigorously in the blood mist was like opening a floodgate, letting his vitality drain away rapidly. Was he not afraid of dying? Meanwhile, as the man and his dog ventured deeper into the blood mist desert, 2 figures appeared in the thick blood mist 100 meters above Qin Yi. One was a man in a white tracksuit, with a calm expression and squinted eyes, giving off an air of benevolence. Beside him stood a respectful young girl with a single ponytail, looking spirited and valiant. "Master, shouldn't we help that young man ahead?" The girl, though only 16, had a vitality exceeding 300 calories, stepping into the realm of a low-level martial master, a talent described as extraordinary. However, being in the martial master realm, she couldn't walk on air. Her ability to fly was thanks to her master's power. The middle-aged man beside her, a grandmaster named Jiang Tianfeng, was tasked by the Yuhang administration to investigate the blood mist and beast tide issues in the Xiantian secret realm. While the danger level of the Xiantian secret realm wasn't high, the recently appearing blood mist far exceeded the difficulty of a level secret realm, drawing official attention and prompting the dispatch of a grandmaster to investigate. No rush, no rush. Jiang Tianfeng chuckled softly, hands behind his back. He knew the dangers of the blood mist, yet allowed Qin Yi, at the 8th level martial artist stage, to venture in, believing that youthful recklessness should be tempered with a lesson. The girl sighed inwardly at her master's mysterious demeanor. Her master enjoyed playing the sage, often appearing to guide strangers, especially talented ones. As a grandmaster in his 30s, Jiang Tianfang indeed deserved the title of a master. Besides, with the young man adamant about risking himself, letting him suffer a bit before saving him couldn't be seen as wrong. The master and apprentice leisurely followed Qin Yi and his big dog. Suddenly, the disciple, Qiu Yihan, exclaimed softly, a look of confusion crossing her face. Master, look, why is that young man suddenly running? He surely knows that intense exercise will accelerate the loss of vitality, right? Jiang Tianfang frowned, puzzled despite his experience. The young man couldn't be unaware that his vitality was being drawn out by the blood mist, so why would he actively exercise? Wasn't this suicidal? Could it be he has a blood-locking technique? Qiu Yihan speculated. Absolutely not. I can see his vitality draining, Jiang Tianfang replied, observing Qin Yi's vitality leaking like a deflated balloon. This doesn't look like someone with a blood-locking technique. Maybe he has some special life-saving method that you can't see. Qiu Yihan teased. Huh, if he had a life-saving method, would I not see it? Ridiculous. Jiang Tianfang clearly didn't want to lose face in front of his female disciple. I've never heard of a method that saves life by bleeding out. If he keeps bleeding like this and I don't intervene, he'll surely exhaust his vitality and become a dried corpse, doomed to die. He was utterly convinced. Mark my words, within an hour, he'll be too weak, lying on the ground awaiting death. Qiu Yihan shrugged, seeing her master's seriousness, and didn't argue further. In her view, Qin Yi indeed couldn't last an hour. However, the young man, seemingly indifferent to his self-destructive behavior, even seemed dissatisfied with the pace of his bloodletting from running and began to practice boxing while running. In the blood mist, he activated all his vitality, frantically practicing the 7 wounds mad fist, causing the blood mist to ripple continuously. The master and apprentice watched the powerful punches, exchanged glances, and were utterly dumbfounded. They had seen reckless people before, but never someone who seemed eager to hasten their own demise. Under the watchful eyes of Big Dog, Qin Yi's frail appearance became increasingly apparent. His steps were unsteady, his cheeks sunken, and he resembled a walking corpse, as if he might collapse at any moment. Even after 5 days and nights of fierce battles in the kingdom of women, he had not appeared this weak. Big Dog couldn't help but feel worried, yet Qin Yi ignored him, his gaze resolute as he moved forward. Suddenly, he swung his arms and punched the air twice. Despite his current frailty, these punches stirred up a powerful wind, with a faint sound of sonic booms. This was the grade martial art created by the Mad King 7 Wounds Crazy Fist, imbued with a sense of madness. Now, on the brink of death, Qin Yi was still throwing punches, gradually comprehending this madness and becoming absorbed in it. Even the Mad King would be shocked to see someone actively courting death while frantically throwing punches. Silently, Qin Yi mastered the 2nd level of the 7 Wounds Crazy Fist, and the murderous aura within him surged, becoming several times more intense. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body, weakened by the blood mist's erosion, couldn't withstand the impact of the 2nd level's murderous aura, causing internal injuries and a broken heart meridian. He collapsed to the ground, seemingly at death's door. In the distant sky, Jiang Tianfang's face darkened, speechless at the apparent lack of any life-saving method, as if Qin Yi was courting death. He thought to himself, hurry, save him. Young people today are so reckless, their minds aren't working properly. Though Jiang Tianfang criticized with his words, he couldn't bear to watch a prodigy of his own human race suffer. With his disciple Qiu Yihan, he took a step and crossed 100 meters. Just as he was about to reveal himself and rescue Qin Yi, lying motionless on the ground, suddenly trembled. His gaunt cheeks plumped up as if inflated, and within just over a minute, his complexion changed from ghostly pale to healthy and rosy. Qin Yi got up, stretched his muscles, producing cracking sounds. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding, your blood cells have successfully adapted to the absorption by the fallen true god, evolving into a passive skill-solid foundation and vitality. This passive skill, without any level, could preserve Qin Yi's life force and vitality, preventing external forces from draining them. Originally a master-level ability, Qin Yi learned it early due to the unique nature of the blood mist. However, the words absorption by the fallen true god in the system's prompt caught Qin Yi's attention. He was puzzled. What did it mean? Wasn't it the blood mist eroding him? Big Dog, who witnessed Qin Yi's resurrection, was so shocked he couldn't utter a word, even forgetting to bark. It wasn't just him. Even Jiang Tianfang and Qiu Yihan, hidden in the shadows, were stunned. Jiang Tianfang, having cultivated from a martial artist to a grandmaster, had never seen anything like this. To recover fully like Qin Yi, One would at least need to consume a third-tier spiritual fruit, but Qin Yi hadn't consumed anything, yet naturally returned to normal. This was too abnormal. Even with a Grandmaster's discerning eye, Jiang Tianfang couldn't fathom how Qin Yi managed to achieve this. The young man harbors a significant secret. Countless thoughts flashed through Jiang Tianfang's mind, but instead of feeling greedy, he grew more interested in Qin Yi. He turned to Qiu Yihan and said, "Let's go and greet him. It's impolite to follow someone around." Emerging from the hazy blood mist, Jiang Tianfang and Qiu Yihan approached Qin Yi. Wang. The sudden appearance of a man and a woman startled the big dog. It was naturally sensitive to its surroundings, but had not detected these two at all, especially the man, who seemed to be at least a grandmaster. The big dog was on alert. Although the two showed no malice, it remained cautious. Pretending to be unable to speak, it obediently perched on Qin Yi's shoulder, secretly communicating with Qin Yi in dog language. Qin Yi kept his distance, cautiously observing them. The girl, around 16 or 17, was likely at the martial artist level, while the middle-aged man's level was beyond his perception. Ahem, my apprentice, and I mean no harm. We intended to help you, but you managed to recover on your own. Jiang Tianfang, without any airs, briefly introduced himself and presented several official documents. Qin Yi couldn't understand these documents, but given Jiang Tianfang's evident strength, if he intended harm, he would have acted already, rather than waste words. Thus, Qin Yi's demeanor softened, and he briefly introduced himself. Upon hearing his introduction, Qiu Yihan was slightly surprised. You ventured into the blood mist to save a brother? But the mist is so vast, how will you find him? Qin Yi waved the sensing talisman in his hand. Seeing the still glowing first-level sensing talisman, Qiu Yihan furrowed her brows, a look of disbelief on her face. The blood mist blocks spiritual power and rune detection. How can a first-level sensing talisman work in the mist? Does your talisman really still guide you? Qin Yi was taken aback, a chill running down his spine. He pondered silently, wondering if the still active talisman could truly lead him to Chen Xian's team. After a moment, he took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I have to follow the talisman and try. What if it really leads me to them?" Chen Xian ventured deep into the Xian Tian secret realm for me, even as an entry-level martial artist. It's only right for me to enter the blood mist to save him. Perhaps this talisman is special. Let's go. If we're going to save someone, we shouldn't hesitate. Jiang Tianfang glanced at the talisman in Qin Yi's hand, seeing nothing special about it. Yet his curiosity about Qin Yi compelled him to follow. Moreover, rescuing those trapped in the blood mist aligned with his mission, and he didn't mind lending a hand, as he was always inclined to help others. Qin Yi looked at Jiang Tianfang a few more times, surprised that this formidable figure was willing to follow him deeper. Keeping his guard up, he relied on the talisman to navigate through the blood mist. The group continued deeper into the wasteland, where the blood mist grew thicker. Qin Yi could almost feel the cold liquid as he touched it with his hand. In the dense fog, faint wails echoed, indistinguishable as male or female. Qin Yi felt something watching him from the shadows, his nerves taut. Suddenly, he stopped, staring intently at the swirling mist ahead, and said in a deep voice, "We've arrived." Jiang Tianfang and Qiu Yihan halted as well. Jiang Tianfang let out a cold snort, releasing a powerful wave of spiritual energy that slowly parted the mist, revealing what lay hidden beneath. It was a decaying stone staircase, about 5 or 6 meters wide, descending into the unknown. As Qin Yi gazed at the staircase, the wailing grew louder, seemingly emanating from below. Qin Yi's gaze wandered back and forth at the staircase entrance. Within the fine sand, faint blood mist seemed to seep through, slowly rising and merging into the thick fog. This suggested that the source of the blood mist might be underground. He pondered whether to proceed further. Beside him, Jiang Tianfang's expression grew increasingly grave, as if sensing imminent danger. Having come this far, Qin Yi decided not to retreat, maintaining a calm demeanor. He turned to Qiu Yihan and asked, "Do you need me to inscribe a night vision array for you?" At some point, Qiu Yihan had already bitten her right index finger, letting blood drip to sketch out peculiar array patterns, blooming like a lotus at the corner of her eye, appearing pure and mysterious. It turned out that this young woman was an array master. In this world, array masters differed greatly from the traditional concept. Besides setting up arrays, they needed to be proficient in various array patterns, capable of inscribing them on themselves or others to trigger magical effects. When inscribed on special objects, they could create runes, like the first-level sensing rune in Qin Yi's hand, crafted by an array master. Rune masters and array masters were fundamentally the same, differing only in their specialization. Some genius array masters could also create high-level runes. A second-level night vision array, highly intricate, seems to be a unique formula. This girl indeed has some skills, the big dog commented quietly. There were ranks among array masters too, and those who could inscribe arrays on themselves were undoubtedly the most talented. "No, thank you." Qin Yi declined her offer. With his level 1 passive skill, keen sight, and night vision. He required no eye techniques, effortlessly penetrating the darkness with his naked eyes. Thus, Qin Yi and Jiang Tianfang led the way, with Qiu Yihan following closely. The three of them carefully stepped onto the first stair, moving with light and silent steps. Qiu Yihan noticed Qin Yi's bright eyes, surprised that he used no eye techniques, relying solely on his vision to pierce the darkness. No wonder the outside blood mist didn't hinder his sight. Her curiosity about Qin Yi deepened. Although he was only at the 8th stage of the martial artist level, he seemed more mysterious than her grandmaster teacher. Click, click, the trio steadily descended, with the big dog quietly perched on Qin Yi's shoulder, refraining from using any eye techniques, pretending to be an ordinary fierce beast. It seemed he possessed some special concealment technique, as even Jiang Tianfang, a grandmaster, hadn't noticed anything unusual. Big dog, do you have some impressive concealment technique for aura and presence? Can you teach me? Qin Yi silently communicated. As he grew stronger, the people he encountered became more formidable. Without better concealment, his adaptive evolution talent might be exposed. Only dogs can learn it. Do you want to be a dog? The big dog stuck out its tongue and panted. It seemed unreliable to seek concealment techniques from the big dog. Qin Yi thought. Perhaps he needed to return to Yuhang to purchase them from the martial world. At this point, the descending staircase seemed endless. The three had been walking for nearly half an hour, yet the bottom was nowhere in sight. Suddenly, Jiang Tianfang extended his hand, signaling Qin Yi and Qiu Yihan to halt. He pointed to a corner about 10 meters away and frowned. There are two bodies. Qin Yi and Qiu Yihan's eyes instantly focused, looking in the indicated direction. Using her second-tier night vision array, Qiu Yihan couldn't see anything. Her view was obstructed by some force, limiting her visibility to just 5 or 6 meters. Meanwhile, Qin Yi could clearly see two corpses, and his expression turned serious. The sensing talisman in his hand trembled slightly, its glow growing brighter. As the three of them drew closer, Qin Yi could confirm that the locator talisman corresponding to his sensing talisman was on these two bodies, the very ones who had issued the rescue mission. Qin Yi's expression was a mix of emotions, but he eventually calmed down. The aura from these corpses was not that of Chen Xian. Qiu Yihan bent down, examining the bodies closely, but despite her efforts, she found no wounds. The bodies had turned to skeletons, one of them clutching a locator talisman in its hand, devoid of any flesh, as if they had been dead for over a decade. However, Qin Yi knew their deaths could not have occurred more than a month ago. The mist here was several times thicker than above, clearly indicating they had died from their life essence being drained, their spirits and energy absorbed by the blood mist. Jiang Tianfang spoke in a deep voice. Qin Yi found some clues from his speculations and asked puzzledly. The blood mist below the steps is clearly denser than on the surface. If these people were seeking refuge, why would they descend the steps? It doesn't make any sense. His words plunged the three into deep thought. At that moment, a mournful wail echoed in Qin Yi's ears again. This time, he could make out the words, blood for blood, blood for blood. It was as if a ghost was whispering, the mysterious voice filled with violence and resentment, yet tinged with a hint of sanctity, a contradictory mix. Qin Yi's mind stirred, and as he turned to ask Qiu Yihan and Jiang Tianfang if they had heard the wailing, he was startled to see Qiu Yihan's eyes turn a frightening shade of red, her face confused as if she had lost control, sprinting down the steps. On the other side, Jiang Tianfang was also acting strangely, his facial features contorted, seemingly struggling against something, momentarily ignoring his disciple and not paying attention to Qin Yi. Had they fallen under an illusion? The wailing from the depths of the steps had the power to control minds? Qin Yi suddenly awoke, instantly understanding why Chun Xian's team had willingly gone down the steps to their deaths. They were controlled by the mysterious wailing. So, was Chun Xian down there too? Qin Yi glanced at the large dog, shaking its head and babbling nonsensically. Clearly, the dog's mental strength was stronger than Qiu Yihan's. Although it was affected by the mental assault of the wailing, it could resist and wasn't controlled. As for Qin Yi, thanks to the passive skill clarity of mind he had acquired earlier, he felt no special sensations. This skill greatly enhanced Qin Yi's mental resistance, allowing him to be immune to many illusions. The second-tier mother insect nest was indeed powerful. With its evolved skills, even the mysterious wailing could be ignored. Even the Grandmaster Jiang Tianfang was affected, yet Qin Yi remained unharmed. Focusing intensely and raising his vigilance to the highest level, Qin Yi stopped paying attention to Jiang Tianfang, who was still struggling in place. He dashed forward, catching up with Qiu Yihan, and raced downward. As he descended, the blood mist grew denser, and the wailing no longer faded in and out, but constantly echoed in his ears. Finally, Qin Yi reached the bottom of the steps, stepping onto a vast, empty ground. Looking up, he saw a large, tranquil blood pool ahead, with Qiu Yihan standing dazedly in front of it, seemingly doing nothing. The blood mist dissipated here, and the tall red walls around were rough, and uneven. Beyond the blood pool, the blood flowed into several openings, leading who knows where. As Qin Yi moved forward a few steps, he suddenly noticed a broken stone tablet standing in the center of the blood pool, with several large, crooked characters carved into it. They weren't in Chinese nor any known human language, but upon seeing them, Qin Yi understood their meaning. Today, I slay the great god in Xianyuan. The brief inscription exuded a murderous aura, and just a glance made Qin Yi's brow ache, causing blood to flow from his 7 orifices. Woof! Qin Yi quickly averted his gaze from the stone tablet as the sound of a large dog's barking reached his ears. Had it really managed to break free from the whaling's hold ahead of time, even faster than Jiang Tianfang, who was suspected to be a grandmaster? Could it be that a grandmaster is truly no match for a dog? Qin Yi hurriedly slipped away, alert to the danger, fearing that listening too closely to the wailing could be a trap for the soul. The big dog, showing a bit of conscience, immediately sent a warning to Qin Yi upon waking. However, when it saw Qin Yi staring at it with a speechless expression, it froze. Qin Yi didn't seem to have fallen into a soul trap at all. How could such an advanced soul trap be ineffective against him? The big dog found Qin Yi more and more unfathomable. Not only was his physical body extraordinary, but even his soul seemed terrifying as well. Were all celestial beings this monstrous? That grandmaster would need at least a day to break free from the trap, it thought. But, the big dog originally intended to suggest that Qin Yi stay put and wait for Jiang Tianfang to regain consciousness. But recalling Qin Yi's actions in recent days, it felt its advice was unnecessary. Feel free to wander around, but be careful, it finally said, waving its paw as if it had nothing more to add. Qin Yi glanced at Qiu Yihan, who was sitting quietly by the blood pool not far away, and approached slowly. Is your spiritual power stronger than a grandmaster's? How did you wake up so quickly, he asked. The big dog also showed a hint of confusion. I'm not sure. It doesn't seem to be my own doing, but rather related to that stone tablet. The killing intent pouring out from the tablet woke me up early. So that was it. Perhaps the wailing in the blood-mist desert was the dying words of a giant god slain by the tablet's owner. Thus, the aura lingering on the tablet could suppress the wailing. So, could the giant god's remains be hidden in the deepest part of the blood pool? Lost in thought, Qin Yi unknowingly walked behind Qiu Yihan, planning to bring her to the stone tablet and see if the killing intent could help her awaken. But suddenly, the calm surface of the lake erupted with waves. Splash! Thick droplets of blood splattered, forming a dense mist that gradually coalesced into a distorted-faced fog man, lunging towards Qin Yi. A strong sense of danger enveloped him instantly. Without thinking, Qin Yi threw a punch. Though hasty, it was a full-force punch, with power exceeding 2 tons, capable of shattering metal and stone. Shockingly, the punch passed through the fogman's body without resistance, creating a gap. In the next moment, all the force dissipated, and the gap in the fogman closed instantly. With a squelch, Qin Yi's right hand was severed at the wrist, his whole fist disappearing, swallowed by the fogman. This creature made of blood mist was immune to all physical attacks? Blood spurted onto the ground, and Qin Yi's face turned pale as he quickly pulled back his right arm. Fortunately, his body, now at level 3, had robust regenerative abilities, and the bleeding stopped immediately. Tiny buds of flesh began to grow on the cross-section, and a new right hand would fully regenerate within 5 minutes. The fogman's core was the soul of a deceased being. Those creatures had their lifeblood drained by the blood mist while alive, and eventually, their souls fell into the blood pool, transforming into fogmen. The big dog's eyes gleamed as it saw through the fogman's essence. Normally, the stronger the soul before death, the more terrifying the mist creature that appears after. Leave here quickly. There's definitely more than one mist creature in the blood lake. Dago's message had barely ended when the entire blood lake began to churn violently, the blood-like water boiling with frenzy. Qin Yi's expression darkened as he swiftly moved to Qiu Yihan's side, focusing on her. To his shock, he saw blood seeping from her entire body, as if she was about to dissolve into a pool of blood and vanish into the lake. Could this be how mist creatures are formed? Don't think about saving her. The melting blood state requires her to be wounded to awaken, and you can't even hit the mist creature, let alone her. Dago didn't have time to continue his message as a flicker of fear crossed his eyes, seeing an extremely terrifying mist creature about to emerge from the depths of the blood lake. Qin Yi definitely couldn't withstand it. However, Qin Yi ignored this, clenched his left fist, and fiercely struck Qiu Yihan's shoulder. Dago watched Qin Yi's fist closely, and what happened next was beyond his imagination. Swish! Qin Yi's fist seemed to plunge into a pool, just about to pass through Qiu Yihan's body, when suddenly a cold aura erupted, causing the previously dazed Lin Xiuhan to tremble slightly, and her previously vacant eyes regained their color. Physical attacks were ineffective, but what about lethal aura? Qin Yi harbored a second-level lethal aura within him, which wasn't a physical attack. Even Dago didn't expect Qin Yi to have this up his sleeve. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Xiaohan awoke from her confusion in a terrible state, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Before she could thank Qin Yi, he grabbed her arm, and with her legs off the ground, charged towards the turbulent blood pool. Qin Yi didn't choose to return the way they came, but decided to delve underground and explore the blood cave ahead. Instead of going back, moving forward seemed more viable, as the cave entrance was closer. With a powerful leap, he easily crossed more than half of the blood lake, plunging toward the blood cave. Splat! Two small mist creatures blocking the way were instantly shattered by Qin Yi's lethal aura, unable to hinder him in the slightest. The two landed steadily at the dark cave entrance, gazing into the depths where blood-red streams flowed, and without a word, they plunged in. Outside, terrifying mist creatures formed one after another, dancing wildly, almost filling the entire palace. They seemed to sense the presence of living beings, and hundreds of mist creatures followed the path Qin Yi had taken, trying to enter the blood cave. However, the stone tablet in the center of the blood lake suddenly shook, causing all the mist creatures to freeze, then retreat step by step to the cave entrance, not daring to pursue further. This stone tablet seemed to lock the mist creatures within the vast blood lake, preventing them from straying too far. Qin Yi had gambled correctly once more. Had he chosen to turn back and take the stairs, he might not have escaped in time and would have been caught by the mist creatures. Now, the narrow blood cave seemed endless as Qin Yi and Lin Xiaohan trudged through the knee-deep blood water, the wailing around them growing clearer, possibly drawing them closer to the deceased giant deity. Wait, that giant deity, is it really dead? The stone tablet only mentioned severing the giant deity at Xiantian, not killing. A single word makes all the difference. In the narrow cave, Qin Yi and Xiao Yihan walked side by side, their steps light and gentle. The bloody water beneath them rippled softly at their feet without splashing. Xiao Yihan's body was eroded by the blood, her injuries severe, especially from Qin Yi's unexpected punch. Strands of deadly energy still lingered within her, hindering her ability to heal. Her entire body felt cold, with sharp pains constantly assaulting her. It was unbelievable that, as a low-level martial artist with second-tier runes carved on her bones, she could be injured so badly by Qin Yi's single punch. Even more baffling was that both she and her master were affected by the mysterious wailing, yet Qin Yi remained unscathed and unaffected. Are you sure you haven't been hiding your strength? Xiao Yihan couldn't help but ask. Qin Yi glanced at her curiously and shook his head, replying, "No, I'm just an 8th-level martial artist. Why? Is it strange that I can ignore the allure of the wailing?" Xiao Yihan was at a loss for words and sighed, forcibly gathering her energy and blood. She bit 2 fingers to inscribe runes on her shoulder wound, trying to stabilize her injury and dispel the deadly energy. However, just as she was focusing on her task, Qin Yi's words interrupted her thoughts. He pointed to the big dog on his shoulder and nonchalantly said, "Look, even my big dog isn't affected by the wailing and is still lively." Following his gaze, Xiao Yihan saw the dog's bright eyes and nearly lost her breath, worsening her injury. "Look at that. Is this even human talk? It's like saying people are worse off than dogs," she replied helplessly, calming herself to continue inscribing the runes. A few minutes later, a pure white pattern resembling a blooming lotus was completed, emitting a pure life aura to aid her recovery. Qin Yi admired the runes, thinking to himself how fascinating they were, with their variety and ability to assist in healing. However, it seemed he didn't need such external aids, as his adaptive evolution allowed him to solve all problems through evolution. "Stop staring, I can do runes too. Once I'm stronger, I'll help you inscribe them," the big dog secretly transmitted to Qin Yi. Qin Yi couldn't help but glance at the dog a few more times, marveling at how the world had changed, with even dogs knowing how to set up formations. "I don't need runes, but you could make some runes for me to sell for money and earn contributions," he thought of the dog's potential future use. The dog rolled its eyes, ignoring Qin Yi, thinking that this human was the real dog, wanting to exploit it as free labor, truly despicable. This small episode during their exploration lightened the previously tense atmosphere. Qin Yi decided not to venture further, noticing that in the depths of the cave, the mist gradually dissipated, leaving nothing but darkness to obscure the view. He clenched his fist, gathered his strength, and punched forward with all his might against the black-red wall. Bang! The wall didn't break, only denting slightly before returning to its original state within seconds. Something's off about this wall. Qin Yi frowned, puzzled, wondering if there was some special connection between himself and the cave. Ever since entering the Xiantian secret realm, he found himself constantly wandering through underground caves. In a quiet cave, Qiyihan leaned against the red wall, closed her eyes, and carefully sensed the changes around her. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide and asked, "Do you feel it? The walls and the ground beneath us are vibrating rhythmically." Qin Yi concentrated and indeed felt a faint tremor occurring every 2 minutes. This subtle movement was hard to detect unless one paid close attention. However, what it signified was a mystery to both of them. "Let's keep going," Qin Yi finally decided. Even when your master Jiang Tianfang wakes up, he won't be able to cross the blood lake to join us. It seems there's a mistborn creature beyond a grandmaster's level lurking there, likely to block your master. With our retreat cut off, staying here could mean death, so we might as well move forward. Qin Yi nodded in agreement. As they ventured deeper into the cave, they suddenly stopped, their faces showing surprise and doubt. A massive iron slab appeared before them, like a curtain blocking their path. It was entirely white, its material unidentifiable, and Qin Yi referred to it as an iron slab. The slab was stained with blood streaks, exuding an overwhelming murderous aura. As Qin Yi approached, he was struck by intense pain, vomiting blood and his skin cracking. This slab holds a kind of Tao intent, above the mountain and sea realm. Qin Yi retreated several steps to regain his composure. He was certain that approaching the slab further would mean death within a minute, without even a chance for evolution. The disparity in power reminded him of the Mad King's Tao he'd encountered, yet the Tao intent on this slab seemed even stronger. Qin, with her greater knowledge, vaguely recognized the essence of the slab. This might be a fragment of a peerless divine weapon, left here, or perhaps it's the weapon itself, just so massive that we can only see a part of it embedded in the cave. Qin Yi was astonished. Are you saying that if we explore other caves, we might encounter similar slabs blocking our path? He imagined a gigantic divine weapon slicing into the ground, severing several caves, and felt a sense of disbelief. At that moment, Qin noticed something else. Have you realized that the wailing sound that used to echo around us has vanished? Qin Yi was startled, realizing that as they delved deeper into the cave, the wailing should have increased, but at some point, it had inexplicably disappeared. The unease in Qiu Yihan's heart grew heavier as she descended the steps, encountering one strange incident after another. She had a constant feeling that a deadly danger lurked in the deepest part of the cave. She thought having her master by her side would prevent any trouble, but she never expected a mere level Xintian secret realm to be so terrifying. As a martial artist, she instinctively sought Qin Yi's opinion, clearly seeing him as her anchor. Qin Yi, however, didn't respond. He stared blankly at the divine weapon blocking their path, torn with indecision. From the desert to here, he had yet to find any trace of Chen Xian. Could it be that Xiao Xuanzi had already been swallowed by the blood lake and turned into a weak mist person? He felt a compelling urge to move forward and never look back. Yet, the weapon of indiscernible rank stood in his way, leaving him in a prolonged state of hesitation. Amid the silence, the big dog lying obediently on his shoulder seemed to sense something. It suddenly stood up and barked at the divine weapon. Woof, woof, woof. Immediately, the massive weapon began to emit a brilliant glow, its surface filled with a thick aura of Tao, gentle and non-threatening. Qiu Yihan and Qin Yi were both stunned by this sudden change, exchanging glances and tensing up, wary of any imminent danger. Woof! The big dog jumped off Qin Yi's shoulder, ran close to the divine weapon, and barked again. Then, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The high-ranking divine weapon did not attack the dog. Instead, it hummed, seemingly expressing a joyful and cheerful emotion. Rumble! The entire cave, and even the whole underground area, began to shake violently. Under the astonished gazes of Qiu Yihan and Qin Yi, the divine weapon slowly moved, revealing a gap just wide enough for an adult to pass through. Could this weapon have been left by your master? Qin Yi snapped out of his daze and communicated telepathically with the big dog, the one who slayed gods. Is that your master? The stone tablet in the blood lake had once helped the big dog regain consciousness, and now the divine weapon blocking their path was connected to the dog. The truth was evident, even a fool could guess it. The big dog, looking dazed, scratched its head and jumped back onto Qin Yi's shoulder. A few meters away, Qiu Yihan glanced at the big dog, then at Qin Yi, hesitant to speak. Only now did she realize the extraordinary nature of this pet dog. Initially, she always thought the big dog was just an ordinary spirit beast Qin Yi kept. After all, the dog was only at the first tier, or more accurately, at the peak of the first tier, which was not much for a martial artist. But a fierce beast like the big dog, capable of influencing mysterious weapons, must have a big secret behind it. Qiu Yihan didn't want to offend Qin Yi, so she chose not to delve into the matter, pretending she hadn't seen anything. I'll keep your secret. Don't worry, I'm not one to gossip, she said casually. Qin Yi nodded, silently shelving the matter and not bringing it up again. The two of them moved one after the other towards the narrow entrance created by the divine weapon. Just as they were about to enter, Qin Yi's pupils suddenly contracted, and he was shocked to the core. Below the entrance lay an abyss, unfathomably deep. The impenetrable red wall he and Qiu Yihan faced had a breach easily sliced by the divine weapon, leaving an indelible mark. Most importantly, at the bottom of the chasm lay two people, their bodies covered in thick blood vessels, almost merging with the surrounding red wall, as if becoming blood puppets. Among them, the young and handsome one was unmistakably Chen Xian. How did he end up here? Qin Yi was anxious, noticing that Qin Xian was tightly gripping a round object in his right hand, seemingly a spiritual fruit. This was the fruit Qin Xian had risked everything to bring out of the secret realm to cure him. Even in such a dire situation, on the brink of death, Qin Xian hadn't consumed the fruit or abandoned it. Don't be rash. Your brother isn't dead. He just seems to be in a strange state. The big dog quickly communicated to stop Qin Yi, who looked ready to jump down and rescue them. Of the two people in the chasm, the one on the left was already dead, completely devoid of life, leaving only bones. The one on the right, however, had an intact body and seemed to be in a special state, undergoing a transformation, possibly a fortuitous encounter. Qin Xian was the one referred to by the big dog. Qin Yi calmed down a bit, and just then, Qiu Yihan also arrived beside him. Following his gaze, she saw the two figures at the bottom of the chasm, almost merging with the red wall. After learning from Qin Yi that the person below was the friend he had entered the blood mist desert to save, Qiu Yihan's eyes sparkled. Observing closely, many questions in her mind suddenly became clear. Your friend is quite fortunate to have survived this. I suspect he absorbed almost all the blood mist in the cave while staying near the divine weapon, using the Tao and tint it emitted to counteract the blood mist, achieving a miraculous balance that led to his current state, Qiu Yihan analyzed. She continued. The person next to him clearly attempted the same but couldn't withstand it, while your friend did, likely undergoing a transformation and gaining a significant opportunity. The divine weapon and the blood mist were evidently opposing forces. Qin Xian had leveraged this opposition, absorbed a large amount of blood mist into his body, and used the divine weapon to suppress the mist, taking a risky gamble that ultimately paid off. He transformed through the blood mist, a logical yet rarely conceivable method for ordinary people. Without a tenacious will, enduring such a painful process would be impossible. No wonder there was no blood mist in the cave, and the wailing stopped. It must have been the activation of the divine weapon's power by you earlier that isolated and eliminated the wailing here, the big dog remarked. Both the big dog and Qiu Yihan mentioned transformation, suggesting that with their insight, they wouldn't be mistaken. Qin Yi felt a bit relieved. Knowing his brother had an opportunity, he could only feel gratified. Let's move on. Since it's his opportunity, we shouldn't disturb him and risk causing harm with good intentions, Qiu Yihan suggested. Qin Yi nodded and, together with her, crossed the chasm and continued forward. Sure enough, on the other side of the divine weapon, the blood mist re-emerged, not having disappeared. As they moved away from the divine weapon, the wailing resumed. Qiu Yihan remained cold and composed, struggling to resist the allure of the wailing. Those who had experienced and escaped the wailing once gained some resistance, but still couldn't ignore it as Qin Yi did. They continued with some difficulty for another 10 minutes, finally reaching the end of the cave. Beyond lay no path, only an endless sea, stretching as far as the eye could see. The vast, boundless sea lay calm and still, like an ancient mirror, without a trace of disturbance. The water wasn't thick like a lake of blood. Instead, it was pitch black, resembling dark ink. Standing on the shore, Qin Yi and Lin Xiuhan could clearly hear the mournful cries of each droplet, as if someone were whispering in their ears, hoarse and full of sorrow. The eerie wailing was actually coming from the ink-black sea. Could the sea speak? Qin Yi looked around and found the surroundings empty, except for the red walls overhead. Lin Xiuhan and the big dog were also staring intently at the ink sea, seemingly oblivious to any anomaly. After a moment of thought, Qin Yi took a piece of second-tier Lord-level insect carapace from his grade storage bag and gently tossed it into the sea. With a splash, the carapace sank, sending up a few droplets, then floated back up, calmly suspended on the surface, neither sinking nor drifting, as serene as a painting. As Qin Yi gazed at the carapace, Lin Xiuhan and the big dog were drawn in, their eyes also fixed on it. Gradually, the insect carapace was dissolved by a mysterious force, thinning out until it completely vanished after 10 minutes, turning into nothingness. During this process, Qin Yi sharply detected a strange fluctuation, though he couldn't determine its nature. Lin Xiuhan, however, felt nothing, including the fluctuation that Qin Yi had sensed. Did the ink sea's water have corrosive properties? But given the time it took, the corrosion wasn't fast. If I were to soak in it, I shouldn't be killed instantly, Qin Yi thought to himself, confident that his physical body was definitely stronger than the second-tier Lord-level insect. If the carapace could last for over 10 minutes, he should be fine soaking for half an hour. Don't rush in just yet. The fluctuation from the ink sea corroding the carapace is a bit strange, the big dog said, frowning and serious. This fluctuation seems more like a mental wave rather than one of blood or Tao intent. Mental wave. Qin Yi was taken aback. A human martial artist needed to reach at least the master realm to open their brain domain, cultivate their soul, and enhance their mental strength. To release mental waves, or even divine sense would require at least an upper-grade master, or even a grandmaster level. The big dog jumped off his shoulder, walked to the water's edge, and after observing for a while, exclaimed in shock. This black water is too bizarre. Each drop seems to contain pure mental power. The total mental power it forms is endless, truly vast like the sea. Such terrifying mental power would at least belong to a true king. This is a sea of mental power, or rather, a sea of souls. So, can I take a bath in this ink sea? Qin Yi was more concerned about this. The big dog's mouth twitched, surprised by Qin Yi's odd line of thought. He replied through telepathy, it shouldn't be a problem. The sea didn't corrode the second-tier carapace, it decomposed it. Countless mental forces activated on their own, tearing the carapace apart bit by bit. Your body is stronger than the carapace, so soaking for an hour shouldn't be an issue. That's exactly what Qin Yi wanted to hear. With the big dog's confirmation, he wasted no time and, in front of Lin Xiaohan, walked straight into the ink sea, immersing himself completely beneath its surface. You are. Lin Xiaohan was instantly stunned, staring in disbelief. Qin Yi, this guy really doesn't play by the rules. Despite knowing the risks, he keeps rushing headlong into danger. Is there some deeper meaning behind his actions? Xiao Yihan recalled the scene when she first met Qin Yi, where he deliberately allowed the blood mist to absorb his vital energy, and she couldn't help but feel a shiver in her heart. She had read in some ancient texts that many top warriors from different races would intentionally enter forbidden zones to train, using the grind of life and death to push their potential to the limit. These fighters were known as extreme warriors, and their behavior was precisely what the Martial Arts Federation's extreme list was meant to represent. It's rumored that extreme warriors are invincible at their level, and many can even fight across realms. Now, with Qin Yi being so powerful, it seems he might have embarked on the path of an extreme warrior. While Xiao Yihan was lost in her thoughts on the shore, Qin Yi was in great distress elsewhere. The big dog misjudged. Although the Black Sea is a sea of spiritual power, it treats the dead and the living very differently. Dead objects are simply disassembled by countless strands of spiritual power, but when living beings enter the Black Sea, their bodies remain unharmed, while their souls are violently torn apart. If Qin Yi didn't have 10 points of spiritual power, his soul would have long been dissolved by the Black Sea. Floating in the sea, his facial features twisted as he felt countless knives slicing through his soul. This soul-deep pain surpassed the agony of late-stage cancer, and even level 3 pain tolerance was hard-pressed to endure it. His entire body was drenched in sweat, which, as soon as it seeped out, was absorbed into the Black Sea and disappeared. Such pain is beyond words. Even 10 needles piercing all his fingers simultaneously wouldn't compare to a fraction of the pain of having his soul torn apart. Qin Yi was nearly fainting from the pain, and in his dazed consciousness, some unique memory images surged into his mind along with the seawater of the Black Sea. He saw a spear that towered to the heavens, seemingly capable of piercing the sky. A man dwelling above the 9 heavens held it and hurled it downward with force. Boom! Space shattered, the great path trembled, and a mighty giant god was pierced through the neck by the spear, driven hundreds of meters underground, and ultimately nailed to the ground. Before dying, the giant god roared unwillingly to the heavens, but it was all in vain. A broken stone tablet descended from the sky, embedded itself into the giant god's chest, suppressing the heart and sealing the giant god who sought revival forever. From then on, only the painful wails echoed through the world, lingering hauntingly. Splash! The memory abruptly ended, and Qin Yi suddenly woke up, emerging from the Black Sea. A familiar system voice sounded in his ear, but he paid it no mind, only dazedly recalling the strange memories he'd just witnessed, as all the puzzles suddenly unraveled. On the shore, Xiao Yihan saw Qin Yi looking lost and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" However, Qin Yi didn't respond, merely muttering to himself, I see. We have been inside that giant god's body all along." The tunnel they previously walked through, which was saturated with blood, turned out to be the blood vessel of a giant deity. The incredibly sturdy red walls around them were actually the flesh of this giant deity. The warrior who had ascended to the divine realm possessed incredibly resilient flesh. Even after many years of death, his body would not decay, nor could it be easily pierced by ordinary creatures. Only the man wielding the battle spear from their memories, with immense power, could pierce through the giant deity's neck, pinning him underground. No wonder they felt a rhythmic, subtle tremor when touching the red walls or standing on the ground. This was the faint heartbeat and breath of the subdued giant deity. Could it be that this suppressed deity is on the brink of revival? Upon hearing Qin Yi's concise explanation, Xiao Yihan and Big Dog were struck with a sudden realization, their faces showing uncontrollable shock. They had been walking inside the body of the deceased giant deity all this time. It now seemed that the so-called blood mist was likely an abnormal change in the deity's body after death, with his vital energy seeping out, engulfing everything within dozens of kilometers. The life force of these creatures was consumed and transformed into nutrients for the deity's revival, aiding in the healing of his injuries and his reawakening. In their memories, the giant deity was definitely slain by the battle spear, but at his level, perhaps even death was not the end, and he could gradually come back to life. Otherwise, why would the mysterious man with the spear leave behind that stone tablet to suppress the deity's heart before departing? The blood lake area they passed through earlier was likely the heart of the giant deity, and the stone tablet suppressed the most crucial area for the deity's revival. As they followed the path upwards from the heart, a divine weapon blocked their way, and you mentioned that the battle spear was lodged in the giant deity's neck. Qiu Yihan suddenly paused, looking towards the distant ink-black sea, her voice slightly trembling. We must be inside the giant deity's mind now. The eerie black sea before them was the deity's sea of consciousness, the mental domain developed by warriors at the Grandmaster level. The sea of consciousness is a mystical space where the soul is nurtured and spiritual energy is accumulated. Qin Yi had always thought of the sea of consciousness as a non-physical, mental construct. However, it seemed today that at a sufficiently high level of cultivation, even the sea of consciousness could manifest as tangible matter. Not to mention the sea of consciousness, the giant deity's physical body itself was large enough to rival a city. What kind of existence was this deity? And how powerful must the man who killed the deity have been? Qin Yi couldn't help but ponder deeply. Beyond the Grandmaster level, he knew nothing except the names of the realms. However, while he didn't understand, Big Dog did. As a dog that had once followed a supreme being, he had only lost the memories of his master, retaining much of the secret knowledge about warriors. This so-called giant deity was likely a venerable. Legends say that venerables have a lifespan of 100,000 years, are immortal, and can be reborn from a single drop of blood. Even in death, they can use their indestructible golden body to gather a trace of spirit, gradually restoring their soul and returning once more. In the cosmos and the myriad worlds, venerable-level beings are top-tier existences, and thus, they have another title. Beings call them immortal deities. Venerable. Qin Yi reflected on this term, feeling a subtle sense of awe. Before entering the Xiantian secret realm, the president of the Yuhang Martial Arts Association, Su Ruoxu, had told him about a legendary human powerhouse Wanjie Tianzuan. Above the Shanghai realm is the True King realm, and above the True King realm is the Venerable realm, and above that is the Tianzuan? Qin Yi was filled with curiosity about this. The big dog shook its head and corrected him. No, the Tianzuan realm is not a separate realm. It is a title given to those in the Venerable realm who have broken through their limits. Much like how warriors in the Shanghai realm who break through their limits are called Fenghe realm. Tianzuan is a title of respect for the strongest warriors among the venerables. Those who break limits in the Shanghai realm are in the Fenghe realm, and those who do so in the Venerable realm are called Tianzuan. This revelation was like a sudden enlightenment for Qin Yi. He finally understood the secrets of higher realms hidden within the martial arts limit rankings Su Ruoxu had mentioned. Only by reaching and surpassing the limit of a realm could one become the strongest in that realm and influence the advancement to the next. However, the big dog wasn't finished speaking. With a hint of excitement in its eyes, it continued to communicate with Qin Yi. Legend has it that within the body of an immortal deity lies a drop of pure divine blood, the source of their immortal divinity. If you consume this drop of pure divine blood before reaching the venerable realm, it will establish a divine-level aptitude, making future cultivation smooth and unimpeded. Now that the giant deity is dead and struggling to resurrect, it's the best opportunity to obtain the pure divine blood. Normally, such a chance comes only once in 10,000 years. Qin Yi pondered where the pure divine blood might be hidden. He speculated it could be at the bottom of the ink sea or the blood lake, suppressed by a stone tablet. Both places were fraught with life-threatening dangers, possibly leaving no room for adaptive evolution before being instantly killed. Suddenly, he touched his chin, recalling that he had just successfully honed his soul through the ink sea, resulting in significant changes. Checking his personal panel, he found that his mental strength had skyrocketed from 10 to 20 points, and he had gained a new passive skill. My heart is like iron LV2. His soul had been tempered by the remnants of a venerable sea of consciousness, successfully evolving and developing this skill. This passive skill not only enhanced his soul's strength, but also increased his total mental power. Mental power and soul had always been his weaknesses, but now with clear mind, and my heart is like iron, these weaknesses were partially addressed. Perhaps he could attempt to dive into the ink sea. If there was no pure divine blood at the bottom, so be it. Qin Yi gazed at the calm surface of the ink sea, silently resolving to take the risk once more. Without courage, how could he forge an invincible body and traverse the stars? He was ready to take the plunge. He entrusted the big dog to Qiu Yihan and returned to the edge of the ink sea, preparing to enter once more. The dark waters reflected a sinister, distorted face, howling as it tore at its body. Qin Yi ignored it, focused on the depths of the ink sea, calmed his mind, and leaped. Splash! The waves surged as his small figure vanished beneath the water, disappearing in an instant. Qiu Yihan watched the spot where Qin Yi had entered the water, her expression complex, unable to look away for a long time. She wondered to herself, is the sea of consciousness of an immortal deity really like a swimming pool, where you can come and go as you please? She moved closer to the ink sea, her heart filled with mixed emotions. The conversation between the big dog and Qin Yi was conducted in their unique language, unheard by Qiu Yihan. At this moment, Qin Yi had dived into the ink sea in search of the purest divine blood, while the big dog followed behind Qiu Yihan, appearing as an inconspicuous little dog. However, as time passed, the big dog began to sense something amiss. Qiu Yihan seemed to be getting closer to the consciousness of a deceased giant god, which puzzled the big dog, causing it to tilt its head in confusion. Suddenly, it saw Qiu Yihan extend her hand into the ink sea. The big dog was startled and wanted to stop her, but chose to remain silent to avoid exposing too much. Splash Qiu Yihan's entire right hand submerged into the sea of consciousness. She expected it to be eroded, but to her surprise, the sea did not attack her body. Instead, it directly tore at her soul. Buzz. The small section of the sea of consciousness she touched emitted a hum, and a domineering, eerie mental force instantly pierced her forehead, seizing her soul. In that instant, excruciating pain spread from her head throughout her body, and she almost fainted from the agony. Despite having endured numerous hardships, this level of pain was beyond her tolerance. In the last moment before losing consciousness, she desperately withdrew her arm from the sea, and then blacked out on the shore. The big dog stood behind her, dumbfounded. According to its observations, the ink sea should only tear at an intruder's body, so why did Qiu Yihan faint almost immediately? Moreover, her submerged right hand was perfectly intact. Puzzled, the big dog cautiously approached the ink sea, mimicking Qiu Yihan's actions, and gingerly extended a paw to test the waters. Oh well. With a pitiful yelp, the big dog swiftly retracted its paw, eyes rolling back, and also fainted from the pain. On the desolate, silent coastline, a person and a dog lay together, peacefully asleep. Meanwhile, Qin Yi was diving deeper into the ink sea. The sea of consciousness was not only vast, but also incredibly deep, seemingly bottomless. He had been diving for over 10 minutes without seeing the bottom. As his depth increased rapidly, the mental pressure from the ink sea became terrifyingly intense. If he hadn't recently evolved to "My heart is like iron LV2, his soul would have long since dissipated, leaving only his body to sink silently. The power of an immortal deity was indeed formidable. Even after years of death, the residual sea of consciousness remained so strong that even a grandmaster would struggle to withstand it. With the support of level 2, My heart is like iron, and level 1, clarity of mind, Qin Yi's soul strength surpassed that of an average grandmaster, reaching the level of a formidable master in the mountain and sea realm. He thought to himself, I must have dived more than 500 meters by now. As he continued to dive, Qin Yi grew increasingly uncertain, worried he might never see the seabed, and, having dived too deep, might not have time to ascend and breathe. The ink sea, being the mental sea of consciousness of an immortal deity, naturally did not contain oxygen. If not for his early evolution of oxygen resistance LV2, he would likely have already succumbed to oxygen deprivation. The ability, anaerobic resistance LV2, granted Qin Yi the capacity to hold his breath for nearly 3 hours. The practical benefits of his adaptive evolution were undeniable, offering him a multitude of conveniences. After diving for over half an hour, Qin Yi estimated that he had reached a depth of over 1,000 meters. At this point, a faint pain began to throb in his soul, and the depths of his mind started to inflict harm upon him. Fortunately, after his first dive, his pain tolerance had increased from level 3 to level 4, allowing him to temporarily endure the agony of soul tearing. He thought to himself, I'll dive for another 10 minutes, and if I still don't see the bottom, I'll give up. Although Qin Yi was willing to take risks, he was not reckless enough to risk his life. The prospect of obtaining the elusive pure divine blood was not worth the danger. To him, it was merely a tool to accelerate his cultivation, and with his ability to adaptively evolve, he could reach invincibility without relying on external aids. As the seconds ticked by, in the 8th minute, Qin Yi finally spotted an unusual glow. In the endless dark sea, this pure white luminescence stood out starkly, like a star in the night sky, instantly capturing his attention. He cautiously observed and, after confirming that approaching the light posed no danger, began to slowly draw near. From within the light, new streams of soul water continuously flowed out, merging into the dark sea, expanding its reach. Outside the light, tiny starlights converged from all directions, settling onto the glow, and gradually solidifying its vast aura. Qin Yi speculated that this was the source of the dark sea, and being the sea of consciousness, its source was undoubtedly a soul. The glow before him was likely the remnant soul of a deceased giant god, still in slumber, unable to awaken. The starlight gathering around seemed to be a sign of the giant god's soul revival. However, The presence of a soul here did not necessarily mean that the pure divine blood was also present. Qin Yi approached the light, less than a meter away, and at such proximity, he was surprised to discover that the light was actually larger than himself. Clearing his mind of distractions, he focused intently on the glow, his gaze penetrating through its dazzling radiance, delving into its depths. Or rather, it was as if the glow was actively absorbing his gaze. At that moment, he witnessed a completely different world, dim, silent, and lifeless. There were no living creatures around, not even a blade of grass or a wildflower, and not a single cloud in the sky. In one corner of the sky, a massive void had torn open, with starlight continuously cascading down from it. The landscape was bleak, the cracked earth littered with countless corpses. Some of these bodies remained uncorrupted, appearing as pristine as the day they fell, exuding a terrifying aura, indicating their formidable power. These bodies differed slightly from ordinary humans, with a distinct slit on their foreheads suggesting a third eye, and withered wings on their backs. Their features were strikingly beautiful, radiating a divine aura that even the most attractive human celebrities could not match. Were these beings from another race? Hidden within the soul of the deceased giant god was a desolate world, teeming with countless alien races. Qin Yi instinctively moved closer to the glowing orb, wanting to see it more clearly. However, just then, the brilliant light from the orb suddenly dimmed for a moment, and a wisp of golden, ethereal substance shot out, piercing straight into Qin Yi's forehead. The pain was excruciating, a kind of heart-wrenching agony that even a level 4 pain threshold couldn't alleviate, as if a sharp blade was tearing through his head. Qin Yi clutched his head, feeling as though it was about to split open. He realized that it seemed as if another presence had appeared within him, and a new thought surged into his Minda remnant soul of a giant god was awakening, attempting to erase Qin Yi's soul, take over his body, and claim it as its own. A vast flood of memories rushed into his mind like a tsunami, mixed with intense, violent emotions, contorting his features and nearly driving him to scream. Around him, the dark sea began to form a bubble, enclosing him. Although he couldn't escape, he temporarily had enough oxygen. The remnant soul of the giant god had planned this all along, preparing to possess Qin Yi when he dove into the sea. The bubble now served as a cage, preserving the vitality of Qin Yi's body while preventing him from resurfacing, granting the remnant soul ample time to take over. However, this action also exposed the remnant soul's weakness. If it had been capable, it would have directly suppressed Qin Yi. Despite the fact that the giant god's power at its peak was reduced to a mere fraction, it was still enough to easily control Qin Yi, yet the remnant soul did not do so. The chaotic memories and piercing mental force were ravaging Qin Yi's soul, making the process neither swift nor easy. Qin Yi's soul strength exceeded the remnant soul's expectations. In all its thousands of years of experience, it had never encountered such a resilient soul in an 8th-level martial artist. This body was undoubtedly a prodigy of extraordinary talent. Although the remnant soul's consciousness could only think intermittently, it did not prevent it from seeing through Qin Yi's potential. This human's body was one it was determined to possess. In Qin Yi's uncharted chaotic sea of consciousness, 2 orbs of light were furiously merging, one gold, the other white. The gold represented a fragment of the giant god's soul, while the white was Qin Yi's soul. The giant god's memories, spanning thousands of years, flooded into Qin Yi's mind, overshadowing his less than 50 years of memories. If the two were to merge, the giant god's memories would undoubtedly dominate, assimilating Qin Yi's soul. If things continued this way, Qin Yi was bound to lose. The bubble released by the remnant soul was clearly intended to wage a war of attrition, slowly wearing down Qin Yi's soul. Breathing heavily within the bubble, Qin Yi once again felt the threat of death. Faced with the machinations of an immortal deity, he, an 8th-level martial artist, seemed so insignificant. The disparity was absurdly vast. He wanted to break free, and perhaps he had only one chance. The influx of memories caused his head to throb painfully, but this pain was gradually diminishing as he began to adapt. His soul was undergoing some kind of transformation, leveraging the intrusion of the giant god's remnant soul. The surface of the remnant soul was enveloped in fiercely burning golden flames, and now, most of these golden flames had merged into Qin Yi's soul, tinting his pure white soul with a pale golden hue. The process of soul possession was more than halfway complete. This possession wasn't simply about erasing the other person's soul. Instead, it involved a cunning method to significantly weaken the opponent's soul, followed by a fusion of souls. The remnant soul of the Titan only had enough power to weaken Qin Yi's soul, but couldn't erase it completely at this point. Once the souls were merged, the Titan, with memories spanning tens of thousands of years, would dominate entirely, while Qin Yi's mere 50 years of memories would be insignificant, hardly affecting the Titan. After the Titan uses Qin Yi's body to regain some strength, it could then remove Qin Yi's soul to eliminate any future threats. However, Qin Yi wasn't going to just sit and wait for his fate. He was waiting for an opportunity, a chance to throw the Titan's remnant soul off balance. And the opportunity finally arrived. Ding! Your brain cells have been washed with the torrent of memories from the divine remnant soul and have successfully evolved a passive skill, Open Mind LV2. Ding! Your cells have endured the pain of soul splitting and have successfully evolved a passive skill, Pain Endurance LV5. The headache and discomfort vanished the moment the system's sound appeared, and the swelling sensation in his soul, unable to bear the memories, also dissipated. Now, Qin Yi could barely accommodate the Titan's tens of thousands of years of memories. This was the effect of the Open Mind Level 2. Buzz. The Titan's remnant soul in the brain domain fluctuated, seemingly hit by some kind of shock, overflowing with incredulous emotions. Under the Titan's gaze, Qin Yi's soul had grown stronger again in such a short time. What kind of talent was this? An immortal seed? The Titan's remnant soul went mad. If this body was indeed an immortal seed, then its potential after rebirth would surpass even that of the original divine body. In the future, there might even be a chance to seek revenge on the man with the spear. After remaining silent for a few seconds, the Titan's remnant soul exploded with even more astonishing mental strength, indicating an all-out effort. However, Qin Yi had anticipated this and revealed his trump card. He wasn't sure what he did to the Titan's remnant soul, but in the following 3 minutes, the Titan's remnant soul was left in a daze, immobilized. These 3 minutes gave Qin Yi the chance to counterattack. He gritted his teeth, channeling all his energy and blood into his brain domain, and with a booming sound, he forcefully breached a strange area, compressing invisible mental power into a liquid form, depositing it within. Qin Yi, at the 8th martial artist stage, managed to open up a brain domain typically only accessible at the master level. In an instant, Qin Yi realized he had a clear sense of his own soul, and with full concentration, he could even barely maneuver his mental power. At this point, he was also fighting for his life, recklessly controlling his limited mental power to bombard the Titan's remnant soul, suppressing it at the bottom of his sea of consciousness. Fortunately, during this process, the Titan's remnant soul seemed to lose consciousness, remaining completely still, allowing Qin Yi to suppress it effortlessly. Qin Yi allocated some of his strength to slowly erode the Titan's remnant soul, converting it into pure mental power to strengthen himself. After completing all of this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The final battle against the Titan's remnant soul seemed simple only because the trump card Qin Yi used was strong enough. With the soul fusion, not only could Qin Yi see the Titan's memories, but the Titan's remnant soul could also see Qin Yi's memories. The Titan believed Qin Yi's memories were negligible and couldn't affect it, but unexpectedly, Qin Yi had deliberately packaged his memories of the system's existence and presented them to the Titan's remnant soul, leaving it dumbfounded and its consciousness scattered. The system's existence was Qin Yi's greatest secret, yet in this life-and-death moment, he used it as a weapon against the Titan's remnant soul. Now, it seemed the effect was significant. Huff, huff. Having temporarily escaped mortal danger, Qin Yi lay in a transparent bubble, pale and exhausted. Adaptive evolution required energy as fuel, and after undergoing 2 adaptive evolutions in succession, he had depleted all the energy in his body, necessitating immediate nourishment. However, despite his current weakened state, reflecting on the thousands of years of memories that had inexplicably appeared in his mind, Qin Yi felt a surge of joy, instantly forgetting his fatigue. Through this ordeal, he not only acquired a wealth of precious memories from the Titan, but also prematurely opened up his sea of consciousness, with his mental power now rivaling that of a top grandmaster. The greater the risk, the greater the reward, indeed. After a brief rest, Qin Yi's hunger grew more intense. He got up and examined the bubble encasing him, frowning. The bubble was cleverly constructed, seemingly made of mental energy, possessing a tangible form that could interact with living beings. This was an advanced usage of mental energy. Qin Yi recalled records of such techniques in the memories he inherited from the Titan. Once he returned to Yuhang, he planned to delve into these techniques. Qin Yi opened his hand, ready to puncture the mental energy bubble, but noticed that the nearby soul light cluster began to rapidly weather away like sand in the wind, gradually dissolving along with the strange world within it. The core of the soul light cluster, the remnant of the Titan's soul, was suppressed deep within his mind. Without the core, the cluster couldn't sustain itself for long. As the soul light cluster dissipated, it triggered a series of drastic changes. With a pop, the mental energy bubble surrounding Qin Yi burst, and the dark sea began to dry up at a visible rate, with the sea level rapidly dropping. Before Qin Yi could swim to the surface, the dark sea had almost vanished. He sank with the receding sea, eventually standing on the seabed, witnessing the complete disappearance of the vast dark sea. Looking up, the sky was pitch black. Qin Yi stood at the bottom of a massive crater, needing to climb over 1,500 meters to reach the top. He hadn't anticipated such significant and swift changes from severing the source of the Soul Sea. But there was no time to dwell on it. He needed to find a wall to climb up. Despite the extreme hunger, Qin Yi climbed with all his might, taking over 2 hours to return to the original shoreline. His energy was nearly depleted, and he lay on the ground, gasping for breath. A notification sounded. Ding! Through enduring intense exercise and extreme hunger, your cells have successfully adapted, evolving a passive skill energy conservation LV3. The skill's upgrade to level 3 alleviated Qin Yi's hunger, gradually giving him the strength to stand. He staggered along the coastline until he finally found Qiu Yihan and Big Dog. But why were they lying on the ground? Did something happen? Qin Yi was puzzled, scanning the surroundings, but saw no signs of a battle. Neither Big Dog nor Qiu Yihan had new injuries, suggesting they hadn't been attacked. Just then, Big Dog and Qiu Yihan woke up, looking bewildered as they sat up and rubbed their eyes. They saw Qin Yi beside them and the massive crater in front of them. Huh, am I still dreaming? Where's the dark sea? It was so huge. Big Dog and Qiu Yihan reacted with identical confusion, utterly baffled. It wasn't until Qin Yi briefly explained what had happened at the bottom of the dark sea that they snapped back to reality, their faces full of disbelief. You mean, you encountered the revived remnant of the Titan's soul at the bottom of the dark sea, and it possessed you? That's right, Qin Yi nodded. Then you forcibly opened your mind's sea of consciousness at a warrior's level, suppressed the Titan's remnant soul, and refined it into pure mental energy to nourish yourself. Exactly, Qin Yi nodded again. The remnant soul of the giant remains in an unconscious state. Although he is slowly wearing it down, it might still take years to completely devour the giant's soul. Qiu Yihan stayed silent. Despite her skepticism, she couldn't deny that this was most likely the truth. She mentioned that Imo Hai had been taken out by Qin Yi, then suggested, once you're out, why not out of contact from the martial world? Qin Yi had no objections, but he knew that the most pressing issue was finding food to stave off his hunger. He was on the verge of being unable to endure it any longer. He asked Qiu Yihan if she had any food left, but she shook her head, saying, my storage bag was lost in the blood lake, and all the food was in it. There's nothing to eat around here unless you can bite through the giant's flesh. The giant's flesh? Qin Yi looked down, realizing they were inside the giant's body. The surrounding high walls and cliffs were actually the giant's flesh, theoretically edible. Unfortunately, he lacked the energy to continue evolving and couldn't bite through the giant's flesh. Adaptive evolution required energy. Facing such a dilemma, Qin Yi pondered what else could be used to quell his hunger. He and Qiu Yihan thought for a moment, their eyes involuntarily turning to the Big Dog. Big Dog. Hey, could you two stop looking at me like that? It's creeping me out. You're not seriously considering me as backup food, are you? The Big Dog instinctively retreated a few steps. Qin Yi was merely teasing the Big Dog and had no intention of actually eating him. Reflecting on the details of their journey, Qin Yi tried to recall any clues about food from his memory. After a few minutes of thought, he finally had an idea. The sight of Chen Xian, who was embedded in the red wall and undergoing metamorphosis, inspired him. Good brother, it's crucial moments like these where you come through. Qin Yi's eyes lit up as he said to Qiu Yihan, let's return to the blood vessels. There's plenty of food there, enough to get us out of the giant's corpse. Blood vessels. Qiu Yihan was slightly puzzled, unable to imagine what could be edible in the blood vessels. But she had come to trust Qin Yi completely and followed his lead. The Big Dog jumped back onto Qin Yi's shoulder, and the two quickly returned to the blood vessels. The scene there remained unchanged, with blood water accumulated on the ground and a mist of blood hanging in the air, though the wailing had ceased. The giant's remnant soul was suppressed, but the blood mist continued to follow the instincts of the divine body, absorbing the life essence of those who passed by to replenish the divine body. Qin Yi walked to the area where the mist was thickest, suddenly opened his mouth, and inhaled a large amount of blood mist into his body. Qiu Yihan's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, You're turning the tables. The mist absorbs people, and you're absorbing the mist? Just as she thought it was a crazy move, she remembered that Qin Yi's friend Chen Xian had also completed his transformation by absorbing the blood mist. The blood mist contained pure life essence, far superior to second-tier spiritual fruits if it could be digested and absorbed. But could Qin Yi really digest it? After all, Chen Xian had passed out after absorbing the mist and nearly perished. Qin Yi's abdomen quickly swelled as he inhaled a large amount of blood mist into his body, without exhaling any of it. This blood mist had an inherent ability to invade the flesh and consume vitality, and by actively drawing it in, Qin Yi enhanced its devouring power. Instantly, his entire body's vitality surged uncontrollably towards his stomach. His internal level 3 iron stomach digestion system worked at full capacity to absorb the nutrients and essence from the blood mist, but it was too slow to keep up with the mist's consumption of his vitality. If this continued, he would deplete his vitality and perish before digesting the blood mist. Fortunately, Qin Yi had recently evolved a passive skill called Stabilize and Nourish Essence. This skill had no level but offered an extraordinary ability, granting him absolute control over his own vitality. This control surpassed even the true king realm, reaching a meticulous level. Even the blood mist emitted by the divine corpse couldn't take a shred of vitality from him. With a single thought, Qin Yi calmed the agitated vitality, directing it back to various parts of his body. No matter how the blood mist tried to pull at it, the vitality remained unmoved. Stabilize and nourish essence could even stabilize yang energy, let alone vitality. Qiu Yihan and the big dog watched Qin Yi closely. They saw his face alternate between pale and flushed, his aura fluctuating between strong and weak, and couldn't help but wonder what was happening. Are you really okay? Qiu Yihan asked instinctively. Qin Yi shook his head with a smile, exhaled some blood mist like smoke, and replied, "No worries, this blood mist isn't enough for me." Saying this, he took another deep breath, his mouth like an abyss, swallowing a large amount of blood mist. His stomach expanded and contracted like a balloon, repeatedly. Over half an hour later, the mist in the blood vessel had noticeably thinned, yet Qin Yi continued consuming it. The divine blood mist, composed of pure vitality and some kind of residual intent, was highly nutritious. Qin Yi felt it was even more satisfying than consuming second-tier spirit fruits. Unfortunately, half of the blood mist had been consumed by Chun Xian and his team, leaving only the other half for Qin Yi. Before long, he had devoured all the blood mist in the blood vessel, letting out a satisfied belch as his stomach was full. It's been a while since I ate so heartily. The giant god was truly generous. Even in death, he strengthened my soul with his remnant spirit and fortified my body with his blood mist, always thinking of me. Qin Yi stretched, feeling power coursing through his entire body, every cell filled with pure energy. At the same time, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding, your digestive cells have successfully adapted to the violent vitality of the deceased true god, evolving the passive skill Iron Stomach LV4. Ding, you have absorbed the divinity contained in the immortal god's flesh, evolving the innate skill Spiritual Affinity LV9. This resulted in the advancement of 2 skills at once. The upgrade of Iron Stomach to level 4 was expected, but the 2-level jump in Spiritual Affinity was a pleasant surprise. He was now just 1 step away from level 10 Spiritual Affinity. Phew, sorry to keep you waiting, but I'm full now and ready to try leaving this place, Qin Yi said, exhaling a breath of stale air, looking revitalized. Qiu Yihan noticed that Qin Yi had undergone another transformation, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what had happened. Could consuming the blood mist really be that simple? She watched as Qin Yi seemed to effortlessly devour the mist, sparking her curiosity. However, recalling her own attempt to mimic Qin Yi by touching the ink sea, which led to her passing out in pain within seconds, she quickly shook her head, dismissing any thoughts of imitation. This man was not someone an average person could emulate. Anyone who tried would surely perish. It's fine. Where are we heading next? After breaking through to the martial master realm, a practitioner could survive on spiritual energy alone. Although she hadn't completely stopped eating, she didn't feel hungry. It was probably time to return to the blood lake. Qin Yi's eyes flickered as he spoke with a heavy tone. All right. Qiu Yihan nodded absent-mindedly, not even questioning how Qin Yi planned to deal with the misty figures in the blood lake, simply following him out. Qin Yi glanced back at the somewhat distracted Qiu Yihan and asked curiously, "By the way, why did you and the big dog faint on the shore earlier? Did something happen?" At the mention of this, Qiu Yihan snapped back to reality, her cheeks slightly flushed, and after a moment, she managed to say, "It's nothing. Just a small accident, but it wasn't dangerous. Don't worry about it." She chose to brush it off, not revealing the truth. If she told Qin Yi the real reason, she would probably be too embarrassed to face him. Oh, okay. Qin Yi watched Qiu Yihan's reaction, growing increasingly puzzled. Was there some unspeakable truth? Women are truly enigmatic creatures. Not wanting to press further, he sighed inwardly and instead asked the big dog on his shoulder telepathically, "Big dog, what really happened while I was away?" The big dog glanced at Qin Yi, also unwilling to tell the truth, and said blandly, "Nothing much, just minor stuff. We fainted because of a small accident, don't ask." Rather than admitting his soul had been crushed by Qin Yi, the big dog preferred silence. The big dog had followed a supreme being for many years, reaching an extremely high level, but later voluntarily dispersed his cultivation, keeping only his soul strength to start anew. Even though he retained the peak strength of his soul, he couldn't withstand the mental impact of the ink sea. Yet Qin Yi, an 8th-stage martial artist, could endure it, making him feel ashamed. The trio fell into silence, retracing their steps until they reached the chasm created by the divine weapon. Qin Yi paused, looking down into the chasm to check on Chun Xian. During this time, the blood vessels on Chun Xian's body had intertwined, slowly forming a blood cocoon around him. Meanwhile, his nearby teammates had long since turned into a pool of blood, leaving no trace of their presence. At that moment, Qin Yi observed the blood cocoon surrounding Chun Xian and suddenly sensed a hint of life seeping out. After opening his brain domain and sea of consciousness, his soul strength had increased by another threefold, leaving no room for doubt. Sure enough, a few seconds later, a barely audible crack appeared on the side of the blood cocoon. The crack gradually widened, and the entire cocoon seemed on the verge of collapsing. Was Chun Xian about to complete his transformation? Qin Yi was somewhat excited. Chun Xian was probably the person he felt closest to in this life. He turned to Qiu Yihan and said, "Let's wait a bit. Chun Xian might be coming out soon." His previously calm tone finally showed some emotion. Qiu Yihan joined Qin Yi, looking down at Chun Xian's blood cocoon. Suddenly, the cocoon twitched twice, followed by a powerful drumming sound that echoed all around. Thud, thud. The sound was loud and resonant, but upon closer listening, it wasn't a drum. It was the thunderous beating of Chun Xian's heart. As the heartbeat resonated, the blood cocoon split open along its seams, gradually dissolving to reveal the human inside. The blood mist coalesced and merged into his veins as Chun Xian absorbed the blood of the divine, emerging as if reborn, exuding a strong and overwhelming vitality. He had been completely transformed. Qiu Yihan assessed Chun Xian, concluding that if the previous Chun Xian was akin to an ordinary person with a level 2 affinity for spiritual energy, now he was comparable to someone with a level 10 affinity. Even Qin Yi, as he was now, couldn't surpass the transformed Chun Xian in martial talent. After all, Qin Yi wasn't an ordinary person. He had no martial arts talent at all, and although he had a level 9 spiritual energy affinity, it was far inferior to an ordinary person with the same skills. However, martial talent isn't everything for a warrior. In terms of combat strength and potential, Chun Xian still couldn't match Qin Yi and couldn't even see his tail lights. The child of destiny could never defeat the system's cheat. Suddenly, Chun Xian, lying at the bottom of the ravine, slowly opened his eyes, which flashed with a dazzling brilliance that quickly faded. Confusion and bewilderment appeared in his eyes. He scratched his head and got up, intending to survey his surroundings. But when he looked up, he saw a familiar face. Qin Yi, am I dreaming? How could he be here in the blood mist desert? Chun Xian clenched the second-tier spirit fruit in his hand, suspecting he had fallen under the mysterious wailing spell. The continuous wailing had an enticing effect on human minds, and Chun Xian had stumbled upon using the residual power of the Blood Lake steel to barely reach this place. But when he listened carefully, he heard no wailing at all. Xiao Xian, what are you doing standing there? Hurry up and climb up. Qin Yi shouted down to him. Chun Xian was stunned. That nickname, that voice, it really was Yi Ge. They had been in the same orphanage, sharing the same dormitory for over 10 years, and knew each other inside out. But wasn't Yi Ge terminally ill with cancer? How could he now look so full of energy, his vitality like a rainbow, clearly having entered the martial realm as an 8th-stage warrior? How long had he been asleep? Could it have been years? He shifted his gaze to the beautiful face of Qiu Yihan beside Qin Yi, becoming more convinced he had been asleep for a long time. Otherwise, how could Yi Ge have reached the 8th stage of martial arts and found a girlfriend? He quickly climbed up the fleshy cliff to the ground. After being tempered by divine blood, he not only leapt over the barrier of a Kwasa warrior to become a formal warrior, but directly became a 9th-stage warrior with blood energy at 99 cards, just one step away from becoming a martial master. Even so, when Chun Xian stood in front of Qin Yi, he felt an inexplicable pressure, instinctively lowering his stance. This pressure wasn't intentionally released by Qin Yi. It was the result of his body being overly active after absorbing the blood mist. Chun Xian thought to himself, can I really not beat Yi Ge, an 8th-level martial artist? His relationship with Qin Yi was like that of brothers, devoid of jealousy. Perhaps Yi Ge had his own adventures while I was in slumber for these years. He excitedly asked, Yi Ge, how did you end up in the blood mist desert? And how was your cancer cured? Is this lady beside you your wife? Qiu Yihan was taken aback for a moment, quickly waving her hand to explain. Qin Yi and I are just friends. Chun Xian nodded, not thinking much of it, and looked up at Qin Yi. Facing Chun Xian's barrage of questions, Qin Yi calmly answered them one by one. He answered most truthfully, but chose to conceal the existence of the system, as it was too mysterious and possibly involved high-level schemes. He didn't want Chun Xian to get entangled, so he fabricated the cancer cure as resulting from accidentally obtaining a first-grade spiritual fruit. After hearing Qin Yi's brief summary, Chun Xian was shocked and asked incredulously, I was asleep for less than a month? Qin Yi nodded. Yes, really less than a month. Chun Xian found it hard to believe. Really? Why would I lie to you about this? Qin Yi was puzzled by his disbelief. Chun Xian fell silent. He had relied on divine blood to break through to the 9th level of martial arts in less than a month. What had Yi Ge experienced to cultivate from being a martial arts waste to the 8th level in such a short time? Qiu Yihan and the big dog quietly observed Chun Xian's expression, thinking that his mental resilience was still too weak. If he were to know that Qin Yi had single-handedly subdued the remnant soul of a giant god, he might faint from shock. Qin Yi continued recounting his experiences in the blood mist desert, and as Chun Xian listened, the astonishment on his face became increasingly difficult to conceal. He couldn't believe it. This place was actually inside a deceased deity, and the cave they were in was a god's vein. Soul Ink Sea, giant god remnant soul, blood mist. After Qin Yi finished recounting the series of events, Chun Xian was speechless, his heart filled with awe. Bro, be honest with me, are you cheating? He asked, dumbfounded. Qin Yi laughed heartily and nodded. You're not wrong. Your brother here is indeed a cheat. The two brothers put their arms around each other's shoulders, their bond unaffected by differences in power. Although Qin Yi's words were joking, they were also true in a way. However, neither the big dog, Qiu Yihan, nor Chun Xian actually believed him. Ego, where are we heading next? Chun Xian asked. Qin Yi replied. We'll leave the vessel and return to the Blood Lake. Chun Xian frowned, worried. The depths of the Blood Lake hide mist men as strong as those in the mountain and sea realm. Wouldn't returning there be a death wish? Qin Yi shook his head calmly, tapping his head, saying, Don't worry, the solution is all up here. I'm not foolish enough to walk into a trap. The solution, in his head? Qiu Yihan and Chun Xian thought it over and quickly understood. Qin Yi had subdued the remnant soul of the giant god and gained many secrets about the immortal deity, likely including information about the mist men. Qin Yi and his companions had been navigating the giant god's blood vessels for quite some time before finally preparing to return to the Blood Lake. Just as they began their journey back, Qin Yi suddenly broke through his current level, advancing from an 8th rank warrior to a 9th, just one step away from becoming a martial master. You can break through just by walking? Qiu Yihan was increasingly amazed by Qin Yi's terrifying talent. No, I just found walking too boring, so I practiced a bit while walking, and luckily I broke through. Qin Yi explained modestly. The blood mist is rich in energy, and after absorbing and digesting it, a little refinement can turn it into one's own vital energy. Qin Yi now possessed 90 units of vital energy, having absorbed so much blood mist that his body contained a large amount of scattered energy, greatly enhancing his blood energy cultivation. As for multitasking, Qin Yi, with his level 9 affinity for spiritual energy, could practice while walking without any pressure. Dago and Chun Xian were not surprised by this, but Qiu Yihan was a little taken aback. In Dago's mind, Qin Yi was practically a celestial prodigy. Some ancient texts mentioned that those with celestial level talent could practice passively, constantly refining their vital energy no matter what they were doing. This would require at least a level 50 affinity for spiritual energy. Although Qin Yi hadn't reached this level yet, he had great potential for the future. It now seemed that the recent beast tides in the Xiantian secret realm were likely caused by the divine corpse. The godly body was so vast that their journey had only covered the chest, neck, and head, and they hadn't even finished exploring these areas. The lower half of the divine body might extend beyond the desert. The release of blood mist disturbed the beasts in certain areas of the Xiantian secret realm, leading to the beast tides. The so-called beast tides might just be large-scale migrations of beasts forced by circumstances. Qin Yi coughed to change the subject. Let's set aside the beast tide issue for now. Shouldn't we discuss the Blood Lake first? Chun Xian felt that Yi Gu and Qiu Yihan were too relaxed. The Blood Lake was full of dangers. Didn't they feel any pressure? The three of them were now very close to the blood vessel's exit, no more than 10 meters away, and Chun Xian could even see the blood slowly flowing at the exit. What's our plan? Chun Xian scratched his head. It's simple. You and I will go in, while Qiu Yihan and Dago wait in the blood vessel. Qin Yi had already made plans. They would retrieve the steel from the center of the Blood Lake and then return for the others. That's it. Nothing else. Chun Xian felt that Yi Gu was ignoring the terrifying mist people in the Blood Lake, not even mentioning them. Seeing Chun Xian's puzzled expression, Qin Yi explained in detail, Don't worry, since we've absorbed the blood mist, we carry a similar aura to the mist people. No matter how powerful they are, they'll see us as one of their own and won't attack. The steel in the center of the Blood Lake was left by the one who slew the giant god and has the power to suppress the blood mist. With it, we won't fear the mist people. The memories given to Qin Yi by the giant god's remnant soul were incredibly useful, containing many secrets that would take him years to fully understand. After this detailed explanation, Chun Xian felt much more at ease, not expecting such a connection. Reflecting on it, when we passed by the Blood Lake, there was indeed no sign of conflict among the mist men. Boom. However, just as the two were about to enter the giant's chest together, a thunderous roar erupted from the blood vessel entrance, deafening them. The blood flowing into the vessel churned wildly, bubbling. What was happening now? The three exchanged glances and hurriedly gathered at the vessel entrance to look outside. A middle-aged man in a white tracksuit was seen standing in midair, his energy surging as he battled three giant mist men. Jiang Tianfang had arrived. As the mentor of Qiu Yihan, he had awakened early from the spirit's lament and pursued them relentlessly, determined to save his disciple. At this moment, Jiang Tianfang's white clothes were stained with blood. With his hands forming palms, he harnessed the essence of the heavens and earth to break through the blood mist, overpowering the three giant mist men, causing their mist to dissipate and shrink. A grandmaster, he had comprehended at least one path of essence, making his strikes more than mere physical attacks, which were particularly effective against the mist men. With his full strength unleashed, the giant's chamber roared continuously. Energy and blood surged everywhere. Fierce winds arose, and waves surged in the blood lake. The terrifying mist men hidden in the depths of the lake began to awaken, with the most powerful among them soon to revive. Jiang Tianfang sensed the threat, but was unwilling to leave because he felt Xiao Yihan's presence there. He drew closer to the blood lake, trying to trace his disciple's whereabouts, and would not leave until he found him. Crack! His entire body crackled as profound patterns imprinted on his muscles and bones, forming an array that reached the heavens. In an instant, Jiang Tianfang's aura intensified several times over. With a gentle palm strike, the void shattered, and the three obstructing mist men vanished without a trace. Bang! A powerful blast of air dispersed the surrounding blood mist, sweeping the chamber clean. Jiang Tianfang was also an array master, a fifth-tier array master with strength comparable to a formidable Mountain Sea realm expert. He took a step, shrinking space, covering several meters in a flash, and appeared directly above the blood lake. Looking down, his eyes sparkled with starlight. An array pattern spread to the corners of his eyes. Jiang Tianfang saw through the murky crimson waters and spotted a drop of pure golden blood at the bottom of the lake, exuding an eternal aura. But as he stared at the golden drop, his eyes suddenly ached, and blood streamed from them. He neither found Xiao Yihan nor discerned the golden drop's level. The danger of this blood lake may have far exceeded his imagination. Crash! A nearly 100-meter blood-red giant emerged from the lake, raising towering waves, as if a torrential rain had started in the entire chamber. A mountain-like misty blood hand pressed down, creating immense wind pressure that lowered Jiang Tianfang several meters, nearly plunging him into the blood lake. Jiang Tianfang felt a chill in his heart. This mist man was truly terrifying. Even a Mountain Sea realm master would meet their end here. Let alone him, a half-step Mountain Sea realm relying on arrays. He desperately tried to evade, but the palm's endless killing intent locked onto him, making it difficult to break free. Was he about to die? Jiang Tianfang hadn't expected his death to come so suddenly. But at that critical moment, from a cave on the far side of the blood lake, a young man stepped out and shouted to him, "Drink a mouthful of the lake water, quickly." Jiang Tianfang was momentarily stunned, but with no time to think, he complied immediately, ceased his resistance, and was pressed by the palm wind into the blood lake, taking a large gulp of the lake water. Gulps of blood gushed into Jiang Tianfang's stomach, causing an intense burning sensation as if his insides had been set on fire. This searing pain quickly spread throughout his entire body, reaching his limbs, then his head, and finally even penetrating the depths of his soul. The agony was overwhelming. At this moment, Jiang Tianfang's face contorted in pain, his consciousness blurred, and he lacked even the strength to question whether Qin Yi had deliberately made him drink the blood. Yet, despite the prolonged suffering, the giant misty figure above did not pull him out of the blood lake, and the murderous intent that had been locked onto him suddenly vanished. Jiang Tianfang's real threat was the corrosive blood water eroding his body and the boiling blood mist within him. The blood water was actually a concentrated form of the blood mist, even more corrosive. The glow of the runes on Jiang Tianfang's body began to dim, seemingly being worn away by the blood water, and was on the verge of losing its effect. In his unconscious state, even as a grandmaster, he couldn't control his vital energy and blood to prevent the blood water from draining his life. If the runes shattered, he would turn to bones within 10 minutes, his flesh dissipating. Fortunately, Qin Yi would not stand by and watch him die. In the minute before the runes completely failed, a figure plunged into the water, grabbed Jiang Tianfang's shoulder tightly, and swam towards the surface. Splash! A few minutes later, water splashed as Qin Yi surfaced from the blood lake, first throwing Jiang Tianfang forcefully onto the shore, then climbing out himself. He was in a precarious state and needed to get the stone tablet quickly to help Jiang Tianfang digest the blood water. Qin Yi wiped his face and spoke to Qin Xian. After drinking the blood water, Jiang Tianfang, like them, now possessed the aura of the blood mist, which allowed him to escape the murderous intent of the misty figure and save his life. However, the digestive system of a grandmaster wasn't as robust as Qin Yi's level 4 iron stomach. To digest the blood water, he needed to mimic Qin Xian and borrow the power of a godslayer. Even a grandmaster wouldn't typically train their stomach and intestines specifically. Qin Yi entrusted Jiang Tianfang to Qin Xian's care and then plunged back into the blood lake, swimming swiftly towards the center. 7 or 8 minutes later, he finally reached the stone tablet. Looking up, he saw large characters engraved on it, bold and fierce, exuding a chilling, murderous intent. As he tried to reach for the tablet, a sudden gust of air arose, blowing through Qin Yi's black hair, causing him to squint and his heart to skip a beat. No, if I rashly reach out, I'll die before even touching the stone tablet. He withdrew his hand, instantly breaking into a cold sweat. The stone tablet left by the Godslayer forbade any being from touching it. What should I do? Without the stone tablet, Qiu Yihan was doomed, and Jiang Tianfang's life was in peril. Although these two had not known Qin Yi for long, they had shown him kindness from the start and wanted to help him. They were fellow humans, and if he could help, he naturally should. Qin Yi hesitated for a moment, looking back at the distant shore where Jiang Tianfang lay, entirely red as if about to ignite. Gritting his teeth, he decided to try a risky move. He turned to the blood vessel where Big Dog and Qiu Yihan were and used dog language to communicate. Big Dog, pluck a few hairs and throw them to me. The big dog was initially confused but quickly scratched off a tuft of fur with its paw, infusing it with a trace of its energy before tossing it to Qin Yi. The fur, imbued with the dog's essence, landed precisely in Qin Yi's hand. Holding the fur aloft, he once again approached the stone tablet. Suddenly, a wave of murderous intent surged through, piercing Qin Yi's body, causing him to shudder with a sense of impending doom. However, the next moment, the stone tablet seemed to sense the aura on the dog fur and abruptly withdrew its killing intent, becoming as inert as any ordinary stone tablet. It worked. Qin Yi was now certain that the dog's master and the one who wielded the divine weapon were the same person. He carefully stored the dog fur, tucked the stone tablet into his arms, and swam back to the lakeshore. Nothing happened. Feeling relieved, he quickly placed the stone tablet beside Jiang Tianfang. Gradually, the tablet emitted a strange glow, drawing down specks of light from the void, which merged into Jiang Tianfang's body. Finally, the intense heat of Jiang Tianfang's body cooled, returning to normal, and his tense features relaxed. Indeed, both the divine weapon left by the Godslayer and the stone tablet were effective in suppressing the blood mist and the giant spirit. At this rate, Jiang Tianfang would recover within half an hour. Qin Yi signaled Chen Xian to carry Jiang Tianfang, while he took the stone tablet and went to the blood vessel entrance to retrieve Qiu Yihan and the big dog. With the stone tablet so close, the blood lake was unnaturally calm, and no fog people appeared to threaten Qiu Yihan and the big dog. They succeeded. The three of them collectively breathed a sigh of relief, and the big dog felt confident enough to boast. How about it? Isn't your grandpa dog amazing? He transmitted to Qin Yi, winking smugly. This time, Qin Yi didn't retort, allowing the dog to show off. After all, the big dog had indeed contributed significantly, proving to be quite useful. Without him, Qin Yi might have perished inside the giant's corpse. After resting for a while, they heard a low groan. Jiang Tianfang slowly opened his eyes and got up from the ground. Upon regaining consciousness, his first concern was for his disciple, Qiu Yihan. Once assured of her safety, he looked at Qin Yi with a complex expression. Did you save me? He asked. Yes, it was nothing. Don't worry about it. Qin Yi replied with a smile, then briefed Jiang Tianfang on the situation inside the giant's corpse. Jiang Tianfang was stunned by the story. If he hadn't seen Qin Yi defy the fog people to rescue him, he would have thought it was a wild fantasy. It was incredible. Discovering the divine weapon, unraveling the source of the blood mist, subduing the giant's remnant soul. No one would believe these feats were accomplished by an 8th-level martial artist. Jiang Tianfang had originally intended to rescue Qin Yi and Qiu Yihan. Now, it was the other way around, with Qin Yi saving him. Another prodigy has emerged from China. He mused, quietly noting Qin Yi's kindness. Then, as if recalling something, he suddenly said, by the way, while observing the blood lake, I noticed a mysterious golden droplet at the bottom. It was extraordinary. Do you know what it is? At his words, Qin Yi was startled. A golden droplet? Could it be pure divine blood? After an unnamed immortal deity passed away, 3 relics were left behind. An indestructible divine body, a lingering remnant soul deep within the mind, and the purest divine blood gathered beneath a blood lake. By cleansing one's body with this pure divine blood, one could gain unparalleled fortune. However, after a moment of excitement, Qin Yi calmed down and even felt an instinctive aversion to that drop of pure divine blood. He wondered, why do I feel this way? He never ignored the subtle changes in his body, no matter how fleeting the emotions or sensations. Qin Yi speculated that this aversion might be related to his suppression of the giant god's remnant soul and the partial acquisition of divine memories. You two focus on recovering. Don't worry too much about the golden blood for now, Qin Yi said to Jiang Tianfang and Qiu Yihan. As soon as he finished speaking, he sat cross-legged on the spot, closed his eyes, and seemed to begin meditating. Seeing Yi Gu start his practice, Chen Xian didn't want to fall behind, so he concentrated and settled his mind to consolidate his martial artist prowess. Hey, Jiang Tianfang, that drop of golden blood in your mouth is definitely the pure divine blood. Why aren't you rushing to collect it? You have the time to practice? The big dog couldn't help but remind him telepathically. After all, the pure divine blood, refined by a venerable being for 10,000 years, was a top-tier divine item, even valuable to immortals. However, Qin Yi appeared indifferent and, after a long silence, replied, "There is something wrong with the pure divine blood." "What? Really? How do you know?" The big dog was skeptical, thinking that pure divine blood, of at least 7th-tier quality, was a supreme divine item without any known issues. Qin Yi opened his eyes, a look of disdain in them. "Did you forget that I acquired some of the immortal deity's memories? I just reviewed the giant god's memories and found that the immortal divinity left behind hidden traps. If we consume it, we will inevitably become seeds for its resurrection. To eliminate these traps, we need the power of a being of the same level to purify the pure divine blood. But where can we find an existence of venerable rank?" With that, Qin Yi suddenly changed the subject and asked telepathically, "Can you wield that divine spear? Perhaps we have a chance to use the pure divine blood. Otherwise, forget it. We'll only be assimilated by its divinity and become the next giant god." The big dog, irritated by Qin Yi's disdainful look, grumbled, "If I could wield the divine spear, I would have gone on a rampage long ago. It wouldn't be your turn to seize the pure divine blood." Due to some special connection, the big dog could induce some passive reactions from the divine spear, but wielding the artifact was still far beyond its reach. Even with the steel, the big dog couldn't activate the power contained within. "Alas, it seems we'll have to miss out on this pure divine blood," the big dog sighed, watching helplessly as a divine item of at least 7th-tier quality slipped away, feeling frustrated and regretful. Qin Yi's mouth twitched, speechless. "Seriously, why are you so regretful? Even if we could obtain the pure divine blood, it would definitely be for my use, not yours." The big dog rarely appeared serious. "If we consume the pure divine blood, we can completely eliminate the possibility of the giant god's resurrection. Even if you take away the remnant soul of the deity, new remnant souls will eventually form here due to the presence of immortal spirituality, attempting to resurrect. Once a martial artist reaches the level of a venerable, they become nearly impossible to kill, and the dead always have a chance to come back to life. The big dog worries that if the giant deity revives, it might cause trouble for both him and his master, so he wants to eliminate the threat completely." Qin Yi was slightly surprised by this. He didn't expect the big dog to be so loyal. Despite not remembering its master, the dog still considers its master's well-being. "My master didn't thoroughly deal with the giant deity after defeating it, clearly because something urgent came up, leaving no time to spare," the big dog thought, filled with sorrow. Deep down, he sensed that his master might have already passed away, but he was reluctant to voice it or face the reality. His master had erased his memories, probably not to protect himself, but to protect the big dog. After sharing this, the big dog lay down silently, and the atmosphere grew somber. Qin Yi didn't like such a mood, so he sent a message, "Don't worry, I'm a loyal person. Even if you're a dog, I won't look down on you. You've helped me, so I'll help you find your master. If your master can't be found, then I'll help you eliminate your enemies." Qin Yi's words were half joking and half serious, but the big dog could sense the sincerity and seriousness in them, and he felt touched. He wanted to say more, but Qin Yi suddenly lit up with an idea and interrupted, "I've thought of a plan. It's very risky, but there's a great opportunity in it for you. Do you want to try it?" The big dog's eyes brightened, regaining his spirit, and he replied confidently, "Risky? Do you think I'm afraid of that? Tell me, what's the plan?" Qin Yi immediately responded, "It's simple. You need to voluntarily consume the purest divine blood." The big dog couldn't hold back. "How is that different from sending me to my death?" "It's not," Qin Yi said matter-of-factly. "I am sending you to your death." The big dog was initially puzzled, but then his eyes darted around, and he grasped Qin Yi's idea. He had to admit, the plan had some feasibility. It was indeed risky, and if they gambled wrong, death was certain. But if they gambled right, he could break the limits of his past life and reach a higher realm in this life. He might even avenge his master with his own strength. The big dog's heart pounded wildly, a premonition of potential life-threatening danger, a warning from his instinct to seek fortune and avoid calamity. But this time, whether moved by Qin Yi's relentless pursuit of strength or finally deciding to risk it all, the big dog ignored his instincts and chose to take a big chance with Qin Yi. He stood up, facing the blood lake, chest puffed out. "Let's go. I'm in for this one." "Good. That's the spirit of a big dog, fearless and bold." Qin Yi laughed heartily, secretly giving him a thumbs up. As they prepared to approach the blood lake, the commotion woke up Qiu Yihan and his disciples, along with Qin Xian. "Are you going to seek that drop of golden blood?" Jiang Tianfang asked. "That's right," Qin Yi nodded. Jiang Tianfang considered offering his help but refrained, fearing Qin Yi might think he was after the opportunity, so he chose to remain silent. The golden blood drop was clearly a great opportunity, but he had no intention of competing for it. "After taking the golden blood drop, will you use it yourself?" Qiu Yihan suddenly asked. Qin Xian, standing nearby, chuckled. That golden blood drop must be an extraordinary divine object. If Brother Yi takes it and doesn't use it himself, is he going to give it to a dog? Chen Xian intended to joke, but to his surprise, Qin Yi nodded earnestly. Little Xian, you're right. The golden blood drop is indeed for the dog. Chen Xian and Zhang Tianfang were stunned. The three of them glanced at the spirited big dog, and then at the determined Qin Yi, their minds buzzing. Wait, you're seriously not joking? By the still and silent shores of the blood lake, a large dog stood on its hind legs, clutching a stone tablet tightly with its paws, staring intently at the abyss-like lake surface, unable to suppress a gulp. Behind him, Qin Yi put away his smile and whispered a reminder, don't rush to jump in. First, escort Xiao Yihan out of the giant god's chest cavity, then dive. Among the 4 people and 1 dog present, Qin Yi, Chen Xian, and Zhang Tianfang had all inhaled the blood mist and carried the aura of the mist people, thus they wouldn't provoke the lake's mist people. However, the dog and Xiao Yihan lacked this aura and needed the stone tablet's protection to avoid harm. Since the dog was about to jump into the lake with the tablet, Xiao Yihan had to seek refuge first. Everyone knew the mist people wouldn't leave the blood lake. The dog felt frustrated, having mentally prepared for a while, just about to jump when Qin Yi interrupted again. Qin Yi and the dog escorted Xiao Yihan back to the steps leading to the surface, only then feeling at ease to return. Meanwhile, Chen Xian and Zhang Tianfang stayed near the blood lake as a precaution, leaving Qin Yi without assistance. Standing by the lakeshore once more, the dog hesitated, slowly building up its courage. Behind him, Qin Yi, growing impatient, gave a shove, pushing the dog into the lake. Immediately after, he and Chen Xian jumped in as well. Splash! Water splashed everywhere, and the dog's voice echoed. Damn, I might not be human, but you're a real dog. Once in the blood lake, the boundless blood enveloped the dog, gradually eroding its body, consuming its vitality. Initially, it felt like ants crawling on its skin, slightly itchy, but after a minute, the itch turned into excruciating pain, as if its marrow was being extracted and tendons pulled. The dog grimaced in pain, wanting to scream but fearing the blood would enter its mouth, causing greater risk, so it held back, its face turning red. Amidst such agony, it had to persist in controlling its vitality and blood flow, maintaining focus to prevent being devoured by the blood. It was akin to a human undergoing surgery without anesthesia while solving math problems. If not for the dog's strong soul and past life experiences, it would have succumbed long ago. The broken stone tablet in its arms buzzed constantly, agitating the surrounding blood, adding to the pressure instead of offering protection. Exhausted, the dog glanced at Qin Yi swimming ahead, who appeared calm, showing no signs of pain. Damn, you really are a freak, the dog thought, wondering if Qin Yi had adapted to the corrosive nature of the blood lake. After swimming for over 10 minutes, Qin Yi, guided by the connection with the giant god's remnant soul in his mind, finally sensed the location of the pure divine blood. Turning his head, he saw, about 10 meters below, a droplet of pure golden blood suspended, strikingly visible in the crimson lake. Upon closer inspection, the golden droplet was encircled by tiny chains, emanating a thick aura of the great Tao, sacred and pure, captivating anyone who laid eyes on it, filling their mind with the desire to consume the pure divine blood. The dog drooled at the sight. Even with the reinforcement of level 2, Heart of Steel, and level 1, Clear Mind and Bright Eyes, Qin Yi found it difficult to resist the temptation, feeling an urge to act. He yanked the big dog's flesh hard, and the sudden pain, combined with the relentless agony from the blood lake, jolted the big dog out of its daze. Why did you pinch me? Couldn't you just send me a mental reminder? The big dog complained. Your texture is nice. I couldn't resist, Qin Yi admitted, realizing that chatting mentally with the big dog helped resist the erosion from the pure divine blood. The big dog sighed. Fine, I won't argue with you now. I'll go ahead, wait for my good news. With a few jokes exchanged, the big dog's mood lightened, and it bravely grabbed the stone tablet, doggy paddling towards the pure divine blood. Splash! As the big dog got closer to the pure divine blood, the glow from the stone tablet became more intense. Just as it was about to touch the divine blood, the tablet trembled violently, causing the entire blood lake to boil. Qin Yi followed closely, ready to pull the big dog back at any moment. However, he quickly realized that the closer he got to the divine blood, the more volatile the blood water became, and the pressure on his body increased sharply. Each step forward felt like a multiple of the previous. Qin Yi lunged forward, but despite his third-tier reinforced body, he felt as fragile as glass, cracking and bleeding profusely, as if being consumed by the blood water. Alarmed, he quickly retreated a few steps, and the pressure eased. His third-tier bonus regenerative power kicked in, healing the cracks. Looking up, he saw the big dog, unharmed, slowly but steadily moving forward with the stone tablet. Although its pace was slow, it was safe. Before consuming the divine blood, the tablet could protect its holder. Qin Yi calmed down, then continued to move forward, this time slowing his pace, gradually adapting to the increased pressure, and using the pure divine blood to temper his body, activating adaptive evolution. Time ticked by, and after nearly 2 hours of swimming the 100-meter distance, Qin Yi and the big dog were finally about to touch the pure divine blood. During these 2 hours, Qin Yi's body repeatedly cracked and healed, gradually adapting to the extreme erosion and pressure from the pure divine blood, transforming into a new body. Ding! Your cells have successfully adapted to the divine pressure of the sage's immortal spirituality, evolving into a passive skill-reinforced iron bones LV4. Ding! Your cells, after multiple recoveries from ruin, have evolved into a passive skill body recovery LV4. These two skills, most closely linked to combat power, are now both at level 4. The third-tier reinforced iron bones and body recovery could already allow him to withstand masters, and now at level 4, they might rival grandmasters. However, the gains from approaching the pure divine blood didn't stop there. There was an unexpected surprise. Ding! Your cells absorbed a trace of immortal spirituality amidst destruction and rebirth. Immortal spirituality fused with reinforced iron bones LV4 and body recovery LV4, evolving into a divine ability immortal golden body LV1. With the system's announcements over, the erosion and pressure from the pure divine blood no longer affected Qin Yi. He noticed faint golden patterns emerging on his skin, exuding an immortal aura, full of vitality. Meanwhile, the big dog floated in front of the pure divine blood and opened its mouth, swallowing the divine blood in one gulp. It then urgently communicated to Qin Yi, "I think I'm about to pass out. Hurry and get me to the pureless divine weapon." Indeed, Qin Yi's risky plan was for the big dog to intentionally swallow the pure divine blood and risk death, then help the big dog reach the pureless divine weapon, betting that the weapon wouldn't stand by but would intervene to save the big dog and help regulate the pure divine blood within it. Although risky, if successful, the rewards for the big dog would be immeasurable. With a soft plop, the moment the big dog swallowed the pure divine blood, Qin Yi acted without hesitation. His muscles and bones roared from within, and his skin shimmered with a dazzling golden light. He broke through the viscous blood, quickly grabbing the big dog and charging towards the lake's surface. The power of the immortal golden body was beyond Qin Yi's expectations. Neither the corrosive blood nor the lake's resistance could slow his pace. He moved like a fish through the water, reaching his destination with ease. Any skill that bears the word immortal is naturally extraordinary. Splash! A distance that would normally take over 2 hours to swim, Qin Yi covered in just over 10 minutes this time. He burst out of the lake's surface, forcefully stepping down with his feet, releasing a powerful surge of blood energy that kept him from falling back into the lake. Instead, he used this momentum to sprint towards the distant blood vessel opening. He lightly tapped the lake's surface with his toes, moving as gracefully as the legendary Lingbo Weibo, light and agile. This incredible scene left Jiang Tianfang wide-eyed and breathless. Releasing blood energy is something only a martial master can achieve, and for Qin Yi to do this at the 9th stage of a martial artist is shocking enough. Yet, this young man could so precisely control his blood energy, using just a small amount to support himself, a feat even master-level martial artists find difficult. To control and refine blood energy to such a subtle degree is something even Jiang Tianfang might not accomplish. His ability to walk on air mainly relies on his spiritual power. What more surprises and shocks can Qin Yi bring? Jiang Tianfang fell silent. Having practiced martial arts for many years, he believed he had seen countless prodigies, yet never felt inferior to them. However, the gap between him and Qin Yi this time was plainly visible, a world of difference. For the first time, he genuinely felt that he and Qin Yi were not in the same league of martial artists. The light, crisp sound of Qin Yi's steps still echoed like a dragonfly skimming the water. Jiang Tianfang could never have imagined that Qin Yi, who had evolved the skill to solidify his foundation, had a level of blood energy control far beyond mere subtlety. With the unconscious big dog in his arms, Qin Yi's pace quickened, becoming a blur as he raced across the water. In less than a minute, he reached the familiar blood vessel opening and stepped inside. Meanwhile, the big dog in Qin Yi's arms was blood red, with charred black fur, its body temperature rising sharply as if its blood had ignited. If not for the stone tablet continuously humming, using its Tao intent to suppress the pure divine blood, the big dog would have already turned into cooked meat. Logically, after consuming the pure divine blood, the stone tablet should no longer interfere with the divine blood. Its continued action suggested that the big dog was in mortal danger, and the residual Tao intent on the stone tablet was actively saving it. It seemed likely that the divine weapon would also intervene. Qin Yi thought to himself, knowing there was no time to waste, as he sprinted without a moment's pause. However, after the big dog consumed the pure divine blood, not only did it face trouble, but Qin Yi, who held the big dog, also felt the change. An inexplicable gravity pressed upon him, rapidly increasing, threatening to reach 150 times normal gravity. 100 times gravity was the limit for a ninth-stage martial artist, and 150 times gravity was already in the realm of a martial master. Under the immense pressure of the giant god, Qin Yi remained fearless and walked with unwavering steps. Through the remnants of the giant god's soul, he uncovered a secret. The giant god's race was known as the Divine Clan, an extraordinary group born with divine souls, white wings on their backs, and a third eye on their foreheads that could peer into the mysteries of life and death. As a revered being, the giant god once mastered the path of gravity and understood the laws of attraction, which allowed the pure divine blood to exert terrifying gravitational pressure on outsiders. Qin Yi even suspected that the gravity crystals in the Xiantian secret realm were intricately linked to the deceased giant god. Buzzing within seconds, the gravity on Qin Yi reached 200 times the norm, as if he were carrying a mountain. If he were on flat ground, each step would create a massive crater, causing an earthquake. However, inside the giant god, this gravity failed to stir any waves. Just as the gravity was about to surpass 300 times, Qin Yi saw a giant spear pierce the god's flesh and, without hesitation, placed the big dog beside the spear. The big dog's fur had been completely burned away, leaving a pungent, burnt smell in the air. Qin Yi carefully touched the big dog's neck, his expression turning grave as his right hand felt scorching heat, yet he couldn't find a pulse. Though he had evolved a level 1 resistance to high temperatures, making 300 degrees almost negligible to him, the big dog's body discomforted him. Could it be that the big dog had already cooked and turned into dog meat? Panic surged in Qin Yi's heart. He had thought the big dog would last at least an hour with the help of the stone tablet. However, after consuming the pure divine blood, one must endure a series of extreme conditions to face the assimilation of divinity. Clearly, the giant god did not wish to resurrect in the body of a weakling, so the pure divine blood had a selective nature, eliminating those with inferior bodies. The big dog's body had been incinerated, its organs crushed under high pressure, rendering it nearly a dead dog. Yet, through faint mental probing, Qin Yi detected a hint of vitality. The big dog's life was tenacious. It had not completely perished. He could only pray that the divine spear would take the initiative to save the dying big dog. Qin Yi crouched beside the big dog, his heart tense, scarcely daring to breathe. He had come to see the big dog as a friend, and naturally did not want his friend to perish. It had to work. Damn it, if the big dog died here, how would he find his master? Calling himself the dog lord, only to end up as cooked dog meat, what a disgrace. You have to hold on. At that moment, as if hearing Qin Yi's inner voice, the big dog's body trembled slightly. Immediately, the giant spear burst with brilliant light, a sharp killing intent pouring into the big dog's body, instantly suppressing the power of the pure divine blood. It succeeded. The divine weapon bore the mark and power of the big dog's master, which ultimately intervened to help the big dog assimilate the pure divine blood. Though the divine weapon and stone tablet lacked consciousness, they instinctively favored the big dog and would not let it die without aid. The side effects of the pure divine blood were forcibly suppressed by the divine weapon, as the power of the big dog's master gradually extracted the immortal essence from the golden blood droplets, integrating it into the big dog's body. The big dog's fur began to regenerate visibly, the new coat exuding a gentle sheen full of vitality. Blood threads drifted out from the big dog's 7 apertures, weaving into a red cocoon of blood, heralding its transformation. The blood cocoon formed by the big dog stood about a meter high, with the surface temperature reaching a scorching 200 degrees Celsius. However, this heat was nothing to Qin Yi, not even reaching the critical point of a first-level high-temperature resistance. Once the blood cocoon had solidified, it enveloped not only the big dog, but also the stone tablet it had been holding. All the commotion subsided, and the divine weapon's luster gradually dimmed, becoming as dull as an ordinary iron plate, without any fluctuations. Was it the exhaustion of power to save the big dog? Qin Yi touched his chin, attempting to make contact with the weapon, and surprisingly found he could do so easily. Previously, approaching the weapon posed a life-threatening risk, but now, touching it was no problem. His ability to walk beside the weapon was thanks to the aura of the big dog. Although the weapon had lost most of its power, his right hand still tingled with pain upon contact, revealing a deep, bone-exposing cut on his index finger. The material alone could tear through his immortal golden body, showing how far he still had to go. In the few hours after tempering his immortal golden body, he had felt invincible, but now, that illusion had vanished. At least in the presence of a supreme being, invincibility was beyond Qin Yi's reach. He was merely a 9th-level martial artist, not even a master, and needed to remain humble and vigilant. Being overly praised can make one arrogant, which is unacceptable. He hefted the blood cocoon formed by the big dog onto his shoulder, and then strode out of the blood vessel, preparing to leave the giant's body with Jiang Tianfeng and Xiu Yihan. They had spent 2 to 3 days inside the giant's body, but to Qin Yi, It felt like years due to all that had transpired. Returning to the blood lake, its color slowly faded without the pure divine blood, turning into a clear, ordinary lake. Countless mist creatures that had thrived in the blood lake dissipated with cries. At the lake's bottom, two top-tier mist creatures, comparable to mountain and sea realm experts, struggled but to no avail. Without a continuous source, the mist creatures couldn't survive. The giant, who had attempted resurrection, was utterly defeated by Qin Yi and the big dog, with no chance of revival. Let's go. It's time to leave, Qin Yi said to Chen Xian and Jiang Tianfang as he withdrew his gaze. I told you Bro could do it, right? Chen Xian sighed in relief and smiled upon seeing Qin Yi return safely. Jiang Tianfang glanced several times at the blood cocoon on Qin Yi's shoulder, essentially guessing the big dog's fate, and nodded. Yes, it's time to go. The three of them ascended the steps back to the surface, and after a few steps, they saw Qiu Yihan waiting for them. Is it all settled? Qiu Yihan curiously observed Qin Yi and the blood cocoon. Qin Yi nodded. It's settled. The pure divine blood was consumed by the big dog, and it needs time to digest and transform. Although Jiang Tianfang and the others had anticipated this outcome, hearing it directly from Qin Yi still left them with complex feelings. The legendary 7th-level spiritual item, pure divine blood, was indeed fed to a dog. Yet, Qin Yi showed no signs of regret or distress, indicating he didn't mind the divine blood's fate. Giving it to the dog was fine with him. Your mindset might be more mature than mine, Jiang Tianfang reflected, suddenly sensing a mysterious fluctuation. Following the sensation of the fluctuations, the divine consciousness finally settled on Qin Yi. Although the pure divine blood was given to the dog, Qin Yi also reaped significant rewards, undergoing yet another transformation, specifically in his physical body. This wave of energy bore some resemblance to the pure divine immortals, carrying an immortal spirituality. Could Qin Yi, a 9th-rank martial artist, already be touching the threshold of the venerable realm? Comparing oneself to others can indeed be frustrating. Jiang Tianfang maintained a composed expression, not revealing that Qin Yi had prematurely developed immortal spirituality. Instead, he subtly advised Qin Yi, when you return, you should immediately exchange for a level or higher concealment technique in the martial realm to hide your aura and level. Otherwise, you might encounter trouble. If you lack contribution points, you can come to me, and we can add each other as friends in the martial realm. Qin Yi sensed the concern and deeper meaning in Jiang Tianfang's words, feeling warmth in his heart, and nodded heavily. The four of them walked in silence for over 2 hours, eventually returning to the surface and seeing daylight again. Looking around, the sky was filled with yellow sand, the sun hung high, and everything was silent and desolate. The blood mist had receded, leaving no trace. The blood mist desert would no longer exist. Qin Yi instinctively glanced back at the abyss-like staircase, his heart filled with mixed emotions. There were still many precious items in the giant god's body that he couldn't take away, and he was sure he'd return here in the future. The danger level of this forbidden area far exceeded level, making it unsuitable for martial artists to train in the Xintian secret realm, so I plan to seal this entrance. Jiang Tianfang began inscribing large formations on the ground, constantly taking materials from his storage bag to prepare for the formation. Think again if there's anything left below. Once the sealing formation is complete, it won't be easy to undo it. Qin Yi and Qiu Yihan exchanged a glance and shook their heads, indicating they'd already taken everything needed. Then I'll begin. Jiang Tianfang focused entirely on setting up the formation. Sealing the entrance to the giant god's body was a major task, and he couldn't afford to be careless, putting all his strength into it. On the side, Qiu Yihan watched her teacher's techniques carefully, learning and accumulating experience in setting up high-level formations. Chen Xian, on the other hand, squatted on the ground, eyeing the blood cocoon formed by the big dog, and couldn't resist touching it lightly with his index finger. Instantly, a wisp of black smoke rose, and Chen Xian's finger was scalded by the heat, causing him to retract it quickly. Damn, it's so hot. How did he manage to carry it all the way back without even changing expression? He looked at Qin Yi, only to see that Qin Yi's shoulder garment was burned by the high temperature, leaving a large hole, yet his skin was as white as jade, with a vital energy flowing across its surface, flawless. Yi's physical body had become terrifyingly strong. Chen Xian's heart shook. Once proud of his transformation and top-tier talent, he no longer felt superior. He had been practicing martial arts for a shorter time than he had, yet was now at a level he couldn't comprehend. No, I must train immediately. Chen Xian stopped looking at the blood cocoon and sat down on the ground, focusing on cultivation. Meanwhile, Qin Yi, unaware of the motivating effect he had on Xiao Xuanzi, was fully engrossed in examining his personal status. After experiencing so much within the giant god's body and evolving so many skills, his attributes had transformed dramatically. A screen of light appeared, visible only to Qin Yi himself. Name: Qin Yi. Life level: Stellar Human. Strength: 1. Constitution, 65. Agility, 500. Spirit, 50. Talent, 150. Skills include cellular adaptive evolution, boneless flexibility, poker face, aura affinity LV9, immortal golden body LV1, pain tolerance LV5, iron stomach LV4, stubbornness LV3, poison resistance LV3, iron will LV2, keen insight LV1. His combat evaluation shows he is resistant to extreme heat, immune to toxins, and can survive without oxygen. He can regenerate limbs, and even after self-castration, he can regrow. His physical body has begun to exhibit immortality. From being terminally ill and unable to fend off a stray dog, to now possessing a body on par with a grandmaster, Qin Yi achieved this transformation in less than 2 months. Seeing the long list of passive skills, he felt a surge of satisfaction and accomplishment. He was one step closer to being completely invincible with a full suite of passive abilities. Though Qin Yi's physical body could rival a grandmaster, his strength and agility remained at a warrior's level, and his constitution was 2 major realms behind, creating a significant imbalance. His total vitality was also stuck at 90 calories. If this continued, it might lead to problems. Once he returned to Yuhang, he needed to focus on training, aiming to reach a high-level warrior before emerging from seclusion. He silently mapped out his future training plan, determined to enter a period of intense practice. Having absorbed a significant amount of blood mist, Qin Yi had an abundance of pure blood energy within him that only needed refinement to convert into his own vitality, enhancing his strength. With his physical body already at Grandmaster level strength and his level 9 aura affinity, his training speed was sure to be rapid, allowing him to soon break through the warrior barrier. Regarding spiritual power, while other martial artists found it difficult to cultivate spiritual strength before becoming a Grandmaster, Qin Yi had already opened his sea of consciousness and could attempt to train it. Additionally, the remnants of a giant god's soul were suppressed in the depths of his consciousness. By exploiting the soul power of the giant god's remnants, Qin Yi's spiritual strength was steadily increasing. Once he fully absorbed the giant god's soul, his spiritual power was expected to surpass 10,000 points. 1,000 points of spiritual power were enough to fill his sea of consciousness like a large pond, giving him the ability to focus and materialize his consciousness, also known as releasing divine sense. Divine sense, or spiritual perception, is a hallmark of a martial artist stepping into the Grandmaster realm. A single thread of divine sense requires at least 100 strands of tightly woven spiritual power to form, and its intensity is 100-fold more formidable than spiritual power. Besides being used to explore the surrounding environment, it is said that techniques like sword control through thought and walking on air are related to divine sense, making it a highly anticipated ability. What intrigued Qin Yi even more was the line about his life level and race. If he remembered correctly, he was recently still at 55 planetary human level, but after evolving to possess an immortal golden body, he directly transformed into a stellar human. This signifies an evolution in life level. Being a planetary human meant he could only survive on Blue Star, whereas becoming a stellar human indicated he had the capability to leave a planet and survive independently in outer space. If Qin Yi were to leave Blue Star now and venture into the extreme conditions of outer space, as long as he avoided reckless actions, he could indeed manage to survive. It seems that no matter how much Qin Yi evolves, he will always remain human and not transform into some bizarre species. His biggest worry was waking up one day to find himself unrecognizable. After reviewing his personal stats, Qin Yi dismissed the light screen with his mind and, upon opening his eyes, saw Chen Xian diligently practicing. Not bad, the young man is quite motivated. Qin Yi had always been concerned that his rapid growth would create an unbridgeable gap between him and Chen Xian, eventually leading them to drift apart. But now that Chen Xian has also gained extraordinary talent, he shouldn't be left too far behind. Looking into the distance, the entrance to the divine corpse, now filled with sand, was completely covered by an invisible formation, erasing all traces and concealing the entrance entirely. Even Qin Yi couldn't tell there had once been a staircase leading down. Formations are indeed convenient, versatile in effect, and can meet most of a warrior's needs. It might be worth learning a bit about them when there's time. With the formation complete, the 5th-rank sandstorm formation in place, warriors below the marquee rank wouldn't be able to detect the entrance. Jiang Tianfang was gathering the leftover materials on the ground, dusting off his hands as he stood up, a hint of pride in his expression. Formations were his forte, after all. Behind him, Qiu Yihan admired her master's handiwork, stood up, and asked Qin Yi, "Where are you and Chen Xian planning to go next? Are you heading straight back to Yuhang?" "Yes, after spending so long in the secret realm, it's time to return and rest a bit," Qin Yi nodded, then asked, "What about you two? From the sound of it, you don't plan to return immediately." "That's right," Jiang Tianfang replied first. "I've been tasked by the Yuhang administration not only to investigate the blood mist, but also to quell the beast tide and restore the Xianyuan secret realm to normal, so I can't go back just yet. A beast tide? Qin Yi was startled. The mysterious emergence of large-scale beast tides in the Xianyuan secret realm seemed related to the blood mist. The habitats of the fierce beasts were being eroded by the blood mist, causing them to migrate in groups, leading to frequent large-scale beast tides. Qin Yi carefully shared his hypothesis with Jiang Tianfeng, who nodded, impressed by the young man's keen insight. Inferring the cause of the beast tide from the blood mist saved him a lot of time. I owe you one. Your guess is most likely correct. Without the blood mist, the fierce beasts in the Xianyuan secret realm wouldn't be so agitated, Jiang Tianfeng said, growing more appreciative of Qin Yi. He reminded him, once you're out, make sure to add me on the Martial World Network. Just search my name. Don't forget. Qiu Yihan, standing nearby, seemed very interested in the idea of adding friends, often glancing at Qin Yi but saying nothing. Qin Yi scratched his head, assuring them he would definitely add them as friends. He also noticed Qiu Yihan's frequent glances but was committed to his martial path, determined not to be distracted by emotions until he was unbeatable. Women only hinder my evolution. Wait, that might not be entirely right. What if having a girlfriend and working hard day and night led to developing some strange skills, like an unyielding spear LV1 or something? Ahem, Qin Yi's thoughts momentarily strayed. Oh, right, your dog might take a while to emerge from its cocoon. Carrying such a blood cocoon back to Yuhang could attract unnecessary trouble. Jiang Tianfeng opened his right hand and handed Qin Yi a white talisman. This is a third-rank spirit beast talisman. It can serve as a temporary home for spirit beasts. Put the blood cocoon in it, and it'll save you a lot of hassle. Qin Yi's face lit up with joy. He thanked Jiang Tianfeng, accepted the talisman, and pressed it onto the blood cocoon. With a thought, the cocoon vanished, absorbed into the talisman. Everything inside the spirit beast talisman was vividly displayed in Qin Yi's mind. As soon as the dog emerged, he would immediately sense it. This is great. After thanking Jiang Tianfeng once more, the four of them split into pairs, said their goodbyes, and went their separate ways. Jiang Tianfeng and his apprentice continued deeper into the Xianyuan secret realm, while Qin Yi woke Qin Xian, and together they headed toward the exit. Having spent over 10 days in the secret realm, they wondered if anything significant had happened in Yuhang. On the rugged and rocky terrain of the Gobi Desert, two figures sped past like lightning, kicking up a cloud of dust. Upon closer inspection, these figures were revealed to be two human martial artists of considerable skill, one at the 9th rank and the other a low-level martial master. They were none other than Qin Yi and Qin Xian, who had just left the Blood Mist Desert. At this moment, they did not restrain their powerful auras, allowing them to spread and intimidate the lurking beasts around them. Any ferocious beast below the 2nd tier would surely retreat upon sensing their presence, avoiding direct confrontation. As for the dominant beasts above the 2nd tier, they typically stayed within their territories and rarely ventured out. With a bit of luck, ordinary martial artists were unlikely to encounter them. In the Xiantian secret realm, the strongest alien creatures were merely 3rd-tier dominant beasts. Overall, the journey had been free of danger for the duo. Originally, by running at full speed for a day and a night, they could have found the nearest spatial exit. However, Qin Xian often stopped along the way to pick 1st-tier and even less notable spirit fruits, hunt a few low-level alien beasts, and store their bodies, insisting on filling his A-grade storage bag to feel at ease. According to him, even a low-grade spirit fruit could sell for thousands, equivalent to a month's salary for an ordinary person. Qin Yi understood that Qin Xian was still affected by his past poverty, with his mindset stuck in a time of hardship. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Sudden wealth could lead to problems with one's mindset and character, so it was better to take it slow. Qin Yi tightened the grade storage bag at his waist, resisting the urge to boast about his wealth to Qin Xian. His grade storage bag was filled with insect corpses, none lower than 2nd tier, as he didn't even bother with 1st-tier ones. Converted into contributions, or money, it was an astronomical amount, enough for him to live extravagantly and even support Qin Xian. We're here, Yaich. After nearly 2 days of traversing the secret realm, they finally reached their destination. Seeing the black rift hovering in midair, Qin Yi instinctively sighed in relief and stepped inside first. The surroundings wavered like flowing water, gradually blurring until his vision went dark, and he felt a weight pressing down on him. In less than a second, the pressure dissipated, and Qin Yi's vision slowly returned to light. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a bustling secret realm plaza, with thousands of martial artists queuing to enter the realm. Have we returned? Qin Yi wondered, noticing that no one approached to inspect him. He shook his head and waited a moment, but no staff came to check on him. Aren't they worried I might be possessed by an alien or parasitized by some plant beast? He furrowed his brows and looked up at the terrifying blood sword hovering before the spatial rift, instantly understanding. The security check for returning human martial artists was likely conducted silently by the blood sword. Sure enough, A few hundred meters away, 3 staff members were cleaning up a shattered corpse. The corpse emanated a sharp sword aura. There was no doubt that something had gone wrong with this person before their return, and the suspended blood sword detected it, slaying them with a single strike. It must be said, this kind of security measure was quite reassuring. Whoosh. At that moment, Qin Yi also returned to the secret realm square through the spatial rift. He gazed at the crowded square with a hint of sorrow in his expression, clutching a few tokens tightly in his hand and letting out a deep sigh. These tokens were clearly the relics of his fallen teammates. Qin Yi gently patted his shoulder without saying much. The person who could bring Qin Yi, a prospective warrior, into the secret realm must have been a close friend. Now that they had perished, it was a reminder of life's unpredictability. Qin Yi quickly composed himself, emerging from his grief with a determined look in his eyes. He put away the tokens and followed Qin Yi back to the main hall of the Secret Realm Bureau. Brother Yi, I'll go register our information and settle your mission while I'm at it, Qin Yi said. Their team had previously issued a rescue mission, which led to Qin Yi's intervention. Although only Qin Yi was rescued, the rewards still needed to be settled. All right, go ahead. Qin Yi nodded and walked to a window to register his safe return. Afterwards, he touched his storage bag, preparing to deal with the valuable items inside. When it came to selling beast corpses, Qin Yi knew of 2 channels. One was selling them on the Martial World platform, akin to the online marketplaces of his previous life, where he could set his own prices but might have to wait for buyers, risking the items going unsold. The other option was to sell them directly at the Secret Realm Bureau, where he could get immediate money and contributions, though at prices below market value. After some thought, Qin Yi decided to sell a portion of the second-tier insect corpses on the spot, while keeping the premium ones for gradual sale on the Martial World platform. He removed his storage bag and was about to ask the receptionist where to sell the insect corpses when he suddenly heard a shouting voice from outside the hall, prompting him to stay silent. Buying beast corpses in bulk, only second tier and above, no first tier, fair prices, as many as you have. It wasn't unusual to see merchants buying and selling various spiritual items on the streets outside the Secret Realm Bureau. Buying as many as you have. Interesting, Qin Yi thought, intrigued, and walked out of the hall. His eyes immediately landed on a fat man surrounded by a crowd. The man had a handlebar mustache, narrow features, and eyes that were mere slits, making it hard to discern his expression. He wore a suit, his body was plump, and he looked somewhat comical as he loudly advertised his business. At first glance, Qin Yi thought of the phrase, fat, but not greasy. This seemingly honest man was actually quite shrewd. If he weren't skilled enough, how could he dare to do business personally? Qin Yi strode towards the fat man, pushing through the crowd to stand in front of him. Most of the onlookers were of average strength and unlikely to have second-tier beast corpses to sell. You said the prices are fair, but how much exactly? Give me a clear number, Qin Yi asked directly. The chubby man sized up Qin Yi, noting that he was merely a 9th-rank warrior, which amused him. However, he maintained a serious demeanor and said, the price depends on the condition and freshness of the carcass. We have professional appraisers. If the quality is high, I can offer you 3 million, plus 3,000 contribution points for a low-tier second-level lord. Of course, you can choose not to take the contributions or money and instead trade for equivalent spiritual items. The chubby man thought to himself that a mere 9th-rank warrior couldn't possibly have many second-level beasts, perhaps just one found by chance. Nonetheless, due to his professional ethics, he wouldn't offend anyone, even if a potential warrior came to inquire. He would treat them with respect. 3 million and 3,000 contribution points were indeed fair and reasonable. Qin Yi, having researched the martial world, knew that a first-level spiritual fruit was worth only a few hundred contribution points. He smiled slightly and asked, I have a large quantity of second-level beast carcasses. You can take as many as you want. Can you really handle all of them? The chubby man was startled, not expecting a mere 9th-rank warrior to worry about his ability to handle the entire stock. He wondered if this warrior had a family background and was selling beasts for his family. But that couldn't be, as families have their own channels and wouldn't share profits with outsiders. Cautiously, he asked, which family are you from, young man? Qin Yi shook his head and replied honestly, I have no background, just a wanderer, but I happen to have a lot of second-level beasts. If you can take them all, I'll sell them to you. The chubby man sighed in relief and said cheerfully, don't worry, young man. I've never been unable to handle stock. Bring it on, I'll take as much as you have. If I can't, I'll even give you a 5th-level spiritual fruit as collateral. A 5th-level spiritual fruit. Qin Yi's interest was piqued, and he laughed along with the chubby man. You said it, so I won't hold back. Snap. With a thought, Qin Yi gently tapped his storage pouch, causing the opening to automatically widen. The power of space rippled, and suddenly, a massive insectoid corpse appeared on the ground. Thanks to the special preservation properties of the storage pouch, the insect corpse was still fresh, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length. It had transparent wings like those of a mosquito, and the moment it emerged, It exuded a horrifying stench of blood. The surrounding onlookers quickly stepped back several paces, clearing a large area. The corpse belonged to a Tier 2 mid-level firefly insect, with an exceptionally high level of preservation. A white-haired old man in a traditional jacket stepped out from behind Qin Yi, squatted beside the insect corpse, and with a light touch, analyzed its specific condition. This made Qin Yi slightly uneasy, suspecting that Qin Yi had the support of someone powerful. Otherwise, how could a mere 9th-level martial artist hunt a Tier 2 mid-level insectoid? He discreetly signaled to his subordinate nearby to investigate Qin Yi's background, while outwardly maintaining a calm demeanor, saying with a smile, "I'll take this insect corpse. I wonder if the young man has more." Crash. Before Qin Yi could finish his sentence, Qin Yi's storage pouch at his waist trembled again, releasing another insect corpse. This one was also a Tier 2 firefly insect, identical to the first one in every way. Even the wounds and cause of death were exactly the same. The old man in the jacket, experienced in examining the remains of fierce beasts, was deeply shocked after inspecting the two insect corpses. Both had been killed with a single punch, and the location and depth of the punch marks were identical, making it impossible for him to distinguish between them. "Young master, you must be cautious. There is definitely a master behind this young man. No one but a mighty expert could control their strength with such precision." He secretly communicated his findings to Qin Yi. Qin Yi's expression grew more serious. Just as he was about to speak, another sound interrupted him. Thud, thud, thud. The opening of Qin Yi's leather storage pouch flared wide, frantically spewing out corpses until they piled up like a mountain. Each corpse emitted at least a Tier 2 aura, and there were even several Tier 2 top-level bodies. All the corpses were firefly insects, numbering over 50 in total. Such a massive collection of Tier 2 beast corpses was an awe-inspiring sight, something many martial artists might never see in a lifetime. The visual impact was comparable to mountains of gold and silver, if not more astonishing, as gold isn't as valuable as Tier 2 beast corpses. Even Qin Yi, a scion of a wealthy family managing finances and spiritual resources, felt parched at the sight of the corpse mountain. Acquiring so many Tier 2 insect corpses seemed like it would require raiding an entire insect nest. Fortunately, his family was affluent enough to purchase all 50-plus insect corpses at once without much issue. If handled properly, reselling them could yield a substantial profit, adding another chip to his competition for the family head position. Qin Yi's smile grew even wider, his chubby face squeezing together. He gestured for his martial artists to stand guard, preventing theft, then took out a gold card and handed it to Qin Yi. "Young man, this card contains a total of 2,020 million contributions, enough to pay for this batch." To his surprise, Qin Yi shook his head, refusing to accept the gold card. Qin Yi was puzzled. Could it be that Qin Yi was worried he might be deceived? Qin Yi furrowed his brows and reminded, "If you're not convinced, you can check this card at the Secret Realm Bureau. I, Qin Yi, have always been honest and would never tarnish the Qin family's name for petty gains." Qin Yi shook his head and smiled warmly, saying casually, "No need to rush, Mr. Qin. I haven't even finished unloading my goods yet." "What? There's more." Qin Fong suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Standing close to Qin Yi, he glanced down and noticed the storage bag at Qin Yi's waist was a grade storage bag. The spatial fluctuation was unmistakably grade. Could this guy really have no background? I can't believe it. A grade storage bag costs at least over 1,000,000 contribution points. Qin Yi thought to himself, "Wait a minute. Could it be that you filled the grade storage bag with Tier 2 insect corpses?" Qin Yi denied it softly, saying no. He wasn't lying. The storage bag contained parts of Tier 3 dominant-level insect bodies, which he had painstakingly dismantled. "That's good." Qin Yi breathed a sigh of relief, feeling secretly relieved. If there were that many insect corpses, Qin Yi wouldn't have enough contributions to buy them all, and would have to give Qin Yi the Tier 5 spiritual fruit. The Fong family has always valued honesty in business, and with so many witnesses here, if he broke his promise, he would never inherit the family head position. Whoosh. Qin Yi's storage bag continued to release insect corpses, not just fireflies but also ground beetles, eye insects, longhorn beetles, and 9-star ladybugs. There were a variety of types, all above Tier 2, dazzling everyone. In less than a minute, the storage bag had already expelled over 100 insect corpses, showing no sign of stopping. The way everyone looked at Qin Yi changed. This number of insect corpses couldn't be explained by simply disturbing a firefly nest. Could this young man have overturned a Tier 2 queen's nest? That's something even a master would struggle with. As the pile of insect corpses grew into a sea, the appraiser, an old man in a mandarin jacket, was overwhelmed. He kept touching the insect corpses and accidentally touched a fist mark, his face turning pale and blood seeping from his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. He was shocked and terrified, unable to suppress his injuries, and hurriedly transmitted to Qin Yi, "Young master, I sensed an intent on this insect corpse. It's a kind of fist intent, chaotic and possibly reaching the level of the Great Tao. The Great Tao level? Isn't that something only accessible beyond the mountain and sea realm? Jean Pongzi's heart tightened, feeling both pleased and distressed. The joy was in the profit he could make from so many insect corpses. The distress came from the fact that the number of insect corpses was nearing 200, almost filling the entire corridor, and he was running out of contributions to buy them all. The thought of losing the Tier 5 spiritual fruit to Qin Yi made his heart ache. Why did I have to speak so rashly? Jean Pongzi wanted to slap himself. At that moment, his phone vibrated. The subordinate he had sent earlier had sent back information. Jean Pongzi turned away, took out his phone, and upon reading the message, was stunned. The information revealed that the young man he was dealing with, named Qin Yi, had no background, truly just an ordinary civilian. His background was so humble, it was almost tragic. Damn, I've hit a tough nut. This guy is probably a genius from the bottom, playing the fool while hiding his strength. He killed all these insects himself. Jean Pongzi thought, not believing the facade of a 9th-level martial artist. Damn, I've been duped. Jean Pongzi slapped his phone in regret. Why did I run my mouth like that? Although the martial arts of the human race are dominated by major families, they have not been completely monopolized. Thanks to official checks and balances, ordinary people, and even those at the bottom, can still rise through public martial arts schools if they have talent, eventually reaching the pinnacle. Over the years, many stories of people rising from humble beginnings have emerged in China. It seems that these individuals are influenced by online novels, all enjoying the act of pretending to be weak while actually being strong, and eventually making a name for themselves by defying expectations. Jean Pongzi, well-versed in the ancient texts collected by his family, knows that every era produces one or two exceptional individuals who rise against the odds, not to mention the countless slightly less gifted geniuses. The Jean family, where Jean Pongzi belongs, has been in commerce for generations, boasting a strong intelligence network that is almost never wrong. According to their information, a little over a month ago, Qin Yi was a zero-card waste, not even considered a Kwasa warrior. But now, he is already a 9th-level warrior. Such rapid advancement is hard to believe. The stronger a person is, the more they value their foundation. Even if they can break through so quickly, they would suppress their level to solidify their base. Jean Pongzi is convinced that Qin Yi is definitely hiding his strength, only recently revealing it to gain fame and official support. He thought to himself, I must not be the one who gets humiliated. On the contrary, I should befriend him and invest early. Jean Pongzi decisively decided that even though giving away a 5th-level spiritual fruit was painful, befriending someone who might rise to prominence in the future was definitely worth it, a long-term investment. He looked around at the insect corpses about to flood the area, worried about potential accidents, and hurried over to Qin Yi with a wry smile. Brother Qin, let's pause for a moment. The commotion is getting too big. How about I buy some first? You can release the rest slowly, and I'll buy them all. Qin Yi glanced at his ingratiating expression and nodded in agreement. He took 2 gold cards from Jean Pongzi, each containing 300 million in savings and 200,000 in contributions, enough to cover the cost of 100 insect corpses. These gold cards are high-level savings cards issued by the government, allowing withdrawals at the Secret Realm Bureau or the Treasury, very convenient. Usually, transactions involve direct transfers rather than handing over cards, but Jean Pongzi particularly likes this method of card giving, believing it adds a touch of class and leaves a lasting impression on customers. After securing the 2 gold cards, Qin Yi experienced the thrill of instant wealth for the first time, feeling both excited and somewhat empty. Jean Pongzi took the opportunity to add Qin Yi as a friend in the martial world and sent over the savings card passwords. Facing the mountain of insect corpses on the ground, Jean Pongzi called for several storage bags, counted 100 corpses, and stored them neatly. Qin Yi was slightly surprised that the other party did not try any tricks during the transaction, indicating that the Jean family indeed has some discipline and manners. Online novels can be misleading. He always thought that the children of noble families were mostly spoiled. In retrospect, given the backdrop of alien invasions and human crises, noble families should actually enforce stricter discipline on their children, making it unlikely for them to be too reckless. After 100 insect corpses were purchased, the scale of the insect swarm visibly reduced. However, Qin Yi's storage bag continued to produce a constant stream of insect corpses, and at this rate, the ground would be covered again in a few minutes. Fatty Jean, feeling helpless, had no choice but to intervene once more, using his gold cards to buy more insect corpses. He had brought 10 gold cards and 30 silver ones, thinking it would be enough if he spent half, but he hadn't anticipated encountering someone like Qin Yi. Fatty Jean thought to himself, are you some kind of insect expert? How do you catch them so easily? His great storage bag had a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters, holding over 1,500 insect corpses in total. After subtracting the 200 already thrown out, there were still 1,300 left. Each time he threw out 100, Fatty Jean had to take out a gold card to buy them. repeatedly doing so while the onlookers marveled at the spectacle. Half an hour later, Fatty Jean pulled out his last savings card, and seeing the storage bag still spewing out insect corpses, his face turned ashen. Despite being mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache when faced with reality. "How many more insect corpses do you have?" he asked. Qin Yi replied. "Not many, just over 300 left." Fatty Jean was stunned, thinking, "You call that not many?" Each second-tier insect corpse could be a year's worth of hard-earned salary for them. He incredulously asked, "Didn't you say your storage bag wasn't full of second-tier insect corpses?" "Over 1,500, and you call that not full?" Qin Yi innocently spread his hands. "I wasn't lying. My storage bag isn't filled with second-tier insect corpses because it also contains parts of third-tier insect bodies." With that, he tossed out a black, cracked horn. The faint dragon aura emanating from the horn made the warriors present feel a chill down their spines, as if facing a formidable enemy. It was a dragon insect horn, from a third-tier dominant beast, unmistakably so. Fatty Jean was taken aback, moving closer to Qin Yi, eyes fixed on the black dragon insect horn. Qin Yi put away the horn and shook his head, saying, "No, I only got part of the body." Fatty Jean breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, to kill a third-tier dominant beast, one must be an elite among grandmasters. Since Qin Yi hadn't achieved this, it meant he wasn't at that level yet. This way, he could still invest in Qin Yi while he wasn't too strong. In summary, Qin Yi's current actual strength should be around a lower-tier grandmaster, having comprehended the essence of the Tao, and is a prodigy in understanding the Tao with limitless potential. Fatty Jean nodded silently, but Qin Yi's next words shocked him. "At that time, 3 dominant insects attacked me. I fought them for half a day but couldn't kill them, and they managed to escape together, leaving behind some body parts." Qin Yi shrugged, showing regret on his face. Hearing this, Fatty Jean felt like crying internally. Holding his own against 3 dominant insects, brother, aren't you already an upper-tier grandmaster? Then the investment value of this 5th-tier spirit fruit isn't as significant. No, since he's already at a loss, he might as well increase the stakes and offer a spiritual item that could tempt even a grandmaster to win Qin Yi's favor. Fatty Jean steeled his heart, preparing to make the most daring investment of his life. He was betting on Qin Yi being a person of good character who remembers others' kindness. If he bet right, and Qin Yi eventually became a king or supported him in becoming a family head, wouldn't that position be easily within reach? Having reviewed Qin Yi's background, he had no doubt about Qin Yi's potential to become a king. He was all in on this potential stock. From the crowd emerged a man with a defiant expression, his eyes filled with disdain as he glanced at Qin Yi and the plump Jean. "Old Jean, have you lost your mind to believe such nonsense?" His words were laced with sarcasm, showing no respect for Jean Fang's status in the Jean family, indicating that he was someone of considerable standing. The plump Jean felt a twinge of unease. Though he was wary of Li Wuyun's attitude, he didn't immediately retort. Li Wuyun was from the Li family of Yuhang, a renowned martial arts family with strength far exceeding that of the Jean family. It was rumored that the founder was still alive. Among the new generation of the Li family, both Li Wufeng and Li Wuyun broke through to the martial master level at 18. The former had immense potential, while the latter, due to his talent in rune formations, became a prospective disciple of a grandmaster with a promising future. Not to be outdone, the plump Jean retorted with a cold smile. "The business of my Jean family is naturally for us to decide, not for an outsider like you to meddle in." Li Wuyun's expression darkened, and he snorted, "You're really ungrateful. I'm helping you deal with a fraud, yet you side with them? I can tell if someone's a fraud without needing your help, young masterly." The plump Jean outwardly showed respect, but his tone was mocking, infuriating Li Wuyun. Known for his stubbornness and a penchant for not thinking things through, Li Wuyun warned, "If this person's worm corpse is related to the different tribes, you risk implicating the entire Jean family." At the mention of different tribes, the plump Jean felt a pang of anxiety and couldn't help but glance at Qin Yi. Upon reflection, Qin Yi's background as someone from the lower strata who hid his strength did seem suspiciously like a traitor's profile. He was taken aback. Could there really be a problem? Seeing the plump Jin's silence, Li Wuyun was feeling triumphant, ready to press his advantage when suddenly the spiritual energy around the secret realm surged violently. The sky's white clouds swirled into a vortex. Within a several-mile radius, spiritual energy gathered furiously, whipping up fierce winds. Li Wuyun's expression was uncertain as he followed the flow of spiritual energy, his gaze ultimately landing on Qin Yi. At that moment, Qin Yi's entire body was surging with vitality. Golden patterns emerged on his skin, and his energy was as scorching as the sun, as if he were staring at a star. This phenomenon was a sign of breaking through to the martial master level. The onlookers were astonished. Qin Yi, a 9th-stage martial artist, had successfully advanced to the martial master level amidst Li Wuyun and Jean Fang's quarrel. When did breaking through to martial master become so effortless? Everyone's eyes were fixed on Qin Yi as he suddenly unleashed a punch with a deafening sonic boom. Waves of energy surged forth, and everyone present felt a fervent sense of the Tao, as if struck by an invisible force. A martial artist comprehending the Tao, with unparalleled talent. It seemed this young man had been suppressing his abilities and was already capable of breaking through to a martial master. With such a level, he had grasped a fist technique imbued with Tao intent, promising a limitless future and making cross-realm battles not just a dream. If he combined this with 1 or 2 spiritual items, he might even stand a chance against 3 dominators. Among the crowd, a martial artist in his 50s commented. Meanwhile, the appraiser from the Jin family looked terrified, recognizing the same aura from Qin Yi's Tao intent as that of the insect corpse's fist imprint. He understood that it was Qin Yi who had killed those insects. The old man in the Mandarin jacket exclaimed, his expression resolute. Even a master and disciple who comprehend the same Tao cannot produce identical Tao intent. It may appear similar, but Tao intent cannot be mimicked. The old man in the Mandarin jacket had never heard of anyone being able to imitate another's Tao intent. Everyone present knew this well, and faced with such irrefutable evidence, it was almost certain that Qin Yi had killed all the insect corpses, as each insect bore only 1 fist imprint, killed in 1 strike, without any other damage. Upon reaching this conclusion, Jean Fatty beamed with satisfaction, feeling relieved as he playfully eyed Li Wuyun. Didn't you say there was something suspicious about these insect corpses? Now that it's confirmed they were Qin Yi's doing, what do you have to say? Li Wuyun's face turned ashen, and after a long pause, he retorted indignantly. He's just a 9th-level martial artist. Even if he's been suppressing his realm, it's impossible for him to kill so many second-tier insects or even repel 3rd-tier dominators. He has a clean background, no connections. Surely, the aliens helped him. Or, he is an alien himself. Whoosh. As soon as these words were spoken, before anyone could refute, a resounding sword hum echoed from deep within the secret realm. A sword energy sliced through countless spaces, piercing Li Wuyun's forehead in an instant, causing him to spit blood and stagger back several steps before collapsing, trembling, all over. Everyone exiting the Xiantian secret realm had been tested by the suspended blood sword, only passing when confirmed without issues. Li Wuyun's words questioned the work of the suspended blood sword, which was blasphemous, and the divine sword, with its own spirit, immediately punished him. Thank you, divine sword, for sparing his life. An elderly man in a black robe emerged from the shadows, looking helpless as he grabbed the still trembling Li Wuyun, apologizing while leading him away. Noble family heirs, especially those with the potential to inherit the family head position, are naturally protected by experts in secret. However, this time Li Wuyun's nonsense in public angered the suspended blood sword, making it incredibly difficult for him to inherit the family head position. The suspended blood sword was terrifying, and the origins behind it were even more astounding. It was something the Li family dared not provoke, eliminating any possibility of offending it. With Li Wuyun taken away by the black-robed elder, the farce came to an end. Qin Yi completed his breakthrough to martial master, feeling elated. With a slight circulation of his energy, his heart's blood and qi surged, and the pure blood energy remaining in his cells was refined furiously, leading to a second breakthrough right after the first. The dissipated spiritual energy clouds reformed, still hovering above Qin Yi's head. Spiritual energy from all directions surged into him, assisting in his second breakthrough. The audience, who had thought the breakthrough was over, were caught off guard by this prodigious talent once again causing a stir. They stared in shock, rooted to the spot. Are you breaking through again? 10 minutes later, the storm subsided, and everything returned to normal. Qin Yi had achieved his second breakthrough, leaping from a 9th-level martial artist to a mid-level martial master in one go. The martial master realm is divided into low, mid, and high levels, and a mid-level martial master is already a renowned figure in Yuhang City, receiving respect wherever they go. With his accumulated strength, blood mist, and a physique that had reached grandmaster caliber, Qin Yi effortlessly stepped into the martial master realm, as easily as a college student solving elementary school problems. At this point, his vitality had reached 500 calories, just hitting the threshold of a mid-level martial master. According to online descriptions, the strength of a mid-level martial master ranges from 2 to 3 tons, and they can cover 100 meters in just 1 second. They also possess the ability to extend their vitality beyond their body for up to 5 meters, forming either offensive or defensive stances. However, Qin Yi's breakthrough was not simple. He felt his strength was definitely over 3 tons, and his speed matched the 1-second 100-meter benchmark. As for the skill of extending vitality, thanks to his foundational training, he had already mastered it, allowing him not only to project it, but also to carve stone with it, demonstrating precise control. The specific attributes of his physique would be tested when an opportunity arose in the future. After reaching the mid-level martial master stage, Qin Yi felt he still had potential for further breakthroughs, but it seemed a bit forced, so he decided to pause for now. The foundation of a martial artist is crucial, so he planned to close himself off for a few days to stabilize before considering other advancements. With the second breakthrough complete, the onlookers waited for a moment, realizing Qin Yi was not making any further moves, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were truly worried that Qin Yi might achieve a third breakthrough. It's known that at least 80% of the population in China remains stuck in the martial artist realm their entire lives, unable to break through. Yet here was Qin Yi, not only crossing this hurdle before their eyes, but doing so in leaps, instantly becoming a mid-level martial artist. A triple breakthrough would have shattered their spirits, making them reconsider their fate. Among all the onlookers, only Jean Fatty was not too surprised. He had long suspected that Qin Yi was concealing his strength, believing that the two consecutive breakthroughs were just a facade, and that Qin Yi was already close to the Grandmaster realm, or perhaps had already achieved it. Taking advantage of the commotion caused by Qin Yi's breakthrough, Jean Fatty found a few acquaintances among the crowd and borrowed some money and contributions. Now, seeing Qin Yi had finished his breakthrough, he hurriedly approached with a smile, transferring the money and contributions to Qin Yi's martial world account. What do you mean by this? Trying to renege and not give me the 5th level spirit fruit? Qin Yi raised an eyebrow. According to their bet, Jean Fatty borrowed money to buy insect corpses, which didn't count. Ha ha ha, you're overthinking it. I, Jean, always honor my bets and am known for my integrity. Jean Fatty waved his hand and explained, just give me an address, and the 5th level spirit fruit will be delivered tomorrow. I stake my life on it. Qin Yi was puzzled. Not only did Jean Fatty not renege, but he also gave him extra money. The remaining over 300 second-level insect corpses and parts of 4 third-level overlords' bodies still didn't match the value of a 5th-level spirit fruit. Could it be that this fatty wanted to befriend him? Quite the smooth operator, opening doors for himself. Qin Yi thought to himself, deciding not to hit a smiling face, so he nodded and sent an address to Jean Fatty through the martial world. He didn't use his own address, but wrote, Yuhang East Suburb Supermarket. The 5th-level spirit fruit was too important, and he needed Elder Wang to help watch over it before he could safely retrieve it. The deal with Jean Pongzi concluded successfully, leaving him quite satisfied. He directed his servants to carry home over a dozen storage bags. With such a quantity of second-tier insect corpses, if handled properly and through the Jean family's professional channels, not only could they recoup the money paid to Qin Yi, but they could also earn an additional few million contribution points. As for that 5th-tier spiritual fruit, just thinking about it was painful. Oh well, consider it an investment in a future big shot. As the Jean family's entourage departed grandly, Qin Yi noticed quite a few gazes, filled with ill intent, directed at him from the crowd. After all, he was carrying a substantial fortune that could easily elevate a mediocre martial artist to a high-level martial master through the acquisition of spiritual items. It was only natural for others to covet it. However, Qin Yi remained unfazed. The strongest martial artists frequenting the Secret Realm Bureau were merely high-level martial masters. If anyone dared to rob him, they would essentially be offering him money. As time passed, the crowd gradually dispersed, and the usual atmosphere returned. Qin Yi waited at the entrance of the Secret Realm Bureau for a long time until Chun Xian finally arrived. What took you so long? He asked. Chun Xian sighed. Among the people who took me into the Xiantian Secret Realm, one of the brothers came from a wealthy family. He died in the Secret Realm, and as the sole survivor, I had to provide a detailed account to give his family closure. Qin Yi understood. That well-off brother was probably the one who issued the aid request and bought the sensing and locating charms. The one who fell into the chasm with Chun Xian and failed to transform by consuming the blood mist was likely him. This brother was unfortunate, but the other teammates were even more so. From Chun Xian's words, it was evident that after the other teammates died, no detailed records were necessary. They died, and that was it. Every year, countless people perish in the Xiantian Secret Realm. Without a background, dying there would go unnoticed, causing no ripple. Not wanting to dwell on the topic, Chun Xian shifted the conversation, asking Qin Yi, by the way, I sensed quite a commotion at the Secret Realm Bureau earlier. What happened? Qin Yi chuckled. Oh, nothing much. I accidentally broke through a realm and made a small deal with the Jean family. Hearing this, Chun Xian finally noticed the significant change in Yi's vital energy. His energy had become more vigorous, and his aura was tens of times sharper, like a sword ready to strike. This level of vitality. You've broken through to a mid-level martial master? In just a few hours, you jumped 2 levels from a 9th-tier martial artist to become a mid-level martial master. And you call that an accident? Going from 90 units of vitality to 500 units instantly is outrageous, even more so than me. Chun Xian sighed in admiration, his slight pride from his own transformation dissipating instantly. By the way, this small deal you mentioned, are you being modest? How much was the transaction really? Hearing this question, if it weren't for his ability to remain calm, Qin Yi might have felt a bit awkward. He took out his phone, opened the Martial World app, clicked on his deposit, and showed it to Chun Xian. The dizzying number of zeros on the screen left Qin Yi stunned. Be honest, did you rob a bank while I was gone? After transferring money at the Secret Realm Bureau, Qin Yi's account was instantly filled, boasting a balance of 3 billion in savings and 1.5 million contribution points. This journey to the secret realm earned him a fortune that a regular person would struggle to amass even after working for 1,000 years. The martial arts industry is indeed highly lucrative. With strength and courage, wealth is almost effortless. Leaving the Secret Realm Bureau, Qin Yi headed to the northern suburb district. While waiting for the subway, he asked Qin Xian, "Have you created a Wujia account?" Qin Xian replied, "I just created one at the Secret Realm Bureau. I need to get off in the city to register my information at the Martial Arts Association." He took out his phone and added Qin Yi as a friend. Shortly after, Qin Xian received a transfer notification. Qin Yi had sent him 100,000 contribution points and 1 billion in savings. This. Qin Xian looked up at Qin Yi, about to say something, but Qin Yi interrupted him. "We're family. No need to be polite. Take the money. If it makes you uncomfortable, consider it a loan and pay me back in the future." Qin Yi deliberately didn't give Qin Xian too much, knowing that if he sent too much, Qin Xian would refuse. The amount was just right to serve as Qin Xian's startup fund. Once Qin Xian becomes strong enough, he can explore the secret realm on his own and earn money, no longer relying on Qin Yi's transfers. Understanding Qin Yi's intention, Qin Xian gripped his phone tightly and said sincerely, "Thank you. Ego, I'll work hard on my training." As the subway slowly approached, the two brothers boarded without further words and found an empty seat. Qin Xian, not wanting to waste time, began his training as soon as he sat down, while Qin Yi leisurely pulled out his phone to browse Wujia. When Qin Yi first downloaded Wujia, he was a poor kid, only able to look longingly at the array of products. Now, with a solid financial foundation, he could finally indulge in spending. He eagerly opened Wujia and headed straight to the spiritual fruits and plants section, ignoring anything below second tier and selecting only high-quality items. The value of second-tier spiritual fruits was beyond monetary measure, priced in contribution points. Even the cheapest second-tier fruit cost at least 3,000 contribution points. Will second-tier spiritual fruits still be effective for my current physique? Qin Yi wondered. Adaptive evolution required external environmental stimuli to activate, and second-tier spiritual fruits might not provide such stimulation. To be safe, he bought one anyway, as the price wasn't steep. Skipping over the second-tier fruits, he went directly to the third-tier section, where the variety of fruits halved, indicating their scarcity in the human world. The prices were several times higher, with the cheapest third-tier fruit, named Earth Core Fruit, priced at a staggering 180,000 contribution points. It's outrageous considering a complete second-tier insect corpse only sold for 3,000 contribution points. It would take 60 to purchase just one third-tier fruit. Let's try buying one first. With a light tap, Qin Yi's account balance of over 1.4 million contribution points quickly dropped to just over 1.2 million. Indeed, money goes fast. After purchasing the core fruit, Qin Yi curiously clicked on the fourth-tier spirit fruit store and scanned through the options. TSK, there were only 6 types of fourth-tier spirit fruits available, with the cheapest being the Dragon Blood Pure Yang fruit, priced at a staggering 1 million contribution points. Moreover, he needed to complete the seller's task to purchase it. This price made Qin Yi instantly aware of his limited financial situation. He couldn't possibly spend 1 million contribution points solely on spirit fruits. Besides, he also planned to buy at least a clever breath concealment technique and a movement technique, which would also require a significant amount of contribution points. Exiting the spirit fruit section, Qin Yi entered the technique area to start selecting a technique he desired. Meanwhile, the subway passed several stations, and the number of passengers in the carriage gradually increased. A woman holding a designer bag, wearing heavy makeup, sat next to Qin Yi. She first took out a small mirror to touch up her makeup, then glanced at Qin Yi, who was engrossed in his phone, curious about what he was looking at. She secretly observed him out of the corner of her eye, almost unable to suppress a laugh. In broad daylight, browsing the Blevel technique section of the martial realm, was he gathering material for his dreams at night? The scene was somewhat amusing. The average price of Blevel techniques in the martial realm was 50,000 contribution points, and judging by Qin Yi's attire, a subway-riding bottom dweller, he couldn't afford anything there, no matter how much he browsed. Truly amusing. A hint of disdain flashed in the woman's eyes as she nonchalantly took out a compact from her bag and lightly dabbed her face, raising a cloud of white powder that blended into the air. She looked around, displeased with the noisy and chaotic environment, eager to get off the train as soon as possible. If it weren't for wanting to catch Qin Yi, she would never lower herself to use such public transportation for the lower class. Humph, if she couldn't get what she wanted from him, Lu Yi better be prepared for the consequences. The heavily made-up woman continued to apply her powder, the fragrance gradually permeating the carriage, making people drowsy, their eyelids heavy, their consciousness blurred. Indeed, this woman was from the Yixin society, tasked by Lu Yi to intercept and capture Qin Yi. Although her own level was only that of an intermediate martial master, she excelled in using poison and had practiced in a level poison technique, capable of concocting poisons potent enough to knock out a grandmaster. The invisible powder now filling the carriage was called Zhe Xian, made from ground second-tier spirit flowers and a drop of third-tier nectar worm's blood. If a grandmaster was unprepared, they were highly likely to fall victim and briefly lose consciousness. As for those below the grandmaster level, they would instantly fall into a deep sleep, taking at least half a day to wake up, and upon waking, they would lose a small segment of their memory. As the Zue Xian gradually filled the carriage, all passengers quieted down, either dozing off on the benches or falling asleep while holding onto the handrails, without exception. Even Qin Xian, at the low-level martial master stage, succumbed. He had been meditating when he suddenly smelled the strange fragrance and fell asleep while sitting cross-legged. The subway surveillance system had already been tampered with by their organization's personnel and wouldn't be operational today. Next, the heavily made-up woman would have ample time to deal with Qin Yi. Why are you still browsing your phone? The heavily made-up woman turned her head, just about to move Qin Yi, only to find him still sitting there, focused on the Blevel Technique store. Didn't you smell the Zue Xian? This was impossible. Even without actively breathing, Zue Xian would seep through a martial artist's pores and take effect. So, the only possibility was that Qin Yi had actively inhaled the Zue Xian, but its toxicity was insufficient to knock him out. This was truly unbelievable. Qin Yi sat beside her, completely unguarded, in the area with the highest concentration of Zhe Xian, where even a grandmaster would faint, yet he showed no reaction. The heavily made-up woman, refusing to admit defeat, frantically patted her foundation, causing a cloud of dust to rise and attract the attention of those around her. Some of the powder even landed on Qin Yi. Despite the commotion, the effect was negligible. Qin Yi frowned slightly, glanced at the heavily made-up woman with disdain, brushed the dust off his clothes, and continued browsing them all. Zhuang Muqing, the heavily made-up woman, felt humiliated. Having practiced the art of poison for years, she had never felt so disregarded. Qin Yi was completely immune to her prized drunk beauty technique, not even reacting as he continued to scroll through his phone. She noticed he had already chosen his martial arts techniques and, without hesitation, clicked to purchase and paid promptly. She was astonished to discover that Qin Yi had the funds to buy Blevel techniques and bought two in one go. One was a concealment technique costing over 400,000 contributions, and the other a movement technique for 600,000 contributions, totaling 1,000,000 contributions. 1,000,000 contributions. Zhuang Muqing thought to herself. Even if she sold her self-made poisons within the organization, it would take her months to earn that much. Yet Qin Yi spent this fortune without batting an eye. Reflecting on how she had just been silently mocking Qin Yi as a daydreaming lowlife, Zhuang Muqing suddenly felt like a fool. Based on the information from Lu Yi, there was no way Qin Yi could earn 1,000,000 contributions in a month unless the source of the money was related to his fortuitous encounter. Zhuang Muqing accepted this assignment mainly because she was intrigued by Qin Yi's stroke of luck and wanted a share of it. Now it seemed that Qin Yi's encounter was even more enticing, not only transforming an untalented young man into a martial artist within a week, but also enabling him to earn such a significant amount of contributions. No, I must obtain this encounter, she resolved inwardly, and, while Qin Yi was still unaware of his surroundings, she pulled out a bottle of light blue perfume from her bag and nonchalantly sprayed it on herself. PSSSD, a few clouds of mist spread through the air, masking the scent of drunk beauty, with a refreshing and soothing aroma. This was phantom blue water, derived from the core area of a certain Clevel secret realm, made from second-tier top-grade phantom blue minerals with potent hallucinogenic effects. If a master were affected, their soul would be obscured for at least a minute, unable to respond during that time. However, after spraying over 10 times, Qin Yi remained unaffected, still vibrant and energetic. The phantom blue water was costly, and using so much at once without any effect made Zhuang Muqing's heart ache. Could there truly be someone naturally immune to poisons? She began to doubt her judgment. Just then, her phone buzzed. She discreetly checked it. It was a message from Lu Yi, urging her to speed up, with a rather impatient tone that made Zhuang Muqing want to stomp her foot in frustration. It seemed she had no choice but to use her trump card. Gritting her teeth, she took off a water drop necklace from her chest, held it in her right palm, and gently caressed the water drop. Instantly, the necklace dissolved visibly, turning into an invisible mist that drifted toward Qin Yi. The Eternal Dream Mist, a third-tier poison, is crafted primarily from the third-tier illusionary butterfly, supplemented with 68 top-tier second-tier ingredients to produce just a single drop. It costs over 1,000,000 contribution points, and is Zhuang Muqing's trump card against masters. This mist has the chance to kill lower-tier masters, and can definitely knock out mid-tier masters. Zhuang Muqing clenched her fists, discreetly observing Qin Yi's condition from the corner of her eye. In her view, Qin Yi, who had always been full of energy, for the first time showed signs of confusion. His eyelids drooped slightly as if he were sleepy, and he yawned. It was working. Zhuang Muqing breathed a sigh of relief, but was simultaneously astonished by Qin Yi's resilience. A third-tier poison only made him drowsy, but couldn't kill him. This man was truly extraordinary. She watched him closely, her actions becoming bolder, no longer hiding her intentions. Qin Yi became increasingly drowsy, as if he might fall into a deep sleep at any moment, yet he couldn't fully close his eyes. How long would this last? Could he really withstand a third-tier poison? Zhuang Muqing was anxious, wishing she could just punch him on the forehead to knock him out. Time ticked by, yet Qin Yi remained in a half-awake state, refusing to close his eyes completely. Zhuang Muqing was at her wit's end. She extended a poison needle from her sleeve and, with a flick of her wrist, shot it toward Qin Yi's thigh. Clang! A metallic sound echoed as the needle broke into two upon contact with Qin Yi's skin, falling to the ground. This was a second-tier poison needle, yet he, a warrior, could withstand it without any defense? How terrifying must his body be to endure such an attack? Zhuang Muqing's eyes widened in disbelief, just as she was about to take further action. Qin Yi, seemingly awakened by the needle, suddenly widened his eyes and slowly turned his head to look at her. Thud! At that moment, Zhuang Muqing's heart skipped a beat. She saw a pair of beautiful eyes, with slightly long lashes and a deep, playful gaze. The next second, Qin Yi smiled slightly and asked in a gentlemanly manner, "Have you had enough fun?" Boom! A surge of energy exploded like a giant wave, a fierce wind howled, and Zhuang Muqing was instantly thrown back dozens of meters, crashing hard against an iron door, coughing up a mouthful of blood. She collapsed weakly to the ground, her face betraying undeniable panic and weakness. Though both were warriors, her combat strength was nowhere near Qin Yi's. This brief encounter made it clear to her that for Qin Yi, killing her was as easy as stepping on an ant. Escape, that was her only option. She thought of biting open the poison sac hidden under her tongue to escape in a cloud of poison, but Qin Yi gave her no chance. In a single step, he appeared before her, grabbing her neck and lifting her off the ground. His sharp, sword-like aura pierced her body, severing several crucial veins, leaving her powerless and unable to even bite open the poison sac. This man was so ruthless and decisive. She felt utterly hopeless, giving up her struggle. "Are you with the cult of the other god?" Qin Yi asked, examining Zhuang Muqing with an unchanging smile. "You people are surprisingly helpful. You've done quite a bit for me." Zhuang Muqing was bewildered, her mind racing with questions. What does he mean? Wasn't I here to poison him? How did I help him? Little did she know, Qin Yi had used the eternal dream mist she painstakingly crafted to evolve, raising his third-tier poison resistance to the fourth tier. Qin Yi wasn't naive. He had sensed something was off, but saw that Zhuang Muqing wasn't particularly strong and only used poison, so he decided to leverage her attempts for his evolution. His original third-tier poison resistance had evolved from adapting to spirit fruit toxins, but advancing to the fourth tier was difficult. Zhuang Muqing inadvertently helped him achieve this. Before her, Lu Yi had also significantly enhanced Qin Yi's physical strength and increased his affinity for spiritual energy by one level. Who said the cult of the other god was a villainous organization? They seemed like a bunch of do-gooders to him. Chen Xian, wake up, Chen Xian. In a daze, Chen Xian felt someone shaking him persistently, which made him a bit impatient. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw Qin Yi and a distressed-looking girl, Zhuang Muqing, beside him. What happened? Chen Xian felt dizzy and seemed to have a memory gap. He was practicing on the subway. So how did he end up falling asleep? Qin Yi pointed at Zhuang Muqing and briefly explained the situation, and only then did Chen Xian understand the series of events that had occurred not long ago. It turned out that Yi Gu had been targeted by the cult of the other god. He glanced at Zhuang Muqing, feeling uneasy. He thought that becoming stronger would ensure his safety, but he was attacked as soon as he left the secret realm. Zhuang Muqing had managed to poison and knock him out without him realizing it, and she could easily kill him too. Before truly gaining great power, all talent and potential are just empty talk. Chen Xian realized this and felt an even stronger desire to practice, determined to make breakthroughs as soon as possible. Yi Gu, what are you planning to do next? Currently, only the three of them were awake in the subway car. The other passengers were still unconscious and wouldn't wake up anytime soon. Under the control of the cult of the other god, this subway wouldn't stop until it reached the city center, which was expected to take more than half an hour. Just as planned, get off at the city center, but report to the police before heading to the martial arts union for registration. Let the authorities handle the scene. Qin Yi had it all arranged. As for the poison master from the cult of the other god, he would personally take her to the east suburb police station to turn herself in. All right, I'll follow your lead. Chen Xian trusted Qin Yi completely, closer than even biological brothers. Half an hour later, the subway arrived at the city center station. Qin Yi got off with Zhuang Muqing, switched to another train, and after more than 40 minutes, they finally returned to the east suburb. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Qin Yi felt as if he hadn't been back in a long time, even though it had only been half a month. You could have handed me over to the city center police. Why insist on bringing me all the way to the east suburb? Zhuang Muqing was puzzled. Qin Yi had infused a large amount of qi and blood energy into her, along with a trace of killing intent, leaving her severely injured and unable to recover. Following Qin Yi to the east suburb had nearly exhausted her. She suspected Qin Yi was deliberately tormenting her. Qin Yi glanced at her and said calmly, "I'll do whatever I want. Why are you talking so much? Not happy? Try poisoning me again." In just 2 sentences, Zhuang Muqing fell silent. In fact, Qin Yi specifically took her to the East Suburb police station to repay a favor to Officer Xiao Shi. Back then, when Lu Yi was about to beat him up, it was Officer Xiao who came to his rescue. Qin Yi never forgot the kindness others showed him. Even if it was just a small gesture, he would find a way to repay it. He dragged Zhuang Muqing all the way to the East Suburb police station. Their unusual posture attracted quite a bit of attention. Inside the station, the officer at the front desk looked up to see a strong, handsome young man holding a heavily made-up girl as they walked in. What's going on? Turning in a suspect? The male officer had been working at the front desk for years and had encountered many amusing cases. One such case involved a client who turned himself in over a pricing dispute in a humorous incident. As he stood up, ready to inquire further, the man in front of him spoke up. "This woman is from the Qin society, at the martial artist level, skilled with poisons. You should have her wanted notice here, right?" Qin Yi had already learned from Zhuang Muqing that she was wanted by several major police departments before coming to the station, which is why he said this. A martial artist? The male officer was momentarily stunned, seeing Qin Yi's serious expression, which didn't seem like a joke. He quickly sought approval from his superiors and pulled up a wanted notice on the computer. A few minutes later, he indeed found Zhuang Muqing's exact match on the wanted list. It seems that great talents have always emerged from the general populace. According to the records, Zhuang Muqing once attempted to assassinate a senior official of the governing bureau, not only escaping successfully, but also evading pursuit by a master later, marking her as highly dangerous. Providing information about her alone could earn a reward of 10,000 contribution points. If someone captured her personally, the reward doubled to 250,000 contribution points. Please wait a moment. Director Xiao will be here shortly. The officer hurriedly brought a chair and poured a glass of water for Qin Yi, his eyes full of excitement, fearful that Zhuang Muqing might escape. If such a notorious criminal were apprehended at their East Suburb police station, all involved would be rewarded, adding a remarkable achievement to their records, and a promising future lay ahead. Soon, the sound of a door opening was heard, and Chen emerged from inside the police station. At first glance, he saw Qin Yi holding Zhuang Muqing and was momentarily stunned, completely taken aback. "Isn't this Qin Yi, the one Director Xiao instructed me to protect earlier?" His heart was in turmoil, unable to remain calm. Just days ago, he was smug about his breakthrough to the martial artist level. But now, looking back, Qin Yi, who had been practicing martial arts for less than 2 months, was already at the intermediate martial artist level, surpassing him. You can't compare with a prodigy, really can't compare with a prodigy. Chen muttered to himself, worried that his own confidence might be shattered, leaving him in Qin Yi's shadow forever. At this moment, a cold voice sounded behind Chen. "Chen, why are you blocking the door?" Hearing this voice, Chen snapped back to reality, stepping aside with a wry smile. "Director Xiao, when you go out, try not to be too shocked." Xiao Shi raised an eyebrow and laughed. "What could possibly shock me? Is it just that the scorpion woman from the Qin society was caught by a civilian martial artist? That's nothing new." Xiao Shi, born into the prestigious Xiao family of Central South, had seen all kinds of high-level spiritual entities and provincial nobles from a young age, considering herself unflappable in any situation. Seeing this, Chen didn't say more, watching as Xiao Shi entered the police station's reception area. Then, he saw Xiao Shi's eyes scanning the room, suddenly stopping, filled with disbelief. "That was fast. Are you Qin Yi?" The Qin Yi who came to the station once before. For the first time in years, Xiao Shi showed a hint of surprise, her usually composed face displaying a slightly exaggerated expression. In contrast, Qin Yi remained calm, nodding. "Director Xiao, long time no see." "Oh wait, it's not that long, just under a month." "In less than a month, you've reached the intermediate martial artist level, almost catching up to me." Xiao Shi, who had been training since childhood with abundant resources, had been practicing for 27 years and was now a high-level martial artist, almost a master. Yet, Qin Yi, in a month, had gone from an ordinary person to an intermediate martial artist, not only demonstrating rapid progress, but also showing a solid foundation by capturing the formidable scorpion woman, indicating he didn't rely solely on spiritual entities for breakthroughs and possessed the ability to fight across levels. Such talent, even for someone accustomed to encountering geniuses like Xiao Shi, was unheard of. The background of Qin Yi's parents' death led Xiao Shi to suspect that Qin Yi might be the descendant of a true king. Once a martial artist enters the realm of a grandmaster, their life level undergoes a qualitative change, potentially affecting their offspring. Typically, the children of grandmasters have talents that surpass ordinary people and are more likely to awaken various innate constitutions. However, even if he were the son of a true king, he might not compare to Qin Yi. Xiaoxi once saw the son of a true king in Tianjing, which left her with a deep impression. Take her away. Xiaoxi gestured after a moment of silence, and two officers along with a medical staff member escorted Zhuang Muqing away. She had mentioned matters of the martial world, and the bounty on the Scorpion Woman was worth 250,000 contribution points, which caught Qin Yi's attention. 250,000 contribution points? Is Zhuang Muqing really worth that much? He added to Xiaoxi's martial world and then suggested, Director Xiao, after capturing Zhuang Muqing, the interest of the Divine Society in me will likely grow. Next time, the Divine Society might send a Grandmaster to suppress me. Qin Yi analyzed. Based on the Divine Society's previous actions against him, their caution was evident. Initially, when they captured Qin Yi, who was only a second-level martial artist, they sent a martial master. Ordinarily, a martial master would not fail against a martial artist, but Qin Yi was beyond conventional understanding. He speculated that the Divine Society would not give up on capturing him, and the more extraordinary he appeared, the more intrigued they would be by his encounters. Xiaoxi found a chair and sat facing Qin Yi, her well-proportioned legs crossed, eyes lowered as if in thought. If an ordinary person told me a grandmaster was after them, I'd think it was a joke, she thought to herself. Grandmasters in Yuhang were high-level figures. Officially, there were only about 30 grandmasters across all the families and the administration, in a city with a population of 10 million, highlighting their rarity. However, when Qin Yi mentioned a grandmaster might act, she immediately believed him. The authorities had conducted in-depth investigations into the Divine Society, and the more they delved, the more shocking the findings. This organization had deep roots and was rumored to be protected by a true king, appearing suddenly and not as an ancient hidden group. Officials suspected the Divine Society had ties to alien races and might even have been established by them. In recent years, the Divine Society had been eliminating talented human martial artists at the grassroots level in various cities, with truly sinister intentions. So what do you plan to do? Xiaoxi tossed the question back. Qin Yi's lips curled slightly as he replied. I hope Director Xiao can seek help from the city, finding a few influential people to secretly follow me in 15 days. Why not now? Xiaoxi didn't refuse, her gaze sharpening. Qin Yi explained. Because the Divine Society's actions have just been discovered by us, they are also wary of us having a trap, so nothing should happen in the short term. He spoke with confidence, though this was only part of his reasoning. The most crucial reason he didn't disclose to Xiaoxi. Over the next 15 days, he planned to hide in Old Wang's supermarket to enhance his realm, not stepping outside. With Old Wang there, should the Divine Society dare to show up, it would be courting death. The future attempts on Qin Yi's life by members of the Yixin Hui will surely involve formidable opponents, with bounties exceeding that on Zhuang Muqing. If they are willing to deliver money, Qin Yi is more than happy to accept. Xiaoxi hesitated for a moment, initially thinking she would reject Qin Yi's simple plan, but seeing his calm demeanor, she eventually nodded in agreement. In 15 days, she would contact him in the martial realm. Qin Yi stood up with a smile, ready to leave the police station. For both him and the police, this was a win-win situation. The police gained honor, while he gained safety. No need for thanks. It's just part of the job, serving the people. Just make sure you don't die in these 15 days. Xiaoxi stood up as well, returning to her usual calm demeanor. Don't worry, I'm safer than anyone. Qin Yi walked out of the police station without looking back. Half an hour later, in a supermarket on the outskirts of Yuhang, Old Wang sat at the cashier's desk, his expression vacant, staring ahead into the air. Dingling's bell at the door rang, and Old Wang's eyes instantly lit up. Without looking up, he said, It's been over 10 days. Have you made any progress? Qin Yi approached the counter, bowed slightly, and replied, As you expected, Old Wang, I've made some progress. When Old Wang looked up, the words he intended to say got caught in his throat. You've become a mid-level martial artist? Suddenly, a wave of spiritual energy swept over Qin Yi's body. The next moment, Old Wang's eyes flashed with delight, and he laughed heartily. Good. Very good. Your foundation is solid, and you have the potential to break limits, with no trace of spiritual poison in your body. I underestimated you. Despite starting martial arts so late, it hasn't hindered you. You truly are a prodigious talent. Old Wang lived up to his reputation. He was the first to not be shocked by Qin Yi's rapid progress. Experience comes with age. Though Qin Yi's talent was extraordinary, Old Wang had evidently encountered similar geniuses before. I initially thought you just had a great mindset and a willingness to train hard, which is why I considered taking you as a disciple once you became a martial artist, Old Wang remarked. I thought it would take you at least a year to reach the martial artist level, but half a month was enough. With a flick of his wrist, a simple wooden box appeared in his palm, emitting a faint aura. This is the gift I prepared for accepting you as my disciple. If you wish to join my sect, take it. If not, it's fine, you can still come to me in the future. The cultivation technique of my sect is very demanding and requires a lot of hardship. Think it over carefully before deciding. Old Wang placed the box on the table, his eyes slightly narrowed, and fell silent. Qin Yi held great respect for Old Wang, knowing that this elder meant well for him, and trusted that he wouldn't lead him astray. Without much thought, he immediately accepted the apprenticeship, performing 3 deep bows to Old Wang. I'm not afraid of hardship, only of going through it without growing stronger, he said sincerely. Old Wang slowly opened his eyes, his appreciation deepening, and couldn't help but smile. Rest assured, our sect's techniques surpass even the so-called strength techniques of the current mortal world. Stand up and open the box. Surpassing strength techniques? As you command. Qin Yi thought joyfully, respectfully opening the box. Inside, he found 2 items, a rolled-up parchment and a withered black seed. Unrolling the parchment, it revealed small figures, each engaged in different actions. Despite the simplistic art style, every movement was vividly depicted, full of dynamic energy. As Qin Yi scrutinized it, a sudden pain struck his forehead, and a memory inexplicably surfaced in his mind. When he came to, the parchment had vanished from his hands as if it had never existed. Yet, the evolving memory in his mind assured him that it was all real. The parchment contained a peculiar body cultivation technique, unlike the common methods that rely on spiritual substances to temper the body. The body cultivation technique of the Zhanxian sect was unique and intriguing. This technique, called seed soldier technique, required practitioners to choose a withered spiritual seed before reaching the Grandmaster level. They would plant this seed within themselves, nurturing it back to life, allowing it to take root and sprout internally. As the seed developed, its branches would become the potential backbone of the practitioner's meridians, expanding them further. The main trunk would integrate with the bones, enhancing their quality. At advanced levels, the seed's roots could even penetrate the practitioner's spiritual sea, becoming a second spiritual root to aid in their enlightenment. Practitioners of the seed soldier technique often possess unmatched power at their level, with martial potential multiplied several times, making it a divine art. The name of the Zhanxian sect may sound arrogant, but if one truly mastered this technique, they might indeed have the ability to slay immortals. Wang Lao did not deceive him. This seed soldier technique surpassed everything Lin Changqing had ever seen amongst level techniques. Beyond level, there are 3 higher levels: sacred, divine, and immortal techniques. According to the founder, this seed soldier technique should be classified as a divine technique. If one could find the original spiritual seed, it could potentially reach the immortal level. Wang Lao noticed Qin Yi deep in thought, and casually added that there are 3 major challenges in cultivating the seed soldier technique. The first is the need to constantly nurture the withered spiritual seed back to life, which requires immense effort and time and is extremely painful. After all, the seed is buried in the practitioner's heart, drawing blood from it, and once it sprouts, it pierces the heart and meridians, forcibly transforming the body. This pain far exceeds the agony of late-stage cancer. The second challenge is the scarcity of spiritual seeds, which are special high-grade spiritual plants and nearly extinct. Only the current leader of the Zhanxian sect possesses them. Indeed, Wang Lao's true identity is the current leader of the Zhanxian sect and its sole member. The spiritual seed he gave Qin Yi is of the 6th grade, an extraordinary quality left by the founder. As for the third challenge in practicing the seed soldier technique, it's rather interesting. The spiritual seed implanted must be nearly withered. A healthy seed would instantly drain the practitioner's life force, leading to death. Therefore, before planting the seed, it must be deactivated, a process that is extremely difficult and requires the intervention of a marquee-level expert. Given the high quality and survival ability of spiritual seeds, it takes immense power to wither them. Only a deactivated spiritual seed can be safely planted in the heart to connect with the practitioner's blood and establish a bond. Upon opening the sea of consciousness and gaining the ability to manipulate spiritual power, one can merge a portion of their spiritual power with the spirit seed, achieving complete control and the unity of spirit and body. Even deactivated spirit weapons pose a danger to warriors, which is why I advised you to seek me out only after reaching the level of a martial master. Wang Lao explained the intricacies of this process to Qin Yi in detail. After hearing the explanation, Qin Yi became increasingly interested in the founding ancestor of the Zhanxian sect and couldn't help but ask, "Master, what is the name of the founding ancestor of our Zhanxian sect?" Wang Lao's face reflected a mix of nostalgia and sorrow as he sighed. His name was Qin Ziluo. You might not recognize the name, but if I mention his title, you might know him. During his lifetime, all the races across the heavens revered him as the Celestial Venerable, the 10,000 Tribulations Celestial Venerable. Qin Yi was taken aback. The 10,000 Tribulations Celestial Venerable. This supreme figure, the first human in history to reach the realm of Celestial Venerable, was actually the first leader of the Zhanxian sect. It seemed Wang Lao's background was even more significant than Qin Yi had imagined. Our ancestor eventually passed away and was laid to rest in the South Sea. Since you have now joined the Zhanxian sect, you should visit the South Sea Cave in the future to pay your respects, Wang Lao continued. The enhancement of a warrior's abilities through the spirit weapon technique depends not only on the development of the spirit seed, but also significantly on the quality of the spirit seed itself. The 6th-tier spirit seed I gave you is powerful, but it is not the strongest. The strongest spirit seed is the 8th tier, known as the immortal seed, buried with the ancestor in the South Sea Cave. If you are destined, you may find that seed. So that's it. The original spirit seed Wang Lao mentioned must be the so-called immortal seed. The South Sea Cave, I will have to make a trip there. According to his memories, the spirit weapon technique does not limit the number of spirit seeds one can implant in their body. If one's physique and soul are strong enough, planting another seed is possible, further enhancing one's power to an exaggerated level. Unfortunately, besides the 10,000 tribulations celestial venerable Qin Yi, no one in the Zhanxian sect has successfully implanted 2 spirit seeds. As for implanting 3 or 4 spirit seeds in one body, it remains a theoretical possibility that even Qin Yi did not achieve. Implanting a single spirit seed, if continuously nurtured, can at least break the limits of one's realm, becoming a marquis in the Shanghai realm. This divine-grade technique is already so extraordinary. Who knows how outrageous the legendary immortal-grade technique could be? Carefully, Qin Yi took the spirit seed out of the wooden box, held it in his palm, and released a trace of vital energy into it. In an instant, the previously withered spirit seed was revitalized, emitting a dark luster on its surface. Without hesitation, Qin Yi, while Wang Lao was protecting him, made a resolute decision to press the spirit seed onto his chest. The next moment, the spirit seed, invigorated by the abundant vital energy, suddenly embedded itself into Qin Yi's chest, penetrating the barriers of flesh and bone, and settled into the left atrium of his heart. Immediately after, Qin Yi felt a tightness in his heart, followed by a surge of pain that spread throughout his body. His vital energy converged towards his heart, and the withered 6th-tier spirit seed hungrily devoured the energy, like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Qin Yi's face turned pale, his breath becoming somewhat unsteady. Wang Lao had anticipated this and retrieved a 3rd-tier spirit fruit from the cabinet beneath the counter, intending to give it to Qin Yi to replenish his vital energy. However, before he could extend his hand, Qin Yi's complexion suddenly turned rosy, showing no signs of weakness. Wang Lao's hand froze, puzzled by the situation. Could it be that Qin Yi could break through on his own without needing the spirit fruit? That seemed impossible. Even the disciples of previous generations and the founding ancestor himself needed to consume spirit fruit during their initial implantation to endure the process. Wang Lao, having personally experienced the implantation, knew well the intense craving the newly awakened spirit seed had for vital energy and life force. Even a grandmaster would be drained dry. To his surprise, Wang Lao found that Qin Yi had returned from the level-dangerous Xintian secret realm with a substantial amount of divine blood mist. This mist, left behind by revered beings, was comparable in quality to 6th-tier spiritual items. After being processed by Qin Yi's 4th-tier iron stomach, it transformed into pure blood energy, dispersing into his cells, ready to be refined into vital energy whenever needed. As he practiced the art of cultivating spiritual weapons, Qin Yi required a significant blood energy supply, and the refined blood energy from the divine mist proved invaluable. Wang Lao observed Qin Yi's complexion, which fluctuated between pale and flushed, but showed no signs of distress or energy depletion. The boy's physical potential likely exceeded Wang Lao's expectations, as he could withstand the excessive absorption of the spiritual weapon seed. Wang Lao felt a growing appreciation for this new disciple. With the influx of blood energy, the withered spiritual weapon seed began to revive, surrounded by an aura of vitality. A faint cracking sound was heard as the black seed coat split open, and a white sprout slowly emerged, its tip pushing upward, striving to take root. Unlike ordinary plants, the roots of the spiritual weapon seed grew upward because they needed to penetrate the sea of consciousness, located above the heart chamber. After sprouting, the growth of the spiritual root was notably slow, possibly taking years to reach the sea of consciousness and flourish. To accelerate its growth, nurturing it with other spiritual items was the only shortcut, despite the cost and time involved. The enhancement to combat power made it worthwhile. According to the knowledge in Qin Yi's mind, the cultivation of spiritual weapon seeds consisted of 6 stages: sprouting, rooting, branching, leafing, soul integration, and fruition. Soul integration corresponded to the practitioner's advancement to a grandmaster, with the divine consciousness inhabiting the spiritual weapon seed. Fruition marked the practitioner's elevation to a marquis, with the seed maturing. The subsequent path varied, allowing for either enhancing the seed's tier or planting a second one, depending on Qin Yi's future choices. Cultivating spiritual weapon seeds was a long-term endeavor, requiring patience and gradual progress. Wang Lao advised Qin Yi, once you've stabilized your realm, I'll teach you a combat technique for fighting. Qin Yi understood, and, after exhaling a breath of stale air, thanked Wang Lao, eager to learn the combat techniques of the Immortal Slayer sect. With that matter settled, Qin Yi mentioned his need to stay at the supermarket for a few more days to receive some deliveries and continue his cultivation. Wang Lao had no objections and simply asked what Qin Yi had ordered. Qin Yi candidly replied, "A few spiritual fruits to aid my cultivation." Wang Lao nodded. "In that case, you may use the storeroom for your training. It has a bed and ample space." Time flowed by unnoticed. Staying at Wang Lao's supermarket, Qin Yi felt a profound sense of peace and enjoyed a restful sleep. After reaching the martial master level, most warriors no longer required sleep, but Qin Yi found that resting helped him recover mentally and alleviate fatigue, so he occasionally indulged in it. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he looked inward to his heart chamber, noticing that after 24 hours, his spiritual weapon seed showed no signs of growth, the sprout unchanged since it first broke through the shell. Sure enough, it grows slowly. After the shell breaks and the seed sprouts, the method by which the spiritual seed absorbs nutrients from the body changes from a violent, chaotic draw to a slow and steady flow, which doesn't burden the martial artist. However, Qin Yi couldn't help but wonder, if he actively used his vital energy to nurture the spiritual seed, could he accelerate its growth? He didn't dare to experiment recklessly, so he went to the front desk to consult with Elder Wang. Elder Wang noticed the young man's impatience and calmly replied, "If you can control the amount of nurturing, you can give it a try. However, if the quality and quantity of your vital energy are too low, it won't have a noticeable effect on the spiritual seed. As a martial master, it's difficult for you to refine high-quality vital energy. Using spiritual fruits as an aid to increase the quantity is fine, but don't overdo it, or it might cause instability, like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. An unstable spiritual seed cannot mature. Spiritual fruit, as an aid?" Qin Yi thought to himself, it's completely unnecessary. He still had a vast amount of divine blood energy remaining in his body. He had only used less than a tenth of it to make the spiritual seed sprout yesterday. So, he decided to give it a try. Eagerly, Qin Yi found an open space, sat down cross-legged, and began channeling the divine blood energy stored in his cells to nurture the spiritual seed. The divine blood energy was slowly absorbed by the spiritual root, which then began to grow noticeably before his eyes. In less than half an hour, it had grown 5 centimeters, nearly reaching the wall of his atrium. Is it only 5 centimeters? Qin Yi opened his eyes, slightly disappointed. He had just used up a fifth of his divine blood energy, but the growth wasn't as significant as he had hoped. He decided to reserve the remaining divine blood energy for his own use, to break through his current level. After all, before the spiritual seed takes root, it provides him with no benefits and is merely a burden. Returning to Elder Wang, Qin Yi looked troubled, while Elder Wang seemed unsurprised, offering comfort. "You've tried it, right? The quality of vital energy at the martial master's level is too low to be effective. Compensating with quantity would only hinder your own cultivation, which isn't worth it. It's better to nurture it slowly and steadily." Qin Yi acknowledged the advice with a nod. "You're right. I put in a lot of effort and only managed to grow the root 5 centimeters. 5 centimeters isn't." He suddenly paused, puzzled. "Wait, you said how many centimeters?" Elder Wang's eyes narrowed, and his tone shifted. Qin Yi, confused, repeated, 5 centimeters. 5 centimeters, 5 centimeters? Elder Wang once again used his spiritual sense to examine Qin Yi's body, clearly seeing the 5-centimeter-long root in Qin Yi's left atrium. It had taken him a whole year to cultivate a root to 5 centimeters, and Qin Yi had done it in a day? What kind of prodigy was this? "What's wrong, master? Is there a problem with 5 centimeters? Qin Yi noticed Elder Wang's odd expression and grew anxious, fearing he had made a mistake. Elder Wang glanced at him, thinking to himself that 5 centimeters was a huge issue. How could someone cultivate a seed so quickly, and with such a stable foundation? Fortunately, he had seen much in his lifetime and quickly masked his surprise, shaking his head. "No problem, you've done well. Keep practicing like this, and perhaps before long, you'll catch up to me." With a touch of wistfulness in his voice, Elder Wang spoke, while Qin Yi scratched his head, contemplating what else to say when a knock on the door interrupted them. Turning to look, he saw at the supermarket entrance, Jean Fatty standing there with a beaming smile, holding a spatial storage bag in both hands. The 5th-grade spiritual fruits have arrived. To win over Qin Yi, Jean Pongzi went to great lengths, even going so far as to disguise himself as a delivery man to personally escort a 5th-tier spiritual fruit from downtown Yuhang to the eastern outskirts, demonstrating his utmost sincerity. Now, he stood in front of the supermarket in the eastern suburbs, wearing a smile that betrayed nothing, though internally he was full of questions. According to Qin Yi's information, he should be living in a ground-floor apartment. So why was the delivery address at a supermarket? Could it be that after making some money, he bought a supermarket to continue concealing his identity? Jean Pongzi kept his doubts to himself, knowing that many martial artists dislike outsiders prying, and sometimes silence is the best approach. The doorbell jingled, and the supermarket door swung open. Qin Yi poked his head out, spotting Jean Pongzi at the entrance, accompanied by an elderly man with a kindly face. A young master with an elder bodyguard, a classic combination. Qin Yi glanced at the elder behind Jean Pongzi, observing for a few seconds before discerning that the man was no ordinary figure, likely a top-tier protector of Jean Pongzi, possibly at the master level. Martial artists of that caliber are hard to bind with contributions or money, so how do these families manage to enlist them? Of course, the elder could simply be a family member named Jean, protecting his own. Haha, brother Qin, I hope you're well. I've heard there are many troubles in the eastern outskirts of Yuhang, so I specifically asked Elder Chu to accompany me. Jean Pongzi explained as he noticed Qin Yi eyeing Elder Chu behind him, introducing him without hesitation. As a businessman, he was naturally cautious and spared no effort in ensuring his safety in such a lawless area, bringing along a key figure from his household, a testament to his meticulous planning. Qin Yi withdrew his gaze, smiled, and took the storage bag from Jean Pongzi. With a mental probe, he located a heart-shaped fruit inside. This fruit was quite extraordinary. Even within the highly efficient storage space, a hint of its essence was still noticeable. The fifth-tier spiritual fruit was indeed remarkable, and through the storage bag, Qin Yi could sense the abundant vitality contained within it. Consuming this fruit would undoubtedly have a significant effect. In addition to the spiritual fruit, the storage bag also contained a blue robe, plain in appearance, but its purpose unknown. The fifth-tier spiritual fruit I've gathered is called Ice Heart. Despite the name, it contains no chill but rather pure life force, making it highly effective for healing or tempering the body. Jean Pongzi explained with a pained expression, his eyes filled with reluctance as he stared at the storage bag in Qin Yi's hand. This fruit was a gift from my father, and might be the only fifth-tier spiritual fruit currently in Yuhang. The rarity of a fifth-tier spiritual fruit is beyond question. Even a fourth-tier fruit could fetch a fortune in the martial world, and a fifth-tier one is priceless. Jean Pongzi's apparent distress was a deliberate display to emphasize the fruit's value to Qin Yi, aiming to leave a significant impression, a true capitalist, with every word and action carrying a hidden agenda. Qin Yi found the chubby man quite interesting and sociable, thinking it wouldn't hurt to befriend him, especially since he had already gifted him so many things. Smiling, Qin Yi nodded and said, "Thank you, Mr. Jean. Your family's integrity is truly commendable. I've learned a lot today." He wondered to himself about the blue robe in the storage bag. Jean, the chubby man, noticed Qin Yi's reaction and felt their bond had strengthened. He smiled even more broadly. This garment is called the Xian Shui robe. Although it's only second-tier quality, it's convenient to wear and can change its appearance at will. Consider it a gift from our transaction. Xian Shui robe? Qin Yi thought for a moment, then took out the robe and tried it on in front of Jean. With a thought, the blue robe transformed into a perfectly fitting tracksuit, complete with pants. Nice, this is good stuff, he thought, relieved that he wouldn't have to worry about his clothes tearing during future fights. There will be more beast corpses in the future, guaranteed to be above second tier. I'll contact you anytime, Jean said with a smile. Qin Yi, looking at his tracksuit, remarked, "You capitalists sure know how to bribe people." "Haha, no worries. Let's keep in touch. I won't disturb your cultivation any longer," Jean replied, wisely choosing not to overstay his welcome. After leaving the storage bag, he and Old Chu departed. Qin Yi quickly returned to the supermarket, eager to consume the spirit fruit. "Did your spirit fruit arrive?" Old Wang asked, seeing Qin Yi's cheerful expression. "Did you get a third or fourth-tier spirit fruit? If it's too high tier, with your current level, it might be hard to neutralize the spirit poison and could damage your foundation." Old Wang was trying to overestimate Qin Yi's capabilities, as a fourth-tier spirit fruit would require a warrior to work hard for years or take risks in a secret realm to afford it. However, he underestimated Qin Yi's level. When Qin Yi took the Bing Xian fruit out of the storage bag, the supermarket was filled with a rich vitality. Strands of life energy seeped through the gaps, causing the greenery outside to grow lush and vibrant. A fifth-tier spirit fruit. It's not even about the price anymore, Old Wang exclaimed. Once a fifth-tier spirit fruit is listed in the martial world, it would be snapped up instantly, even for 1 billion contribution points. Those who can buy it have inside information and rush to purchase it. Old Wang was momentarily speechless, choosing not to ask Qin Yi about the fruit's source. Every disciple should have their own privacy and secrets. The spirit poison of a fifth-tier fruit is too strong for you. If you want to consume it at your current level, you'll need an alchemist to process it, or I can help dissipate half of its spirit energy. Spirit poison? To Qin Yi, with his adaptive evolution, such persistent toxins were treasures. He was thrilled at the idea of consuming it. So how could he let anyone dissipate half of it? Scratching his head, he lied to his master without a hint of guilt. "Master, I've discovered that I'm immune to spirit poison." It might be due to my constitutional level of spirit poison affects me. In the myriad worlds, there are countless martial constitutions, and no one could deny the existence of a spirit fruit body immune to spirit poison. Although Old Wang had no memory of such a constitution, Qin Yi's sincerity convinced him. Perhaps your unique constitution is why your spirit weapons grow so quickly. Old Wang mused, not only believing Qin Yi, but also rationalizing the rapid growth of his spirit weapons. Not blushing or heart racing seems to be a god-level skill, enhancing the credibility of my words, Qin Yi thought, a smile tugging at his lips. Qin Yi and Wang Lao were in the supermarket storage room, devouring palm-sized Bingxin fruits without hesitation, not even sparing the seeds. The seeds of high-grade spiritual fruits are difficult to replant, so it's better to consume them for nourishment. The cool fruit flesh slid into their stomachs, unleashing endless vitality. The spiritual energy flowed through Qin Yi's meridians to his organs, invigorating every cell, making him feel incredibly comfortable, as if every pore in his body was rejoicing. Although the name Bingxin fruit includes the word ice, symbolizing frozen vitality, once thawed, it exudes boundless warmth. However, as the spiritual energy spread, spiritual toxins quietly emerged, gradually accumulating in Qin Yi's organs, deteriorating them, ultimately inflicting irreparable damage to his martial arts foundation. These spiritual fruits produce toxins to deter consumption by living beings, specifically to undermine martial artists' potential. Therefore, in this world, relying solely on eating spiritual fruits can at most elevate one to a high-level martial artist. Becoming a grandmaster is a mere fantasy. Yet, Qin Yi could disregard the effects of spiritual toxins, even using them to evolve. Wang Lao observed Qin Yi's complexion shifting between pale and dark. One moment he seemed shrouded in shadows, deeply poisoned. The next he appeared normal again, with fair skin. The fruit was rapidly digested in his stomach, constantly releasing toxins. But to Wang Lao, Qin Yi's foundation was not only unharmed but even more solidified, a true miracle. Wang Lao was utterly astonished. In all his years, he had never heard of anyone immune to spiritual toxins. Qin Yi not only resisted the toxins, but also digested the spiritual fruit faster than typical martial artists. A regular mid-level martial artist would take at least 10 days to fully digest a 5th-grade spiritual fruit, but Qin Yi seemed to do so on the spot. Was his disciple just slightly faster in every aspect, or did this unique immunity to spiritual toxins come with an accelerated digestion ability? This constitution was extraordinarily powerful. In the Human Alliance's current list of the top 100 martial arts constitutions, Qin Yi's emerging constitution could easily rank in the top 30. Immunity to spiritual toxins meant he could consume spiritual fruits without worry before reaching the Grandmaster level, fearlessly advancing in rank, potentially becoming a Grandmaster in just 3 days from an ordinary person. Unfortunately, after reaching the Grandmaster level, martial artists need to engage with the Tao to advance further. Eating spiritual items alone is ineffective. Soon, all the toxins from the Bingxin fruit were released, and its spiritual essence and vitality were fully absorbed by Qin Yi. He almost completely consumed the 5th-grade fruit. In the storage room, Qin Yi's aura surged, and within his meridians, the spiritual essence began to crystallize, absorbing blood and spiritual energy, refining a large amount of concentrated blood energy into his body. In just an hour, Qin Yi's blood energy soared from 500 calories to 1,000 calories, effortlessly surpassing the high-level martial artist bottleneck. Qin Yi had just broken through to a mid-level martial artist 3 days ago, and now he had already reached the final stage of the martial artist realm. Elder Wang felt a mix of emotions, recalling how he was once hailed as a prodigy, yet he had been stuck in the martial artist realm for 2 whole years. In those 2 years, he had managed to advance from a low-level to a high-level martial artist, which was already considered outstanding. However, Qin Yi had leaped from being a nobody to a high-level martial artist in just a month, making it an incomparable feat. The younger generation was truly impressive and held great promise for the future. Elder Wang didn't feel any jealousy. At his age, he had long since become indifferent to such matters. He only felt happiness and pride in Qin Yi's talent. If Elder Wang knew that Qin Yi could actually break through to the Grandmaster level in one go, one wonders what he would think. Indeed, the energy contained in the Ice Heart fruit was enough for Qin Yi to reach the Grandmaster level, but he deliberately suppressed this breakthrough. The reason was simply he was worried about recklessly expanding his mental domain and wanted to consult Elder Wang first. The breakthrough to the Grandmaster level originally required the development of the mental domain, and due to the influence of a deceased deity, Qin Yi had already developed a small part of his mental sea. Although it was just a tiny area, it counted as having a mental sea. During his upcoming breakthrough to the Grandmaster level, he would have the opportunity to expand this mental sea. Concerned about making mistakes, he decided to seek advice from the experienced Elder Wang first. Time passed second by second, and even after Qin Yi's internal energy and blood volume surpassed 1,000 calories, It didn't stop until it reached the high-level martial artist limit of 2,000 calories, which left Elder Wang in awe. However, more frightening than the advancement in realm was that this wasn't the greatest benefit Qin Yi gained from consuming the spiritual fruit. His greatest gain was always the new skill evolved through adaptive evolution. Ding! Your cells have successfully adapted to level 5 spiritual poison, evolving into a passive skill poison resistance LV5. Previously, his poison resistance had been upgraded to level 4 by Zhuamuqing, and now it had further advanced to level 5. At level 4, he could ignore most level 4 poisons, and after reaching level 5, he could probably eat level 4 poison for meals without any issues. Level 5 represents level 5, and if Qin Yi encountered a Shanghai realm expert whose main attack method was poison, he might even have a chance of defeating them with his level 5 poison resistance. After all, his physical body was enhanced with a level 1 immortal golden body, equivalent to that of a grandmaster's body. Under conditions of attribute restraint, defeating an enemy across a major realm seemed excessive, didn't it? Of course, level 5 poison resistance was impressive, but it paled in comparison to the next passive skill he evolved. Ding! You have successfully absorbed all the spirituality of the level 5 spiritual fruit, purifying your roots and enhancing your aptitude, evolving into a talent skill spiritual affinity LV19. A level 19 spiritual affinity. If Qin Yi remembered correctly, he initially only had level 9, and he didn't expect that one level 5 spiritual fruit would instantly boost it by 10 levels, crossing the level 10 threshold. How extraordinary is a level 19 spiritual affinity? It is said that a martial god body doesn't need to cultivate. Spiritual energy enters the body on its own, refining energy and blood, helping the martial artist grow stronger. Qin Yi thought the martial god body would require at least a level 50 spiritual affinity, but he didn't expect level 19 to already exhibit the effects of a martial god body. From now on, he no longer needed to focus solely on cultivation. Even if he played games every day, his body would remain in the best state for cultivation, and spiritual energy would automatically enter his body. His body was like a production line factory, with spiritual energy as the exploited free labor, tirelessly helping Qin Yi create assets. His cultivation speed was dozens of times faster than before, refining 1 calorie of energy and blood in a minute, far surpassing Qin. Spiritual fruits were indeed wonderful. If a level 5 spiritual fruit had such exaggerated effects, what about level 6, 7, or even the legendary level 8 spiritual fruits? Would eating one make him immortal? Qin Yi secretly fantasized. The higher the level of the secret realm, the more likely it was to produce high-level spiritual fruits. Perhaps after dealing with the troubles of the alien god society, he could try exploring the level secret realm in the neighboring Yindang Mountain. Qin Yi's total qi and blood had reached a bottleneck. The spiritual energy automatically flowed into his body, unable to further refine his qi and blood, instead beginning to help him temper his physical body. It gradually compressed the concentration of his qi and blood, showing signs of transforming liquid qi and blood into a solid state. Each martial artist's qi and blood quality varies, typically divided into gaseous, liquid, and solid levels. Gaseous is for quasi-martial artists, liquid is for martial artists to grandmaster level, while solid qi and blood usually require a grandmaster's level to attempt compression. Refining solid qi and blood requires a physical body strong enough to provide such an environment, akin to how diamonds form under high temperature and pressure. The demand for solid qi and blood is essentially a test of a martial artist's physical strength. Undoubtedly, Qin Yi's physical body not only met the standard but even surpassed that of an average grandmaster. A large amount of qi and blood was forcibly compressed into a single drop, merging into the flesh and blood of Qin Yi, filling the gaps in his cells and further enhancing his body's strength, making it more robust. If someone were to measure Qin Yi with scientific instruments at this moment, they would be amazed to find his flesh and blood density rapidly increasing, comparable to metal and stone. The terrifying nature of the immortal deities of the celestial race after death is precisely because each piece of their flesh contains infinite solid qi and blood, with even a slight release transforming into vast pools of blood. All of this cultivation process occurred automatically, requiring no intervention from Qin Yi. After processing the 5th-grade spiritual fruit, Qin Yi opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Elder Wang standing guard in front of him, which warmed his heart. He quickly stood up and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Master." Elder Wang waved it off indifferently, but never took his eyes off Qin Yi, deep in thought. He was surprised to find that spiritual energy was actively drilling into Qin Yi's body, and Qin Yi's physical strength was becoming more solid, with the power of qi and blood growing more vigorous. Am I seeing things? Elder Wang blinked, but the anomaly on Qin Yi's body remained. Refining solid qi and blood at the martial artist stage requires an extremely high affinity with spiritual energy, and as far as Elder Wang knew, only those with the martial god body or the natural god body possessed this ability. Why did Qin Yi have such an ability? Isn't your unique constitution supposed to be immune to spiritual toxins? Elder Wang wondered. Seemingly noticing the confusion on Elder Wang's face, Qin Yi coughed lightly and said calmly, Master, did you notice something unusual about me? Elder Wang nodded. Qin Yi, looking puzzled, continued, I don't know what's happening either. After eating the 5th grade spiritual fruit, I suddenly found the surrounding spiritual energy uncontrollably pouring into me, even assisting in my cultivation. Master, do you not know the reason? Elder Wang shook his head. I don't know either. It might be related to your constitution. After all, I've never heard of such a miraculous constitution. In the myriad worlds, there are always constitutions unknown to the common people, so you needn't worry. At least, the features currently revealed are beneficial to you. Seeing that his master didn't press for answers, and even helped cover for him, Qin Yi felt relieved and slightly guilty. Qin Yi understood that deceiving his master was improper, but the existence of the system was crucial. It could even suppress the remnant soul of a giant god. He couldn't reveal this to anyone. Once the immediate issue was set aside, Qin Yi shifted the conversation to inquire about the process of breaking through to the Grandmaster level. Master Wang's expression grew serious as he explained. Breaking through from martial artist to Grandmaster requires opening the sea of consciousness, which is extremely risky. A single mistake could leave you with severe mental damage. With deep knowledge of the Grandmaster realm, he advised, the development of the brain's domain should be gradual. Start by using a trace of energy and blood to explore, understanding which areas are safe and which are not. Everyone's brain is slightly different, so another person's path might not suit you. It's best if you. As he contemplated how to impart his knowledge on developing the brain's domain, he noticed Qin Yi's awkward smile and subtle expression. Master Wang frowned and asked, What's wrong? Do you have any questions? Qin Yi pointed to his head and replied, Master, by some accident, I opened my sea of consciousness while still at the martial artist level. Now I want to know how to expand it. Master Wang was stunned. Opening the sea of consciousness at the martial artist level? You might as well ascend to the heavens. The sea of consciousness is one of the most crucial parts of a person, even more vital than the heart, existing in a semi-real, semi-illusory state. He hadn't noticed Qin Yi's sea of consciousness before. Typically, only those who reach the true king level have their soul and sea of consciousness become tangible, visible, and touchable, akin to Qin Yi's experience in the giant god's sea of consciousness. Before this transformation, unless specifically examined, the sea of consciousness is hard for outsiders to detect. Master Wang sent a sliver of his spirit into Qin Yi's brow to investigate, and indeed, he saw a small, crevice-like sea of consciousness. The sea within was not abundant, merely filling the gap. To Master Wang, this sea of consciousness seemed weak, but considering Qin Yi had such a sea of consciousness and mental strength at the martial artist level, it was enough to astonish many powerful figures. Even the seasoned Master Wang felt a bit overwhelmed. An extraordinary soul, an invincible body, unparalleled talent. What kind of prodigy have I taken as a disciple? Master Wang thought. With your abilities, how can your peers compete? Not just his peers. Qin Yi might surpass talents from 2 generations ahead, even defeating them across levels. He hadn't expected Qin Yi to have about 150 points of mental strength already. Since the sea of consciousness is open, when you break through to Grandmaster, you can try expanding it outward, avoiding deepening it for now. After some thought, Master Wang shared his insights with Qin Yi. He also explained why it was better not to deepen the sea of consciousness. At the martial artist stage, control over energy and blood is still rough and weak, lacking precision. Deepening it might accidentally damage critical brain nerves, causing problems. Expanding it sideways, as long as it's not too large, generally won't cause issues, because you've already opened a gap there without trouble, indicating the surrounding area is likely safe to expand. Qin Yi listened intently, learning from the advice, but he had one more question. Based on what you said, if I manage to control energy and blood with great precision, could I attempt to deepen the sea of consciousness? Great precision? Master Wang was startled, as this was the realm sought by princes. He intended to caution Qin Yi against aiming too high, but recalling Qin Yi's miraculous feats, he hesitated to speak. Fortunately, he held back because, in the next moment, he saw Qin Yi extend his index finger, gently beckoning. A thread of energy and blood surged from his body, manipulated like a toy, flying through the air at Qin Yi's command. Master Wang was speechless. Perhaps you should be my master? Qin Yi's ability to manipulate vital energy so effortlessly spoke volumes about his level of control. Elder Wang was left speechless, wanting only to turn away and find solitude. However, before leaving, he had 2 items to give Qin Yi, as promised earlier intra-level cultivation techniques. Since Qin Yi had already opened his spiritual sea, the transmission of these techniques no longer required physical mediums. With a thought, Elder Wang condensed a strand of special spiritual thought, shimmering with light, which instantly entered Qin Yi's mind. Immediately, Two segments of memory appeared in Qin Yi's mind, representing the two cultivation techniques from the Zhuxian sect given by Elder Wang. He casually accessed one memory, and before his eyes appeared an immortal sword, towering to the heavens, piercing through the void, and descending from the sky with the power to shatter worlds, its sword energy spreading for billions of miles. Even though it was just a memory, the piercing sword intent made Qin Yi's scalp tingle. This was Zhuxian sect's ultimate technique, named Heaven Cleaving Sword, a divine great art. It was the most powerful sword technique Qin Yi had ever encountered, likely demonstrated personally by the sect's founder, Chen Ziluo, the venerable of 10,000 tribulations. Even the spear thrown by the owner of the great dog earlier paled in comparison to this heaven-cleaving sword. However, since Qin Yi did not practice swordsmanship and was focused on physical cultivation, this technique seemed somewhat redundant to him. Was he supposed to start training in swordsmanship specifically? Qin Yi continued to explore the heaven-cleaving sword, gradually grasping a hint of the essence of this lethal technique. After the heaven-cleaving sword had been wielded, it vanished, leaving only a handsome young man in luxurious attire, graceful and refined, yet exuding a starkly contrasting aura of lethality, sharp as a sword. This must be Chen Ziluo. Qin Yi was convinced of this with certainty. Chen Ziluo stood calmly in the sky, the void beneath him marked by an unfathomably deep sword scar. He stood silently without words or movements, yet Qin Yi perceived the true meaning of the heaven-cleaving sword from him. This sword technique was not merely about wielding a sword. The foundation of the Zhuxian sect lay in the art of weapon fusion, combining one's being with a spiritual weapon, making the physical body several times stronger than other cultivators of the same level, transforming into a sword to unleash this move. The essence of the heaven-cleaving sword was not this sword, but the heaven-cleaving. Understanding the concept of heaven-cleaving was the key. Junior Qin Yi, thanks the patriarch. Qin Yi's understanding of the heaven-cleaving sword advanced instantly. He did not rush to continue comprehending it, but rather, with his spiritual form, respectfully bowed, concluding this memory. His curiosity piqued. He wondered what the other technique was. He accessed the other unfamiliar memory, and as he perused it, his mind was enveloped in absolute darkness, absolute void. The surroundings were filled with silence and emptiness, which persisted for a long time. Qin Yi waited patiently until a change occurred in the darkness. A tiny starlight faintly appeared, gradually becoming more brilliant, bursting into countless rays of light. Then a second starlight, a third, a fourth. In an instant, the once pitch-black night sky was adorned with dreamlike stars, illuminating the entire firmament, dazzling and magnificent. Qin Yi gazed at the starry night sky, filled with wonder. He slowly realized that each star in the sky was flickering in a rhythmic pattern, like the rolling waves of the sea. These stars seemed to be alive, breathing. The star-breathing technique. His heart skipped a beat. The second technique given to him by Master Wang was a rare breathing technique, at least of a grade quality. Such a thing could fetch an astronomical price in the martial world. This breathing technique uses the vast array of stars as a guide, visualizing their flicker to adjust one's breathing and enter a mystical state. Not only can it increase the cultivation speed by more than tenfold, but it also provides a certain probability of achieving enlightenment on the spot in the future. Just think, after reaching the Grandmaster level, improving strength cannot rely solely on energy and blood. Progress in understanding the Tao is crucial. The state of enlightenment is the best opportunity to comprehend the Tao. Ordinary Grandmasters often need external aids, like the legendary Enlightenment Leaf, to enter this state. To naturally achieve enlightenment requires extremely high innate talent and understanding, something only prodigies possess. Joining the Zhuxian sect has brought me so many good things. Qin Yi felt a wave of happiness, as if he were being pampered. He couldn't help but want to immediately use this breathing technique to begin cultivating, eager to see what level he could reach in 15 days with the support of his level 19 spiritual affinity and a grade breathing technique. Perhaps he could easily defeat all incoming enemies on his own, without needing Xiaoxi to seek outside help in the city. However, he glanced at his phone and noticed that the spiritual fruits and techniques he ordered from the martial world were about to be delivered, with the courier arriving at any moment. Master, I have a few packages arriving soon. I need to go sign for them now, Qin Yi said. Master Wang's eye twitched, thinking to himself, could there be 5th-tier spiritual fruits? Or even 6th-tier? Don't scare this old man. This old man was quite overwhelmed by Qin Yi, experiencing more emotional ups and downs than he had in the past decade. Qin Yi was amused by his master's reaction. How could there be 5th-tier spiritual fruits? Just 3rd-tier ones, along with 2 techniques, a grade concealment technique and a grade movement technique. He had pondered for a long time on the subway and decided to spend the bulk of his contribution points on the concealment technique, costing him 700,000, while the movement technique only cost over 100,000, leaving him with over 200,000 contribution points. Oh, Master Wang felt inexplicably relieved. agreeing with Qin Yi's purchasing strategy. With your talent, you should indeed conceal yourself to some extent. But this concealment is not for pretending to be weak in human society or to show off. It's mainly to deal with alien races and fierce beasts in secret realms. As for human society, you don't need to hide any of your strength or talents. Be as flamboyant as you like, even if it draws the attention of the Human Alliance's leader. Qin Yi was taken aback, puzzled as to why Master Wang didn't advise him to be more low-key. Master Wang seemed to read his thoughts and chuckled. Are you wondering why I didn't tell you to be more low-key? The reason is simple. The more dazzling you are, the more the higher-ups will invest in you. As for danger, you're my apprentice, and within the Human Alliance, no one can touch you. These words allowed Master Wang to release his long-held negative emotions, leaving him feeling incredibly relieved. Looking at Qin Yi, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, thinking that finally, he could display the dignity of a master in front of his apprentice. If Qin Yi knew what Master Wang was thinking at that moment, he would secretly chuckle, finding the old man quite endearing. The strength of Wang Lao is unfathomable, yet Qin Yi remains perpetually curious about his master's true level. After some hesitation, he decides to ask his master, his tone slightly cautious. Master, I still don't know what realm of martial artist you are. Could you tell me? This way, I can better judge whom to avoid provoking and whom I can handle. Otherwise, if I provoke someone and get pursued, it would be hard for you to handle. Upon hearing this, Wang Lao's expression darkened slightly, thinking to himself, I just said I'd protect you, and now you're thinking about provoking people? With a hint of displeasure, he waves his hand dismissively. I've been in the True King realm for many years, but the barrier of the True King realm has almost trapped me. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to progress further in this lifetime. At this point, Wang Lao's expression turns somewhat somber. The True King realm is almost the pinnacle of human strength, yet the entire Human Alliance has 128 true kings, none of whom have broken through to become a venerable. This illustrates the immense difficulty of such a breakthrough. Throughout history, those who could be crowned as kings were prodigies of their time, but even they pale in comparison to the singular heavenly venerable. The world now is several times larger than Earth from Qin Yi's previous life, and even considering various mystical realms, it's still 10 times the size of Earth. Within China, the population exceeds 5 billion, yet there are only 68 individuals who have achieved king status, the highest number in any region of the Human Alliance. It's said that the entire EU has no more than 32 true kings. Qin Yi privately believes that he won't be hindered at the True King realm, and not even the heavenly venerable realm can stop his progress. However, facing his silent master, he chooses his words carefully to lighten the mood. According to online sources, those in the True King realm can live for over 800 years, so you're still quite young and may still have a chance to break through. Besides, even if you don't, you have me, right? Once I achieve an invincible body, I'll surely help you find a mystical item to break through your bottleneck. Though Qin Yi speaks jokingly, his sincerity is unmistakable. Wang Lao feels a warmth in his heart, sensing the care of a family member he hasn't felt in a long time, and responds in a relaxed tone. When you leave, don't cause trouble. I won't stop those who openly challenge you. Also, there are some strange organizations outside. If you're too arrogant, they might target you, so be cautious. Despite humanity's unity, there are always those who secretly collude with other races. Wang Lao knows he can't always be by Qin Yi's side, but if he encounters troubles he can't solve, he should come to him. Qin Yi nods solemnly, remembering his master's words. After this conversation, the relationship between the master and disciple subtly deepens. Once the conversation ends, Wang Lao drifts away to continue working at the front counter, while Qin Yi goes to collect a package, sits cross-legged, and begins refining a third-tier spiritual fruit. Although the fruit itself is of no use to him, the pure energy it yields can nurture the spiritual seed in his heart, aiding its growth. Qin Yi currently needs to practice 6 martial arts techniques, including the heaven-opening sword, the soldier planting technique, the star breath method, 2 techniques purchased from the martial world, and the 7 wounds crazy fist. Additionally, he must prepare for breaking through to the Grandmaster level. Only 13 days remain of the 15-day period he agreed upon with Xiao Shi, so Qin Yi's cultivation schedule will be quite full. Meanwhile, in a distant location far from Yuhang, the sky is overcast and rain pours down heavily. The raindrops, as large as beans, hit the leaves with a crisp sound. Under a towering maple tree, there is a smooth stone table surrounded by dozens of stone chairs, each occupied by a figure sitting motionless. Surprisingly, the torrential rain does not wet these people. The rainwater turns into wisps of white smoke and disappears before it reaches them. These martial artists have refined their vital energy and blood to a certain level, forming an aura or pressure that can not only intimidate lower-level martial artists, but also act as a protective barrier against the rain. At this moment, news arrives that Scorpion Woman has been captured, and among the figures, one familiar to Qin Yi stands up from an outer stone chair to speak first. This person has a gloomy appearance and sharp features, precisely the member of the Ishan society who previously attempted to capture Qin Yi. All present are members of the Ishan society, with the weakest among them at the martial master level. They are seated according to their contributions and strength, with the stronger ones closer to the stone table. The elite of the Jiangnan province's Ishan society are all gathered here. The scorpion woman Lu Yi mentioned is actually the matter between Zhuang Muqing and Qin Yi. Members of the Ishan society, upon reaching a certain level of power and status, adopt a moniker, with scorpion woman being Zhuang Muqing's alias. Lu Yi, having recently advanced, has also chosen his new alias, Madman. Unable to capture Qin Yi alone, Lu Yi can only report to the organization's higher-ups and request assistance. Those present are already aware of Qin Yi's background, knowing he may have acquired a high-level spiritual item capable of rapidly enhancing a martial artist's level and strength. Originally considered a martial arts failure, Qin Yi astonishingly advanced to a mid-level martial master in just a month, suggesting the spiritual item he possesses is likely not below the 5th tier. Rumor has it that before a certain existence left, they left behind 2 items, a blood sword hanging in a secret realm to guard a spatial rift, and a mysterious spiritual item hidden in the human world, yet to be claimed by anyone. Perhaps Qin Yi has inherited this legacy. Outside the stone table, 6 circles of stone chairs are arranged. At this time, a figure from the second circle speaks. She has a graceful posture and a voluptuous figure, exuding a charm that makes those beyond the 4th circle avert their eyes and bow their heads in deference. Those seated in the second circle are at least at the Grandmaster level, and only 10 such figures exist within the Ishan society. This woman, known as Shadowthorn, is responsible for assassination and stealth missions. Lu Yi vaguely recalls hearing from veterans when he first joined the Ishan society that Shadowthorn once nearly succeeded in assassinating a renowned marquis. This woman is at least at the mountain and sea level. Will she take action? Lu Yi feels a sense of bitterness, as the opportunity that should have been his is now out of his hands once reported. At best, he might get a small share of the spoils after Qin Yi's opportunity is seized. It's a pity, recalling the young man who stood his ground under his furious attacks and even mocked him. Lu Yi harbors a deep resentment with no outlet. If Shadowthorn takes action, she will surely capture Qin Yi alive, at which point he can request to have the now useless Qin Yi handed over to him for a thorough venting of his frustrations. The room was silent, with only the sound of rain pattering outside. Yingzi glanced around and chuckled softly. I'll take on this task and probe a bit. What do you all think? The others exchanged glances, none daring to offend Yingzi, as she held a powerful position in the second circle of the Yishun Hui hierarchy. Her so-called probing was actually a plan to seize the fortunate encounters associated with Qin Yi. Against a formidable opponent likely at the Shanghai realm, how could a mere martial artist escape? Even if Qin Yi was exceptionally talented and capable of fighting across realms, it was impossible to leap 3 major realms and escape from someone at the Shanghai realm, a level worthy of nobility. However, this young man named Qin Yi had handed over the scorpion woman to the police, possibly implicating ties with the Yuhang authorities, suggesting there might be someone secretly protecting him. Yingzi needed to be cautious to avoid an unexpected downfall. At that moment, a burly man with muscles like knots of steel spoke up. His code name was Shuren, and he too sat in the second circle, qualified to converse with Yingzi. His words, though seemingly a reminder to Yingzi, carried an undertone of sarcasm, a stark contrast to his imposing exterior. Yingzi's face was unreadable, but the chilling aura she emitted made everyone present feel a shiver down their spines. Nonetheless, they agreed to let Yingzi proceed, confident that her agility would ensure her safety even if she encountered the noble stationed in Yuhang. Suddenly, the stone table in the center of the gathering made a sound, startling everyone. Could this matter have caught the attention of the master? The official investigation had indeed been accurate. The key to the Yishun Hui's assembly was not the human martial artists present, but the stone table at the center. This table was a spiritual artifact used for communication with otherworldly beings. Viewed from above, the tabletop was engraved with numerous black-purple runes, forming circles exuding an ominous aura. As its name suggests, the Yishun Hui worships otherworldly deities, serving the immortal gods of these beings. Without the covert assistance of these immortal gods, they would not have survived under China's stringent scrutiny. Unfortunately, these otherworldly immortal gods have temporarily lost the ability to enter Blue Star, claiming that the time is not right. Currently, the most powerful entities that can infiltrate Blue Star are true kings or half-step sovereigns. While their physical forms cannot cross over, their power can, as long as a connection to Blue Star is established, allowing them to send certain items. This connection is facilitated through the various mysterious organizations they have created. The 3 martial artists closest to the stone table, sitting in the innermost circle, were visibly terrified, prostrating themselves on the ground, showing no dignity of strong individuals in front of the otherworldly deities. Those seated in the first circle were at least at the noble realm, yet they bowed so swiftly, indicating the extent to which the otherworldly beings had gained control over them. These three had followed the otherworldly deity for many years, fully aware that the master was not interested in the potential fortuitous encounters in Qin Yi's possession, but rather in the information about a certain man. This man had risen to power over a decade ago, decisively destroying 3 great secret realms, earning the title of king, and nearly conquering the 5 great mountains' mystical realms. He was Lin Chongqing, the king of heaven. Just the mention of his name sent shivers down their spines, as they recalled the terrifying power of that single shot. He was known as the king, having subdued every rebellious secret realm in the Jiangnan province. Afterward, he journeyed to the Arctic Ocean, leaving behind a legendary blood sword and a mysterious legacy in his hometown, Yuhang. This legacy might hold clues to the whereabouts of Lin Chongqing. He undoubtedly possesses the potential to ascend to the rank of celestial sovereign. The high-ranking members of the alien races dread the emergence of another human celestial sovereign and have been frantically searching for him over the past decade, even considering forbidden means to eliminate him. Unfortunately for them, his whereabouts remain unknown. Rumor has it that a once immortal deity from the celestial race ventured to Blue Star at great cost and discovered traces of Lin Chongqing. However, before the deity could relay the information, they vanished without a trace, presumed dead. Across the myriad worlds, the celestial race is also known as the divine race. Perhaps, thousands of years ago, a near-saintly figure emerged from the celestial race, giving them the confidence to rename themselves the divine race. While smaller races refer to them as the divine race out of respect, ancient races of equal strength still call them the celestial race. Shadowthorn guessed her lord's intentions and was overjoyed. She quickly knelt and vowed, "Rest assured, my lord, I will bring Qin Yi back, along with the fortuitous encounters he possesses. There will be no mistakes on this mission." She recognized this as a golden opportunity to gain her lord's favor and resolved to give it her all, leaving no chance for error, even if Qin Yi was merely a martial artist. There was no response from the stone table. Instead, a sun-like eye slowly opened in midair, glanced at her, and then closed again, restoring the calm. Shadowthorn felt immensely encouraged by that glance, trembling with excitement. It was only after her lord had been gone for some time that she stood up. The efficiency of official procedures is notoriously slow. To request the protection of experts for Qin Yi would take at least 5 days, as the request would need to be passed through various levels for approval. "I'll set out to find Qin Yi right away. The officials probably don't expect me to act," Shadowthorn murmured softly. Then, with a graceful stretch, her silhouette gradually faded into the shadows and disappeared. Those around her watched her leave impatiently, their eyes flickering with a hint of envy. Gaining the attention of their lord promised limitless prospects, especially once the alien races divided Blue Star among themselves. Shadowthorn would have significant opportunities once her task was complete. Everyone present firmly believed that the alien races would defeat humanity and divide Blue Star. If they didn't believe this, they wouldn't have betrayed their own kind. Only those who had seen the hidden strength of the alien races understood the bleak future facing humanity. The human alliance on Blue Star had no visible celestial sovereigns, whereas the alien races, just the demon race they had allied with, boasted 72 pillar gods, all celestial sovereigns. In the future, those who had defected early would become part of the subordinate races under the demon race's protection, like the Hell race and the Corpse race. The stubborn humans would be slaughtered. They were the true future of humanity, the real seeds of hope. With Shadowthorn's departure, the remaining people had little left to say. After receiving approval from the innermost circle of 3, they each went their separate ways. As for Qin Yi, he was just an insignificant figure, unworthy of attention. With Shadowthorn's full effort, he wouldn't stand a chance of escape or resistance. The Alien Deity Society was known for its cautiousness, and this time, facing a martial artist, they sent a Shanghai realm expert, spanning 3 major realms. How could anything go wrong? As the attendees gradually dispersed, Lu Yi, who was at the outermost circle, also prepared to leave. He glanced back at the stone table surrounded by stone chairs, his eyes filled with fervor and hope. He too aspired to one day sit in the innermost circle, the first circle. Lu Yi crushed a jade talisman in his pocket, causing ripples in the surrounding space that transported him out of the secret realm. Indeed, the headquarters of the Alien Deity Society was situated within a secret realm. Only a secret realm could evade scrutiny by the human alliance, allowing them to meet in peace. And a spatial rift within this secret realm was under their lord's control, entrusted to the current president of the Alien Deity Society. This rift was independent of the official secret realm entrance, while hidden and difficult to discover. A secret realm often has more than one entrance. Even the Xiantian secret realm has special hidden entrances, yet to be discovered. The official channels usually control the main entrances, while many hidden paths remain unmonitored. By using these secret entrances, they could avoid official scrutiny, ensuring utmost safety. Returning to the east suburb supermarket, Qin Yi had been staying in the warehouse there, focused on his cultivation. He began by refining a third-tier spiritual fruit he purchased, using it as fertilizer for the spiritual seed planted in his heart. Unfortunately, the quality of the third-tier fruit was still too low, and after absorption, the spiritual seed grew only a few millimeters, remaining at a length of 5 centimeters. This kind of cultivation was indeed arduous, reminiscent of when old Wang was stuck in the rooting phase for nearly 2 years. Previously, Qin Yi had used divine blood essence to water the seed, achieving significant results, as divine blood essence is equivalent to a 6th-tier spiritual material. Now, he had only a small portion left in his body, which he needed to reserve for breaking through to the master level. Watering the spiritual seed took Qin Yi more than an hour. For the rest of the time, he devoted himself to practicing, especially the star breathing technique. This grade breathing technique was quite remarkable, taking Qin Yi 2 hours to fully master. Mastery, in this sense, didn't mean complete comprehension, but rather transforming the breathing technique into an automatic, maintained state. If someone patiently observed Qin Yi's breathing, they would be amazed to find hidden mysteries in his seemingly ordinary breaths. Indeed, Qin Yi had turned the star breathing technique into his instinct. As long as he was breathing, he was using the star breathing technique. This meant he was enjoying a doubled cultivation speed at all times. Qin Yi suspected that his 19th level affinity with spiritual energy not only enhanced his absorption speed, but also improved his physique, allowing him to maintain the breathing technique permanently. This ability was terrifying. He couldn't help but imagine what would happen if he raised his spiritual energy affinity to level 100. Would he become a god with a single breath? Putting aside such distant fantasies, Qin Yi began to focus on practicing the 2 techniques he purchased from the martial world. He first attempted to comprehend the grade concealment technique mist in the clouds. This technique could manipulate surrounding spiritual energy to cover his body, forming an invisible and secretive isolation layer, preventing others from perceiving his true state. The concealment effect of mist in the clouds was excellent, capable of blocking the probing of martial artists of the same level. As a grade technique, its capabilities were certainly not limited to this. As its name suggests, the spiritual energy isolation layer formed by mist in the clouds could be infinitely created and layered. Spiritual energy penetrating dense clouds would still be obscured by the fog, unable to see the truth, hence the name, mist in the clouds. With enough time and patience, Qin Yi could even create 10,000 layers of spiritual energy isolation. Such a 10,000 layer effect could rival an grade concealment technique, evading detection by martial artists for major realms above him. Of course, Qin Yi was pressed for time and couldn't create 10,000 layers. He casually made 100 layers to test the effect. 100 layers of spiritual energy isolation were enough to block the probing of a grandmaster, and even the Li family, who specialized in eye techniques, couldn't see through his deception unless they were at the marquee level. What delighted Qin Yi even more was that mist in the clouds could also be automatically cultivated. Due to his 19th level spiritual energy affinity, the surrounding spiritual energy continuously entered his body, and with slight adjustments, he could allow some of it to remain on his surface, automatically forming spiritual energy isolation layers. At this efficiency, he could add about 1 layer per day. Even if Qin Yi does nothing, after 9,900 days, he will still have accumulated enough spiritual energy to form 10,000 layers of isolation. In other words, he won't need to change his concealment technique for a long time. It took Qin Yi 9 hours to practice the cloud mist technique, which was quite time-consuming. After finishing the concealment practice, he immediately began to study the clever movement technique, flowing light step. Although this technique wasn't particularly difficult to learn, it significantly increased agility. Through special footwork and leveraging techniques, Qin Yi's speed improved dramatically. A typical high-level martial artist can move at about 200 meters per second, nearly half the speed of sound. With the clever technique, Qin Yi's speed finally broke through to 300 meters per second, nearing the speed of sound. It's no wonder people say that the prodigies from noble families are formidable. They can learn high-level techniques for free, easily suppressing ordinary martial artists, even at the same level. The clever movement technique requires over 100,000 contribution points, equivalent to nearly a year's income for an average martial artist. Qin Yi silently sighed, grateful that he's skilled at making money. When broke, he can always visit the second-tier mother insect nest in the Xiantian secret realm. There's probably no one in the world more eager than Qin Yi for the second-tier mother insect to advance to the 3rd tier, not even the mother insect itself. If it advances, it would greatly benefit Qin Yi, allowing it to produce dominant-level beasts specifically targeting him, which would help him activate adaptive evolution and overcome his shortcomings. It took 3 hours to practice the flowing light step, and with the previous time, Qin Yi had spent nearly 16 hours, and a day and night had almost passed. He collected his thoughts, ready to fully comprehend the most challenging technique heaven opening sword. Just as he was about to close his eyes, the supermarket storeroom door opened. Qin Yi scratched his head and looked up to see his master, Wang Su, entering with a hunched back, a calm expression, and holding a mysteriously dark-skinned woman by the arm. The woman seemed to be gripped by fate's throat, unable to resist. Despite her dark complexion, Qin Yi could sense the unmistakable fear emanating from her. Master, who is this? Qin Yi's gaze locked onto the woman, sensing an extremely dangerous aura. Although not as formidable as the immortal deities he had encountered, she was certainly no weakling, at least stronger than Jiang Tianfang. The woman's level seemed to surpass that of a grandmaster. She had secretly infiltrated the supermarket, carrying a murderous intent that ordinary people couldn't detect, obviously coming to kill him. Wang Lao casually tossed the woman, who lay motionless like a dead fish in front of Qin Yi. Since she came to kill you, you handle it, Wang Lao said, giving Qin Yi a long look and adding, you've managed to attract some big players, being hunted by a Mountain Sea realm expert at the martial artist level. What on earth did you do to draw this kind of attention? Qin Yi felt bitter inside. Whom had he provoked? He just wanted to quietly grow stronger and emerge once invincible. But this otherworldly god society wouldn't let him be. At that moment, he realized the woman on the ground was from the otherworldly god society. However, his bitterness was nothing compared to Shadow Stab's. She had painstakingly accepted a mission that could change her fate, cautiously came to execute it, thinking it would be an easy task, only to find a true king protecting the target. Damn it, wasn't Qin Yi supposed to have no background, just a low-level resident? How could a rootless nobody have a true king as a bodyguard? Lu Yi, what kind of garbage intel did you provide, putting me in such a mess? After briefly explaining his experiences with the Ishan Society to Mr. Wang nodded and said calmly, when you finish your retreat in 10 days or so, I will also protect you from the shadows. You don't need to worry, just go ahead and do what you need to do. The Ishan Society had invested a lot of effort and resources into Qin Yi, and they would not stop until they saw results. Especially since their high-ranking member, Qi, had also been defeated, the next attack on Qin Yi might involve martial artists above the Shanghai realm. They might even send a true king to eliminate him. Hearing this, Qin Yi felt a bit worried. The people from the city might not be strong enough, which could lead to failure. Now, with his master's assurance, he felt relieved. Having resources and connections was indeed a great feeling. Qin Yi gradually understood why the children of noble families often became spoiled. Perhaps this was what it felt like to be protected. After Mr. Wang left, the storeroom was soon left with only Qin Yi and Qi. Qin Yi glanced at Xi's strange appearance, but didn't think much of it. He decided to focus on breaking through to the Master Realm before considering anything else. The pressure from the Ishan Society was significant, and without reaching the Master Realm, he lacked the ability to protect himself. He didn't like relying entirely on others for his safety. He preferred to have some ability of his own. Qin Yi sat cross-legged, slowly closed his eyes, and prepared to mobilize his mental strength, delve into his brain, and expand his sea of consciousness. However, Qi, lying on the ground, suddenly said, don't think about using soul techniques to interrogate me. My soul is restricted by my master, and if I come into contact with any secrets of the Ishan Society, it will dissipate on its own, revealing nothing. Want to learn the organization's secrets through me? You're dreaming. Such sinister and treacherous organizations often placed restrictions on the souls of their core members to prevent betrayal or leaks, a common practice. Both official forces and other families and organizations had one or two soul-searching techniques to forcibly read memories from others' souls. However, Qin Yi closed his eyes merely to expand his sea of consciousness, not to search souls. He thought to himself, why are you in such a hurry? Trying to show loyalty. Qin Yi opened his eyes, looked down at Qi, and said with a smile, your Ishan Society plays quite a game with this master-servant stuff. Was it your master's task for you to assassinate me? Xi's face darkened. Though her face was already pitch black, Qin Yi's words made her expression even more somber. She heard the sarcasm in Qin Yi's words, but there was nothing she could do but accept her bad luck. Qi remained silent, but Qin Yi had no intention of letting her off. Since this woman interrupted his cultivation, they might as well have a chat. He chuckled and continued, your so-called master wouldn't happen to be an alien, would they? Playing master games with aliens, TSK, that's kinky, isn't it? Quite a heavy taste. If Qi had facial features, she might have been grinding her teeth in anger at Qin Yi's sharp tongue. Qin Yi leaned down, curiously observing Xi's body, gently running his hand over her pitch-black skin, his expression curious. This black skin of yours is interesting. Is it some special technique? The concealment is quite effective. If I hadn't run into my master, you might have succeeded with a single strike. Qin Yi continuously examined Xi, who felt humiliated, her body trembling slightly. Suddenly, Qin Yi extended a finger, recalling the sword strike that could destroy everything. With a gentle wave, he unleashed a sharp sword energy that cut through Xi's skin, causing blood to spurt out instantly. However, within seconds, Her wound healed quickly, and the new skin was no longer dark but as fair as jade. This small patch of white skin stood out against her otherwise dark complexion. It became clear that her concealment technique required perfection. Any flaw would lead to its failure. Qin Yi nodded silently, having uncovered Yingxi's secret. Yingxi was shocked. Even though she had lost the ability to resist, her physical body was still that of a powerful Shan High Realm warrior. How could it be so easily cut by a high-level martial artist? The simple wave of Qin Yi's sword had even made her heart tremble. This was no ordinary sword strike. Qin Yi could not possibly be the poor boy described in the intelligence. His background must be unfathomable, perhaps a prodigy from a hidden noble family sent out for training. Qin Yi lost interest in Yingxi for the moment, reigniting his desire to break through to a master level. He kicked Yingxi into the corner. Stop lying there trying to seduce me. I'm not interested in women. Trying to entice me is useless. Qin Yi could not forgive an enemy who sought his life. He decided to study Yingxi after his breakthrough and then hand her over to the East Suburb police station for a reward once she was of no further use. A Shanghai realm warrior should at least be worth 1,000,000 contributions, he thought happily, then sat back down, focusing his mind and controlling his spiritual power. In the corner, Yingxi felt furious, her blood boiling, but she couldn't break the techniques left by Wang Lao. She had to endure Qin Yi's humiliation. Stupid virgin, claiming not to be interested in women. I bet he can't resist my charm. Yingxi muttered to herself, trying to provoke Qin Yi, but realized he was wholly absorbed in his cultivation, paying her no mind. Damn it! Yingxi struggled to lift her head slightly, observing Qin Yi's state. Cultivating now? What's the use? The Yi Shun Hui also has true kings, and this task to capture Qin Yi has the master's attention. The president will surely act personally. Once the president distracts the true king beside Qin Yi, a few others could easily take him down. In Yingxi's view, she might not survive, but Qin Yi was doomed unless another true king protected him. 2 true kings guarding 1 martial artist? That's a ridiculous notion. Only the head of a nation would receive such protection. Yingxi pondered silently and suddenly noticed a dark glow flickering between Qin Yi's eyebrows, causing her heart to skip a beat. A glowing forehead is a sign of opening the sea of consciousness. She hadn't noticed earlier, but the intelligence clearly stated Qin Yi was only at the intermediate martial artist level. Yet, in just 2 days, he had broken through to a high-level martial artist, with surging vitality and a deep foundation, as if he had been at this level for years, ready to break through to a master at any moment. In just a few days, Qin Yi was about to become a master? Yingxi was astonished. Such talent must not be allowed to continue cultivating. If he is let go, the Yi Shun Hui will surely be annihilated. At this moment, Qin Yi was unaware of Yingxi's thoughts. His attention was fully immersed within himself, guiding a thread of vital energy upwards through his body, past his chest and neck, and finally into his brain. The human brain is composed of countless neurons, and the so-called sea of consciousness is a special space developed within, existing between reality and illusion, storing the soul and spiritual power. Although Qin Yi possesses the ability to fortify and enhance his vitality, and his control over his vital energy has surpassed the micro level, reaching the legendary level of divine communication, he still dared not be careless. After all, the brain is the most important organ in the human body, and any slight mistake could lead to paralysis or even death. From the beginning of their training, martial artists continually draw spiritual energy into their bodies, circulating it through their meridians, nourishing their organs and muscles. Therefore, every martial artist is extremely familiar with their own physical condition, including the structure of their brain. To develop the sea of consciousness, a martial artist must find the Tianyuan in their brain. Only by opening the sea of consciousness at the Tianyuan can they ensure no problems arise. Generally, after becoming a high-level martial artist, it takes at least half a year to determine the location and scope of the Tianyuan before daring to attempt a breakthrough. However, according to records, some geniuses with extraordinary souls may not need to search. The Tianyuan reveals itself. These prodigies, as long as they have a strong foundation, can easily step into the master realm, blessed with exceptional talent. Undoubtedly, Qin Yi is such a talent. Although his physical body lacks martial talent, his soul is exceptionally strong, giving his brain the qualification for the Tianyuan to reveal itself. Not long ago, he even achieved the remarkable feat of opening the sea of consciousness within the remains of a giant god. Now, having determined the location of the Tianyuan, and with a small fissure opened in the sea of consciousness, the subsequent work has become much simpler. He divides the vital energy transported from below into 2 parts, one half to widen the sea of consciousness and the other to deepen it, working simultaneously with high efficiency. If outsiders were to witness this meticulous multitasking operation, they would be astonished. Even those with micro-level control would not dare to treat their brains in such a manner. Qin Yi's absolute confidence is what led him to choose this approach. He feels that the remaining 10 days are far from enough, as mastering the profound sky-splitting sword technique of the Zhanxian sect may take a long time, so he must allocate more time to it. Though Qin Yi is confident, he is not arrogant and would not recklessly endanger his life. He meticulously manipulates the vital energy to expand the sea of consciousness, eliminating distractions with a calm mindset. The sea of consciousness gradually expands as time ticks by. Unbeknownst to him, another day and night have passed. In the storage room, Yingzi watched Qin Yi intently. Seeing the increasingly radiant glow at his brow, with no signs of dimming, he knew that the development of the sea of consciousness was progressing steadily, without any issues. Transitioning from a martial artist to a master usually takes only a few hours, and the longer it takes, the higher the person's soul quality. The sea of consciousness, once opened, is already larger than that of an average master. Qin Yi has spent an entire day and night without waking up. Just how large will this sea of consciousness become? Could a lower-grade master rival a middle-grade master? Yingzi found it hard to imagine. For someone who has just become a grandmaster, their mental power typically measures around 100 points. Although this may not seem like much, it is actually 10 times more than before. Prior to reaching the grandmaster level, a warrior's mental power is fixed at about 10 points, as it cannot be trained. Only by consuming certain special spiritual fruits can it be increased. Once the warrior stabilizes their realm and spends a few years at the lower grandmaster level, their mental power can grow to around 300 points. Refining mental power is extremely challenging, as relying solely on spiritual energy is a slow process and mentally taxing. Only specific spiritual objects or environments can expedite the refinement of mental power. For instance, various martial arts associations across the regions have set up dream chambers specifically to train warriors' mental power, costing a hefty 1,000 contribution points per hour, a price high enough to make even ordinary grandmasters feel the pinch. After the lower grandmaster level, a mid-level grandmaster's mental power totals around 500 points, while a high-level grandmaster ranges between 800 and 1,000 points. Once the total mental power surpasses 1,000 points, a small pool can form in the sea of consciousness, allowing mental power to transform into divine sense. As mentioned before, divine sense is one of the hallmarks of a great grandmaster. Qin Yi's personal panel showed a mental power attribute of 150 points. Although this seems small to him, for others, a martial artist yet to break through to grandmaster level possessing 150 points of mental power was nothing short of a miracle. Of course, this 150 points of mental power is now a thing of the past. When a warrior breaks through to grandmaster, their mental power inevitably increases dramatically, even doubling wildly. Buzz. 2 hours later, the storeroom of the supermarket suddenly rippled with waves, stirring up an invisible storm that made the items on the shelves shake continuously. At the center of the storm, Qin Yi sat cross-legged with a calm demeanor, the glow between his brows growing ever more radiant. In the corner, Shadow Sting stared blankly, her ears ringing incessantly, her brain slightly muddled. As a mighty Shanghai realm expert, she was unexpectedly intimidated by a newly minted grandmaster. This indicated that Qin Yi's mental power had condensed and materialized into divine sense. A newly minted grandmaster with a mental power total of 1,000 points? It was simply absurd. Shadow Sting turned her head, looking at the still shaking goods on the shelves, confirming this once more. Normally, mental power can't affect external entities unless it is concentrated and fully directed at a specific object. However, Qin Yi, still in seclusion, passively released mental power that stirred a mental storm, causing physical objects to tremble. Divine sense, it must be divine sense. Only divine sense could affect someone of Shadow Sting's Shanghai level. Qin Yi had broken through from a martial artist to a grandmaster and directly attained a mental power of 1,000 points. What level of ambition did the heretic God Society have with him? Shadow Sting muttered to herself, her eyes slowly brightening. His terrifying potential further confirmed that the legacy of the Heavenly King was in his possession. Breakthrough or not, no matter how talented you are, the time for cultivation is insufficient, and you will ultimately fall to the president's hand. Even I failed here. The cautious president will surely be alerted and dispatch the strongest forces to eliminate you. Snap. While Shadow Sting muttered to herself, Qin Yi had completed his breakthrough to grandmaster, exhaled a long breath, and somehow appeared in front of her. Overhearing her words, he kicked her. You're in this state, yet you still talk so much? Are all the heretic God Society members not right in the head, openly discussing assassinating me in front of me? Do you think I'm stupid? Can't I hide in a secret realm? Can't I leave you hang overnight? I'm not that stubborn. If I can't handle your people, I'll hide and come out to defeat you one by one when I'm invincible. Qin Yi showed a smile as warm as a spring breeze. Shadow Sting looked at his face, momentarily at a loss for words, as if her intelligence was also being looked down upon. Early morning, in the city of Yuhang, at the government building. Xiao Yang arrived punctually in front of the building, smiling and responding to greetings from his subordinates as he walked into the elevator, heading straight to the top floor. The top floor of the government building has only 2 rooms: the chief executive's office and the most important archive storage room in Yuhang. Xiao Yang's access to this area speaks volumes about his position. The chief executive's office is traditionally located on the top floor across all of China. This is because, in times of crisis, the top floor is often the most dangerous and the last to evacuate. Holding the top position naturally requires the readiness to face all risks. Xiao Yang entered the empty office, took off his coat, and sat down, immediately noticing a sealed document on the center of his desk. The fact that a document could be delivered here meant it was either of great importance or the sender had significant influence. Xiao Yang was accustomed to such occurrences. He casually opened the envelope, his eyes scanning the dense text, checking the identity of the sender first. East Suburb Police Station, Xiaoxi? Isn't that my daughter? Xiao Yang was intrigued by the document's contents. Although Xiaoxi came from a prominent family, she always handled cases impartially, never resorting to family connections, so for her to send him a document in this way suggested it was no small matter. The Xiao family had long been established in the central southern province and had no influence in the Jiangnan province, which led both father and daughter to be assigned positions there. The human alliance had an unwritten rule. The government couldn't refuse the participation of family offspring in politics, but they could never serve within their family's sphere of influence. Xiao Yang's expression turned serious as he read through his daughter's document word by word, his face taking on a peculiar look. According to the letter, Xiaoxi hoped the government would dispatch at least 2 grandmasters, or even higher-ranking individuals, to protect a young man who was only at the martial master level. This young man, due to a significant opportunity, had caught the attention of the Yixin society and had already escaped twice. She suspected that next time, a highly skilled member of the society might make a move, thus requesting the government's cooperation in a fishing operation to weaken the society's power. Xiao Yang was not unfamiliar with the Yixin society, an organization that had been entrenched in Jiangnan province for nearly a decade, with a complex web of influence ranging from street-level loan sharks to colluding with foreign entities for rebellion. The government had been suppressing them for years, but had yet to locate the society's headquarters. Even eliminating some minor elements proved ineffective, as they would just resurface after a few months. However, the document mentioned a young man named Qin Yi, who seemed promising, possibly a prodigy, yet his weak strength raised doubts about whether he could really attract the society's high-ranking members. Would he end up dispatching 2 grandmasters only to find that the opposition sent merely a minor master to assassinate Qin Yi? Xiao Yang hesitated. It was his responsibility to protect citizens who might be in danger, and he wouldn't shirk it. However, if he were to overreact and call on the top masters of Yuhang City unnecessarily, it might cause displeasure. This troubled him. Xiao Yang disliked using his power to help his daughter unnecessarily, so he set aside the first document to think more about it. But as he glanced over, he happened to see the cover of the second document. The information about Qin Yi caught his attention, and Xiao Yang opened the file. The first document only briefly summarized Xiaoxi's issue, but the second one detailed Qin Yi's life, including his recent activities and places he had visited. A quick glance revealed that he was an outstanding martial artist with a clean background, having risen from being a martial arts failure to an intermediate martial artist in just a month. Such talent was definitely worth nurturing. One of the core missions of the Human Alliance is to protect and accelerate the growth of young talents, unleashing their potential. If a prodigious human can easily defeat others, it's only a matter of time before humanity triumphs. After reviewing Qin Yi's impressive achievements over the past month, Xiao Yang decided to send 3 top masters to check on him. After all, someone with such qualifications and potential deserved the official support and indulgence typically afforded to geniuses. He gently tapped his finger on the table, producing a rhythmic sound as he pondered which masters to send. Perhaps he should invite all available masters to come and let them decide for themselves? Xiao Yang thought it might be better to let them choose rather than risk offending anyone by assigning them. If no one volunteered, he could always assign someone later. He picked up the desk phone and told the secretary at the liaison office, "Have all the available top masters come to see me. I have an important matter to discuss." Halfway through his sentence, Xiao Yang frowned, sensing something was off. Wait, where had Qin Yi been in the past month? He put down the phone and picked up the file again, focusing closely. The words East Suburb Supermarket appeared repeatedly, making him swallow hard. Wasn't that where the legendary figure was rumored to be hiding? Qin Yi had visited the East Suburb Supermarket multiple times, even right after returning from a secret realm, and hadn't left since. Clearly, Qin Yi had connections with that figure. For the top-tier individuals in Yuhang and the Jiangnan province, the existence of Mr. Wang was no secret. The heads of major families often worried that their reckless members might inadvertently offend a reclusive master, so they invested heavily in gathering intelligence on such figures and sharing it within their circles. Even the most clueless family members could recite the names of these hidden masters. Among them, Mr. Wang was undoubtedly in the highest echelon. His exact strength remained a mystery, but he was rumored to be linked to the only known supreme master of humanity. His influence was immense. Hello? Hello? Are you still there? The voice on the other end of the phone brought Xiaoyang back from his thoughts. He quickly grabbed the phone and changed his instructions. Only contact the 6 strongest masters, no need for the others. Go directly to find Marquis Yinyu and Marquis Chang'an. Feeling it still wasn't enough, he added, try to reach King Jiangnan as well. If he's available, have him come too. The operator on the other end was stunned, feeling a bit bewildered. Gathering so many powerful figures at once, was there going to be a war between species? Qin Yi, who was staying peacefully in the eastern suburbs, was unaware of the significant stir he had caused in the city. Having just broken through to the master level, he was engrossed in admiring his personal stats. Name: Qin Yi. Life level: stellar level human. Strength: 15. Constitution: 315. Agility: 600. Spirit: 240. Talent: 1000. Cell adaptive evolution skills: flexible as a boneless, steady heartbeat. Spiritual affinity LV19. Immortal golden body LV1. Pain tolerance LV5. Poison resistance LV5. Iron stomach LV4. Heart of steel LV2. Keen insight LV1. Combat evaluation: invincible at the same level, capable of challenging higher levels. He possessed exceptional resistance to toxins, high and low temperatures, and illusions, with strong defense and rapid recovery. Qin Yi was almost fearless now, but he knew that besides opponents of the same level, he most feared those higher-level veterans who might suddenly appear and overpower him. He understood that 200 attribute points roughly equated to a low-grade master, while 500 points marked an ordinary grandmaster. Qin Yi's strength far exceeded that of a typical low-grade master, and his agility was slightly advantageous. As for constitution and spirit, they had already reached the grandmaster level. He couldn't help but wonder how extraordinary his attributes would become once spiritual weapons fused into his meridians and strengthened his bones. For now, his attributes were steadily increasing, thanks to his level 19 spiritual affinity and the automatic cultivation of the star-breathing technique. Periodically, one of his attributes would increase by a point. For instance, his strength attribute had risen from 315 to 316 just recently. In terms of total vital energy, he currently had 2,500 calories, which meant that even if he did nothing, he could accumulate 1,500 calories of vital energy daily. The standard for a high-grade master is 20,000 calories, indicating that in 10 days, even if Qin Yi slept every day, he would wake up to find himself at the peak of a high-grade master, an astonishing speed. Of course, breaking through as a master requires expanding the sea of consciousness to a certain extent to achieve a balance between spirit and body. Otherwise, relying solely on cultivating the physical body's vital energy might lead to a weakened control of the soul over the body, causing issues. However, this wouldn't be a bottleneck for Qin Yi's growth, as his sea of consciousness had already expanded to 58 meters when he broke through to master, far exceeding the 50 meters required for a high-grade master. Here, meters refers to the imaginary mental space rather than a literal cavity in Qin Yi's head. His brain capacity wasn't that vast. The total volume of the sea of consciousness determines the range of divine sense projection. Qin Yi's current divine sense limit was 58 meters. Unfortunately, once he reached the Grand Master level, the benefits of automatic cultivation would no longer be as abundant. Upon reaching the limits of vital energy cultivation, without comprehending the Tao, further breakthroughs would be impossible. He speculated that perhaps enhancing his spiritual affinity to level 30 could improve his comprehension. However, increasing spiritual affinity was incredibly challenging, as he had already consumed 5th-tier spiritual fruits, and finding 6th-tier one seemed nearly impossible. Thus, he decided to explore other methods, such as engaging in a life-and-death battle with a high-level martial artist. He still remembered the encounter with Lu Yi from the Society of Otherworldly Gods a month ago, which had significantly enhanced his affinity with spiritual energy. Recently, Qin Yi had attempted Heaven-Splitting Sword for 3 hours, but gained little. He realized that mere comprehension wasn't enough to master this sword technique. It required honing in actual combat. These thoughts intertwined, leading him to involuntarily glance back at the silent Shadow Stinger in the corner. Conveniently, there was a tool at hand to serve as a whetstone. Shadow Stinger, who was reflecting on her actions, suddenly sensed a strange aura behind her. She turned around with effort, locking eyes with Qin Yi, and an ominous feeling surged within her. Half an hour later, at the front desk of the East Suburb supermarket, Wang Lao looked at Qin Yi and the Shadow Stinger lying in a hidden corner with a peculiar expression, confirming, "You want to release her restraints and find a spacious place to fight her?" Qin Yi nodded. Wang Lao continued, "Release all her restraints without lowering her level." Qin Yi nodded again. "She's at the Mountain and Sea realm, and you've just entered the lower-grade Grandmaster level, 2 major realms apart." Wang Lao's tone turned serious. "In a rush, I might not be able to save you." However, Qin Yi still nodded firmly. "I know. It's fine. I just want to try. If I die, then it's just bad luck." If Shadow Stinger's power were suppressed to a grandmaster, she would pose no threat to Qin Yi. Only in her full strength could she endanger Qin Yi, triggering adaptive evolution. Since Shadow Stinger was an enemy, she wouldn't hold back against Qin Yi, whereas his master Wang Su might, reducing the potential for honing his skills. Seeing his disciple's determination, Wang Lao understood his desire to grow stronger quickly and remarked, "Youthful recklessness isn't bad. Sometimes, a breakthrough in martial arts requires such fierce determination and a fearless spirit." With a swift thought, Wang Lao transformed the surroundings like flipping a page in a book. The unremarkable supermarket turned into a vast, green grassland under an expansive sky. As far as the eye could see, there was grass stretching to the horizon. Here, Qin Yi sensed a serene, transcendent aura, elusive like a celestial being. Wang Su sat cross-legged high above, saying calmly, "In 3 minutes, I will release her restraints. Life and death rely on your own strength." A gentle breeze blew against him, and Qin Yi squinted, looking a few hundred meters away. There, the grass was pressed down, and Shadow Stinger lay unable to move. This place was the mountain and sea world within a true king's body, infused with the profound meaning of the true king's insights, forming a small world, also known as the true king's domain, symbolizing the king realm. After entering the mountain and sea realm, a martial artist nurtures a mountain and sea world within, but it remains incomplete, lacking the great Tao, unable to host life. Only upon reaching the true king realm can it accommodate living beings. Entering this world, Qin Yi understood why his master captured Shadow Stinger without making a sound. Likely, his master pulled her into this realm, silently subduing her. Only another true king can resist the engulfment of another small world, otherwise, one is drawn in. Within this domain, the true king is the absolute ruler of the small world, controlling everything. Wang Lao could indeed save Qin Yi, no matter how dire the situation, but he deliberately refrained from telling Qin Yi to ensure this life and death trial had a genuine impact, leaving Qin Yi's mindset unaffected. He watched Qin Yi with anticipation. A martial artist who can defeat an enemy across one minor realm is called a genius, across 2 minor realms, a super genius, and defeating an enemy across one major realm is an unparalleled prodigy, found among millions. As for defeating an enemy across 2 major realms, that's a legendary immortal seed. The probability of an immortal seed appearing can't be measured by population, but by years. Statistics show that a race with a population exceeding 100 billion, developing for 1,000 years, might produce one immortal seed. Will you be the immortal seed born before the great chaos for the human race? Wang Lao pondered privately. In the distance, Yingzi lay quietly on the grass, feeling the restraints within her gradually dissipate, filled with both surprise and puzzlement. She hadn't expected Qin Yi to be so bold. Despite capturing her, he still intended to release her for a fair fight. Was this ignorance, or sheer arrogance? Did he really think a strong practitioner of the Shanghai realm was as fragile as paper? As time passed, Yingzi regained control over her body and stood up. The small flaw that Qin Yi had opened quickly healed, and she returned to her shadowy form, her presence hidden completely. Though she stood right in front of Qin Yi, he found it nearly impossible to detect her presence or aura. Minutes later, strands of spiritual energy gathered from beyond the sky, absorbed into Yingzi's body. Her vitality was restored, and her every movement exuded a captivating allure, mesmerizing anyone who witnessed it. With a sound like a popping bubble, Yingzi, having regained her strength, appeared before Qin Yi in an instant, yet she made no aggressive move. Her smooth, dark facade transformed back to reveal her fair, delicate skin, and her enchanting, oval face appeared before Qin Yi. Her lips curled slightly, and beneath her arched brows were eyes that seemed to capture one's soul, filled with an overwhelming sense of allure. The contrast of purity and seduction on her face was enough to bring chaos to any kingdom. Any man, upon seeing her, would be involuntarily drawn in, lost in a daze. Yingzi also unleashed a special mental attack, targeting Qin Yi's mind and soul directly. This fifth-level illusion, known as inherent charm, was potent enough to ensnare even a fellow Shanghai realm expert, regardless of gender. Once trapped by this charm, even within a domain, not even Wang Lao could save Qin Yi. This enchantment was akin to casting a spell on his soul. Once successful, the charm would merge with his spirit, becoming inseparable, with its effects lasting indefinitely and beyond anyone's ability to cure. Yingzi had anticipated Wang Lao's intervention at a critical moment and knew she had to take a risky move to eliminate Qin Yi quickly. High above, for the first time, Wang Lao's expression changed dramatically. He realized Yingzi's intentions and regretted that his previous suppression of her had been too hasty, leaving him unaware of her true capabilities, which now posed a problem. Boom. His expression tightened as he reached out with his right hand, aiming to seize Yingzi. However, at that moment, Qin Yi suddenly let out a light laugh and, unexpectedly, launched a punch at Yingzi's head. Whoosh! This punch was wild and unrestrained, driven by a manic energy, moving as fast as lightning and creating a sonic boom, threatening to land on Inxi's temple in the blink of an eye. Inxi's expression shifted as she swiftly dodged the punch, reappearing tens of meters away. A bloodstain appeared on her forehead, a result of Qin Yi's punch's wind alone, which had managed to breach the defenses of a Shanghai realm expert. What surprised Inxi even more was that Qin Yi seemed unaffected by her enchantment. She realized that Qin Yi had deliberately allowed himself to be charmed to close the distance and catch her off guard with a fierce attack. If not for her unique movement technique, that blow could have seriously injured her. What is so extraordinary about your soul? Not only did you gain spiritual awareness immediately after breaking through to the Grandmaster level, but you can also resist fifth-tier enchantments? Shadowstab's face was swallowed by darkness, returning to a flat, pitch-black appearance, with even the facial features smoothed away. Are you kidding me? With level 2 Iron Will and level 1 Clear Mind, not even the remnants of the deceased giant god's soul could sway him, let alone a fifth-tier Mountain Sea Realm enchantment? It couldn't even further evolve his 2 mental resistance, passive show useless. Qin Yi didn't answer her question. With a light step, he instantly dashed several meters away, launching the 7 Wounds Mad Fist. Radiant Step. This newly learned movement technique was perfect for honing at this moment. Qin Yi charged in fiercely, but Shadowstab, intimidated by his 2-level advantage, didn't engage directly. Her figure darkened and disappeared again. The 7 Wounds Mad Fist whistled through the air. In the next moment, Qin Yi felt a chill on his back and tried to turn around, but it was too late. Squelch. Shadowstab appeared behind Qin Yi, her left hand like a sword, stabbing with all her might at Qin Yi's heart, creating a bloody hole in his back, with blood and flesh spilling onto the green grass. Fortunately, Qin Yi reacted swiftly, not giving Shadowstab a chance to twist the blade. He immediately stepped back, drew his sword, and engaged in a round of fierce combat with Shadowstab despite his injury. Both were surprised this time. Qin Yi was astonished by Shadowstab's mysterious movement technique, while Shadowstab was shocked by the resilience of Qin Yi's body. The sword strike she had just landed should have been fatal for a top-grade Grandmaster, but against Qin Yi, she felt a sense of obstruction. Qin Yi's body forcibly blocked the sword, preventing her from reaching his vital heart. As a Mountain Sea Realm practitioner, I can't even sneakily kill a Grandmaster. Shadowstab felt utterly humiliated. She gritted her teeth and stopped dodging, engaging Qin Yi in direct combat. In an instant, blood splattered, and rivers of blood flowed. Qin Yi was overwhelmed by Shadowstab's speed and Mountain Sea Realm prowess, barely able to counter, his body covered in wounds, with stark, white bones visible. Despite the severe injuries, Qin Yi fought like a madman, his fists roaring, his killing intent fierce and pervasive, as if exchanging injury for injury, willing to risk everything to strike Shadowstab's vital points. Shadowstab had never seen such a reckless fighting style, or such a frenzied fist technique. This person's martial arts already contained an implicit Dao intent, quite extraordinary. A killing technique that touches the level of Dao intent has the potential to take the life of a Mountain Sea Realm warrior. In other words, Qin Yi had both the qualification and ability to kill Shadowstab. Qin Yi seemed like an untiring machine, clashing with Shadowstab for over 10 minutes, sustaining more than 100 injuries of varying severity, yet still standing, showing no sign of fatigue. Moreover, Shadowstab noticed with keen observation that almost all of Qin Yi's old injuries had healed, leaving only new ones. It's worth noting that every strike from Shadowstab deliberately left a trace of Dao power, hindering Qin Yi's body's recovery, continuously damaging his meridians and organs. Normally, Qin Yi shouldn't be able to recover from his injuries and should be getting worse until he collapsed from exhaustion. A Grandmaster capable of dispelling Dao power and recovering from injuries. What kind of monster are you? Previously, Shadowstab was merely shocked by Qin Yi's various displays, but now, a faint fear began to emerge in her heart. Could such a prodigy truly perish under the siege of the alien god society? Is there really no hope for humanity? Qin Yi didn't care what thoughts were swirling in Inxi's mind. Once he entered combat mode, he had no distractions. The frenzied intent of his 7 Wounds Mad Fist could damage Inxi's muscles and bones, and its fierce murderous aura posed a threat to her life. The force of Qin Yi's fierce counterattack jolted Inxi back to her senses. Her eyes turned cold as she decided to avoid a direct confrontation with him. Whoosh! As another mad punch came straight for her head, Inxi's figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, she appeared behind Qin Yi. Just as he turned, Inxi struck, leaving a bloody wound. If not for Qin Yi's quick reflexes, he might have been killed instantly. Yet, Inxi didn't give Qin Yi any chance to react and disappeared from his sight again. Swish! The next second, Qin Yi felt a chill at his forehead. Looking up, he saw Inxi had somehow appeared above him. In a rush, he could only twist his head to avoid a critical hit. Inxi's right leg lashed out like a whip, striking Qin Yi's shoulder and creating a shockwave that sent him flying dozens of meters. blood gushed out, and though Qin Yi survived, it felt as if half his life had been drained away. He needed about 3 minutes to recover, but Yingzi wouldn't give him that time. While still airborne, Qin Yi noticed Yingzi had once again flickered behind him, aiming a strike at his newly inflicted shoulder wound. What kind of movement technique was this that allowed for seemingly endless teleportation? Alarm bells rang in Qin Yi's mind. In desperation, he disregarded everything, his fingers forming a sword, as he recalled the strike of his ancestor Chen Ziluo's sword, and swung forward. Zing! The wind howled, and sword energy surged. Even though he hadn't fully mastered the heaven-opening sword, it unleashed formidable power, barely fending off Yingzi's assault. However, the terrifying recoil affected Qin Yi's entire body, damaging nearly half of his internal organs, causing black blood to ooze from his mouth. A master-level fighter against a mountain sea-level opponent was too much of a stretch. Qin Yi's strength lay in endurance, growing stronger through the grind of battle, but Yingzi's relentless life-threatening attacks and unpredictable movement technique revealed his disadvantage. Nevertheless, Qin Yi paid no heed to his injuries. He dug his toes into the earth, carving a long trench to counter the recoil, and landed steadily on the ground. Once his feet were firmly planted, he wasted no time, his mind swirling with over 1,000 points of mental power, forming a divine sense that spread out, covering a 5-meter radius around him, capturing even the slightest movement. Then, Qin Yi sensed a wild grass on his right sway inexplicably. Highly alert, he immediately turned to the right, channeling his murderous aura into his fists and striking fiercely. Bang! The punch didn't hit empty air, but solidly impacted a physical body. Qin Yi could distinctly feel his fist sink a few centimeters, even touching a bone as hard as metal. Pouring all his attack method's murderous aura, blood energy into the strike, he unleashed everything he had. Then, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted, and Qin Yi's fist throbbed with pain as if his bones would shatter, forcing him to retreat several meters. However, this time, Shadow Thorn was also injured, with a fist-sized hole torn open in her abdomen, revealing her pale skin. As the dark exterior of Shadow Thorn cracked, her aura revealed a flaw, no longer perfectly concealed. Qin Yi focused intently, using his spiritual sense to capture this flaw, identifying the crucial point. Swish! The gap in Shadow Thorn's abdomen healed instantly, and she vanished once more, but Qin Yi had seen through her concealment technique. His gaze quickly shifted downward, landing on the wild grass covering the ground. His energy surged outward like a sweeping autumn wind, scorching the wild grass within hundreds of meters to ashes. A muffled groan was heard, and Shadow Thorn suddenly appeared beside Qin Yi. Her shadow technique was shattered, leaving her no place to hide. Her movement technique actually relied on the shadows of all things to teleport, and on the vast grasslands, the least conspicuous shadows were those of the wild grass. If she used Qin Yi's shadow to move, he would likely notice it after just one use. Shadow Thorn's movement technique was of extremely high quality and exceptionally tricky. As long as her technique's essence remained undiscovered, she was nearly impossible to guard against. But as long as she stayed in the shadows, forcibly eliminating the shadows would severely injure her, forcing her back into reality. Seeing Shadow Thorn temporarily incapacitated, how could Qin Yi let such an opportunity slip by? With a thought, his murderous aura and life force surged forth, condensing into a massive blood sword in midair, which he then slashed down. The world lost its color, and the winds and clouds were obliterated. This sword strike was named Open Heaven. The Open Heaven strike requires no real sword. A finger can be a sword, a tree branch can be a sword, and life force and murderous intent can equally serve as blades. Everything can be a sword, returning all beings to oblivion and reopening the heavens. At this moment, Qin Yi's mind was clear, and he finally comprehended the first layer of the Open Heaven strike's essence. The sword's intent roared, space twisted, and the world trembled. The entire True King's domain was engulfed in white light, returning to silence. On the vast grassland, a deep, bottomless sword mark appeared, and at its base, Shadow Thorn lay bleeding, her dark exterior shattered, her true form fully exposed, completely unconscious. High above, Elder Wang was visibly shaken, as if seeing the shadow of the sect's founder, Chen Ziluo, in the young man standing alone atop the sword mark. The Zhanxian sect was about to re-emerge. The founder of Zhanxian sect, Wan Jietianzuan, had left a dying message for Elder Wang. Before the next venerable appears in the Zhanxian sect, it must not reveal itself, nor expose its sect identity. The reason was simple. The major techniques of the Zhanxian sect were either painstakingly created by Chen Ziluo or acquired from ancient inheritances during explorations of hidden realms. Even the ancient Starry Sky tribes were wary of the Zhanxian sect's successors. If the identity of a direct disciple of the Zhanxian sect were exposed, it would undoubtedly lead to being hunted by countless alien races. Therefore, before ascending to venerable status, it was crucial to keep the sect's identity a secret. Apart from Qin Yi, Elder Wang had never revealed his Zhanxian sect identity to outsiders. The major organizations outside only speculated that Elder Wang had some connection to Wan Jie Tianzuan, never realizing the layer of sect inheritance. Elder Wang quickly descended, approaching Qin Yi, who stood motionless with a pale face, knowing he was severely injured and in dire need of treatment. He took out a spirit fruit brimming with life energy, intending to offer it to Qin Yi. However, Qin Yi waved it off, refusing the fruit. "Master, my injuries are not severe. I can heal on my own." Elder Wang observed Qin Yi, noting that half of his meridians were severed. Almost all of his organs were shattered. Only his heart and brain remained intact. His bones were riddled with cracks, and his skin was split open, still bleeding profusely, barely clinging to life. "You call this not severe? Stop being stubborn. There's no way you can heal from these injuries with just a master's regenerative abilities." Elder Wang began to say, but suddenly noticed something strange about Qin Yi, leaving him speechless. Wang Lao was taken aback as his spiritual sense scanned Qin Yi's body, finding that every cell exuded vitality, so active it was astonishing. Despite not receiving any treatment or consuming any healing elixirs, Qin Yi managed to stabilize his severe injuries through sheer self-healing ability. The Shadow Thorn was a formidable presence in the Shanghai realm, and if not for Qin Yi's remarkable wit, the outcome could have been dire. When Wang Lao offered him a healing spirit fruit, Qin Yi declined, asking instead for some high-grade nutrition bars from the supermarket. Qin Yi had tried these bars when he first crossed over. They were packed with essential nutrients, with just one bar being enough to satiate an ordinary person for a day. High-grade nutrition bars were made from the ground flesh of first- and second-tier fierce beasts, filled with immense energy, and had a much improved taste, no longer resembling plastic. It was said that long-term consumption could bring numerous health benefits to ordinary people, even extending lifespan. Each high-grade nutrition bar cost 10 contribution points, and warriors often bought them in bulk for secret realm explorations. Before reaching the Shanghai realm, warriors still needed to eat and couldn't survive on air alone. However, high-grade nutrition bars only filled the stomach and had no healing properties. Qin Yi's injuries were severe enough that even ordinary second-tier spirit fruits would struggle to heal him, let alone nutrition bars. Wang Lao couldn't help but express his concern, worried that something might happen to Qin Yi. After all, his disciple had crossed 2 major realms to defeat the Shadow Thorn, possessing the potential of a true immortal. If he were to fall due to an accident, Wang Lao would be filled with regret. He gazed at Qin Yi, seeing his pale face and sunken cheeks, so weak it was heart-wrenching, and felt even more anxious, eager to heal him immediately. Master, I'm really okay, just hungry. Once I eat, I'll recover," Qin Yi said with a smile, understanding that this opportunity was hard-won. If someone else treated him, how could he adaptively evolve? He sensed that his cells were on the verge of transformation, just needing a bit more energy. Seeing his master's continued concern, he added, "Master, there's no reason for me to gamble with my life. Just get me a few more high-grade nutrition bars." Hearing this, Wang Lao finally gave up on the idea of forcing spirit fruits and elixirs on him. In a flash, he returned with 10 high-grade nutrition bars in hand. Each bar was sufficient to meet a martial artist's daily needs, and even the most voracious could eat no more than 3 a day. As for masters, 6 was the limit. Although the bars were rich in blood energy, digestion took time. To Wang Lao's surprise, Qin Yi devoured all 10 bars in one go, then looked slightly embarrassed yet eager as he asked, "Are there more?" Wang Lao's mouth twitched before he fetched an entire box from the storeroom, dropping it in front of Qin Yi. In front of Qin Yi was a large box filled with 36 high-grade nutrient solutions. He consumed them all in just half an hour, leaving not a single drop behind. After downing 46 of these nutrient solutions, he felt completely full, with every cell in his body soaking in an ocean of energy, greedily absorbing nutrients, and his previously sunken cheeks gradually returning to normal. Under the watchful gaze of Mr. Wang, Qin Yi radiated vitality, his life force brimming to the point of overflowing, as if it were seeping through his pores. His cells were constantly dying and regenerating, and his once fatal injuries were healing at a visibly rapid pace. Qin Yi felt a warm, soothing sensation throughout his body, almost to the point of eliciting a moan. He sat cross-legged, focusing inwardly on his meridians, carefully sensing the changes within himself. At that moment, a system notification suddenly chimed. Your muscles, meridians, organs, and bones have endured the blood and energy impact of a 5th-level Shanghai realm warrior, rejuvenating through destruction. You have successfully evolved the innate divine ability Immortal Golden Body LV2. As soon as the announcement finished, every inch of Qin Yi's skin lit up with golden patterns, emanating an ancient, immortal aura. Mr. Wang, sensing this aura, showed an expression of disbelief, losing his composure for the first time. Immortal spirituality? Isn't that the hallmark of a venerable level? How could Qin Yi attain it so effortlessly? Mr. Wang's emotions were a mix of surprise and disappointment. He was thrilled that his disciple possessed immortal spirituality at the master stage, even if just a trace, as it meant he was destined to become a venerable, given time to cultivate. Yet, he felt disheartened that something he had pursued for most of his life came so easily to Qin Yi. After processing his complex emotions, Mr. Wang's first thought was to keep this secret safe, ensuring no one else would find out. He quickly spread his spiritual sense, covering almost the entire eastern suburb, and only relaxed after confirming no one was spying on the supermarket. Qin Yi's exceptional talent could be shown to the outside world, but his possession of immortality had to remain hidden. Even the most talented individuals would be seen as being hindered by the venerable threshold by others, and even hostile forces would not go to great lengths to hunt him down. The threshold to become a venerable was incredibly high, with no new human venerables emerging for decades since Qin Zilluo. However, if one could prematurely develop immortal qualities, reaching the venerable level would be inevitable. The immortal golden body, this innate divine ability, combines several of Qin Yi's passive skills, such as iron skin and physical recovery, making its upgrade a comprehensive enhancement. Moreover, Qin Yi's evolution from this skirmish didn't stop there. Ding! Your cells have endured the energy and blood wash of a 5th-level Shanghai Realm warrior, successfully evolving the innate skill, Spiritual Affinity, LV20. The close combat with the Shanghai Realm warrior allowed Qin Yi to fully endure the 5th-level energy and blood from the Shadow Assassin, which enhanced him akin to a 5th-level spiritual fruit. The 5th-level spiritual fruit had previously boosted his spiritual affinity by 10 levels, and while this time it only increased by 1 level, it broke through the 20-level barrier. Yet, Qin Yi didn't immediately sense any changes. In the past, upgrades to his spiritual affinity had noticeable effects. He hesitated slightly, testing it out, and eventually discovered with delight that the 20-level spiritual affinity had enhanced his comprehension and innate potential. When he opened his eyes to look at the air again, he saw not only the drifting spiritual energy, but also the hidden patterns in its movement. These patterns were the laws of the universe, the very essence of the Tao. Qin Yi refocused on his surroundings and reluctantly realized that, at this moment, he could only glimpse the grand path through the movement of spiritual energy. A spiritual energy path? It seemed plausible since the essence of affinity with spiritual energy is indeed closely related. To truly understand the principles behind all things, other talents might need to evolve. Putting aside these scattered thoughts, Qin Yi turned his attention to his master, who appeared dazed. He waved his hand in front of him, prompting Master Wang to finally react. Though outwardly calm, Master Wang's heart was still unsettled by the waves Qin Yi had stirred. Such severe injuries healing solely through advanced nutrients and physical resilience suggested that the immortality within Qin Yi was more profound. With a serious expression, Master Wang immediately addressed the issue of immortality, advising Qin Yi to remain conspicuous in public but never to reveal his immortal aura. Otherwise, he would not only be pursued by the Society of Strange Gods, but also countless ancient star tribes. Qin Yi, previously a novice in martial arts, was unaware of the dangers behind the immortal golden body, and his master's warning brought him much relief. Indeed, guidance from a renowned teacher is always beneficial. However, he was curious about the threshold for breaking through to the venerable realm. How challenging was this legendary realm to achieve? He posed this question to Master Wang, who quickly provided an answer. When you step into the mountain and sea realm, your body will gradually form a small world called the mountain and sea realm, Master Wang explained. A martial artist's sea of consciousness in this realm will also become a tangible space, merging with the mountain and sea realm to become part of it. At this point, a mysterious staircase will appear within the mountain and sea realm, ascending endlessly toward the sky. This staircase is what we martial artists call the path, and it represents the grand path. Master Wang conjured an ancient, illusory celestial road before him, continuing his explanation with illustrations. You could also call it the immortal ascension path. On this path, your soul will be the climber, constantly ascending. Each step is a threshold, and with every step, you gain comprehensive enhancement. Comprehending the intention of the path, condensing the embryo of the immortal path within your sea of consciousness, and creating the embryo of the mountain and sea realm within your dantian, is the process for a grandmaster to break through to the mountain and sea realm. After reaching the mountain and sea realm, the improvement of cultivation is linked to the number of steps climbed on the immortal path, Master Wang continued. Ordinary mountain and sea realm practitioners usually linger around 10 steps. For instance, Shadowthorn has only barely reached the 2nd step, making her relatively weak in the mountain and sea realm. If someone who has climbed 5 steps faced you, they might not struggle as much and could easily suppress a martial artist of your lower sect master level. The immortal ascension path is extremely harsh. 99% of martial artists are trapped below the 100th step. Those who surpass 100 steps are top-tier talents. However, staying at the 100th step isn't much. If a martial artist remains at the 100th step, Their potential at most is to become a pseudo-king, without even touching the threshold of the true king realm. Only by stepping onto the 101st step can one hope to be crowned king. In the realm of Shanghai, martial artists who step onto the 101st step of the ladder are honored with the title of Marquis. Though they share the same realm with others, their strength and combat power are vastly superior, leading to the creation of a distinct sub-realm known as the Fengho realm. The ultimate warriors that Qin Yi learned about in the past were those who completed all 100 steps. Those who touch the 101st step are referred to as limit breakers, as they transcend the constraints and bottlenecks imposed by the natural order, making it impossible to gauge their true power by conventional standards. Upon hearing his master's detailed explanation, Qin Yi finally understood why the founder of the Martial Arts Union, Su Jinghe, insisted on establishing a martial artist limit ranking. Su Ruoxu hadn't deceived him. The purpose of this ranking was to inspire human martial artists to maintain their peak state at each level, so they could eventually become marquises or kings. Martial artists lingering between the 101st and 200 steps are in the first limit break realm, while those between the 201st and 300 steps are in the second limit break realm, and so on. It is said there are 10 such breaks, though no one has ever reached that level. The strongest recorded human is Chun Ziluo, known as the Venerable of 10,000 Tribulations, who has completed 650 steps, reaching the 6th limit break realm. Wang Lao, full of melancholy, lamented, "I was once as spirited as you, considering myself a prodigy, yet despite all my efforts, I only reached the 3rd break. It's been impossible to progress further due to the accumulation of unhealed internal injuries. Perhaps in a decade or so, my vitality will decline, and my soul will wither. By then, the path to immortality within my mind will also vanish, leaving no chance to ascend. The prerequisite for becoming a venerable is reaching the 4th limit break, which means completing 500 steps. Wang Lao indeed has little chance in this lifetime. He witnessed his master's breakthrough. The moment his master stepped onto the 500th step, an immortal aura emerged, bestowing his flesh and meridians with immortality. Immortality is the reward for completing 500 steps. Wang Lao suddenly recalled something, his face reflecting nostalgia. His master once stood on the 634th step, gazing upward, and saw a tombstone at the 700th step. Filled with curiosity, he was never able to reach it and see what was inscribed. "I hope you can fulfill his wish," Wang Lao said. Qin Yi nodded solemnly, committing it to memory. Due to his innate ability, the immortal golden body, Qin Yi already possesses immortality, even without having walked the path to immortality. This means that even if he never reaches the 500th step, he still has a chance to become a venerable. Of course, if he can, he plans to try climbing as high as possible. Qin Yi is curious about how far he can go. The path to immortality is said to be perilous, with each step fraught with difficulty. From another perspective, doesn't each step bring immense pressure? Such a challenging environment is perfect for Qin Yi's adaptive evolution. However, he's uncertain whether his soul can adaptively evolve. Fundamentally, the soul arises from the cells of the body. Applying pressure to the soul should equate to pressuring brain cells, right? Qin Yi is unsure, as no one has previously explored the connection between the soul and brain cells. He'll have to test it himself when the time comes. Through Wang Lao's narrative, Qin Yi gained a new understanding of martial realms beyond the great master level. Had he not apprenticed early, he would have had to spend considerable effort searching for information about these realms. With this matter settled, Qin Yi glanced ahead. The enormous sword mark he had recently carved out had vanished, and the landscape had returned to its original prairie state. About 70 to 80 meters away, the figure of Yingzi lay unconscious and motionless on the grass. As Qin Yi gazed at her, an intriguing thought crossed his mind. "Master, should I be the one to deal with this woman?" Qin Yi asked. Elder Wang didn't object, as he wasn't interested in handling such minor matters. However, noticing the slight amusement on Qin Yi's face, Elder Wang couldn't help but be curious about his disciple's intentions. With a flick of his finger, Yingzi was moved to their feet, her body still bearing the remnants of Qin Yi's sword energy. The black skin that concealed her aura was tattered and ineffective, revealing patches of pale skin. Qin Yi showed no interest in the suggestive scene. He leaned down, reaching for the artery on Yingzi's wrist. Just then, Yingzi's eyes snapped open, waking from her unconscious state. She stared at Qin Yi, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. As the one who attacked, she knew how lethal her move was meant to be. She thought Qin Yi would be dead or at least incapacitated, sustained only by the true king's power beside him. But now, he was crouching before her, alive and vigorous. "I must still be dreaming," Yingzi thought, trying to close her eyes again, but she felt a warm sensation on her right hand. Looking up, she saw Qin Yi holding her pulse like a traditional doctor, his fingers pressed against her veins. A stream of fiery energy seeped into her meridians, causing a stinging pain that made her want to resist, but she found herself powerless. "What does it mean for him to inject his energy into me?" Is he trying to torture me? She wondered. Her body began to react violently as the residual energy within her clashed with the invading force, attempting to expel Qin Yi's energy. Unfortunately, her own energy was too weak, quickly overwhelmed by Qin Yi's dominating force, leaving nothing behind. With her meridians cleared, Qin Yi could now freely channel his energy into her. Under his precise control, the energy flowed through Yingxi's arteries into her other meridians, even reaching the capillaries. Qin Yi's energy gradually permeated her flesh, and with a single thought, the once lifeless Yingxi twitched, lifting her right leg to kick herself. Her limbs moved as if each had a mind of its own, awkwardly entangling until she managed to stand. But just as she did, her left foot tripped over her right, causing her to fall flat, covered in dirt. Is this using an intricate level of energy control to infiltrate her body and manipulate her like a puppet? Elder Wang's eyes lit up, realizing his disciple's idea. It was a novel concept, unlike anything he'd heard before. While mind illusions could control others, using energy to forcibly control someone was unprecedented. Qin Yi's attempt could be seen as the beginning of an original technique, though currently unrefined, resulting in the earlier uncoordinated movements. In this intricate control process, the flow of energy and blood must be divided into millions of streams. Can such precision really be achieved with mere micro-level control? Old Wang doubted it, despite his own micro-level control abilities. To control a martial artist like Qin Yi did, one might need to reach a divine level. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at Qin Yi, marveling at how much more his disciple could surprise him. Your technique of controlling people with threads of energy and blood could be rated as a level skill once perfected, Old Wang praised. Unfortunately, ordinary martial artists find it difficult to reach your level of control. Even if this level skill is documented, few will be able to use it. Qin Yi was delighted by his master's evaluation, surprised that what he considered a simple experiment could have the potential to become a martial arts technique. After an hour of trying, he had roughly figured out the function of various muscles and tissues in the human body, enabling him to control Yingxi to stand up from the ground and perform basic movements like walking, running, and standing still. Throughout this process, Yingxi's mindset shifted from confusion to astonishment, and finally to sheer terror. She never imagined becoming a puppet at Qin Yi's mercy. Despite her desperate resistance, she could only watch helplessly as her legs and arms moved against her will. Over an hour later, even her mouth and tongue fell under the control of energy and blood, uttering sounds she never intended to make. What kind of sorcery is this? Qin Yi seems more like a villain than our own god society, Yingxi thought in terror. Master, once I completely familiarize myself with controlling Yingxi, can I send her back to the god society as a remote-controlled undercover agent? Qin Yi inquired. He realized that the main issue was the insufficient intensity of his spiritual sense. If Yingxi moved too far away, the connection would break. Currently, Qin Yi's mental power was at 1,100 points, having automatically increased by 100 points during his deadly struggle with Yingxi. With a spiritual sense coverage of 11 meters, beyond this range, control was impossible. After careful consideration, Old Wang shook his head. Your thread control method lacks the necessary spiritual sense for remote operation. Those with strong spiritual sense lack the control precision. The only solution is to wait for your mental power to improve further. Seeing his master shake his head, Qin Yi shrugged, about to stop his attempts, but suddenly a new idea struck him. Can I leave a program within Yingxi's energy and blood, allowing her to act like a robot, following the program even when she's away from me? Qin Yi immediately began experimenting and managed to partially succeed after some effort. He left a simple program within Yingxi and then asked his master to send her out of the True King domain. The two of them also exited the True King domain, returning to the supermarket. They watched Yingxi's figure as she walked step by step out of the supermarket, turned left and right, successfully leaving the neighborhood, destination unknown. Where will the program you left lead her? Old Wang asked curiously. Qin Yi smiled slightly. Nowhere special, just to the East Suburban Police Station to surrender herself. And by the way, declare that it was Mr. Qin Yi, a model citizen, who captured her and inspired her to change through love, leading to her eventual decision to turn herself in. Old Wang immediately imagined the officers at the East Suburban Police Station being shocked by Yingxi's surrender and couldn't help but find it amusing. In the eastern suburbs of Yuhang, the weather was clear and the sky was cloudless. On a main street, the crowd was bustling, and the noise was continuous, as if never-ending. What a peculiar spectacle. The person's face was completely covered, yet they managed to navigate the street with ease. And, one had to admit, they had a pretty impressive figure. Young people these days have such unique styles, don't they? Hey, miss, can I take a picture with you? Stop for a moment, can you hear me? Some passersby stopped to watch, and the bolder ones even took out their phones to take photos. However, whether it was because the young lady was too aloof or simply uninterested, she ignored anyone who approached her, moving past them without a second thought. Why act so high and mighty? Dressing like that is bound to attract attention, one ignored passerby grumbled. However, some passersby with martial arts training found her outfit oddly familiar. They quickly searched on their phones, and their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly left without looking back. A simple search revealed that she was Qin Yi, a level wanted criminal in the Jiangnan province, with a status of at least a grandmaster and a bounty of 5 million contribution points. Even for a grandmaster, earning 5 million points would take years of hard work. Yet, despite the tempting reward, few dared to pursue her. According to the records, Qin Yi had once attempted to assassinate a high-ranking official in the Jiangnan provincial government and nearly succeeded, but managed to escape unscathed. Not every member of the Ishan society was wanted, but someone like Qin Yi, who frequently targeted important figures, was bound to be on the wanted list. Her appearance and aura were unmistakable. How audacious of Qin Yi, as an assassin, to brazenly wander the streets. One martial artist felt uneasy, watching Qin Yi disappear into the distance, relieved to have escaped unscathed, but also worried. Judging by her direction, she seemed to be heading towards the East Suburban Police Station. After a quick discussion, a few martial artists took out their phones, intending to report the matter to the police station. Meanwhile, Qin Yi had already vanished from the crowd's sight, drawing closer to the police station. Outwardly, she appeared calm, but internally she was deeply troubled. As an assassin accustomed to the shadows, she detested the scrutiny of strangers. Just moments ago, hundreds, if not thousands, of eyes had been fixed on her, filled with various emotions, which she found repulsive. Qin Yi felt this was more unbearable than death itself. Yet, she lacked even the courage to end her own life. Forced to watch her body move towards its destination according to a predetermined path, a torturous process. She resented Qin Yi and Lu Yi, blaming the latter's false information for her reckless attempt to kidnap Qin Yi. Lost in her thoughts, she finally arrived at the entrance of the police station, just 7 or 8 meters away. In front of her stood over a dozen police officers, their faces stern and ready, as if they had been expecting Qin Yi's arrival. Upon learning that the notorious Qin Yi had come to them of her own accord, some of the more faint-hearted officers nearly fainted on the spot. Most of the officers at the East Suburb Police Station have martial arts skills ranging from the 6th level of a warrior to a low-level martial master, making them no match for Qin Yi. Even the station leader, Xiao Shi, is only a high-level martial master, nearly a grandmaster, and would struggle to escape from Qin Yi. At this moment, the officers are extremely tense, believing that their only hope for survival is to wait for reinforcements from the city, to unite and delay Qin Yi's attack as much as possible. Among the officers, Chun Chun appears calm on the surface, but those who observe him closely would notice his hands tightly clenched, nervously fidgeting. Xiao Shi, alongside the regular officers, walks to the station's entrance, her beautiful eyes fixed on the slowly approaching Qin Yi, puzzled as to why he would target them. Could it be because they recently captured the Scorpion Woman? This thought troubles her. Although she possesses a few life-saving artifacts given by her family, they can only ensure her own survival, leaving her colleagues doomed. Whether out of duty or personal feelings, she is unwilling to flee alone. Are you here to rescue the Scorpion Woman? She's already been transferred to the North Suburb prison. She's not here, Xiao Shi says coldly, trying to buy time with words. However, Qin Yi ignores her and continues to advance towards the East Suburb Police Station. Even though he hasn't shown any power or released the pressure of a Shanghai realm expert, everyone present feels an overwhelming pressure, like a mountain, making it hard to breathe. You can't come any closer, stop. Xiao Shi secretly grips a pale golden talisman, contemplating taking action. Qin Yi is less than a meter from the station, and everyone's alarm bells are ringing. Suddenly, Qin Yi halts, stretches out his hands towards Xiao Shi, slightly bows as if he were a captured prisoner, and mumbles, as instructed by model citizen Qin Yi, I, Qin Yi of the Alien God Society, surrender today at the East Suburb Police Station. Please arrest me. For a moment, the officers are stunned, and even Xiao Shi is shocked. They had imagined countless future scenarios, but never that Qin Yi would choose to surrender. What did you say? Xiao Shi asks in disbelief. Qin Yi seems to have anticipated this reaction and begins to repeat mechanically like a robot, as instructed by model citizen Qin Yi. As instructed by model citizen Qin Yi. Over and over, maintaining his posture of confession, unchanged. Eventually, Xiao Shi accepts the reality, regains her composure, bites her lip, and personally takes out a special pair of handcuffs, easily subduing Qin Yi. The process is so simple and smooth, it's unbelievable that a Shanghai realm expert could be captured so effortlessly. Qin Yi. Qin Yi's surrender, is it related to you? Defeating Qin Yi and bringing him to the station is already a miracle, and Qin Yi's role is even more astonishing. What method did he use to make Qin Yi surrender so willingly? Could this woman not be the real Qin Yi? A few minutes later, a streak of light flashes across the sky, and a woman in a pale yellow dress with waist-length black hair descends from above, landing beside Xiao Shi. Observing their expressions, she curiously asks, "Where is Yingzi? Are you all alright?" This woman, with her beautiful appearance and gentle voice, embodies the classic Jiangnan woman. However, given her identity, no one dares to underestimate her. She is one of the strongest martial artists in the city, guarding the most terrifying level secret realm in Yuhanglongjiang's secret realm. Her real name is known to few, but her title echoes throughout Jiangnan province. She is Yin Yuho. Xiaoxi recounted everything that had just happened to Yin Yuho, who initially wore a gentle smile, but then showed a trace of hidden surprise. She turned her head, extended her spiritual sense, and scanned the motionless Yingci, nodding solemnly. Shanghai realm, second tier, it's definitely Yingci. The black illusion she wore was a signature move of Yingci, unmistakable. Xiaoxi's eyes flickered, unable to comprehend how Qin Yi had managed to make Yingci surrender voluntarily. Fortunately, Yin Yuho noticed something unusual and remarked in astonishment. Every inch of Yingci's flesh is suffused with a strange energy, a blood force that doesn't belong to her. This force of blood, like threads, wove through Yingci's meridians and flesh, controlling her like a puppet to confess. Even her words were preset by someone behind the scenes, not of Yingci's own volition. Yin Yuho was amazed by Qin Yi's method of control, exclaiming, "Whoever left this blood force must be extraordinary. To control a martial artist so intricately, the level of blood control must be at least at the micro level." She turned away and noticed the sparkle in Xiaoxi's eyes, quickly deducing something and smiling. Does Chief Xiao know who set up these blood threads? Truth be told, as a top martial artist in Yuhang City, Yin Yuho wielded immense power and knew every capable human martial artist in the area. Yet, none she knew had ever demonstrated such a technique. Could it be a martial artist from elsewhere? Xiaoxi gave a wry smile and nodded. "I do know him, but you might know this martial artist controlling Yingci as well." Yin Yuho raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh, who is it?" She couldn't think of anyone she knew with such skills. Xiaoxi continued, "This person is the Qin Yi you are scheduled to protect in 8 days." Yin Yuho was stunned, her heart shaken. Her first reaction was to think Xiaoxi was joking. According to her information, Qin Yi was merely a mid-level martial artist. Even with exceptional talent, it seemed impossible for him to advance to a level capable of contending with a Shanghai realm expert in just 1 week. More importantly, contending wasn't the right term. Being able to control Yingci to surrender was more like manipulating. Was this possible? Was it reasonable? She studied Xiaoxi's face, seeing no hint of deception, and reluctantly decided to keep this matter in mind. "I'll take Yingci back first. Your East Suburban Police Department can handle the follow-up. As for Qin Yi, we'll meet him soon." Yin Yuho became intrigued by this young man named Qin Yi. Though she appeared gentle, she acted swiftly and decisively, quickly taking Yingci and disappearing into the sky. The officers of the East Suburban Police Department were left behind, speechless and exchanging glances. A few seconds later, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief, their faces showing the joy of narrowly escaping disaster. Capturing the Scorpion Woman from the cult of the alien god was an achievement, but it wouldn't yield much reward for ordinary officers. However, the case of Yingci was different. A Shanghai realm expert surrendering was an enormous accomplishment. Even for regular officers, it was like winning the lottery, and they couldn't contain their excitement. Xiaoxi's expression gradually returned to calm as she stood silently in front of the gate, her gaze directed towards the East Suburb supermarket. Internally, she was conflicted. She wanted to see Qin Yi, but feared that her movements might be detected by the Ishan Society, alerting them. Given her official background, she preferred to avoid unnecessary meetings. After some contemplation, she couldn't suppress her curiosity and took out her phone, opened the Wujia app, and sent Qin Yi a message. "Are you there?" The incident of the shadow stabber surrendering in the East Suburb didn't spark widespread discussion, as if someone was manipulating the situation behind the scenes to suppress its attention. Normally, such an event would have caused a stir online. In contrast, while the East Suburb police were in a panic and Qin Yi was calmly cultivating, Jin Pengzi was having an exceptionally joyful time. He tried to put the matter of the fifth-tier spiritual fruit behind him, and, using the high-quality insect corpses he acquired from Qin Yi, produced many premium products, earning a significant profit. Although Qin Yi made a substantial amount of gold cards from him, upon reflection, how could selling raw materials ever be more profitable than processing products? Take an ordinary second-tier firefly, for example. Jin Pengzi bought it from Qin Yi for about 3,000 contribution points. However, the luminescent material extracted from this firefly could be used to make at least 30 luxurious hanging lamps. These lamps required no electricity and emitted a bright, gentle glow for decades. They were ornate and favored by the upper class, especially wealthy merchants lacking in power. Merchants with low martial prowess loved purchasing luxurious products made from fierce beasts to showcase their strength. Perhaps it's true that people flaunt what they lack. In any case, a single firefly lamp could sell for 1,500 contribution points, earning several times the cost of the raw materials. Qin Pengzi only had to cover some forging costs and sales channels, and the Qin family was already well established in this business, with hundreds of shops and dozens of auction houses under their name, ensuring no shortage of buyers. Profits were soaring, indeed. Standing by the production line in the factory, Qin Pengzi watched the continuous output of spiritual products with a sly smile. He hadn't forgotten Qin Yi, planning to spend some contribution points to repay him once this batch was sold, ensuring their relationship remained intact. Clinging to such a strong connection could easily secure his future position as the head of the family. Thanks to this batch, the current head frequently praised him in front of other family members, making Qin Pengzi dream of an even brighter future. However, unnoticed by him, other young masters of the Qin family had already begun to act. Some were bribing Qin Pengzi's subordinates, while others were tracking his recent movements, all investigating the source of his goods. To supply such a large quantity of second-tier insects at once, the supplier must be formidable, and they too wanted to establish connections and share in the benefits. Qin Pengzi couldn't have all the advantages to himself. The position of family head wouldn't be so easily obtained. I can offer a higher purchase price than Qin Feng, even at a loss. As long as Qin Feng doesn't profit, I do. In a certain room, the second young master of the Qin family, Qin Yuan, looked at the documents handed by his servant, a slight smile on his lips. Staring at the photo of Qin Yi in the file, his heart was full of intrigue. The younger generation of the Qin family is engaged in a tug-of war surrounding Qin Yi. Meanwhile, in a distant secret realm, surrounded by mountains and shrouded in mist, members of the Qin society find their usual stone seats in a familiar valley. It has only been 7 days since their last gathering, although they typically meet once a month, suggesting that something significant is happening. The theme of this meeting is naturally closely related to Qin Yi. The second circle leader, Shadow Thorn, who was fully armed and sent to Yuhang to capture Qin Yi, has been out of contact for several days. The Qin society has lost all communication with her. According to the intelligence gathered from their network, Shadow Thorn not only failed but also turned herself in. If the authorities hadn't suppressed the news, the Qin society would have faced a great loss of face. Although defeating and capturing Shadow Thorn alive is extremely difficult, it is not entirely impossible. A stone figure from the second circle spoke, drawing the attention of everyone present. The Marquis of Yuhang, or even the true king of Jiangnan province, could potentially achieve this if they encountered Shadow Thorn directly. However, capturing her alive is one matter. Controlling her to surrender is another. The stone figure's face was smooth like marble, devoid of expression, yet it conveyed a sense of gravity. Shadow Thorn specializes in illusions, with a soul highly resistant to such arts, making it difficult even for those at the Marquis level to control her. Moreover, the only publicly known true king in Jiangnan province, the king of Jiangnan, has never practiced any abilities that can control others. This implies that Qin Yi likely has a hidden master by his side, possibly even a true king. This statement caused a stir, even among the top 3 members seated at the first circle of the stone table. True king-level martial artists are rare, even among ancient clans, and are considered pillars of strength. Although they were skeptical about the presence of a true king in Yuhang, anyone capable of making Shadow Thorn surrender must at least be at the Marquis level. To be cautious, they decided to assume that a true king is indeed protecting Qin Yi. A man sitting to the right of the stone figure concurred, noting that the Qin society is known for its cautious and prudent approach, which is why they sent a martial artist to capture Qin Yi, who had only recently embarked on the martial path. Other forces might have sent only 2 or 3 high-level martial artists, not exceeding the 9th level. The members of the Qin society are naturally intelligent to have reached such levels of cultivation. Although they guessed incorrectly at first, they inadvertently arrived at the correct conclusion. There is indeed a true king guarding Qin Yi, but Shadow Thorn was not controlled by that true king. Qin Yi has no known background, so could the true king guarding him be someone officially dispatched from another region? Finally, Lu Yi, seated on the outermost circle of the table, had the chance to speak and voiced this question aloud. Originally an outsider, he didn't have the confidence to speak up, but now, due to his deep involvement with Qin Yi, he had the right to voice his opinion. The gazes of the inner circle bigwigs fell upon him, making him slightly excited, and he instinctively straightened his back. Surprisingly, when he learned of the shadow assassin's failure, Lu Yi felt not disappointment, but a sense of secret delight. It was like the schadenfreude an average person might feel upon seeing others face the same misfortune after suffering a significant loss themselves. Lu Yi thought to himself that Qin Yi must have established contact with the official forces by now, surrounded by powerful protectors, waiting for them to take the bait and suffer losses. He shared his thoughts with the group. President, we shouldn't fall for this. It's best to temporarily set Qin Yi aside, only having someone monitor him from the shadows without taking action, waiting for the right opportunity. The officials can't keep their eyes on Qin Yi forever. Eventually, they'll slip up. Lu Yi's idea was in line with the steady strategy that the Yi Shun Hui consistently adhered to. Normally, even without him saying it, the others would naturally adopt a similar approach. However, this time, the situation was different. The man seated in the core position spoke up. He had shoulder-length white hair and exuded a sense of twilight, like an elderly man nearing the end of his days, yet his appearance was youthful and handsome, without a wrinkle in sight. According to him, if Qin Yi could make the officials send a true king to personally act as his protector, could it be achieved by talent alone? Lu Yi was momentarily taken aback, then understood the president's implication. A low-level martial artist like Qin Yi, despite his extraordinary talent in martial arts, couldn't possibly have a true king personally guarding him. The only possibility was that Qin Yi had indeed obtained the legacy left by that legendary figure Jin Tian Wang Lin Chongqing. Only by acquiring Lin Chongqing's legacy would the officials place such importance on him, even having a true king come to protect him. Realizing this, Lu Yi and the others around him turned pale, while the president of the Yishun Hui continued speaking. He said, "Do you think, after inheriting Jin Tian Wang's legacy and with full official support, how fast can Qin Yi's power grow? I tell you, his speed will exceed our imagination. He might be a high-level martial artist today, but in a month, he could step into the upper-grade master realm." Jin Tian Wang Lin Chongqing was a martial artist who rose from the bottom, and his martial arts techniques are reputed for their rapid cultivation speed, dozens of times faster than ordinary people. What's most exaggerated is that even at such a high speed of cultivation, Lin Chongqing's techniques ensure a stable foundation. If they followed their usual strategy, temporarily sparing Qin Yi and observing him secretly for half a year, he might already possess the power to fend off assassinations by then. The Yishun Hui indeed had true kings, even two of them, but a true king might not easily kill Qin Yi, as martial artists who reach the marquis level often have methods and spiritual items to protect themselves. Missing this opportunity would make it difficult to find another chance. The white-haired man scanned the group and said in a deep voice, "This matter involves the master's orders and must be followed without deviation. The assassination of Qin Yi cannot be stopped. The master gave us a task with great difficulty. If we fail to complete it, we might as well be dead." A member inquired, "President, then who will carry out the assassination in 7 days?" The white-haired man's eyes gleamed as he calmly replied, "I will lead the team, and everyone from the first and second circles will be mobilized. All of them." The members seated in the second and first circles were at least at the Grandmaster level, totaling 12 individuals. Among them, the president and the silent vice president from the first circle were in the true king realm. Such formidable power was enough to wipe out a weak race. Even though the officials might be prepared, they probably wouldn't expect the Yishun Hui to go to such lengths, sending their elite forces just to capture a young man who had only been practicing martial arts for a little over a month. Lu Yi was utterly shocked by this arrangement. If Qin Yi could survive such a terrifying onslaught, it would indeed be miraculous. In the past few days, everything had been calm and uneventful. The batch of goods Jin Pongzi acquired from Qin Yi had been processed into various luxurious martial arts items, including decorative household pieces, practical armor, and potions. This windfall left Jin Pongzi grinning from ear to ear. However, when he discovered that some of his siblings were secretly gathering information about Qin Yi, he quickly realized they were up to no good and likely intended to poach his business partner. Jin Pongzi had a long-term perspective. The benefits Qin Yi brought him extended far beyond this one-time deal with the Zerg corpses. As Qin Yi advanced in his cultivation, Jin could not only benefit, but also obtain more spiritual items from him. Qin Yi was essentially a cash cow for Jin Pongzi, and losing him to others would be a lifelong regret. However, it wasn't feasible to outright prevent his siblings from approaching Qin Yi, nor was it realistic to have Qin Yi hide. After much consideration, Jin Pongzi decided to subtly express his goodwill and strengthen their relationship in the martial arts community. He took out his phone, clicked on Qin Yi's avatar, and privately messaged, "Hey bro, are you there?" After sending the message, he waited for a long time but didn't receive a reply. Growing anxious, Jin Pongzi, like a devoted follower, kept making excuses for Qin Yi's silence. He continued to wait by his phone for 2 or 3 more hours, still without a response. Jin Pongzi was getting impatient, yet he found it hard to focus on anything else, constantly checking if Qin Yi had replied. Finally, he came up with a good idea. He spent 200 contribution points to send Qin Yi a red envelope. The next moment, a line of white text popped up in the chat interface. "Qin Yi has accepted your red envelope." Qin Yi replied, "I'm here, what's up?" Jin Pongzi thought to himself, are people really this materialistic now? Fortunately, Qin Yi finally responded, and 200 contribution points weren't a big deal. Jin Pongzi began to openly and subtly flatter Qin Yi, promising that everything he purchased from Qin Yi in the future would be at a higher price, just as long as Qin Yi ignored any other Jin family members who might approach him. His sincerity was evident, and having already gifted Qin Yi a 5th-level spiritual fruit, Qin Yi agreed after a brief consideration. Although other Jin family members might offer him more than expected to compete for the family head position, such business wouldn't last long. unlike the reliable partnership with Jin Pongzi. With Qin Yi's promise, Jin Pongzi finally relaxed, exhaling deeply. He glanced at his third brother hurrying past the door and chuckled to himself. You think I don't know what you're up to? Watching his brother walk away, Jin Pongzi was already planning his next business deal when one of his trusted aides approached and whispered, "The second young master of the Li family wants to order a batch of second-level insect armor from us." The second young master of the Li family? Li Wufeng, perhaps. Now that was a big deal. Jin Pongzi had a large stock of high-quality second-level insect armor, and the only concern was selling it at the best price. Insect armor was much rarer compared to other armors, ranking highly for its lightness and durability, always in demand but rarely available, mainly because high-level zergs were so hard to find. Wild zerg are extremely rare, and even first-level fierce beasts are hard to come by. Only the appearance of a mother bug can trigger large-scale reproduction of high-level zerg. This is why Jin Pongzi felt confident in collaborating with Qin Yi. He was certain that Qin Yi had the coordinates of a mother bug, ensuring a continuous supply and profit. Thus, he decided to arrange a meeting with Qin Yi. Jin Pongzi immediately issued an order. The Li family, being a prominent family in Yuhang, was a formidable force, making them an excellent choice to sell this batch of goods to. Not only would it be profitable, but it would also establish a good relationship with the Li family, a win-win situation. That night, the luxurious Tianjiang restaurant in downtown Yuhang was reserved exclusively. Inside, Jin Pongzi and Li Wufeng sat at the dining table, surrounded by 3 waitstaff and their respective subordinates. Jin Pongzi, smiling, clinked glasses with Li Wufeng and said, "Young Master Li, long time no see. Where have you been enjoying yourself lately?" Li Wufeng downed his drink and replied with a wry smile, "Enjoying myself? I just returned from the Xianyan secret realm with friends. We went through quite an ordeal and almost didn't make it back." He was reluctant to discuss his experiences in the secret realm and quickly steered the conversation back to business. The two engaged in a half-hour debate over the pricing of second-tier Zerg armor. Eventually, Jin Pongzi conceded, and they reached an agreement. On the surface, it seemed Jin Pongzi had compromised, but in reality, he gained the friendship and support of the Li family, which would benefit his future bid for the family head position. As a capitalist, Jin Pongzi would never allow himself to suffer a loss. With the deal settled, the two, being of similar age and family status, grew closer over drinks and began discussing miscellaneous topics. Jin Pongzi asked, "Brotherly, where did you get this batch of Zerg corpses from? How come there are so many all of a sudden? Did you find a mother bug?" Li Wufeng shook his head and selectively revealed, "I acquired them from someone else." Coincidentally, this batch of Zerg was harvested in the Xianyan secret realm. Xianyan secret realm? A lot of Zerg corpses? Li Wufeng was taken aback, his intoxication quickly fading. He recalled the sight in the secret realm, piles of Zerg corpses, rivers of blood, and the chilling aura of a slaughterhouse. Shivering, he urgently asked, "Can you tell me who you acquired these Zerg from?" Jin Pongzi frowned slightly, feeling some suspicion, and glanced at Li Wufeng. Could it be that the Li family also had processing channels, and Li Wufeng was trying to poach his business like his siblings? Sensing Jin Pongzi's unease, Li Wufeng realized his mistake and quickly clarified, "I'm not after your source. I'm just very interested in the person who exterminated these Zerg. You might not know, but I witnessed a fierce battle between a warrior and the Zerg in the Xianyan secret realm." To show his sincerity, he shared his secret with Jin Pongzi, vividly describing the terrifying prowess of the person who killed the Zerg, someone with immense power, likely a titled warrior. Jin Pongzi was stunned, almost bursting into laughter with joy. Wow, so Qin Yi is already at the titled warrior level? This is a fortunate connection indeed. He thought to himself that Li Wufeng's words seemed genuine, and after a moment of contemplation, he discreetly shared 2 words with Li Wufeng. Upon hearing these words, Li Wufeng was shocked, jumping up from his chair. "What did you say? That name? Are you sure you didn't get it wrong?" Jin Pongzi looked puzzled. "No mistake, it's Qin Yi, a young man in his 20s. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Wufeng was struck with disbelief, slumping back into his chair, dazed. Qin Yi, a young man in his 20s. Could it really be the one I know? It can't be, no matter how you think about it. It seems impossible." Li Wufeng couldn't help but recall the composed face of Qin Yi at the East Suburb supermarket. At that time, Qin Yi, who had just begun his martial arts journey, casually remarked to Li Wufeng, who had already reached the martial master level, "Next time we meet, don't let me surpass you." Li Wufeng had dismissed it as a joke back then. However, now he wonders if the real joke was on him. It absolutely can't be him. Why would it be him? Li Wufeng muttered to himself, struggling to accept the fact that Qin Yi might have reached the marquee level in such a short time. In just a month, from a martial arts beginner to a powerful figure capable of sealing a marquee? He couldn't believe it. Although Jean Fatty wouldn't lie to him. Even if Qin Yi did sell those insect corpses, who could say for sure that Qin Yi was the one who defeated the insect swarm? Perhaps Qin Yi, like himself, was merely lucky enough to stumble upon the insect massacre site at the western Tian Mountains. Those insect corpses might have been left untouched by a powerful warrior, and Qin Yi might have just happened upon them. Martial artists from humble beginnings often go to great lengths, even risking everything, to seize the spoils left by stronger warriors, making this theory more plausible than Qin Yi achieving such a feat in a month. Gradually calming down, Li Wufeng asked Jin Fadi for Qin Yi's address, but was refused. Jin Fadi was reluctant to reveal Qin Yi's information to an outsider, fearing it might lead to conflict with Qin Yi. If you really want to know, find out yourself, don't come to me, Jin Fadi asserted firmly. Unlike Li Wufeng, he was certain that Qin Yi had reached the marquis level, and it seemed foolish to risk offending such a powerful figure just to curry favor with a young master from the Li family. Li Wufeng wasn't upset by this, as he had just made a significant deal with Jin Fadi and didn't want to jeopardize their relationship over a minor martial artist. After dinner, he stood up first, bid farewell to Jin Fong, and left the restaurant with his subordinates. Upon exiting, he gestured towards a shadowy corner, where a middle-aged man in a black robe emerged quietly and respectfully stood before him. Investigate a young man named Qin Yi, about 20 years old, residing in Yuhang, often seen in the east suburb, Li Wufeng instructed. The man in the black robe accepted the task and swiftly vanished back into the shadows. Li Wufeng then boarded his family's black car. The driver, sensing the moment, asked, "Young master, where to next?" After a brief silence, Li Wufeng, initially intending to return home, felt a sudden urge and replied, "Let's head to the east suburb." Driving from the city to the east suburb would take about 2 hours. He planned to find a place to rest for the night, and then visit the east suburb supermarket. Li Wufeng felt compelled to meet the reclusive figure there. As for Wang Lao and Wang Su, the Li family had limited information, knowing only that Wang Lao had at least reached the marquis level. Apart from official investigative channels, other sources found it difficult to uncover the connection between Wang Lao and the venerable of 10,000 tribulations. As the car engine roared to life, Li Wufeng closed his eyes and began to meditate peacefully. After a series of trials in the Xiantian secret realm, Qin Yi successfully broke through the ranks of a low-level martial artist and entered the mid-level category. Soon, he might have the opportunity to reach the high-level martial artist stage, with hopes of achieving this goal before the martial arts exam in 2 months. Late at night, in the storage room of a supermarket on the eastern outskirts, Qin Yi sat cross-legged on a wooden bed, his vitality steadily increasing, and his consciousness expanding outward like ripples. He was immersed in a profound state, reminiscing about the sword strike he delivered against Shadow Thorn, and comparing his heaven-opening sword with Chun Ziliuo's, gaining significant insights. There were 6 days left until the agreed 15 days, and in the past few days, Qin Yi had successfully broken through to a mid-grade master level, thanks to his level 20 aura affinity and automatic cultivation. Masters are divided into 3 grades: low, mid, and high. Generally speaking, a low-grade master can teach at a martial arts university, and in a martial arts high school, they are qualified for the position of vice principal or principal. If Qin Yi wished, he could even apply to become the principal of Yuhang's #1 martial arts high school, becoming Chen Xian's teacher. Chen Xian attended Yuhang's #1 martial arts high school, renowned in the Yuhang area. Someone like Qin Yi, who was initially deemed to have no martial arts aptitude, couldn't even enroll. Even Chen Xian, with some martial talent, was considered below average at the school. However, now Qin Yi was qualified to be a principal, and Chen Xian had a chance to compete for the top spot in the Jiangnan province martial arts exam. A fortunate encounter had changed many things. Recently, Chen Xian had contacted Qin Yi, but Qin Yi only advised him to focus on his training without worrying about him. Qin Yi could imagine the scenarios Chen Xian would face at school with his newfound talent, classic underdog moments. With 6 days left, Qin Yi was confident he could advance to a high-grade master and temporarily halt there. To break through from master to grandmaster, mere cultivation of vitality wasn't enough. One needed to touch the Tao and comprehend its meaning. Qin Yi could rely on the frenzied intent of the 7 wounds crazy fist and the domineering nature of the heaven-opening sword to advance to grandmaster, but he felt it wasn't sufficient. These paths were others, and Qin Yi hoped to comprehend his own path to achieve grandmaster status. At that moment, Qin Yi felt a slight hum from within his body, indicating a change. Upon investigation, he found his vitality had reached 10,000 calories, the limit of a mid-grade master, unable to refine further. Although the automatic refining of vitality was fast, breaking through the bottleneck also required spiritual strength. Fortunately, his spiritual strength had already reached 1,500 points at the grandmaster level, posing no bottleneck. With a whoosh, he effortlessly broke through the mid-grade master's barrier, and the automatic refining of vitality continued, aiming for the high-grade master's limit of 20,000 calories. Qin Yi opened his personal panel, contemplating the changes in his attributes when the 3rd-level spirit beast talisman in his pocket suddenly twitched. Is the big dog waking up? Ever since using the third-level Spirit Beast talisman given by Jiang Tian to capture the big dog, Qin Yi had kept the talisman in his pocket, but the big dog remained dormant. Now, it seemed to be on the verge of transformation, sparking anticipation in Qin Yi. The long, solitary cultivation had been somewhat monotonous, making him nostalgic for the days of bantering with the big dog. Within the third-tier Spirit Beast talisman lies a void and chaotic space, devoid of anything except for the nutrients necessary for the Spirit Beast's daily needs. Most Spirit Beasts absorbed into the talisman fall into a deep sleep. At this moment, Qin Yi held the talisman, channeling a thread of his consciousness into it, clearly observing the interior. At the center of this chaotic void, a blood cocoon covered in eerie veins hovered silently, emanating a surging and pure life force. The veins on the cocoon writhed as if alive. Suddenly, the cocoon's shell seemed to reach its limit, cracking open and spreading until it covered the entire surface. With a crisp snap, the blood cocoon shattered, scattering into countless blood petals that dissolved into the void, vanishing without a trace. In its place lay a scruffy wild dog, looking lazy, its fur gleaming as its lifeblood surged like fire. Haha, I'm back. Bow down and throw me a ball. A scruffy, yellow-black dog stood on its hind legs like a human, with its front legs on its hips, exuding an air of authority. The dog had absorbed most of the pure divine blood, elevating its level from the first tier to the third, comparable to a mid-level human master, feeling quite smug. Even more exciting was that half of the pure divine blood still resided in its cells, continually nourishing its body, enhancing its potential, and promising a smoother path for future cultivation. The dog was in a reincarnated body, carrying the foundation and experience of a past life, destined to achieve greater heights in this life. The dog was eager to leave the Spirit Beast talisman. It had been impressed by Qin Yi's talent and actions, and now, with its invincible talent, it finally had the means to show off in front of Qin Yi. Humph! Given Qin Yi's cultivation speed, he was likely still lingering at the high warrior level, at most a low-level master. I'm definitely ahead. With a thought, the dog activated its spiritual power, triggering the talisman's mechanism. With Qin Yi's consent, it successfully emerged from the talisman, appearing on the storeroom floor. As soon as it appeared, it saw Qin Yi sitting cross-legged on the bed, smiling at it. What are you looking at? I'm a noble mid-level master, not someone a mere warrior can gaze upon. The dog started to boast but trailed off, stunned mid-sentence. It realized it couldn't discern Qin Yi's level. How is this possible? My titanium alloy dog eyes are comparable to clever pupil arts, and with my mid-level master's cultivation, a warrior's level should be transparent to me. Qin Yi's amused expression irked the dog, and its eyes glimmered as it swiftly employed its signature pupil art, piercing insight. This was its innate divine ability, and a level pupil art, exclusive to the dog clan. Yet, even under the piercing insight, Qin Yi's aura remained elusive and indiscernible. In the dog's eyes, Qin Yi seemed shrouded in layers of mist, his form flickering and indistinct. No matter how the dog probed, it couldn't find the true form, only endless fog before its eyes. In the end, Big Dog could barely ascertain that Qin Yi had surpassed the martial artist realm, reaching at least the lower-grade grandmaster level. What kind of concealment technique have you practiced? Why can't my dog eyes and a level ocular technique see through it? After an unsuccessful start, Big Dog's arrogance was mostly subdued. Qin Yi just smiled silently. Recently, his cloud in the mist technique had been generating automatically, and in his spare time, he would add a few layers for fun. As a result, his body was surrounded by 10 layers of spiritual energy isolation, making it impossible for even martial artists of the same level to penetrate within a level ocular technique, let alone Big Dog, who was a level lower, just a mid-grade grandmaster. Really? We've only been apart for a few days, and you're already hiding things from me? Are we still brothers? Big Dog pouted with displeasure, genuinely curious about Qin Yi's concealment technique. Do you think I'm a dog too? Calling me your brother? Qin Yi joked. Despite his words, he still revealed his concealment technique to Big Dog. It's just a level technique, nothing valuable. Big Dog was skeptical, but after hearing Qin Yi's introduction to Cloud in the Mist, he was visibly shaken. This technique suits you perfectly. It can stack infinitely and generate automatically. Wait, when did your aptitude become so extraordinary? You can automatically refine your chi and blood faster than I can with full dedication. Big Dog had struggled to complete his transformation, only to find Qin Yi effortlessly surpassing him. Is there any justice left? Any law? Remove your spiritual energy isolation layer and let me see your true level. Big Dog was still unconvinced. Qin Yi had no objection and removed the outer layer of spiritual energy isolation, revealing his true cultivation. When the surging chi and blood of a high-grade grandmaster and the divine sense power of a great grandmaster level fell into Big Dog's eyes, he felt a sharp pain, instinctively covering his eyes and yelling, "You're a freak, blinding my dog eyes." Over 10,000 calories of qi and blood, mental power transforming into divine sense. Damn, I shouldn't have compared myself to you. What was I thinking? Big Dog was utterly frustrated, his good mood from breaking through instantly disappearing. He sat down on the floor with a thud, disheartened, and said, "You better conceal it again, I can't handle seeing it." After saying that, he looked around and asked, "Oh right, I forgot to ask where we are. Tell me what's been happening lately." Qin Yi nodded slightly and began to inform Big Dog of the events that occurred during his slumber. He mentioned returning to the human world, resisting assassination attempts by the Foreign God Society, and joining the Slaying Immortal sect. When he mentioned the Slaying Immortal sect and the Foreign God Society, Big Dog's eyes showed a contemplative look, as if these organizations were familiar to him. The Foreign God Society. I can't remember where I've heard of it, but it's an organization set up by foreign races, with traces of the demon race behind it, Big Dog considered. Usually, these fragmented memories where I only know the result, but not the process, are related to my master. Since parts of my master's memories were erased, I only know the conclusions about the Foreign God Society, but not how I came by this information. This means Big Dog's understanding of the Foreign God Society likely comes from his master, the one who subdued the immortal deities of the celestial race with a single spear. Has this being also had entanglements with the Foreign God Society? As for the demon race, Qin Yi's understanding of the myriad races of the stars was too limited to know the level of the demon race, but judging by the strength of the Foreign God Society, they were certainly formidable. Big Dog paused and continued. In my memory, there's a vague keyword related to the Foreign God Society, but it's inexplicably unclear what it means. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow. What keyword? Mount Yindang. When the term Yindang Mountain flashed through Qin Yi's mind, his first reaction was secret realm. The Yindang Mountain range stretches across the south-central part of Jiangnan province, with the main peak located in Wencheng, over 4,000 kilometers from Yuhang. He had read online that there was a level secret realm on the main peak of Yindang Mountain, which was extremely dangerous and had not been fully controlled by the human alliance like the Xianyuan secret realm. Ferocious beasts often slipped out from the secret realm, posing threats to the surrounding areas. As a result, the official forces stationed a large number of martial artists at the Yindang Mountain secret realm to prevent any incidents. Qin Yi felt puzzled when Big Dog mentioned the connection between the Yishan Society and Yindang Mountain. Could the Yishan Society be hiding near Yindang Mountain, right under the noses of the official martial artists? This seemed unlikely. It was more plausible that the Yishan Society was concealed within the secret realm. After all, a secret realm is an isolated world, and it would be nearly impossible to discover hundreds of people hiding inside. This hypothesis also explained why, after so many years and countless efforts, the officials had yet to locate the Yishan Society's base. Qin Yi didn't believe that nobody on the official side had thought of this possibility, but even if they had, they couldn't just mobilize forces to search the secret realm. Firstly, the Yishan Society might get wind of it and escape, leaving the officials empty-handed. Secondly, the complex web of other forces within the secret realm could prove to be a headache for the official martial artists. In a level secret realm like Xianyuan, there were essentially no alien races because the environment was too poor, even for weaker ones. However, sea and level secret realms were different. These realms were often divided among several weaker groups, each occupying a territory and competing with each other. Yet, when faced with external threats, they would quickly unite to repel the invaders, making them quite troublesome. Ordinarily, it's fine to let a few scattered martial artists train in these realms, but if a large number of high-level martial artists were to enter, it would immediately raise the alarm among various alien races. These weaker races often had powerful backing, and if cornered, they might call for support, complicating matters further. Seeing Qin Yi's changing expressions, Big Dog cautiously glanced around before conveying in dog speak. After breaking through to the third tier, I saw some vague memories. These memories seem to tell me that there's an opportunity hidden in Yindang Mountain related to my master. I don't know the specifics, but it's better to keep it within the family. If you get a chance, you must visit Yindang Mountain and see if you can find that opportunity. Big Dog didn't know what his master had left behind, but he understood that it wasn't meant for him, and he wouldn't be able to use it even if he took it. Since it was of no use to him, he might as well give it to Qin Yi. Yindang Mountain wasn't the place to go just yet. Whether he could enter depended on 6 days from now. Qin Yi snapped back to reality, his eyes downcast, hinting at something. It was almost certain that the Yishan Society's base was within the Yindang Mountain secret realm. Since he was being targeted by the Yishan Society, he had to eliminate their threat before entering. How much he could weaken the Yishan Society's strength in 6 days would determine his ability to enter Yindang Mountain. Qin Yi understood that if no one from the Yishan Hui came to assassinate him, and the core members could retreat unharmed, he certainly wouldn't dare to rashly head to the secret realm of Yindang Mountain. Taking risks is acceptable, but foolishly risking one's life is not. Opportunities can only be seized if you're alive. If you die halfway, no matter how great the opportunity, it's just empty talk. He suddenly remembered Dago boasting about his mastery of runes and asked, "Didn't you say you're proficient in runes? Now that you've advanced to the third-tier master level, can you inscribe runes for me?" Dago's tail wagged excitedly as he replied, "I'm not bragging, but the grandmaster you met before, Jiang Tianfeng, would call me his master when it comes to runes. No, calling me his grandmaster wouldn't be too much." Dago was so pleased with himself. He seemed to be floating on air. "Tell me, what type of runes do you want? Just ask. With my current level, consuming a bit of divine blood would be enough to boost your strength by 30%. If it weren't for the limitations of materials and my own vitality, I could help you increase by 60%. Qin Yi was now at a grandmaster's strength, capable of holding his own against strong opponents from the Shanghai realm. Dago knew this because Qin Yi had once told him about his victory over a shadow assassin. Dago's boasting wasn't without basis. Mastering runes indeed requires exceptional talent and is even more challenging than martial arts. Before Qin Yi delved into martial arts, he had heard from Chun Xian that out of over 3,000 freshmen at the top martial arts academy in Yuhang, only 12 passed the rune test and qualified to become rune formation masters. This ratio among ordinary people is nearly 1 in a million. Seeing Dago's confident demeanor, a spark of inspiration flashed in Qin Yi's eyes as he thought of an interesting idea. "If I can provide you with unlimited materials and find a few rune masters like Jiang Tianfeng to assist you, what level of killing formation could you set up?" He didn't mention inscribing runes on the body, but was more interested in formations. Dago chuckled, saying, "Jiang Tianfeng is considered a 5th-tier formation master and can set up some simple 6th-tier formations. If you can find 2 helpers like Jiang Tianfeng and supply unlimited materials, I can set up a top-level 6th-tier killing formation." Top-level 6th tier? What level is that? Qin Yi wasn't too sure, only knowing that Jiang Tianfeng had set up a 6th-tier illusion formation, the Sandstorm formation, in the Xiantian secret realm. Dago seemed to sense Qin Yi's hesitation and explained with a sense of mystery. "Killing formations are definitely more difficult than other types of formations. Only those who truly enter the 6th-tier formation master realm have the confidence to set them up." Jiang Tianfeng could set up the 6th-tier sandstorm formation mainly because of the terrain. It was naturally suited for that formation. His illusion formation was effective against warriors below the Marquis realm, but against Marquis-level powerhouses, it was somewhat strained, with about a 50-50 chance of concealing the truth. Qin Yi nodded slightly and asked, "Can your top-level 6th-tier killing formation kill a true king?" Dago clasped his paws like a human and pretended to be serious. "Of course it can." What level did you say?" Qin Yi repeated, "True king." Dago's expression changed immediately, thinking to himself, is Qin Yi planning to set up a formation to assassinate a true king? This kid is too bold. True kings aren't just anyone you can encounter casually. There's only one openly known in the entire Jiangnan province. Qin Yi glanced at him and said calmly, "With my aptitude, what do you think?" "With your aptitude, a celestial seed." Well, if Qin Yi's celestial level aptitude is exposed, it could indeed attract a true king's relentless pursuit. Because the Yishan Hui is backed by demons, and they would never allow another human sovereign to emerge, especially a heavenly sovereign. And with someone like Qin Yi, with celestial level talent, becoming a sovereign is practically guaranteed. With 5 days remaining until the agreed 15-day deadline, in the bustling yet serene villa district at the heart of Yuhang City, Jiang Tianfeng and his disciple Qiu Yihan returned hastily from the Xiantian secret realm after dealing with the beast-tide troubles. They rested for an entire day, and as life regained its calm, Jiang Tianfeng found himself increasingly intrigued by Qin Yi, contemplating reaching out to him and forming a friendship. During their journey in the Xiantian secret realm, if not for encountering Qin Yi, both he and his disciple might have perished in the blood mist desert, ending up inside the divine corpse. Jiang Tianfeng had ventured into the secret realm to quell the beast tide, and investigating its origins inevitably involved the blood mist desert and the divine corpse, which would likely lead him to explore further with his disciple. Fortunately, they met Qin Yi. The issue in the secret realm was resolved perfectly, earning Jiang Tianfeng an unexpected amount of contribution points, and his disciple Qiu Yihan gained valuable experience and contributions, aiding her future official promotions. After finishing his rune cultivation, Jiang Tianfeng stood up and glanced at Qiu Yihan, who was daydreaming by the window, a smile forming on his face as he shook his head gently. Ever since parting with Qin Yi, his disciple often gazed into the sky, lost in thought. As a mentor who was both a father and a friend, he could clearly discern her feelings. She was young and inexperienced. Having suddenly met an outstanding young man and shared life-or-death experiences, emotional attachment was inevitable. He walked over to the young girl's side without a word. Noticing her dazed expression and starry eyes, he teased, "Just thinking won't help. You need to take initiative. Didn't you add him as a friend in the martial world? Chat with him." As soon as he finished speaking, the girl's eyes focused, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she turned away, retorting, "Master, What are you talking about? I don't understand. Her embarrassed reaction was a clear admission. Jiang Tianfang himself wanted to contact Qin Yi, but due to his status as a grandmaster and considering his disciple was the same age as Qin Yi, he thought it better to let the younger ones interact more, while he could also meet him. Thanks to the experiences in the Xiantian secret realm, Jiang Tianfang had gained insights from the remnants of divine intent, advancing in both martial arts and rune studies, yet he lacked a breakthrough. Despite his arduous training, he hadn't found a miracle. Perhaps it was time to venture out more. He looked at his disciple again. Seeing her reluctance to speak further, he sighed inwardly. How had his once aloof and proud disciple changed so much? Love is indeed a troublesome thing. For a moment, Jiang Tianfang thought of many things and advised her with the wisdom of experience. I won't oppose you doing anything, but you must understand that nothing you do is guaranteed to succeed. Even if you fail, you must stay strong. Your cultivation is the most crucial. Even if you lose everything, having cultivation is better than having none. Qin Yi is handsome, exceptionally talented, and has a top-notch character. He might not even be interested in you. I understand, Master. Qiu Yihan nodded with a mix of understanding and confusion, not wanting to openly discuss Qin Yi. She blushed and walked away in small steps. Jiang Tianfang watched the person leave, then sat back on the sofa, hesitating with his phone in hand. Just then, a new text message suddenly popped up. The number was very distinctive, usually used for official contact, indicating a confidential assignment. A new task right after finishing one. Jiang Tianfang felt a twinge of fatigue, but after entering the necessary credentials, he successfully opened the classified message. Staring back at him was a familiar face. Qin Yi? The new official mission involved Qin Yi? Jiang Tianfang's spirits lifted immediately. Upon closer inspection, his surprise was evident, and he let out a long sigh. Qin Yi's abilities were beyond his imagination. Not only was he involved with the Yishan Society, but he had also single-handedly taken down 2 of its members, one of whom was a formidable force at the Shanghai level. If it were anyone else, Jiang Tianfang would never believe someone could suppress a Shanghai-level opponent at the master level, but Qin Yi's existence compelled him to believe. Recalling the giant god incident they had experienced together, Jiang Tianfang was well aware of this young man's extraordinary nature. In less than half a month, Qin Yi had leaped from a martial artist to a master, truly a case of slow accumulation leading to a sudden breakthrough. Jiang Tianfang remembered when he first met Qin Yi, who was just a martial artist then, and Jiang had even considered taking him as a disciple. In hindsight, that thought seemed ridiculous. Qin Yi's rapid progress suggested that within 3 years, China would have a new true king. Naturally, Jiang Tianfang wouldn't refuse this task, especially since he owed Qin Yi a favor, and with his own family's prodigy in danger, he couldn't stand idly by. After remote identity verification, he signed the task agreement. Half an hour after taking on the task, Jiang Tianfang received a private message in the martial world. It was Qin Yi reaching out to him. Feeling a surge of joy, Jiang Tianfang quickly replied, exchanging pleasantries with Qin Yi. Unexpectedly, the conversation took a turn. Qin Yi seemed aware that Jiang Tianfang was coming to protect him and proactively mentioned the plan for 5 days later. Uncle Jiang, the Yishan Society is coming with a fierce intent to kill me. We can't underestimate them. I plan to set up a killing formation as a trump card, just in case. Jiang Tianfang had no objections to this, as formations were his forte. He immediately volunteered. Leave the formation to me. But what level of formation are you thinking of setting up? There was a pause before Qin Yi replied with 2 words, 7th level. Jiang Tianfang was shocked, nearly spilling his tea onto the screen. A 7th level killing formation? Was he planning to kill a true king? Even the Yuhang city government office didn't use 7th level formations. This was beyond his capability. However, Qin Yi mentioned he had someone who could set it up, but Jiang Tianfang needed to bring a rune master of equivalent skill, along with sufficient materials for the formation. Qin Yi then sent a lengthy list detailing the spiritual items required for a 7th level killing formation materials that could bankrupt a powerful marquee level individual. The authorities wouldn't provide these for free, as there was no guarantee the Yishan Society would actually send a true king. Fortunately, Qin Yi had anticipated this. I won't take these materials for nothing. Regardless of whether the Yishan Society attempts to assassinate me, after the formation is set, I'll gift you and the officials 2 copies of the 7th level formation rune diagrams, along with insights from a top-tier 6th level rune master. Jiang Tianfang leaned back slightly, resting against the sofa as he contemplated Qin Yi's proposal, secretly admiring the cleverness of the plan. Swapping tuition fees for the cost of materials seemed like a wise choice. 2 7th level array blueprints, along with Hansen guidance from a 7th level array master, were practically priceless. Compared to the seemingly expensive material costs, the knowledge and experience were far more valuable. However, as a renowned rune array master in China, Jiang Tianfang couldn't help but wonder, how could Qin Yi connect with an array master of a higher level than himself? Could it be rune array masters from other federations? He vaguely recalled that several 7th-level rune array masters were active in lectures and teachings in the EU and North America. The West had made significant progress in rune research, leaning more towards a scientific approach, while China tended towards metaphysics. Despite his trust in Qin Yi, Jiang Tianfang couldn't resist asking, "Are you sure you're not joking?" Qin Yi quickly responded, "The 7th-level rune array master is right here with me, and you can come tomorrow." Seeing such a straightforward response, Jiang Tianfang immediately agreed. "All right, I'll bring people tomorrow, at the East Suburb supermarket, right?" Qin Yi confirmed the location. After the call ended, Jiang Tianfang didn't put down his phone. Instead, he searched through his contacts and dialed a close friend's number. He briefly explained the situation, and the 5th-level top rune array master on the other end, Zheng Wei, was stunned. After repeatedly confirming that a 7th-level array master was willing to share their expertise, he agreed to join. 2 supporting staff members were also ready, but they still needed to acquire and organize a large amount of materials for the array setup. Jiang Tianfang glanced at the list Qin Yi had sent and was secretly astonished. The list included a vast array of 6th-level spiritual items such as void stones, fire phoenix heart feathers, and black dragon whiskers, and even required a 7th-level spiritual item as the array's core. Although they didn't need to provide the 7th-level item, the remaining items were still distressing. It felt like it would empty both his and Zheng Wei's reserves. As top 5th-level rune array masters, Jiang Tianfang and Zheng Wei had strong earning capabilities and well-stocked homes, never short of money. Yet, gathering the spiritual items on the list was no small feat. After a whole night of calculation, they reluctantly managed to scrape together the necessary items. Early the next morning, Jiang Tianfang left home quietly with materials packed in spatial storage bags, meeting Zheng Wei to head to the Yuhang East Suburb supermarket together. He decided not to bring his apprentice, Qiu Yihan, on this mission. Qin Yi mentioned that the Yixin society might send a true king, and Jiang Tianfang thought it best for his apprentice to avoid such risks and remain unaware of the situation altogether. On the way, Zheng Wei continuously asked about the 7th-level rune array master, clearly uneasy. He was trading such precious spiritual items for a chance to break through to the 6th level, and if it turned out to be a scam, he'd be furious. Jiang Tianfang outwardly reassured Zheng Wei, repeatedly guaranteeing there was no problem, though he himself wasn't entirely sure. They could only hope that Qin Yi wasn't deceiving them. Soon, the two arrived at the supermarket in the eastern suburbs. The streets were almost deserted, and although the supermarket sign showed it was open, there was only an elderly man sitting at the checkout, giving the place a rather desolate feel. A 7th-level rune array master living here? Could it be this old man at the counter? Jiang Tianfang and Zheng Wei didn't rush in. Instead, they quietly observed from the entrance. As they watched, something suddenly clicked for Jiang Tianfang. He grabbed Zheng Wei's right hand and whispered, "This place seems to be one of the residences of a hidden master." As someone with official connections, Jiang Tianfang naturally knew the list of reclusive experts in Yuhang City. Upon hearing this reminder, Zheng Wei shivered with excitement. "I remember too. The hidden master living in the eastern suburbs of Yuhang is quite mysterious and incredibly powerful, with no clear information available. Could he actually be the 7th-level rune array master?" It seemed plausible. A 7th-level rune array master was equivalent to a true king level, and with preparation, even more formidable than an ordinary true king. Instantly, their gaze towards the old man, Wang Lao, carried more reverence. No wonder Qin Yi didn't think much of them, Jiang Tianfang mused. They walked into the supermarket respectfully, intending to greet Wang Lao, but he opened his eyes first, glanced at them, and said flatly, "The person you're looking for is in the storeroom." Jiang Tianfang and Zheng Wei were taken aback. "The storeroom? So you're not the 7th-level array master?" They were filled with questions but didn't dare defy Wang Lao, so they slowly made their way to the back storeroom. Inside the storeroom, various daily goods were stacked, and the shelves were crammed, leaving only a small clearing in the corner with a tiny bed. Looking up, they saw a handsome young man sitting cross-legged on the bed, accompanied by a yellow-brown mottled dog. At that moment, the man and the dog wore identical expressions, both smiling as they gazed at them. It was Qin Yi and the big dog. Jiang Tianfang and Zheng Wei felt a sense of being deceived. Jiang Tianfang instinctively observed Qin Yi, but was surprised to find he couldn't discern Qin Yi's cultivation level. What kind of concealment technique was this? It could block even his grandmaster-level senses. Slightly startled, Jiang Tianfang approached and asked, "We're here, and we've brought the spiritual items. Where's the 7th-level rune array master?" Qin Yi stood up, chuckled, and gestured towards the dog beside him. Jiang Tianfang and Zheng Wei looked at the dog standing on 2 legs, arms crossed in a haughty stance, and their expressions darkened. "What do you mean? I asked where the array master is. Why are you looking at the dog?" They looked at Qin Yi, puzzled. Well?" Qin Yi awkwardly scratched his head, offering a sheepish grin. "This big dog here is the 7th-level rune array master I mentioned." At that moment, Jiang Tianfeng and Zheng Wei's expressions were indescribable. They suddenly wanted to laugh a laugh of realization. After all the effort and resources spent to find a top-tier teacher, they were told the teacher was a dog? Their feelings were beyond words. Meanwhile, the big dog seemed to sense the disdain from the two humans and grumbled. What's wrong with being a dog? Are you discriminating against dogs? Dogs can learn a race too, and better than you. It extended a paw and drew in the air. The surrounding spiritual energy surged, and a brilliant golden rune materialized, exuding a mysterious aura, right before Zheng Wei and Jiang Tianfeng. They were stunned, staring in disbelief. With a casual wave of his paw, the big dog effortlessly sketched out a 5th-level rune. Although the rune was relatively simple, it was still astonishing to rune formation masters who hadn't reached the 6th level. Drawing runes in midair is far more challenging than engraving them on a physical body, as the latter is tangible, while midair drawing relies on the elusive spiritual energy. While outsiders might only see a spectacle, experts could discern the underlying intricacies. This single act was enough to earn the respect of Jiang Tianfeng and Zheng Wei. If he weren't a dog, his skills would likely inspire even more admiration. Seeing Jiang Tianfeng and Zheng Wei awestruck by the big dog's display, Qin Yi couldn't help but take a closer look at the dog. What level of rune formation master had the big dog been in his previous life? According to him, reincarnation merely reset his physical body and soul to their original state, with most of his memories intact. The big dog confidently declared, "Follow my lead, and breaking through to the 6th level will be a breeze." He lifted his nose high, pulling out a dog tooth with his mouth. At first glance, it seemed like an ordinary dog tooth, but to Zheng Wei and Jiang Tianfeng, it exuded the aura of high-level runes, intricate and exquisite. The tooth was imbued with numerous 6th and 7th level runes. Jiang Tianfeng immediately recognized a 6th level durability rune and a 7th level resilience rune, along with hundreds of unfamiliar runes intricately combined to create a marvelous reaction, revealing the true wonder of rune formations. Every one of the big dog's teeth was enhanced with high-level runes, explaining why he could easily bite through 2nd-level spiritual wood before. This tooth, after my treatment, can serve as the core of a 7th-level killing formation, the big dog said, turning to Qin Yi with a pained expression. Where do you want to set up the killing formation? This dog tooth was a precious remnant from his past life, and losing even one was heartbreaking. He wouldn't offer it if Qin Yi didn't need it. Qin Yi had already decided and promptly replied, setting it up elsewhere might lead to mistakes, so I want to set it up on myself. I'll become the killing formation itself, a moving killing formation. What do you think? Runes can be engraved on any object, and with some adaptation, formations can also be engraved on people. However, formations require a stable setup, and once completed, moving one part affects the whole. Therefore, setting up a mobile formation is extremely difficult and should only be attempted by highly experienced formation masters. Jiang Tianfeng and Zheng Wei's eyes instinctively fell on the big dog, who calmly nodded and confidently said, "No problem. We'll use you as the core and set up a void killing formation, one that can move through space." With the big dog's past life experience, he knew a bit about every kind of formation, including the rare void formations. Hearing him easily agree to set up a void killing formation, Jiang Tianfeng and Zheng Wei exchanged glances, seeing excitement in each other's eyes. Participating in the setup of a void killing formation would be immensely beneficial to them, akin to having a teacher guide you through solving a complex problem. Qin, my young friend, Zheng Wei is setting up a void killing formation on you. It might cause significant pain and put a substantial strain on your body. Can you handle it? As an official rune formation master, Zheng Wei usually tries to avoid affecting local residents when setting up formations, so he instinctively asked for Qin Yi's opinion. The mist concealing ability on Qin Yi is exceptionally strong, so Zheng Wei couldn't discern his exact level. Generally, a 7th-level killing formation requires at least a warrior of the mountain and sea realm to withstand it. Rest assured, I'll be fine. Qin Yi smiled, not worried about any potential issues. Instead, he was somewhat looking forward to it. He wondered what kind of transformation a 7th-level killing formation could bring him. Seeing that Qin Yi had no objections, Zheng Wei didn't say much more. He immediately took out a storage bag and, along with Jiang Tianfeng, followed the big dog to list the necessary spiritual items to prepare the formation. Meanwhile, Qin Yi removed most of his clothing, leaving only his shorts, and sat quietly on the ground, waiting for them to begin the inscription. After multiple transformations, his physical body had reached its peak, with clearly defined 8-pack abs and robust arm muscles, each inch of flesh brimming with explosive power. Once the work officially started, the big dog grew more serious, shedding his playful demeanor. Inscribing a killing formation on a person is extremely dangerous, and even he had to treat it with caution to prevent any mistakes. After carefully checking each spiritual item, he skillfully crushed a gel-like spiritual item, coating it on his paw, connecting with the path of runes. A hint of Tao intent emanated, spreading as he waved his small paw. The power of the Tao, through a mysterious format, used high-level spiritual items as a medium to imprint on Qin Yi's exposed skin, causing a large amount of smoke to rise, reminiscent of ancient branding punishments. In reality, this rune inscription was more painful than branding with hot iron, as the dissipating Tao power would invade a person's heart and even their soul, wreaking havoc. Not far away, Jiang Tianfeng and Zheng Wei stood in opposite corners of the storeroom, centered around Qin Yi, setting up the external formation. They worked while keeping a close eye on the big dog in Qin Yi, not daring to lose focus. Zheng Wei couldn't help but glance at Qin Yi's face. He didn't know how painful a 7th-level killing formation was, but he remembered the brutality of a 5th-level one. Back then, he nearly fainted from the pain. Yet now, Qin Yi's face showed no sign of distress, as if nothing was happening. This shocked Zheng Wei. What had this seemingly young man gone through to be able to ignore the pain caused by the inscription of a 7th-level killing formation? He suddenly realized why the big dog and Jiang Tianfeng hadn't warned Qin Yi about the potential pain clearly. They knew him better and were confident he could easily endure it. And indeed, that was the case. Compared to the soul-tearing pain he experienced inside the giant god's corpse, the discomfort from this rune inscription was negligible, easily ignored with his level 5 pain tolerance. 10 minutes later, the first rune was inscribed on Qin Yi's body. It vaguely resembled the character for death, but the strokes were twisted, only about 40% similar. As time passed, more runes were inscribed on Qin Yi's body, gradually forming a cohesive array pattern, resembling a dragon circling his skin. At that moment, the Tao power invading Qin Yi's body surged, causing him to feel a slight pressure. Qin Yi's meridians had been corroded by the lethal aura and the giant god's blood mist. After 2 evolutions, he gained an immortal enhancement, making his power far surpass that of other masters of his level, and even allowing him to hold his own among grandmasters. However, his mastery of the 7 Wounds Mad Fist remained at the 2nd level, with the lethal aura only at the level of a martial artist. Nowadays, aside from occasional use in battle, he barely felt the lethal aura within him. As for the giant god's blood mist, it was merely a remnant left behind decades after the giant god's death, far inferior to its original state, and barely qualified as a 6th-tier spiritual object, equivalent to the Marquis realm. The array patterns inscribed on Qin Yi's body were of the 7th tier, exerting tremendous pressure on his physical form. Right after the first pattern was inscribed, fine cracks appeared on his skin, and pale golden blood oozed from the wounds, dripping to the ground and spreading out. Gradually, an immortal aura emanated, rapidly healing the injuries on Qin Yi's body, but with the inscription of the 2nd pattern, the cracks reopened, caught in a cycle of healing and reopening. He remembered his master Wang Lao's advice, using the breath concealment technique, cloud in the mist, to mask the leakage of his immortal aura, preventing others from noticing. Besides the big dog, Jiang Tianfeng might be trustworthy, but Zheng Wei was still a stranger, and under no circumstances could he discover Qin Yi's immortality. The cold power of the Tao was omnipresent, stimulating Qin Yi's cells and meridians, causing black blood to seep from the corner of his mouth, a sign of a Tao injury. Fortunately, he had upgraded his immortal golden body to level 2 through the Shadow Thorn. Otherwise, a level 1 immortal golden body would have been insufficient to withstand the inscription of a 7th-tier killing array. With a bold yet meticulous mind, Qin Yi endured the excruciating pain while releasing his divine sense to probe the Tao force rampant within his body. Most of his divine sense was annihilated upon contact with the Tao force, but after numerous attempts, he finally found an opportunity to observe 2 distinct strands of Tao force. One was elusive and profound. Even though Qin Yi's divine sense enveloped it, it felt as if he grasped nothing, slipping through his grasp. This was the Tao of the void. The other strand flowed through his chest, sharp and fierce like a sword that cuts through everything, seemingly the Tao of the sword or the Tao of slaughter. Qin Yi noticed that this strand of Tao force appeared to be drawn to something, lingering near his chest and gradually approaching his heart. Could it be attracted to the spiritual weapon seed planted in his left atrium? In recent days, Qin Yi hadn't obtained any new spiritual objects, so the cultivation of the spiritual weapon seed had to proceed slowly, still only 6 centimeters long, showing little growth. Yet now, the spiritual weapon seed seemed to sense the fierce Tao force, rejoicing within the left atrium, its 6-centimeter-long tender root swaying gently, drawing in the Tao force. A thought flashed through Qin Yi's mind. Could it be that similar Tao forces could nourish the spiritual weapon seed? He didn't stop the Tao force from approaching his left atrium. Instead, he allowed it to flow, ultimately piercing into the atrium. In an instant, excruciating pain surged through him, and Qin Yi spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, splattering onto the ground. A deeper red than the light golden blood dripping from his skin, this was a mouthful of heart's blood, rich with immortality. While the loss of ordinary blood wouldn't have much impact, this heart's blood was a significant blow to Qin Yi. His face instantly turned pale, his breath weakened, and his posture slightly hunched as if he had lost the strength to stand upright. "Qin Yi, are you okay?" Jiang Tianfang, who had been watching Qin Yi closely, asked with concern. Qin Yi managed a weak shake of his head and replied, "I'm fine. Just focus on your work. I won't push myself to the brink. If something serious happens, I'll let you know right away." Hearing Qin Yi speak eased Jiang Tianfang's worries. Due to the mist's concealment, Jiang Tianfang couldn't see through Qin Yi's cultivation level or sense his aura, leaving him almost entirely in the dark about Qin Yi's true condition, relying only on his pale complexion as a clue. What he didn't know was that despite the sharp Tao force piercing Qin Yi's heart, the benefits that followed were even more gratifying. Qin Yi discovered that the spirit seed in his left atrium was swaying more joyfully. Although the tender roots hadn't grown longer, its fundamental power had mutated. This sixth-tier spirit seed, nourished by the sharp Tao force, had its essence enhanced, moving from an ordinary sixth tier to a mid-tier sixth level. This potential enhancement was better than simply increasing in length. It turned out that watering with similar Tao force could fundamentally transform the spirit seed, akin to a sparrow transforming into a phoenix. This meant that as long as Qin Yi could provide a steady supply of similar Tao force, he could elevate his sixth-tier spirit seed to the seventh, or even the eighth and ninth tiers. Qin Yi felt he had found the path to perfecting his cultivation technique. However, just as he was elated, another elusive void Tao force within him suddenly vanished. The next moment, this void Tao force appeared in his brain domain, unleashing a terrifying power. The brain domain was Qin Yi's most vulnerable spot, and if it endured the Tao force, becoming a fool would be considered lucky. Qin Yi's heart tightened, his sea of consciousness churned, and all his divine thoughts surged forth to try and prevent the spread of the void Tao force. However, his mental strength at 1,500 points was almost negligible against the Tao force, and once it approached, it would be consumed. Damn, the big dog never said the Tao force would enter the brain. Cold sweat broke out on Qin Yi's back. Normally, Tao force wouldn't enter the brain, but his situation was clearly abnormal. The crisis came too swiftly, leaving Qin Yi unprepared, and he wanted to shout to halt the array's inscription. Just as words reached his throat, a flash of inspiration struck him with another idea. He quickly mobilized his divine thoughts, weaving the remaining ones into a large net, casting it deep into a sea of consciousness, and throwing it upward. An arcane dark gold remnant soul was precisely caught by Qin Yi's divine net and hurled against the void Tao force. This was the remnant soul of a giant god from the celestial race. Qin Yi had been silently absorbing the remnant soul's power to strengthen his soul and mental strength. But today, the remnant soul clearly had a new role: to suppress the void Tao force. The void Tao force that entered Qin Yi's brain domain wasn't much, and the giant god's remnant soul, once almost reaching the end of the great path, should be able to suppress the void Tao force with its power and stature. Perhaps the void Tao force appearing inexplicably in his brain domain was indeed attracted by the giant god's remnant soul. Buzz. The remnant soul of the giant god, though expelled from the sea of consciousness, remained dormant. Yet, the moment it touched the void Tao force, it instinctively released a mysterious wave. Qin Yi couldn't discern the exact purpose of this wave, but he observed that the once elusive and ethereal void Tao force became 100 times more solid, transforming from an illusory presence into a tangible entity. Following this, the void Tao force flowed like a stream into the remnant soul of the giant god, consumed completely, leaving not a trace behind. The void Tao force from the outside continued to pour in, only to be absorbed as well, no longer rampaging within Qin Yi's body or causing any harm. Though the process of the giant god's remnant soul absorbing the void Tao force appeared calm, Qin Yi was anxious and dared not lose focus. He genuinely feared that the giant god's remnant soul might suddenly awaken. Fortunately, even after the void Tao force was completely devoured, the remnant soul showed no signs of waking. What was going on here? Could it be that the deceased celestial venerable had comprehended the way of the void in life? Qin Yi had always speculated that this celestial venerable had comprehended the way of gravity, which led to the formation of numerous gravity crystal mines after his death. But now, it seemed possible that it was the way of the void instead. Otherwise, why would the void force be inexplicably drawn here? Wait a minute. Who said a venerable could only comprehend one path? This celestial venerable could have mastered both the way of gravity and the way of the void. Thinking about it, if this deceased celestial venerable was proficient in the way of the void, it would make sense for him to have used secret methods to smuggle himself into the human world in advance. Otherwise, according to Old Wang's theory, alien venerables shouldn't have been able to penetrate the world's membrane and enter Blue Star in recent decades. Qin Yi speculated. With the issues of the fierce Tao force and the void Tao force resolved, Dago's inscription of the formation patterns was nearing completion. The next step was to establish the formation core and integrate a dog tooth. Speaking of which, Although Go had anticipated that Qin Yi could withstand the inscription of the 7th level formation pattern, he was still astonished when it actually happened. He understood that Qin Yi's current state was only that of a top-grade master. As a rune formation master, he knew better than anyone how challenging it was to endure the 7th level formation pattern with a top-grade master's physique. In all his years as a rune formation master, this was the first time he had seen such a thing. However, precisely because it was difficult, the rewards after overcoming the challenge would be tremendous for Qin Yi. The benefits this time had exceeded Qin Yi's expectations. Ding. Your meridians, body, bones, and organs have been refined through the way of slaughter, successfully evolving into a gifted divine ability immortal golden body LV3. Ding. Your soul and divine sense have been in contact with the way of the void for a long time, adapting to the Tao force's aura, successfully evolving into a gifted divine ability Great Tao Insight LV5. Great Tao Insight. This was what Qin Yi needed to break through to a grandmaster. It seems that the soul can also be considered a type of cell, or a product of cells, capable of adaptive evolution. After all, nerve cells are cells too. Qin Yi was ecstatic, but the benefits didn't stop there. The system's notifications continued. Ding. Your cells have successfully adapted to 2 types of great Tao forces, evolving into a gifted divine ability spiritual Qi affinity, LV22. Ding. It has been detected that you meet the conditions for merging gifted divine abilities. Automatic fusion has been initiated. Qin Yi successfully evolved an extraordinary ability Tao Heart, Enlightenment, LV1. The concept of such a remarkable power was entirely new to him. Previously, he only knew that adaptive evolution could develop passive skills, innate abilities, and active skills. The emergence of an extraordinary ability filled him with excitement. He calmed his mind and carefully contemplated the function of Tao Heart Enlightenment. A smile unconsciously appeared on his lips as his joy became more apparent. Although it was only at level 1, Tao Heart Enlightenment combined the advantages of Tao Comprehension, spiritual affinity, keen insight, and iron will, even deriving unique strengths. Even at level 1, it allowed Qin Yi to be immune to all illusions, enchantments, and ocular techniques below the 6th tier, significantly enhancing his mental power and soul strength. More astonishingly, Tao Heart Enlightenment granted Qin Yi the ability to comprehend any Tao. Every week, he could actively enter a state of enlightenment and choose the Tao he wanted to understand. This was an experience that even the most exceptional talents could hardly achieve. Legendary celestial beings could only attempt to enter enlightenment after finding the right feeling, whereas Qin Yi could actively do so. It could be said that even at level 1, Tao Heart Enlightenment was enough for Qin Yi to navigate the true king realm with ease. He couldn't help but wonder how powerful the enhancements and abilities of level 2, 3, or even 10 of Tao Heart Enlightenment would be. Meanwhile, Big Dog was in the final stages of setting up the 7th tier void killing array, feeling a slight relief as the tension eased. He knew that reaching this point meant the array was essentially completed. Not only him, but the 2 formation masters assisting him also felt a sense of accomplishment, almost breaking through the bottleneck of a 6th tier rune formation master. Zheng Wei and Jiang Tian also sensed this, estimating that after gaining insights from Big Dog's experience and taking a few days to consolidate, they could break through. This was a win-win transaction, with only Big Dog's teeth and effort as the cost. Qin Yi felt grateful to Big Dog. As friends, Big Dog naturally helped wholeheartedly without complaint. At this moment, Big Dog placed his teeth into the core of the array patterns on Qin Yi's body, suddenly sensing some change in Qin Yi. After observing for a while, he couldn't pinpoint the exact change. Once the array was set up, it was best to test it to ensure there were no errors. Big Dog decided to activate the killing array on Qin Yi to test its power. As a rune formation master, he had left a backdoor in his own setup, ensuring this 7th tier killing array wouldn't harm the one who set it up. Skillfully forming a hand seal, he was about to activate the array when the doors of the East Suburb supermarket opened again. The person who entered looked respectful and was none other than Li Wufeng, who had hurried over. After concluding a deal with Jin Fong, Li Wufeng felt a vague sense of unease. Instead of heading home to rest, he hurried to the eastern suburbs. By the time he arrived in the eastern suburbs of Yuhang, it was already late. Not wanting to disturb the mysterious Wang Lao at night, he found a random hotel near the supermarket to stay in until he ventured out at 10 the next morning. Martial artists sometimes experience sudden intuitions or palpitations, which are often not baseless. These feelings can serve as a warning, much like a dog's instinct to seek fortune and avoid misfortune. Some human martial artists possess this ability, though the chances of it being triggered are low and its accuracy is not high. Li Wufeng, being meticulous, did not ignore this inexplicable feeling, which is why he came to the supermarket in the eastern suburbs. This neighborhood wasn't densely populated, and with the early hour, most eastern suburb residents were at work, making the area seem quiet and the shops appear deserted. As soon as he entered, he saw Wang Lao sitting behind the cash register, smiling at him, with no one else in sight. Considering Wang Lao's presence, Li Wufeng didn't dare allow his family's secret guards to follow him inside. The atmosphere in the supermarket was somewhat heavy, and Li Wufeng sensed a faint tremor in the air, exuding a dangerous aura. He followed this aura with his gaze, eventually focusing on the door leading to the storeroom. Swallowing hard, Li Wufeng felt his mouth dry up and his voice tremble slightly. "Good morning, Wang Lao." Wang Lao studied him for a moment, seemingly reading his thoughts, his expression unchanged. "Are you here for Qin Yi?" Li Wufeng felt a chill in his heart, as if he had been seen through. The elderly man before him, hunched and with eyes half closed, had a kind face, yet beneath his calm exterior lay immense power, capable of perceiving one's innermost thoughts. Anyone with a level lower than Wang Lao and unguarded could hardly escape his insight. The only exception was his apprentice, Qin Yi. When Wang Lao first met Qin Yi, he initiated a conversation out of surprise at this seemingly ordinary young man, whose thoughts were so indistinct that Wang Lao couldn't discern them, not even the surface-level ones. "Yes, I'm here to verify a hypothesis and see if I can find Qin Yi," Li Wufeng admitted truthfully, quickly calming himself despite having met Wang Lao several times before. Wang Lao fell silent. He knew Qin Yi was currently inscribing a void-killing array on himself as a precaution against the cult of the other gods, a secret best kept by as few as possible. Seeing Wang Lao's silence, Li Wufeng dared not interrupt. The supermarket fell into silence once more, until after nearly 10 minutes, Wang Lao seemed to catch on to something and suddenly spoke. "Qin Yi is in the storeroom. You can go." Li Wufeng felt relieved and hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you." In previous conversations with Wang Lao, he hadn't felt this much pressure. This time, he truly sensed the elder's overwhelming presence, an invisible weight pressing down on him. As a scion of a noble family, he'd interacted with many influential figures and knew well what this sensation entailed. This is what is known as spiritual pressure, a formidable force that only manifests after one has been titled a marquis or king. Those who have achieved such status have ventured far on the path to immortality, their physical and spiritual essence gradually aligning with the source of the great Tao. Their mere presence subtly influences the surrounding spiritual energy, which originates from the Tao itself. However, under normal circumstances, this spiritual pressure can be controlled. In the past, Wang Lao had always managed to keep this power in check, but something was different this time. Could there be a connection between Qin Yi and Wang Lao? Perhaps a mentor-disciple relationship? Li Wufeng felt a growing sense of unease. Qin Yi's frequent appearances at the East Suburb supermarket, even spending time in the storeroom, were suspiciously unlike a mere shopper. With mixed emotions, Li Wufeng quietly pushed open the storeroom door. Instantly, he was overwhelmed by a surge of vigorous energy that whipped up a fierce wind, causing his clothes to flutter noisily. Immediately, for pairs of eyes fixed on him, making his hair stand on end and his heart skip a beat. In that moment, he felt as if he were being watched by a third-tier overlord or even a fourth-tier beast commander. The ferocity, cruelty, and icy aura were terrifying. Bracing himself, he looked back to find 3 people and a dog staring intently at him. The gaze that filled him with dread of death belonged to none other than Qin Yi. At this moment, in Li Wufeng's view, Qin Yi was sitting cross-legged on the ground, half of his body exposed, a calm expression on his face. A radiant glow enveloped him as his wounds visibly healed, containing the energy within him. Could he have just been in a fight? Li Wufeng's heart tightened. How could just a look from Qin Yi scare him like this? He recalled that over a month ago, Qin Yi was merely an entry-level martial artist. Back then, not only could Qin Yi not frighten him with a glance, but Li Wufeng could easily take on 10 Qin Yis in a fight. Now, Li Wufeng had a vague understanding of the truth, or rather, anyone with a normal level of intelligence could deduce it. Yet, he struggled to accept the reality. The aura emanating from Qin Yi was gradually being restrained. Earlier, while testing a 7th-tier void-killing array, Qin Yi had removed the spiritual energy barrier to prevent the painstakingly gathered layers from being shredded by the array. Consequently, his concealed realm and aura were exposed, allowing outsiders to sense it. Li Wufeng, struggling, lifted his head, and, before Qin Yi fully returned to a restrained state, sensed a wisp of the aura emanating from him. This aura was vast, profound, and immense, indicating a level above a lower-grade grandmaster. Despite multiple attempts to reassess, Li Wufeng consistently reached the same conclusion. Qin Yi had already broken through to an upper-grade grandmaster level, and possibly even achieved mastery within that realm. To reach the level of an upper-grade grandmaster, even a genius would need 10 years, supplemented by various spiritual resources. An unparalleled prodigy might achieve it in about 3 years. Yet Qin Yi, within a month and a half, had leapt from an ordinary person to a supreme grandmaster, right before Li Wufeng's eyes. The most terrifying part was that Qin Yi might still be concealing his true realm, not revealing his full strength to Li Wufeng. Based on the severity of the insect carcass he witnessed in the Xinyan secret realm, Qin Yi must be at least a grandmaster-level martial artist, possibly even at the mountain and sea realm. How prodigious must one be to break through to the mountain and sea realm in just a month and a half? Li Wufeng wanted to comfort himself, to deceive himself into believing that Qin Yi had always been hiding his true realm and possessed his current strength when they first met. However, with Wang Lao present, whose reaction at the time confirmed that Qin Yi could not have been concealing his realm, this was hard to believe. The scion of an illustrious family and a peerless talent, Li Wufeng bore numerous enviable titles that symbolized the gifts and background that ordinary people could only dream of. He had always been proud of his innate abilities and his strength. When he first met Qin Yi, his disdain and contempt were evident. However, now faced with Qin Yi's extraordinary talent, he couldn't help but compare himself, only to face a crushing defeat. A heavy sense of failure surged within him as he looked at Qin Yi, whose expression was subtle, his lips trembling as he tried to speak, but the words wouldn't come. Qin Yi's words from not long ago echoed in his mind. Next time we meet, don't let me surpass you. Instantly, Li Wufeng's face turned ashen, as though his throat was blocked by a stone, unable to utter a single word. He stood at the doorway for a few seconds, then turned and hurriedly left, his steps so rushed he almost stumbled. Hey, you. Qin Yi scratched his head, trying to call after Li Wufeng, but upon hearing his voice, Li Wufeng moved even faster, disappearing in an instant. Qin Yi was left puzzled, unsure of what had just transpired. He knew Li Wufeng, who had once lost a bet to him and had to give him a few first-grade spirit fruits, which had helped him get started. Although there had been some verbal clashes between them, Qin Yi hadn't taken it to heart and had no intention of retaliating. He hadn't expected that upon meeting again, Li Wufeng would act like he was possessed and run away at the sight of him. Isn't that the second young master of the Yuhang Li family? Qin Yi, do you know him? Jiang Tianfang rubbed his chin, looking thoughtfully in the direction Li Wufeng had left. Qin Yi nodded, indicating that he knew him, but not well. Jiang Tianfang asked, was he looking for you? Qin Yi shook his head. I don't know. He left without a word. I'll ask old Wang later. Qin Yi didn't reveal his mentor-student relationship with old Wang to outsiders. The existence of the Xian-slaying sect was very sensitive, and one wrong move could invite unnecessary trouble, so it was better to be cautious. The killing array was successfully set up, and Qin Yi and Jiang Tianfang chatted back and forth, while the big dog lay on the ground, panting heavily with its tongue out. At its current level, setting up a 7th-grade killing array was impossible, but with the help of pure divine blood, it had a chance to achieve the impossible. However, even with the divine blood, the big dog had expended a lot of energy, its eyelids heavy as if weighed down by a mountain, almost closing on their own. Despite being on the verge of exhaustion, the big dog couldn't help but boast. I really am something, managing to set up such a complex array at a master level. It turned its head with effort, lying on its side, and gazed at the hidden void killing array on Qin Yi, a silly smile on its face. This time, Qin Yi didn't voice any criticism of the big dog's behavior. After all, the big dog had done its best and was helping him, so he let it enjoy its moment. He remained silent, and Jiang Tianfang in the corner had even less right to speak. Jiang Tianfang was thoroughly impressed by the big dog's rune skills and even considered becoming its disciple, but he hesitated. His hesitation wasn't due to concerns about having a dog as a master affecting his reputation, but rather the worry that the big dog might not accept him as a disciple. Jiang Tianfang could sense the pride in the dog and was internally worried about whether he was worthy enough. He decided to observe first and get familiar with the big dog before making any moves. His gaze shifted to Zheng Wei, who stood in the corner with a face full of shock, hesitation, and confusion. He looked like a puppet, standing there lost and dejected. Jiang Tianfang assumed Zheng Wei was stunned by the dog's level of rune mastery and couldn't help but chuckle. He used his divine sense to privately communicate. Old Zheng, why are you spacing out? Surprised by the dog's skills? While Qin Yi avoided calling it Dog Master, Jiang Tianfang had gotten used to it. Zheng Wei snapped back to reality after receiving Jiang Tianfang's message and asked with a complex expression, aren't you shocked? Qin Yi is only at the high-grade Grandmaster level, yet he can withstand the rune inscriptions of a 7th-tier void-killing array. This made Jiang Tianfang suddenly realize, thinking to himself, wow, right, based on the aura Qin Yi just revealed, he's only a high-grade master. How can he withstand 7th-tier runes? The power within the runes would invade the host's body and wreak havoc, requiring at least a mountain and sea realm expert to even attempt it. He wondered, wait, how did Qin Yi suddenly become a high-grade master? Jiang Tianfang instinctively compared Qin Yi to his former self and sighed. You can't compare yourself to monsters. It just adds to the frustration. The more you compare, the worse you feel, and it can even destabilize your path. Jiang Tianfang, being older, wouldn't obsessively blame himself like Li Wufeng, risking his own stability. He was more open-minded, at least knowing Qin Yi wasn't skilled in runes. However, he was unaware that Qin Yi, After evolving his innate ability, Dao Heart Enlightenment found learning runes much easier than they did. It was even possible for him to reach a 7th tier level in a few years. Qin Yi expressed his gratitude for their help, stating he would personally reward them once everything settled down, and suggested, "The assassination attempts by the cult of the foreign god might affect you, so why not return and wait for good news?" Jiang Tianfeng and Zheng Wei exchanged glances and quickly shook their heads, insisting, "We'd like to stay and observe the elegance of a 7th tier void-killing array. As for the reward, there's no rush. Let's wait until the dog master has rested." They were joking, of course. A 7th tier void-killing array was something many rune array masters never witnessed in a lifetime. They were willing to risk everything to stay and watch. Seeing their decision, Qin Yi didn't persuade them further. He considered that the main target of the cult of the foreign god was him, and others would only be collateral, so the danger shouldn't be too great. He planned to ask his master if there was a place for Jiang Tianfeng and Zheng Wei to rest. However, before he could walk far, his phone on the bed vibrated. Picking it up, he saw a message from Xiao Shi. "I've arranged everything on my end. How would you like to set it up?" Qin Yi finally received an official response. Since reaching a verbal agreement with Xiao Shi, she had rarely contacted him, leaving Qin Yi feeling uneasy and worried that apart from his master, Wang Su, no one in the official circles would be willing to cooperate. Now, seeing the importance the authorities placed on him as a prodigy, he felt somewhat reassured. "How's the team on your side? Can you send me a list of names?" Qin Yi inquired. He anticipated two potential scenarios on this mission. Either the alien gods would choose to observe silently, or they would launch a full-scale attack, aiming for a decisive victory. He placed great importance on the martial artists dispatched by the authorities, believing that if their level was below the Shanghai realm, it might be better if they didn't come. Martial artists below this level could end up being the ones he would need to protect, rather than them protecting him. "Xiaoxi, don't worry. The people the authorities are sending this time will exceed your expectations, ensuring your safety." Xiaoxi was surprised by the lineup on the personnel list her father sent her, which was enough to escort a provincial governor. She forwarded the list to Qin Yi, eager to see his reaction. In Xiao Zai's memory, Qin Yi always maintained a calm and composed demeanor. This time, she hoped for a different reaction upon seeing the task force list. However, Qin Yi's response was unusually indifferent. He simply replied with a and nothing more. The only true king in the province was coming in person, and yet he remained so calm? Xiaoxi couldn't help but chuckle. Even for someone from a prestigious family like her, meeting a true king was no easy feat. True kings were not just any martial artists you would encounter casually. According to the Human Alliance's research, among the top 10 ancient star races, the number of true kings was extremely scarce, with no more than 500 arising from billions of beings. The vast territories of the ancient races made the whereabouts of true kings even harder to track. The talents of starry sky ancient races far surpassed ordinary species. For example, a young dragon of the true dragon race is born with the physical and blood strength of a martial artist, and even without training, they possess the physique of a grandmaster as adults. Qin Yi was such a case, making rapid progress in just a few days. Maybe that's just Qin Yi. Xiaoxi shook her head and shifted her focus to the most pressing issue. With so many high-level martial artists around you, how can you be sure the alien gods will attempt to assassinate you? She worried that all their efforts might be in vain, with the alien gods lurking in the shadows, never making a move. In that case, the endeavors of Yen Yuho and Jiang Ninwang would be wasted. Initially, Qin Yi wasn't entirely confident about his plan, but after his evolution over an hour ago, his confidence soared. Although he couldn't claim complete certainty, he was about 80 sure he could lure the main forces of the cult to attempt an assassination on him. "Just sit back and watch me perform," Qin Yi said as he briefly outlined his plan. Xiao Shi, amazed and puzzled, asked, "Is this really something that can be done just because you want to?" However, recalling the miracles Qin Yi had achieved in the past, she ultimately chose to trust him. Besides, the officials had already arrived, and she couldn't just send them away. Meanwhile, near the East Suburb supermarket, a man and a woman emerged from a rented apartment, strolling leisurely down the street and chatting softly. The man was of average build, around 5 feet 10 inches and in his early 30s, with an unremarkable appearance but clear eyes and a gentle demeanor, resembling a kind uncle. He was dressed in a crisp, white martial arts outfit, with no trace of energy emanating from him, appearing like an ordinary person. In reality, however, his skills were extraordinary, making him one of the strongest martial artists in the Jiangnan province, known as Shunimo. While few knew his name, his title, King of Jiangnan, was widely recognized. As Shunimo passed by the East Suburb supermarket, he paused, glancing at it from the corner of his eye. "Back when I was a low-level martial artist, I managed to suppress higher-level opponents across 2 minor realms and bragged about it for years. I never thought I'd see someone who could subdue a Shanghai realm master after just a month of training," he remarked, stopping in front of the supermarket. The gentlewoman beside him also halted, turning to gaze at the king of Jiangnan with sparkling eyes, teasing. Are you thinking of taking on a disciple? Unfortunately, Qin Yi has been at the East Suburb supermarket for so long, he's surely acquainted with that figure, and you won't have the chance. Yin Yuho saw through the king of Jiangnan's thoughts and smiled softly. Compared to the local officials and other factions, they evidently knew more about the reclusive Wang Lao in the East Suburb, though their understanding was limited to some of his methods. Matters like the Zhanxian sect remained unknown to outsiders. The king of Jiangnan had come specifically to protect the path, not only to observe Qin Yi, but also to witness Wang Lao's strength firsthand. He was curious about Wang Lao's true level. Based on their information, Wang Lao was at least at the Fenghe level. Do you think the cult will really send a true king to assassinate him? Yin Yuho suddenly asked. The king of Jiangnan shook his head slightly and replied calmly. It doesn't matter if they come or not. I only focus on killing. With a sudden sharpness, his aura turned icy, like a piercing sword, startling Yin Yuho as if facing a formidable enemy. Fortunately, the aura lasted only for a moment, and in the next second, the king of Jiangnan returned to his usual gentle demeanor, standing elegantly at the street corner, gazing at the East Suburb supermarket, seemingly lost in thought. The environment around them quieted once more, with only the occasional sound from passing pedestrians. A few minutes later, the honk of a car horn rang out as a luxurious black sedan drove down the street, coming to a stop in front of the East Suburb supermarket. The luxury sedan had just come to a stop when a roar echoed through the street. A red sports car sped by like a flash of lightning and pulled up smoothly in front of the Dongjia supermarket. Such high-end vehicles are out of reach for ordinary people and are rarely seen in the eastern suburbs of Yuhang. Yet the scene was surprising. Not just one red sports car, but following closely was a black business car. Though understated in appearance, its price was undoubtedly steep, marking it as another toy for the wealthy. At this moment, the three luxury cars were lined up at the supermarket entrance, and an eerie silence enveloped the area. No one exited the vehicles, and there was no movement. Jiangnan Wang and Yin Yuho were puzzled by the situation, clearly not expecting this turn of events. As soon as the cars came into view, their spiritual senses had already discerned everything inside, confirming that the occupants were not members of the Ishan society, as their levels were far too low to pose any threat to Qin Yi. Inside the three luxury cars, aside from the drivers, the back seats held two men and one woman, their features strikingly similar, clearly indicating they were family. Indeed, they were family, bearing the surname Jin. These three were contenders for the new head of the Jin family, namely Jin Fatty's brother, sister, and brother. They had gone to great lengths to locate Qin Yi's residence and rushed over without wasting any time. Now, each of them sat in their respective cars, peering at one another through the windows, sharing knowing smiles. So you've come too. Their thoughts were remarkably aligned. Qin Yi, a top-tier supplier, could not be monopolized by Jin Fatty alone, or else the competition for the family head position would be a foregone conclusion. Although they couldn't find a better supplier, cutting off Jin Fatty's supply would suffice. The youngest Jin sibling thought to himself, brother, sister, how about we collaborate and split Jin Fatty's supply channel? The eldest Jin sister smiled slightly and replied, let's not rush into collaboration. Let's first see if we can establish connections individually. If that doesn't work, then we can join forces. If the three cooperated, securing Qin Yi's supply was virtually guaranteed, as they could offer Qin Yi irresistible deals, even a 9:1 or 10 o'clock split. With such terms, who could refuse? As long as Qin Yi doesn't partner with Jin Fatty, everything is negotiable. To the Jin family, there's no one money can't bribe, and if there is, it simply means the offer wasn't high enough. Jin Fatty's brother agreed. I think sister has a point. The three reached a temporary consensus, stepping out of their luxury cars, adjusting their appearance, and walking leisurely toward the Dongjia supermarket. However, just then, the eldest Jin sister suddenly halted, frozen in place. She rubbed her eyes hard, doubting what she saw, but no matter how much she rubbed, the elegant figure remained standing there, staring intently at her. Yin Yuho, what are you doing here? The eldest Jin sister quickly changed direction, her face showing flattery and obsequiousness as she approached Yin Yuho. As a woman who has stepped into the upper echelons of society, she upheld the traditional values of the Jin family and naturally knew Yin Yuho. However, she discreetly observed the man beside Yin Yuho for quite some time, but couldn't recognize him. Despite this, she sensed his extraordinary aura and understood that he was no ordinary person, so she dared not be negligent. The eldest sister of the Jin family began to exchange pleasantries with Yin Yuho, while her two younger brothers exchanged glances, realizing from her mention of Ho that the woman before them was of high status. Consequently, they joined in and started to make small talk. As a marquis, Yin Yuho was already part of the highest circles in China, and even the offspring of noble families had to treat him with respect and caution. The three siblings were curious about why the renowned Yin Yuho would appear in the eastern suburbs with a stranger, but due to their status, they dared not ask more. On the surface, The Jin siblings greeted Yin Yu Ho, but secretly, they used their unique family sound transmission technique to communicate. This technique, rated as a class, was specially designed for discussing commercial secrets and family matters. Even true kings couldn't eavesdrop on it. Big sister, do you know the person next to Yin Yu Ho? The eldest brother of the Jin family whispered. I don't know him, but he's definitely not ordinary, the eldest sister replied. Look, standing next to Yin Yu Ho, it's clear that Yin Yu Ho defers to him, indicating his status is even higher. The Jin brothers felt a chill in their hearts and became more attentive, subtly steering the conversation towards the man beside Yin Yu Ho, hoping for a chance to make his acquaintance. As for Qin Yi, they had long forgotten about him. No matter how mysterious Qin Yi was, he was merely a suspected marquee-level figure, incomparable to the two before them. As the conversation continued, Jiangnan King Shin Mo and Yin Yu Ho discerned the Jin siblings' intentions. Yin Yu Ho was slightly displeased, not wanting Jiangnan King's identity to be revealed, as it could jeopardize their plan. If the Ishan society knew Jiangnan King was in the eastern suburbs, it would clearly indicate that Qin Yi had a true king protecting him. However, Shin Mo was unconcerned and transmitted to Yin Yu Ho. It's all right if you tell them my identity. The Jin siblings, as well as the entire eastern suburbs of Yuhang, were actually under Shin Mo's control. His divine sense had left a trace on the three, and any hint of betrayal or leakage would be instantly known to him. With Shin Mo's approval, Yin Yu Ho felt reassured. Shin Mo's actions were always meticulously planned, and his agreement indicated the Jin siblings wouldn't leak information. Thus, she introduced, today, I'm accompanying Jiangnan King on a walk. Jiang what? Jiangnan King. The Jin siblings were shocked. The elusive top expert of Jiangnan province, whom even their family head had never met, was now before their very eyes. The youngest brother of the Jin family was overwhelmed with emotion and couldn't help but ask, is there anything we can assist with during your outing with Jiangnan King? If it's troublesome, I can help. Upon hearing this, the eldest sister and brother were startled, quickly glaring at their younger brother. The matters that Jiangnan King and Yin Yu Ho were involved in weren't for them to inquire about. The younger brother had been foolish. This could be disastrous. Despite their competitiveness, the Jin siblings always prioritized family. The younger brother's words could potentially harm the entire Jin family. He spoke out of excitement and immediately regretted it, his face turning pale and sweat covering his forehead. Fortunately, Shin Mo wasn't bothered by the question and instead smiled. I'm here to find a young friend named Qin Yi. Qin Yi. The familiar name left the three siblings of the Jin family stunned. Being in the eastern suburbs and sharing the same name, there couldn't be so many coincidences in the world. The person that the king of Jiangnan and the Marquis of Mist and Rain were searching for was precisely the one they sought. Who exactly was this young man named Qin Yi, that a true king and a marquis would personally visit him? The Jin siblings instantly realized that their previous confidence in easily controlling Qin Yi was a complete joke. Qin Yi's status might far exceed their imagination. With the king of Jiangnan traveling such a distance to find him, how could they, mere members of the Jin family, negotiate cooperation with Qin Yi? Even if they offered all their wealth, it might just be a joke in Qin Yi's eyes. The Jin siblings exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and helplessness. How on earth did Jin Pengzi manage to associate with someone of Qin Yi's caliber? With Qin Yi's support, did they still stand a chance in vying for the family head position? At this thought, they felt utterly dejected and their expressions turned gloomy. If it weren't for the presence of the king of Jiangnan and the Marquis of Mist and Rain, they might not have even managed to smile. By the way, what brings you to the eastern suburbs with such fanfare? The Marquis of Mist and Rain asked, scrutinizing the three. The Jin siblings quickly waved their hands with a wry smile. Oh, nothing. We siblings were just bored and decided to go for a stroll. We heard the air and scenery are nice in the suburbs, so we came here for an autumn outing. At this point, they dared not admit they were looking for Qin Yi, as they simply didn't have the standing. The eldest Jin sister, realizing there was nothing more to say, felt it inappropriate to linger and risk annoying the king of Jiangnan. She hurriedly led her two brothers away. The three luxury cars started simultaneously and quickly disappeared down the street, not even leaving a trace of their taillights. The king of Jiangnan and the Marquis of Mist and Rain watched them go, only withdrawing their gaze after a long while. They stood quietly on the street, observing the ebb and flow of passers-by, without continuing their conversation or entering the eastern suburbs supermarket. Strangely, none of the people coming and going on the street seemed to notice their presence, as if the king of Jiangnan and the Marquis of Mist and Rain didn't exist at all. In fact, neither their eyes nor the street's surveillance cameras detected their figures. Suddenly, the king of Jiangnan's eyelid twitched slightly. He lifted his gaze, looking toward a shadowy area not far away, intending to make a move, but was interrupted by a mysterious voice transmitted directly into their minds from behind. Don't disturb him. Let him remain undercover. Upon receiving this transmission, a barely perceptible hint of surprise flickered in the king of Jiangnan's eyes, and he nodded without taking action. The Marquis of Mist and Rain was even more astonished, realizing that this transmission came from the eastern suburbs supermarket, effortlessly breaking through her defenses and entering her mind. This implied that the mysterious Elder Wong in the supermarket was likely more than just a marquee-level figure. A true king, perhaps? She quickly suppressed her inner turmoil and regained her composure. Why did Elder Wong stop you from acting against the spy from the Divine Society? The Marquis of Mist and Rain asked, puzzled. Jiangnan King Shunmo's spiritual awareness covered almost the entire eastern suburb. Therefore, as soon as the spies from the Yixin Society entered the area, he immediately sensed them. Although he wasn't clear on the specifics of the spies, Shinmo didn't mind. He calmly said, "We only need to protect the path. There's no need to meddle in other matters. Kill if necessary, don't kill if not." Throughout, Shinmo maintained a calm and carefree demeanor, and his every action seemed to align with a certain sense of Tao. Since he was so indifferent, Yin Yuho naturally had nothing more to say, and the two resumed their original state of silence. Meanwhile, inside the eastern suburb supermarket, Wang Lao also detected the presence of the Yixin Society's spies. Ordinarily, he would leave something on the spies, but this time, due to Qin Yi's prior notice, he decided not to interfere with the potential spies from the Yixin Society and advised Jiangnan King to do the same. Wang Lao looked at Qin Yi, who appeared relaxed, and couldn't help but wonder what his disciple intended to do, as he couldn't quite understand Qin Yi's intentions. Qin Yi played with his phone, confirmed that Jiangnan King and Yin Yuho were in position, then turned off his phone and said to his master, "Master, I'm going out for a bit to lure the Yixin Society's people." Wang Lao nodded silently, deciding to follow Qin Yi discreetly. He didn't ask how Qin Yi planned to draw out the Yixin Society's people, but seeing his confident demeanor, he knew his disciple had a high success rate plan and decided to wait and see. The master and disciple walked out of the eastern suburb supermarket one after the other, while two people and a dog crouched on the rooftop, secretly observing Qin Yi. The big dog, Jiang Tianfang, and Zheng Wei weren't qualified to join the chaos and could only watch from the rooftop. As soon as Qin Yi stepped outside, he sensed a strange disturbance not far ahead. With his clear Tao heart, he faintly saw two figures. One was a clear image of a gentle and beautiful woman. The other was blurry, seemingly a man. These two were Jiangnan King and Yin Yuho. Sensing Qin Yi's gaze, Shinmo and Yin Yuho turned back, meeting Qin Yi's eyes. Both were startled, not expecting Qin Yi to have advanced from a mid-level martial artist, as the data suggested, to a top-grade master in less than 10 days, with full vitality and on the brink of becoming a grandmaster. Even more astonishing, Qin Yi, at a top-grade master's level, saw through their concealment techniques. It was truly shocking. Even Wang Lao, following behind Qin Yi, was taken aback. He didn't expect his disciple, besides having extraordinary combat power and talent, to possess such strong perceptive abilities. Did he cultivate some advanced eye techniques? Wang Lao thought to himself that he might not be a very effective master. What was Qin Yi planning by coming out? Was he trying to lure the Yixin Society's people deliberately? That seemed too obvious. Yin Yuho glanced at the agitated lurkers in the shadows, her brows slightly furrowed. Jiangnan King shook his head without speaking, his curiosity and anticipation growing more intense. He could tell at a glance that Qin Yi was the same kind of person as himself. Someone who was extremely confident in themselves, outwardly modest but inherently arrogant. When such a person takes action, it must be with complete assurance. Step by step, Qin Yi walked towards the street, his steps light yet resonant. Just as he was about to step onto the road, he paused for a moment, then closed his eyes, standing still. Yin Yuho and the Yixin Society's spies were also taken aback, not expecting Qin Yi to suddenly act in this way. At this moment, Qin Yi stood on the street, his breath steady, eyes closed, as if he had forgotten everything, lost in thought, standing still like he was asleep. Yin Yuho and Jiangnan King observed Qin Yi and suddenly detected a strange fluctuation. It was a wave emanating from Qin Yi, something like the wave of the Tao. Yin Yuho's face showed an incredulous expression, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Is he comprehending the Tao?" After staying in the supermarket for days, he takes a stroll and comprehends the Tao? That's too exaggerated. Those who don't know might think comprehending the Tao is as simple as eating or drinking. For those who are not top-tier talents, entering a state of enlightenment is extremely difficult. Even for the most exceptional individuals, achieving enlightenment requires a combination of opportunity and fortune. It's a mysterious and profound state where one's soul seems to drift away to the legendary source of the great Tao, seeking the path most suited to them for intimate understanding. While it might seem unlikely to suddenly achieve enlightenment while walking, it's not entirely impossible. Witnessing such an event often leaves onlookers astonished. However, the level 1 Tao heart clarity is incredibly abnormal, allowing one to enter the state of enlightenment once a week at will. Even more astonishing is the ability to freely choose which aspect of the great Tao to comprehend. This means that with enough time, Qin Yi could potentially understand all 3,000 Taos. becoming the only warrior in history to master such a wide array of paths. Of course, the phrase 3,000 Daos is merely a figurative way of expressing a large number. In reality, the number of Daos is far greater, possibly infinite. This time, Qin Yi chose to comprehend the Tao of the flesh. Typically, most warriors prefer to study the Tao of the sword or the Tao of slaughter, but for Qin Yi, his physical body is his most powerful weapon, and the Tao of the sword can be explored through the inherited memories left by the founder, Qin Yi, making it unnecessary to waste the opportunity for now. The Tao of the flesh is currently the best way to quickly enhance his strength. As he entered this state, he felt his soul ascending, passing through clouds and the atmosphere, overlooking the shrinking blue planet beneath him. Time seemed to stand still, and he couldn't tell how long it took before he arrived in a void, dark and silent, stretching endlessly with nothing but a single drop of red blood suspended in space. Instinctively, he approached the drop of blood, noticing its extraordinary pure red color, without any impurities. Though it was just a single drop, it filled Qin Yi with an overwhelming sense of fullness, as if seeing a vast ocean of blood, tumultuous and wild. In the next moment, the scene shifted again, his perspective rising further, and the ocean of blood transformed into a small stream flowing within a colossal being. How could such an enormous creature exist in the world? Qin Yi's gaze couldn't encompass this massive entity, nor could he discern its true nature, only sensing the constant outpouring of various pure energies, imbued with Tao intent domineering, vast, small, resilient, vibrant. The Tao of the flesh embraces all kinds of philosophies, with different people having different interpretations. Some believe that greatness equates to strength. The larger the body, the stronger it is. Others argue that smallness is true strength. A body so refined can evade any attack and penetrate any weakness. Every Tao contains an uncountable number of Tao intents. Faced with the overwhelming influx of countless Tao intents, Qin Yi's heart remained resolute, choosing the most intriguing path. I want it all. While Qin Yi was engrossed in his state of enlightenment, time seemed to freeze on the street outside the East Suburb supermarket. Passers-by seemed to be under some kind of mental suggestion, hurriedly leaving the street, with no new pedestrians entering. Yin Yuho, Jiangnan Wang, and Wang Lao watched Qin Yi intently, convinced that he was comprehending the Tao. From the waves of energy emanating from him, it was clear that it was the Tao of the physical body. No wonder the city was so anxious, summoning both Jiangnan Wang and me to act as his protectors. Yin Yuho murmured, his tone filled with envy and admiration. Qin Yi's talents were indeed remarkable. In top-tier cities like Tianjin and Shanghai in China, even the most outstanding talents have marquises and true kings as their protectors. Although it's a pleasant notion, in reality, these top talents follow true kings for training. Regardless, China's emphasis on top talents is not just talk. Seeing Qin Yi now, it's evident he deserves the protection of a true king, not inferior to the talents of those top-tier cities. Qin Yi instructed me not to alert the spies from the Divine Society, and now I understand why. Wang Lao glanced at the spy from the Divine Society stealthily emerging from the shadows, suddenly realizing Qin Yi's intention. He wanted to comprehend the Tao on the street, allowing the spy to relay the information back. When one is comprehending the Tao, it is when they are most vulnerable, the perfect opportunity for the Divine Society to strike. Moreover, Qin Yi, even at the Supreme Master level, displayed terrifying talent, making the Divine Society uneasy. Given a few more years of growth, with Qin Yi's relentless enmity towards the Divine Society, he would undoubtedly hunt them down with full force. A weak Supreme Master or a future true king, it's obvious which is easier to eliminate. As Qin Yi planned, the hidden spy from the Divine Society couldn't hold back, using some means to drive away passers-by, obscure surveillance, and quietly step out of the shadows, attempting to approach Qin Yi to confirm if he was truly comprehending the Tao. If the chance arose, he might even strike, taking Qin Yi away directly. The Divine Society is always cautious, and this time they sent a marquee-level expert as a spy, one of the three Xian. Although the weakest among the three, sitting in the inner circle, he is particularly skilled in concealment and intelligence gathering. Unless facing true kings or equals, he wouldn't be exposed. At this time, Xian was unaware that he was already being watched by three powerful figures. He was the one in the open, while Wang Lao and others were in the shadows. As Xian gradually approached, Wang Lao suddenly transmitted to the eager Jiangnan Wang and others, "Don't act, let me handle it." According to Qin Yi's arrangement, he needed to reveal a trace of his presence to scare off Xian. He could be exposed, but Jiangnan Wang and Yin Yuho could not. The death of the shadow assassin likely alerted the Divine Society to the fact that Qin Yi had protection. If Wang Lao didn't act, it would seem suspicious. Time passed second by second, and Xian continued to probe from the shadows. He and his organization suspecting that there was a master protecting Qin Yi, thus not daring to approach easily. Suddenly, his steps halted, sensing a faint, almost imperceptible fluctuation behind Qin Yi, and he was shocked. A true king. Indeed. In a critical moment, Hua Xianhou didn't hesitate to use all his means to flee desperately. It might seem that the gap between being a marquis and a king is just one level, but the difference in strength is like a vast chasm. Not every warrior possesses the ability to fight across levels like Qin Yi. The Ishan society had long predicted that there would be a true king protecting Qin Yi, so Hua Xianhou was well prepared with numerous trump cards, which he now threw out without any hope of luck. An ancient hand appeared out of nowhere, slowly reaching for Hua Xianhou. Although the hand seemed to be the size of an ordinary person's, in Hua Xianhou's eyes, it was as if it could cover the sky, leaving him with nowhere to escape. At the same time, a powerful force pulled at his body and soul, as if to drag him into an endless abyss. Hua Xianhou understood that this was the method of a true king, the true king's domain. Those below the level of a true king could not resist the domain's forceful pull and would be dragged into the true king's domain in an instant, left at the mercy of others. Fortunately, Hua Xianhou was prepared for this. With a loud ripping sound, intricate patterns glowed on his body like dozens of dark serpents coiling around him, sending ripples through space. He used his body as a formation to activate a top-tier 6th-level teleportation array. Among the Ishan Society's members were skilled rune array masters. At this moment, Hua Xianhou was not too far from Wang Lao, and by triggering the 6th-level teleportation array in time, there was still a chance to escape. Although the chance wasn't great, he had to seize it. With a thunderous roar, the slowly extending right hand appeared in front of Hua Xianhou in less than a breath's time. The true king's spiritual pressure emanating from the hand suppressed the spatial fluctuations, putting the 6th-level teleportation array in a stalemate. Hua Xianhou remained calm amidst the chaos, his eyes bloodshot, memorizing Qin Yi's current state in his mind. He then bit the tip of his tongue, and a drop of strange dark green blood spurted out, spreading into a blood mist. The terrifying demonic energy exploded, momentarily blocking Wang Lao's right hand and the coverage of the true king's domain. Whoosh! A narrow crack appeared in the sky, and suddenly, a sinister and violent eyeball opened wide. Cold and deathly silent, the demonic energy surged to the heavens. The pressure from that eyeball forced even an ordinary true king to bow, for it was the eye of a demon lord. For the second time, Jiangnan Wang showed an unusual expression, no longer maintaining his composure. His first shock was when Qin Yi comprehended the Tao on the street just a few minutes ago. With his cultivation and serene heart, it was rare for him to show surprise, but after encountering Qin Yi, he was shocked twice within 3 minutes. The brief glimpse of the demon lord temporarily held the scene, giving Hua Xianhou a chance to escape. He dared not be careless or rely on the demon lord's eye to counterattack. Instead, he turned and vanished into the darkness, activating the top-tier 6th-level array, causing space to ripple and disappearing without a trace. The destination of the 6th-level top-tier teleportation array was set in a desolate mountain over 300 miles outside of Yuhang. Despite its concealment, Hua Xianhou remained uneasy. He took a bottle of thick green liquid from his storage bag and poured it over himself. Enduring the sizzling pain, he waited until his body was thoroughly purified, ensuring no trace of a true king's influence remained, before feeling slightly relieved. Then, he quickly retrieved a 4th-level teleportation talisman from his storage bag and activated it again. After traveling over 1,000 kilometers, he finally felt at ease as he approached the secret realm near Yandang Mountain. Caution is always the primary principle for members of the Ishan Hui. If any of the true king's methods had lingered on him, returning home hastily would have been disastrous. Returning through a special secret path to the Yandang Mountain secret realm, Hua Xianhou let out a sigh of relief, silently acknowledging the foresight of the president and master. This mission was indeed perilous. His eyes gleamed slightly with a smile. Fortunately, despite the dangers, he had acquired what he needed. As long as he transmitted the recorded memories to the president, they could determine if Qin Yi had entered an enlightened state. Once enlightened, it's not easy to exit, and he wouldn't want to leave such a state. Achieving enlightenment is something most people can only dream of. Meanwhile, in the eastern suburbs of Yuhang, the demon sovereign's eye in the sky existed for less than a second before being ensnared by chains. These chains were not the work of Wang Lao or Shun Mo, but were the resistance of Blue Star's fundamental laws, repelling the presence of beings beyond the true king realm. The aura of the demon sovereign's eye grew weaker, its image fading visibly, yet even before disappearing, it remained fixated on Qin Yi. A closer look would reveal a hint of dread and hesitation deep within the eye. Finally, about 5 minutes later, the demon sovereign's eye was completely bound by the chains of rules and expelled from Blue Star, leaving no trace. Wang Lao silently watched as the chains of rules and the demon sovereign's eye vanished, saying nothing. Meanwhile, Jiangnan Wang and Yin Yu Ho, hidden in the shadows, gazed thoughtfully at the spot where the chains disappeared. Rumor had it that the death of Wang Jietianzun was not just about suppressing the Dantian of the South Sea. He had seemingly used some means, sacrificed certain things, and altered the fundamental rules of Blue Star's world. As a result, beings of the exalted level couldn't enter Blue Star, giving humanity a chance to breathe. A few minutes later, Jiangnan Wang Shinmo withdrew his gaze and turned to Wang Lao behind Qin Yi, offering a friendly smile. That was quite a performance, friend. With this, the Yishun Hui might indeed send a true king. Shinmo sensed that Wang Lao was no ordinary true king, exuding an aura of lethal danger. Though he hated to admit it, if Wang Lao chose to strike, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. There are differences even among true kings. Shinmo was currently among the top true kings, but not the strongest, as the strongest have a special title, known as the King Pinnacle. These are warriors who have broken the limits of the true king realm, capable of contending with exalted beings. Shinmo suspected that Wang Lao was one such King Pinnacle. If a King Pinnacle acted, no matter how many tricks a marquee-level warrior of the Yishun Hui had, they would only end up being instantly killed or subdued. Huaxin Ho managed to escape, not because of the drop of Demon Sovereign's blood he mentioned, but because Wang Lao deliberately let him go. A performance must be convincing. If Qin Yi appeared without any protector, it would seem too unbelievable. A true king allowing a marquee-level warrior to escape with critical information made the act more convincing. In a hidden valley nestled among the mountains of Yendang, towering maple trees cast dense shadows. An old stone table stands quietly beneath the trees, surrounded by circles of stone chairs, most of which are occupied, with the occasional empty seat standing out conspicuously. Recently, the Yishun Hui has suffered losses, though not crippling, yet enough to ignite anger. The one responsible for capturing their members was not a renowned warrior, but an obscure individual from the lower ranks. Now, it has been confirmed that a true king is protecting this individual, making it particularly challenging to capture him. Under the watchful eyes of many members, the leader of Yishun Hui, King Moyuan, extended a finger to gently tap the forehead of Huaxin Ho, extracting a memory. As this memory projected into the air, everyone's expressions changed, especially those in the outer circles, who were amazed by the power of Old Wang. This simple gesture, devoid of any trace of technique, exerted a pressure as immense as Mount Tai. Huaxin Ho's secret method could perfectly record memories, with the aura, pressure, and Tao force contained within, creating a dreamlike experience for the onlookers. Many members of Yishun Hui were witnessing the power of a true king for the first time, leaving them deeply shaken. Among the crowd, Lu Yi felt particularly fortunate. He realized he could no longer deal with the problem of Qin Yi, but it didn't matter. Eventually, Qin Yi would die, and he could live well, perhaps even better, by aligning with the demon clan. While the outer circle watched the spectacle, the inner circle focused on the intricacies. King Moyuan, observing the brief display of Old Wang's power, sensed immense terror. This protector might not be an ordinary true king. As the leader of Yishun Hui, King Moyuan was no ordinary true king himself. He possessed the strength of a top-tier true king, just a step away from the pinnacle of being a king. Originally, his title was King Moyuan, but because he was not a purebred demon, using the character Imo Demon for his title was taboo among the demon clan, so he changed it to the homophonic Imo Inc. Skipping over Old Wang's scene, he focused intently on Qin Yi, standing in front of a supermarket, confirming through the Tao rhythm emanating from him that this person was indeed deeply immersed in enlightenment. Qin Yi's talent in the physical body Tao was truly monstrous, and he could not be allowed to grow any further. King Moyuan's eyes hardened with determination. Qin Yi's protector was indeed strong, but Yishun Hui had more than one true king. Vice President Pamiao Wang was also a true king, with above-average strength, capable of suppressing ordinary true kings. Additionally, they had 9 martial artists above the Grandmaster level to assist. Overall, their strength was still superior. As the leader made his decision, a member from the third circle raised an objection. When the president, Qin Yi, appeared before the crowd, a sense of unease immediately spread among the onlookers. Was there a trap hidden in this situation? King Moy glanced sideways, his gaze sweeping over the man, while Vice President King Pomi responded with a sneer. How can an enlightenment state be a trap? To lure others with it, one must first ensure they can enter this state at will. Are there truly such powerful individuals in the world? Enlightenment represents countless opportunities and talents. It's not something one can achieve just because they wish to. Besides, if one's strength is formidable enough, even the most intricate trap would be futile. King Moy chuckled softly and knelt respectfully before the stone table in the center, murmuring as if trying to communicate with the demon lord. Moments later, the stone table emitted a ghostly glow, with array patterns emerging like living creatures. Runes dispersed into the air, forming a vague, demonic face that gazed down at the crowd. Qin Yi must die. The protector behind him was a supreme martial artist, and even with both of them together, they found it challenging to contend. The cold divine thought echoed in each member's mind. Suddenly, The sky above the secret realm of Yendang Mountain darkened, and a severed finger tainted with black blood tore through the void, piercing through numerous barriers. It burned with an eerie flame, hovering above everyone. I grant you a demon finger, enough to suppress and kill a king-level pinnacle. The demon lord, upon seeing Wang Lao and Qin Yi, discerned many things, including Wang Lao's approximate realm and Qin Yi's potential. Due to the protection of Blue Star's original rules, he couldn't intervene directly and could only observe. However, the secret realm of Yendang Mountain was an alternate space, less governed by Blue Star's original rules, allowing the demon lord to send his severed finger across countless worlds. This severed finger was suppressed to the realm of a venerable, incomparable to the demon lord's heavenly sovereign strength, but only in this state could it be successfully delivered. It required the native of Blue Star, King Moi, to cleanse its foreign aura with his essence blood. Otherwise, bringing the demon lord's finger into Blue Star would surely cause trouble. The cost of using such a heavenly sovereign's finger was immense, highlighting the suppressive power of Blue Star's original rules. Yet, it was all worthwhile. With this demon finger and the two true kings, capturing Qin Yi alive would be a piece of cake. The demon lord's vague visage gradually dissipated in the air, and the members of the cult bowed reverently for a long time before slowly rising. Vice President King Pomi looked at the president and asked, "When shall we set off?" King Moi stowed the demon lord's finger and began refining it with his essence blood, saying, "It will take about 3 hours to fully refine the demon lord's finger. However, the commotion caused by Huixin Ho in the eastern suburbs of Yuhang will surely attract official attention. Logically, our people have just fled and shouldn't return to commit another act so soon." He paused, revealing a cold smile. "We'll do the opposite and act tonight, catching them off guard. Once I finish refining the demon lord's finger and recover slightly, we'll set off immediately. This time, bring everything necessary and take the head of that king-level pinnacle to serve as a ball for the master." The setting sun cast its glow across the sky, as stars began to appear, growing brighter by the minute. Evening had arrived, and the 996 workers of the eastern suburbs poured out of their offices onto the streets. However, the streets near the east suburb supermarket were eerily quiet, almost deserted, resembling a ghost town. On the rooftop of the supermarket, a large dog accompanied by the rune array masters, Jiang Tianfang and Zheng Wei, used the opportunity to set up an illusion array to conceal their presence and aura, avoiding involvement in the impending battle. Although this illusion array was only at the top level of the 5th tier, it might not be easily detected by enemy fighters without close scrutiny. The two men and the dog lay quietly on the rooftop, gazing at the night sky before turning their attention to Qin Yi standing below. His expression was slightly tense. "Do you think the alien gods will come tonight?" Jiang Tianfang asked the dog. After spending some time with the dog, Jiang Tianfang's attitude had shifted from disdain to respect, as quickly as the weather changes in June. Strength is undoubtedly the best way to change perceptions. If one is powerful enough, even a pig would not be provoked. "I don't know, but it feels too quiet tonight." "Eerily so," the dog replied, its eyes fixed on Qin Yi, whose energy fluctuations were growing stronger, standing out like a blazing sun on the dark street, radiating endless light and heat. Qin Yi's aura was domineering, robust, cold, yet scorching, constantly changing and leaving others guessing what truths he was comprehending. Could he be trying to comprehend all the principles of the physical path? The dog wondered silently. It might sound like a fantasy for one person to comprehend all principles of a path, but history has seen many warriors dare to try. Many, claiming unparalleled talent and insight, failed to seize rare opportunities for enlightenment, choosing to pursue everything, only to end up with nothing and never getting another chance. The dog worried that Qin Yi, driven by ambition, might meet the same fate. It wasn't just the dog. Wang Lao and Wang Su, standing silently behind Qin Yi, were also concerned. They noticed Qin Yi's unusual state and suspected he might be trying to take on too much. After all, their disciple had such a character, seemingly humble but extremely audacious. Given Qin Yi's potential, this enlightenment wouldn't be his last, and learning from this experience could be beneficial. Wang Lao sighed inwardly. "Once this ordeal is over, I must remind him to stay humble and not become complacent." As the sky grew darker, the October evening breeze dispersed the clouds, bringing a chill. At this moment, Jiangnan Wang and Yin Yu Ho remained on the street, their calm expressions tinged with a barely perceptible heaviness. Shin Mo had a foreboding feeling that a great battle was imminent. Qin Yi hadn't deceived them or exaggerated. Those coming tonight were likely the strongest members of the alien gods. This organization would never send weaklings against formidable foes. They would come with full force. As soon as the thought emerged, an unusual ripple spread through the surrounding space. Suddenly, Mr. Wang looked up, and his figure vanished into the night sky. Unbeknownst to anyone, two true kings had already begun their battle. The clash between true kings is immense, and to avoid affecting nearby residents, Mr. Wang chose to expand his domain, engaging the enemy true king in a unique domain space. A true king's domain is like a secret realm, capable of projecting into the real world or existing in the endless void, pulling outsiders into it. The first confrontation between the true kings was a battle of domains. The one who could drive the other's domain away would gain a territorial advantage. Just as Mr. Wang disappeared, the night sky above the street rippled wildly, as if a still pond had been disturbed by a stone. In the aftermath of the ripples, Huixin Ho and an unfamiliar redrobed true king emerged, heading directly toward Qin Yi without hesitation. With Mr. Wang lured away, their aim was to capture Qin Yi alive. A true king and a marquee-level master capturing a top-level grandmaster almost guaranteed success. It seems it's time for us to act. Jiangnan King Shinmo's gaze was gentle. Even when facing enemies, there was no hint of malice. He lightly raised his right hand, ready to pull Huixin Ho and the redrobed true king into his domain. But unexpectedly, the sky above the street suddenly tore open, revealing a red fissure from which a black-robed true king fell. This person, in ragged clothing and covered in wounds, wore a look of disbelief and fear. It was Mo Yuan Wang, the leader of the Yi Shun Association. He had pulled Mr. Wang into the true king domain, but without resistance, followed him inside. Then, after a single exchange in the strange space, his domain collapsed, and he fled in panic. If he hadn't escaped, he would have been killed by Mr. Wang in the true king domain. Peak of the king's sealing realm. You truly are at the peak. The fear on Mo Yuan Wang's face gradually faded. He had long suspected Mr. Wang's strength and had prepared contingencies. Mr. Wang hovered in the air, looking down at the defeated Mo Yuan Wang, saying nothing. But with a single thought, he pulled the fleeing Mo Yuan Wang back into his domain. Surprisingly, Mo Yuan Wang did not resist. On an endless grassland, Mr. Wang focused on the seemingly confident Mo Yuan Wang, becoming 3 times more vigilant, and unleashed his full power in combat. A vast vitality was nurtured within his meridians, heart, and brain domain, mixed with supreme killing intent, surging forth. Coming from the Zhanxian sect, Mr. Wang had naturally practiced weapon cultivation techniques, and the spiritual weapon he cultivated had reached its most mature stage, spreading throughout his body, amplifying his combat strength by several folds. He was unbeatable among his peers, let alone Mo Yuan Wang, who was a tier below him. Mo Yuan Wang's expression was grave, not daring to be careless, and he immediately retrieved a withered, blackened finger. As the finger appeared, Mr. Wang's eyes narrowed sharply. Meanwhile, the assassination, briefly interrupted by Mo Yuan Wang's interlude, continued. Pumye Wang, with Huixin Ho, charged towards Qin Yi, intent on capturing him. But at that moment, the world around Pumye Wang suddenly changed. A gentle spring breeze blew in, enveloping Pumye Wang and Huixin Ho into another world. Birds chirped, ancient trees flourished, streams babbled, and mountains gathered. This was Jiangnan King's true king domain, aptly named, a picturesque and serene Jiangnan spring scene. Pumye Wang and Huixin Ho felt a chill in their hearts, immediately understanding that another true king and a marquee-level protector were guarding Qin Yi. Fortunately, they still had allies outside. Moreover, even if Mr. Wang was at the peak of the king's sealing realm, he couldn't possibly overcome Mo Yuan Wang with the demonic lord's finger. With their plan succeeding, they just needed to defend and hold out, ensuring their survival. Pumye Wang smirked, looking at Shun Mo standing tall atop the mountains, his expression unchanged, showing no panic. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had already exchanged blows, and those watching from outside barely caught a glimpse of what had happened. On the supermarket rooftop, De Go and Jiang Tianfang, although taken aback, were worldly enough to understand the power of a true king. On the other hand, Zheng Wei, who came from a less prestigious background, was left dumbfounded, as if witnessing a battle between gods. He thought to himself, did I see that right? The Yishun Hui not only brought 1 true king but 2? Our Jiangnan province officially only has 1 true king. Zheng Wei's expression turned grim. Jiang Tianfang explained, officially, there's only 1 true king, but there are some old-timers hiding in the shadows. As a leading figure of the Jiang family from the previous generation, he knew many secrets and said softly, the highest official in Jiangnan province is also rumored to have reached the true king realm. Across China, there are officially 68 kings, but if you count those hidden away in secret realms, the total might exceed 100. However, despite the total number of true kings exceeding 100, there are definitely no more than 10 at the pinnacle of the kingly realm. De Go thought to himself, I never expected that Qin Yi would secretly connect with someone at the pinnacle of the kingly realm. That's no less impressive than my master back in the day. Based on his vague memories, he deduced that when his master settled him down, he was also at the pinnacle of the kingly realm. To a true king, someone at the pinnacle of the kingly realm would be an overwhelming force, unless the enemy king had some hidden trump card. 3 minutes had passed, and Elder Wang still hadn't defeated the black-clad True King, indicating that the black-clad True King had indeed used some sort of trump card. Dago wondered, high-level rune formations or spiritual artifacts? Based on the level of rune formations, a first-level formation corresponds to a martial artist realm, second level to a martial master, third level to a grandmaster, fourth level to a great grandmaster, fifth level to the Mountain Sea realm, sixth level to the Marquis realm, and seventh level to the True King realm. To counter someone at the pinnacle of the kingly realm, an eighth level formation would be necessary. What does an eighth level formation entail? In Dago's impression, only Beijing and a few agreed secret realms in China have eighth level formations. In his past life, he only reached the pinnacle of a seventh level top-tier rune master. As for the ninth level, perhaps it could only be seen in dreams. While Dago was lost in thought, the street below underwent another transformation. Following the appearance of the first wave's Mo Yuan King, the second wave's Destruction King and Bewitching Heart King arrived, and the third wave of spatial teleportation was activated, bringing 9 unfamiliar martial artists to the street. As soon as they landed, they rushed toward Qin Yi. Among them were 6 great grandmasters, 3 Mountain Sea realm fighters, and with the previous 2 true kings and 1 marquis, the Yi Shen Hui had deployed a total of 12 high-level martial artists. Zheng Wei watched the 9 ghostly figures under the night sky, his face showing astonishment. Should we intervene? Something seems off. Jiang Tianfang stood up, ready to leave the illusion array to help. He understood that the officials only sent Jiang Nanking and Yin Yu Marquis this time, and according to them, all available high-end combat power in Yuhang had been deployed, and any other martial artist coming in would be suicidal. While this statement seemed reasonable, the only issue was that they didn't expect the Yi Shen Hui to have 2 true kings, one of whom had the means to contend with the pinnacle of the kingly realm. Seeing those figures nearing Qin Yi, Dago grew anxious, but the more anxious he became, the more he felt that the situation was developing in a strange way. As the 6 grandmasters and 3 warriors of the Shanghai realm approached Qin Yi, they suddenly slowed their steps, stumbling and swaying as if they were drunk. Jiang Tianfang and Zheng Wei were puzzled by this, exchanging questioning glances before turning their eyes to the knowledgeable Big Dog. Big Dog stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "It seems they are being influenced by the aura of Tao emanating from Qin Yi. This phenomenon of being influenced by Tao is extremely rare and only occurs when both parties have a very similar understanding of Tao. The path of physical cultivation is a domain that every warrior contemplates, though to varying extents. When a warrior is comprehending a certain Tao and encounters another warrior who is doing the same, this unique state of Tao influence occurs, making them feel disoriented, like being drunk. Such a state is rare due to the stringent conditions required, yet with Qin Yi, this phenomenon appears commonplace. Qin Yi has chosen to embrace all aspects of the physical Tao, absorbing every insight and understanding comprehensively. The state of Tao influence is passive, especially for warriors above the Grandmaster level, making it difficult to resist this attraction. Much like how a warrior finds it hard to voluntarily exit a state of enlightenment, these assassins targeting Qin Yi have actually fallen into a secondary state of Tao realization. For at least the next 2 hours, without external interference, they will remain in a daze. Big Dog's expression was complex, understanding that such a state of Tao realization is a rare opportunity, but for these enemies, it becomes a hindrance. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianfang and Zheng Wei had begun using their phones to call upon their connections, rallying friends and allies, expecting many grandmasters and Shanghai realm warriors to arrive at the eastern outskirts of Yuhang within an hour. Big Dog wondered silently if this was also part of Qin Yi's plan. He gazed at Qin Yi, who remained calm and focused on his enlightenment, and was at a loss for words. If someone could calculate events to this extent, it would be extraordinary. Could Qin Yi have deliberately chosen to comprehend all aspects of the physical Tao? Big Dog decided not to activate the 7th-tier void-killing array just yet, sensing that more might unfold. Under the night sky, the eastern suburb seemed peaceful, but it was destined to be anything but tranquil. In the shadows, fierce battles continued, with demonic energy surging over a vast grassland and misty rain and heavy snow falling among the mountains. High above, in the realm of origins, Qin Yi voraciously absorbed the essence of Tao, like an insatiable beast, continuously drawing in knowledge, almost on the verge of losing himself in the boundless sea of Tao. The power and intent of the great Tao's origin have a strong addictive quality, which is why those who seek enlightenment become deeply absorbed, finding it difficult to extricate themselves. In fact, the intent released by such individuals can indirectly influence outsiders, allowing other warriors to enter a state of enlightenment. Qin Yi, originally using level 1 Tao heart clarity, was able to disregard the addictive nature and disorientation of the great Tao, maintaining his self-awareness. However, driven by greed, he chose to embrace all the Tao intent of the physical Tao upon his first entry, overstepping his limits and inevitably suffering severe consequences. At this moment, Qin Yi is engulfed by an endless flow of Tao intent, and no matter how much he absorbs, it doesn't seem to diminish. Instead, it keeps increasing. His consciousness gradually blurs, and his perception of the Tao intent turns into a numb instinct, mechanically continuing the process. Externally, every cell of his body emits a radiant glow, exuding a rich fragrance. This is not the scent of flesh, but a captivating Tao aroma that further ensnares the minds of the surrounding warriors infected by the great Tao, nearly driving them to madness. The Tao intent and power permeate every cell of Qin Yi, fermenting a rich aroma akin to the brewing of fine wine. Even those like Dago, standing dozens of meters away, catch a whiff and are nearly entranced, lost in confusion and ecstasy. A body emitting the Tao aroma, could this not be a sign of achieving physical sainthood? Dago is astonished, his expression complex, as he struggles to comprehend what is happening to Qin Yi. According to legend, only saints emit such a dense Tao aroma upon reaching sainthood, symbolizing the fusion of every part of their being with the great Tao. The saint realm is a level above the celestial venerable, and on Blue Star, saints are mythic beings, never seen alive. Perhaps only the ancient clans in the cosmos possess the power of the saint realm. Isn't this a good thing? What are you worried about? Nearby, Jiang Tianfeng and Zheng Wei follow Dago's lead, holding their breath. As grandmasters, they can survive without breathing for days in space. In their view, Qin Yi has already achieved physical sainthood, which is undoubtedly a great fortune. However, Dago glances at them and explains, the body of a saint and Qin Yi's body are on entirely different levels. Only a body nearly saintly and eternally indestructible can serve as a vessel for the origin of the great Tao and withstand its immersion. No matter how strong Qin Yi's body is now, it cannot compare to that of a near saint. His premature immersion in the great Tao's origin could greatly damage his foundation, leading to disaster. With Dago's warning, Jiang Tianfeng and Zheng Wei gradually understand, their faces showing concern. However, their worry is futile, as even Dago is encountering this situation for the first time, uncertain of how to assist Qin Yi. Jiang Tianfeng observes the 6 grandmasters of the Yishan society surrounding Qin Yi like lifeless puppets, and concludes that they are unlikely to awaken even if stimulated by external forces. Thus, he acts silently, collaborating with Zheng Wei to eliminate the 6 grandmasters of the Yishan society one by one, showing no mercy. Naturally, they do not approach Qin Yi directly, but instead set up a killing formation to attack from a distance, dealing with the enemy grandmasters. Despite being at the same grandmaster level, the 6 enemy grandmasters were in a state of disarray, almost as if they were at the mercy of others. Dealing with them was evidently not a problem. Jiang Tianfeng and Zheng Wei managed to eliminate them completely in just over half an hour. However, the remaining 3 in the Shanghai realm proved to be more challenging. Their resolve seemed more stable, and they hadn't completely lost their composure. Any rash action might bring them back to full awareness. Jiang Tianfeng decided to wait for reinforcements, estimating they would arrive in the eastern suburbs in about 10 minutes. Having done all they could, Jiang Tianfeng, Zheng Wei, and their dog returned to the rooftop of the supermarket, quietly watching Qin Yi. At this moment, the aura around Qin Yi was becoming richer and began to spread outward, as if he had transformed into the very essence of the path itself. The 2 men and the dog watched anxiously but were powerless, left with nothing but to stare. This development was beyond their expectations, leaving them with no prepared solution. The only way out was for Qin Yi to resolve it himself. Meanwhile, Qin Yi's soul shone brightly in the void, surrounded by an illusory path that drifted around him. He felt his power rapidly increasing, his soul gradually merging with the path of the flesh, with the moment of union imminent, transforming into the source of the path with unrivaled combat strength. Invincibility had always been his goal. Yet, a doubt crept into his mind. Why had his desire for invincibility become so indifferent? To survive? It seemed irrelevant now. Life and death no longer mattered. Qin Yi suddenly recalled his early days after crossing over, days filled with despair, battling cancer, impoverished, and awaiting death, yet still struggling to survive, even seeking treatment. After curing his cancer, his desire to live grew stronger, leading him to practice martial arts and venture out, all to become stronger, to live better. How could he feel indifferent? Qin Yi abruptly realized something was subtly eroding away within him, his emotions and humanity. After merging with the path, he would gain near invincible strength, but the price was losing all his humanity and emotions. The world is fair. Becoming the source of the path grants strength but strips away emotions and humanity, an iron rule across all realms. What am I doing? Qin Yi realized that his pursuit of enlightenment and adventure was to become stronger, and the purpose of becoming stronger was to survive. Without humanity and emotion, what does it mean to survive? His eyes began to brighten as he came to an understanding, and the strange aura gradually dissipated. I am here to master the path, not to become it. nor to be controlled by it. At this moment, his resolve was clear, his soul shining like white jade, exuding endless grandeur. My path is to control, to master everything, to encompass everything, to possess everything. I will conquer the path of the flesh. Crack. The illusory path surrounding Qin Yi's soul began to vibrate and hum, and his eyes shone brighter, surpassing the light of the path itself. Clang. In the real world, countless rays of light burst forth, illuminating the night sky, as celestial beings bathed in the heavenly light, singing softly. The mystical, clear song of the path resounded, and the young man standing on the street slowly opened his eyes. At that very moment, a corner of the sky was torn apart, and the figure of Wang Lao fell from the heavens, with boiling demonic energy erupting, instantly engulfing the entire street. The demon lord's finger had already reached the level of a sage, having been transported to Blue Star at great cost from another realm. King Mo Yuan had devoted immense effort into refining this finger, to the extent that he couldn't maintain his optimal state. Yet it was all worth it. Once King Mo Yuan successfully refined the demon lord's finger, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The venerable Wang Lao, at the pinnacle of the king's ceiling level, immediately found himself in a difficult battle. Chun Ziluo, who appeared among the human race once in several years, represented the sage level, highlighting the vast difference between a sage and a true king. A regular true king would likely be suppressed instantly by the demon lord's finger and forced to flee in disgrace. Although Wang Lao, at the pinnacle of King's ceiling, appeared somewhat at a disadvantage, he could still maneuver against the demon lord's finger and remain undefeated for a time. Unfortunately, during the battle, the demonic energy released by the demon lord's finger tainted Wang Lao's true king domain, forcing him to retract it. Essentially, a true king's domain is a realm of Tao, a unique world created through the true king's understanding and innovation of the Tao. If tainted by external forces, its foundation would be damaged, making recovery difficult. After the battle temporarily ceased, Wang Lao returned to the real world, waved his hands, and used supreme Tao power to create a barrier, confining the power of the demon lord's finger within the block to prevent it from spilling out. He engaged in a new standoff with King Mo Yuan, each occupying a corner of the sky. As a pinnacle king sealer, Wang Lao could contend with a sage, yet King Mo Yuan, despite being able to suppress him with the demon lord's finger, could not kill him. Fortunately, King Mo Yuan's target was not Wang Lao. He maintained contact with the King of Destruction through some secret method, and even within the true king's domain, this connection persisted. He sensed the precarious situation on the King of Destruction's side, who could fall to Jiangnan King Shun Mo at any moment. In this situation, King Mo Yuan's primary thought was not to rescue the King of Destruction, but to quickly take Qin Yi away and complete his master's task. As for the dying King of Destruction and Marquis Huoxin, their deaths didn't matter. Humans eager to join the demon race were plentiful and not worth lamenting. At this moment, King Mo Yuan glanced at Qin Yi in the distance and was taken aback. Qin Yi, who had been immersed in a state of enlightenment, had completed his realization and evidently gained great fortune. His skin glowed. The patterns of Tao appeared on his body, as if he were about to ascend. Spiritual energy from 100 miles around surged towards Qin Yi, indicating signs of a breakthrough. Transitioning from a top-grade master to a grandmaster requires 1,000 points of mental power and a total blood energy exceeding 20,000, along with the comprehension of a Tao intent, whether it be fist intent or sword intent. Different Tao intents provide varying enhancements to martial artists after breaking through to grandmaster. Generally, the deeper the insight into Tao intent, the stronger the breakthrough. Observing Qin Yi's state, King Mo Yuan was puzzled. It didn't seem like a typical grandmaster breakthrough. The Tao intent emanating from him was too pure, even surpassing that of a true king. To what extent had he comprehended the physical Tao? When others break through to the grandmaster realm, they usually only grasp a small thread of Tao intent. However, Qin Yi seemed to have comprehended an entire path. King Mo Yuan stared at Qin Yi, feeling increasingly perplexed, as the Tao intent emanating from Qin Yi appeared extremely diverse, with various energies interwoven, even presenting two completely opposing Tao intents. He wondered if Qin Yi had comprehended the entire Tao intent of the physical path. Wasn't it said that choosing everything would ultimately lead to nothing? This peculiarity didn't just puzzle King Mo Yuan. Even Qin Yi's master, Wang Lao, was taken aback. When he arrived, he found his disciple had emerged from his state of enlightenment, not empty-handed, but rather exceeding expectations by successfully breaking through the barrier of the grandmaster realm, ready to advance at any moment. Wang Lao thought to himself, this kid truly defies common sense. Both Wang Lao and King Mo Yuan silently observed Qin Yi. Although they weren't sure to what extent Qin Yi had comprehended the physical Tao, King Mo Yuan wasn't interested in delving deeper. He knew Qin Yi was doomed, so why waste time on someone who was about to die? With a thought, a charred, withered finger slowly emerged from his mouth, accompanied by overwhelming demonic energy, aimed at suppressing Wang Lao. Wang Lao was prepared, his sea of consciousness turbulent, countless divine thoughts slashing out like divine swords. With a clang, the night sky seemed to split in two, as the fierce sword intent erupted, resisting the power of the demonic finger. This was the signature skill of the Zhanxian sect heaven-splitting sword. Compared to the sect's founder, Qin Yi, Wang Lao's heaven-splitting sword was less domineering but more sharp and lethal, revealing a more ferocious side of Wang Lao. Qin Yi observed Wang Lao's Dao intent and noticed something unique. He wasn't mistaken. A true king might not only grasp one Dao but possibly several, each comprehended to varying degrees. With his level 1 Dao heart clarity, Qin Yi could clearly discern the three Dao paths within Wang Lao: the Dao of eyes, the Dao of emotions, and the Dao of killing. Among them, the Dao of eyes was the most comprehended, followed by the Dao of emotions. Qin Yi was unaware that Wang Lao possessed the ability to see through people's hearts, which explained the source of this capability. However, Qin Yi didn't have time to ponder these complexities at that moment, as King Yi had already made his move, waving his sleeve to sweep away a starry sky, trying to capture Qin Yi. This move seemed like some sort of divine power, resembling a universe within his sleeve, capable of forcibly shrinking people and objects, making it difficult to resist. Wang Lao was occupied with the demonic finger, unable to intervene. Jiang and Wang hadn't finished dealing with the King of Destruction, leaving Qin Yi to save himself. Yet, Qin Yi showed no intention of resisting, continuing his breakthrough state, allowing King Yi to seize him and hold him in his right palm. With his target in hand, King Yi felt slightly relieved, not wishing to linger in battle. He split a trace of his divine thought to control the demonic finger against Wang Lao, while he turned swiftly, tearing open space to escape. As he turned, the surrounding space began to tremble violently, cracks forming, with silver-gray turbulent flows rushing through, gradually forming a vast storm of spatial turbulence. A sharp pain shot through King Yi's right hand. Looking down, his pupils contracted sharply. In his palm, the miniature Qin Yi stood bare-chested, black-purple array patterns gathering, unleashing a terrifying wave of murderous intent, shredding large chunks of his flesh. Heh, trying to escape? Qin Yi stood on his bleeding, damaged palm, chuckling softly. A seventh-tier void-killing array suddenly unfolded. The chaotic void currents were like a sharp guillotine, instantly claiming the lives of 3 strong warriors at the Shanghai realm. These 3 were the only remaining Shanghai realm fighters from the Yishan Hui, initially controlled by the Dao intent emitted by Qin Yi. Just as they regained consciousness, they were absorbed into the palm of King Yi, closely following Qin Yi. At this moment, the 7th-level void-killing array erupted, and they were the first to suffer. Rip! The silver-gray spatial currents surged like a storm, instantly tearing the 3 Shanghai realm warriors into fine blood mist, which drifted in the air, swept away by the chaotic flow. The power of the 7th-level killing array was equivalent to the peak of a king. Even a venerable could hardly withstand it. Shanghai realm warriors had no chance to resist such a deadly array. Even King Yi, the president of the Yishan Hui at the True King realm, felt his right hand ache as it was ravaged by the 7th-level void-killing array, with royal blood splattering and his large palm covered in chaotic blood marks, a gruesome sight. However, this was not the end. Qin Yi's body was inscribed only with the core of the array pattern, and what was activated was merely the core part of the 7th-level void-killing array. Hidden in the surrounding space were other array patterns. A series of violent waves exploded, raising immense waves, and within dozens of meters, thousands of brilliant beams lit up around Qin Yi. The intricate void array patterns spiraled like dragons, stirring the winds and clouds, suppressing the heavens and earth. King Yi's expression changed dramatically, unable to maintain his composure. He realized that the surrounding space was locked, making it impossible to break through in a short time unless a 7th-level space array could be deployed. However, King Yi knew nothing about arrays, and the only one who did, Vice President King Pomi, was desperately delaying King Jiangnan and couldn't attend to him. King Yi fell silent, retracting his divine sense from tearing space back into his sea of consciousness. His face darkened as he gazed at Qin Yi in his palm, realizing he had fallen for this young man's trap. At this point, the array patterns on Qin Yi's body grew darker, continuously extending outward, intertwining with the surrounding patterns, fully deploying the 7th-level void-killing array. The terrifying chaotic void currents condensed into a giant blade, poised to sever King Yi's right hand, allowing Qin Yi to escape. King Yi understood that with the aid of the demon sovereign's finger, he could abandon it to save his own life if faced with a life-and-death crisis. Only if another peak king appeared in the eastern suburbs of Yuhang could he be retained. However, such a peak king was as rare as a legend, and it was impossible for the small eastern suburbs of Yuhang to gather too. Therefore, King Yi was not anxious, feeling rather at ease. However, Qin Yi initiating a 7th level void killing array so close to him effectively added a near-peak king level of combat power, achieving the necessary condition to kill him. Boom. Faced with the surging void currents, King Mayuan ultimately withdrew his hand instead of taking them heated, throwing Qin Yi to the ground. He looked at Qin Yi, who appeared calm and composed, seemingly still focused on breaking through to a grandmaster, feeling angered. While dodging the chaotic flow impacts in the narrow space, he sneered, "Breakthrough? Do you still think you can calmly break through? Even if I die today, I'll take you with me." Within the 7th-tier spatial killing array, the space is completely locked, requiring even a true king to exert considerable effort to break through, rendering the true king's domain unusable. Crackling sounds echoed as the space around King Mo Yuan shattered continuously, with large fragments peeling away like eggshells, revealing a mysterious dark void. In this void, turbulent currents surged incessantly, narrowing King Mo Yuan's space for survival and increasing the pressure he faced. King Mo Yuan had been severely injured from the earlier refining of the Demon Lord's finger, and subsequent battles with Wang Lao had worsened his condition. Now trapped within the 7th-tier spatial killing array, his decline was evident. His robes were tattered, and it became increasingly difficult to dodge the assaults of the chaotic currents. His body bore hundreds of wounds, some deep enough to reveal bone, presenting a shocking sight. In contrast, Qin Yi sat calmly, unperturbed, focusing on his breakthrough. The more King Mo Yuan looked at Qin Yi, the angrier he became, nearly losing his composure as he extended his hand to resist the chaotic currents, attempting to forcibly attack Qin Yi. His right hand pierced through several layers of spatial barriers, disregarding the tumultuous currents. Despite the flesh being torn apart, he did not retract his hand, aiming directly at Qin Yi. This was the desperate struggle of a true king, perhaps capable of breaking through the protection of the 7th-tier spatial killing array. After all, the killing array is not known for defense, but for its offensive power, which is terrifyingly lethal. Within the spatial killing array, the space around Qin Yi folded like paper, making King Mo Yuan appear only 4 or 5 meters away from Qin Yi, yet this strike traversed thousands of meters to reach him. The short distance of 4 or 5 meters seemed like the ends of the earth, slowing the strike's advance by several thousand times. On the rooftop, Zheng Wei and Jiang Tianfang stood anxiously, unable to resist the urge to shout at Qin Yi to dodge as they saw the demonic hand nearing his nose. Meanwhile, the big dog remained calm, crossing its paws in front of its chest, quietly watching Qin Yi as his aura continued to rise, without uttering a word. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Yi had already broken through the barrier of 20,000 vitality points, reaching a total of 25,000 calories, making him appear as if he were on fire, radiating an intense heat like the sun. At the center of his brows, the sea of consciousness was boiling and rippling, with billions of Tao intent lines of the physical Tao transforming into seawater, washing down and bathing the soul at the depths of the sea of consciousness, nurturing boundless vitality, constantly transforming and renewing. Absorbing Tao intent, the soul transforms, no longer an ordinary soul, but a divine soul. If someone could observe Qin Yi's sea of consciousness at this moment, they would find that the Tao intent washing over the soul was vast and all-encompassing. However, upon closer inspection, it would be evident that Qin Yi's comprehension of most of the Tao intent lines was shallow, with only 3 lines nearing completion. After all, Qin Yi had only spent about a day comprehending the Tao, making it impossible to fully understand the entire physical Tao in one go. Yet, achieving near completion of 3 Tao intent lines in one session demonstrated his extraordinary talent. Indeed, his Tao heart is clear, and he's so formidable at just level 1. Snap! King Mo Yuan's hand was inching closer to the center of Qin Yi's brows, the distance between them now measurable in millimeters. Yet this slight gap could not be closed any further. Although unable to directly attack Qin Yi, the force of King Mo Yuan's palm pressed against Qin Yi, with strange Tao power mixed in, invading Qin Yi's body like black sludge through his pores. Bang! In an instant, Qin Yi's flawless body cracked open with black fissures, with nauseating black Tao power seeping out, flowing and dripping continuously, creating an extremely terrifying scene. The force of King Mayuan's strike surged into Qin Yi's body with a fierce pressure, reminiscent of the dual forces he encountered when attacked by the 7th-tier void killing array. Qin Yi's meridians began to rupture inch by inch. The black force of the Tao proliferated wildly, attempting to fill his flesh, invade his consciousness, and taint his soul. His senses were cut off. He couldn't see, hear, or touch anything. His thoughts were tangled as if trapped in sticky glue, making it hard to think clearly. The Tao force carried by King Mayuan's palm wind alone was nearly enough to obliterate Qin Yi. If he were to take the full hit, he would surely be killed instantly. The gap between a half-step grandmaster and a true king was like an insurmountable chasm. Fortunately, Qin Yi was protected by the 7th-tier void killing array, ensuring the strike could not truly land on him. The strange Tao force he was currently enduring was presumably his limit. Drawing on his previous experience with the Void Force and the Killing Force, Qin Yi's immortal golden body had upgraded to level 3, with an additional level of Tao heart clarity safeguarding his soul. Although the situation seemed dire, everything was actually under his control. However, Qin Yi's condition appeared grim. He seemed tainted by some misfortune, with wounds on his body continuously oozing black, viscous liquid that dripped onto the ground with a hissing sound, corroding a large area of the concrete. Qin Yi seemed wrapped in mud, concealing all his aura and fluctuations. This was the Tao force of the Dark Path. King Mayuan primarily cultivated the Dark Path, with Tao insights closely related to darkness and coldness, resulting in extremely eerie effects. Is Qin Yi really okay? On the rooftop, Zheng Wei and Jiang Tian stood up again, their hearts filled with dread. The big dog remained calm and gestured for them to be quiet, waiting patiently for Qin Yi's performance. This is nothing. Back in the Xiantian's secret realm, the corpse of the Venerable was far more dangerous than now, and Qin Yi still pulled through. Just look at his calm demeanor. You know he has a backup plan. No need to worry, the big dog thought to himself, knowing Qin Yi all too well. A large amount of dark Tao force flowed into the ground, creating a hazy mist that completely obscured Qin Yi's figure. At the same time, a terrifying killing force surged, carrying a massive amount of chaotic void currents, slicing down like a sharp sword. Swish! Silver-gray airflow shot out, a flash of scarlet appeared, and King Mayuan's right hand, which had struck, was instantly severed, flying into the air, engulfed by the chaos, and vanishing without a trace. But it wasn't over yet. After severing the arm, the residual power of the 7th-tier killing array continued to slash towards King Mayuan. In agony from his severed arm, King Mayuan hurriedly twisted his body, weaving a net with his divine sense to barely slow the killing force's speed, narrowly avoiding the blow. He glanced at the stump of his right arm, noticing the lingering void force, which hindered his body's recovery and required significant effort to eliminate. By this point, his defeat was certain, with no strength left to reverse the situation. However, knowing that his dark Tao force had successfully infiltrated Qin Yi's body, he did not feel dejected. Instead, he laughed heartily, feeling immensely satisfied. I was a wretched person to begin with. Dying is just dying. But Qin Yi is no ordinary person. He has the makings of a venerable. For him to fall at my hands, accompanying me in death, is indeed my honor. King Mo Yuan's face twisted with madness as he faced the chaotic currents heeding, no longer avoiding them. Jiang Tianfang and Zheng Wei, hearing his words, were filled with indignation and said angrily, "This man can no longer be considered human. Even on the brink of death, he continues to harm our human race's prodigies, serving the demon race. What on earth is wrong with his mind?" Big Dog shrugged and interjected, "You wouldn't understand since you've never been a traitor. These renegades who step into the true king realm often cultivate their master's self-created Tao intent. With the Tao intent ingrained in their minds, they no longer see themselves as human. They're essentially brainwashed." At these words, Jiang Tianfang and Zheng Wei's expressions turned peculiar. They both looked at Big Dog simultaneously, asking, "Never been a traitor, so you don't understand? What does that mean? Have you been one?" Big Dog quickly waved his paws, defending himself. "Ahem, don't look at me like that. I've never been a traitor. I'm a dog. How could I be a human traitor? But when I followed my master, I did experience a similar kind of brainwashing, just not as deep. It's understandable. After all, I'm not human. No matter how much my master trusts me, there needs to be an extra layer of assurance to prevent me from harming humans." Zheng Wei and Jiang Tianfang suddenly understood and turned their attention back to the battlefield below. At this moment, King Mo Yuan was desperately charging through the killing formation, creating a massive spectacle with rivers of blood, seemingly with a slight chance of success. On the other side, the battle between Elder Wang and the Demon Lord's finger continued, but Elder Wang was gradually regaining control and was about to suppress the Demon Lord's finger. After all, the Demon Lord's finger was merely a severed limb without the support of its main body, unable to sustain a prolonged battle and growing weaker over time. The current situation was promising, with the only concern being Qin Yi, who was shrouded in mist, his fate uncertain. "You don't need to worry about Qin Yi. Just wait a few minutes, and you'll see him break through, not only unharmed, but having successfully advanced," Big Dog remarked with a dismissive wave. Sure enough, not 5 minutes after he spoke, a dazzling beam of light pierced through the mist, shining brightly. The mist dispersed, revealing an egg made of black sludge, with the dark Tao power above no longer flowing, seemingly dried up, solidifying into a shell. Crack, crack! The Tao power shell began to fracture bit by bit, and the blinding white beam of light shot out from a gap. Along with the beam came an aura that struck fear into the heart. Ding! Your cells have successfully endured the baptism of true king level 60 or dark Tao power. evolving the innate divine ability Dao Heart Enlightenment LV2. Although King Mo Yuan's dark Dao power didn't elevate Qin Yi's immortal golden body to level 4, it advanced his Dao Heart Enlightenment. That's quite an achievement. Boom! The fierce wind and shock waves exploded, and the dark Dao power binding Qin Yi's body was completely shattered, revealing a refined physique. Big Dog's guess was spot on. Not only was Qin Yi unharmed, but he had used King Mo Yuan's Dao power to evolve even further. His aura was now stable, his realm officially breaking through to a Grandmaster. With a total vitality of 28,000 calories, mental strength of 2,000 points, and physical strength comparable to a peak Mountain Sea realm expert. Sensing the transformation of his body, Qin Yi smiled slightly and looked up at King Mo Yuan, who was still desperately trying to break through, and sincerely said, "I must thank you, Senior, for helping me break through my bottleneck." Seeing the lively Qin Yi, King Mo Yuan was utterly despairing. He spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration, realizing that Qin Yi had exploited his Dao power to gain an advantage. Seeking fortune amid danger, this young man had correctly assumed that the 7th-tier killing formation would weaken his combat power, rendering him unable to kill Qin Yi, which is why he stood there and let himself be hit. At this moment, Qin Yi introspected himself and could clearly see 3 slightly dim white threads surrounding his soul, exuding the aura of the great Dao of the physical body. In his last enlightenment, he barely comprehended the meaning of 3 physical body Dao paths, which are essentially the ultimate expansion, ultimate contraction, and the abundance of vital energy. These 3 Dao meanings symbolize 3 cultivation paths for the physical body: enlarging the body, shrinking the body, and accumulating and consolidating vital energy. As mentioned before, a great Dao consists of numerous Dao meanings, each representing a different understanding that can lead to greater strength if pursued to the extreme. Typically, a Grandmaster comprehends a Dao meaning, allowing it to circle around their spirit, growing with deeper understanding until it eventually condenses into a Dao branch, fully integrating with the soul. When the soul grows a Dao branch and the Dantian nurtures mountains and seas, the Grandmaster breaks through the bottleneck and officially enters the mountain and sea realm. The subsequent Marquis realm involves the Dao branch sprouting green leaves, and those leaves blooming into Dao flowers, symbolizing the comprehension of multiple Dao meanings on one great Dao. Each leaf represents a Dao meaning, and the subsequent Dao flower is a new Dao meaning uniquely concluded by the warrior through long-term comprehension. Qin Yi had just stepped into the Grandmaster realm and almost mastered the 3 Dao meanings of the great Dao of the physical body. Once he grows a Dao branch, his cultivation progress will quickly catch up with those who have been in the mountain and sea realm for decades. Moreover, with the aid of his clear Dao heart, Qin Yi can enter a state of enlightenment once a week. By the time he grows a Dao branch, it is likely to be lush with green leaves immediately. Besides, who says a Grandmaster can only cultivate 1 Dao branch? Qin Yi wants to try growing 3 or 4 Dao branches simultaneously, and then break through to the mountain and sea realm to see what happens. But for now, he must first deal with the struggling King Mo Yuan. Seeing Qin Yi emerge unscathed and even stronger, King Mo Yuan felt a bit amused, as if villains like him always ended up making their adversary stronger. Qin Yi was like this, and so was Lin Chongqing, the king of Jintian, many years ago. He had learned from past mistakes and would no longer send weak subordinates to gain experience against an enemy suspected of being a child of destiny. Instead, he would send subordinates 1 or 2 major realms higher to assassinate them. Even so, Qin Yi still managed to grow. Ha. If there's a next time, when I encounter human warriors like you with the potential to become kings and lords, I will personally step in, crushing you across 3 or 4 major realms, leaving no chance. King Mo Yuan laughed bitterly. His eyes glanced over, and not far away, the demon sovereign's finger, which was in a stalemate with Old Wang, suddenly moved, piercing through Old Wang's Dao power barrier and the chaotic void currents, and appeared instantly in King Mo Yuan's hand. Poof! King Mo Yuan's expression was withered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The demon sovereign's finger, suspended in front of his chest, bathed in his true king's heart blood, glowed with a dark luster, as if transformed into a black hole, drawing everyone's gaze into its unfathomable depths. In an instant, Qin Yi's hair stood on end. A bone-chilling coldness pierced through him. Alarms blared in his heart, filled with dread, as he instinctively wanted to dodge, only to find himself unable to move. Seeing King Mo Yuan's withered face, almost drained by the demon lord's finger, Qin Yi understood that King Mo Yuan intended to exchange his life for another in a desperate gamble. "I'll be waiting for you below. You will die too." King Mo Yuan's body disintegrated inch by inch, finally turning to ashes, leaving only his maniacal words echoing in the air. He used his life to power the demon lord's finger, launching a final, desperate attack. Boom! The demon lord's finger pressed down on Qin Yi from above, violent demonic energy stirring up fierce winds, the terrifying pressure causing the earth to tremble, with half of Qin Yi's body being pushed into the ground. Witnessing this, the previously calm big dog could no longer sit still and immediately stood up. Old Wang ignored his injuries, extending his spiritual sense forward in an attempt to tear apart the demon lord's fingers' hold on Qin Yi, trying to rescue him. Bang! 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 Explosive sounds continuously emanated from Qin Yi's body as invisible chains of inky black snapped, only to reform again, firmly shackling him. Above, the demon lord's fingers slowly pressed down, making Qin Yi feel as though each cell bore the weight of a mountain, ready to collapse at any moment. His skull trembled, cracks appeared, and his soul buzzed. The power of the demon lord's finger was beyond what he could withstand, and his adaptive evolution was of no use, only leading to instant death. I must save myself. I can only rely on myself. In this critical moment, Qin Yi abandoned any hope of rescue from others, placing all his survival hopes on himself. His thoughts raced, with ideas rising and falling in an instant. The 7th-level void-killing formation was fully mobilized, trying to halt the demon lord's finger. Hundreds of layers of space stacked above Qin Yi's head, only to be crushed one by the demon lord's finger, shattering like glass. His bones almost entirely snapped, and the long and used active skill supple as boneless came into play, allowing Qin Yi to lie like a puddle of mud in the pit, barely sharing the pressure, ultimately surviving. For an ordinary grandmaster or someone at the mountain and sea realm, the demon lord's finger wouldn't even need to touch them. The pressure and wind alone would be enough to kill them. What can save me? Facing death, Qin Yi's mind unexpectedly calmed. He struggled to lift his head, gazing at the ever-enlarging fingertip, when a thought suddenly struck him. I still have a trump card I haven't used. How could I forget it? With a flash of insight, Qin Yi quickly calmed himself. His sea of consciousness fluctuated, with a large amount of mental power surging forth, weaving into strands of divine thought, forming a large hand that reached deep into his sea of consciousness, fishing downwards. Whoosh! A brilliant, dormant remnant soul was fished out by his divine thought and was unhesitatingly hurled beyond his brain, directly towards the demon lord's finger. When everyone saw this remnant soul fly out of Qin Yi's mind, no one realized what would happen next. Nor did anyone stop it as the dead silence of the remnant soul easily merged into the demon lord's finger. Buzz! In an instant, all pressure vanished without a trace. The demon lord's finger froze in midair, losing control, swaying back and forth, as if two consciousnesses were battling for control over it. Master, take action! A powerful shout echoed as Wang Lao snapped out of his daze. His eyes focused, and the force of heaven and earth rippled, tearing through space as he forcefully pushed the unstable finger of the demon lord into the rift. The demonic aura surged like a tide, flowing with the finger into the unknown space crack. The sky flashed abruptly, and a drop of demon blood shot out, landing on the back of Qin Yi's right hand. Instantly, it corroded into a mark resembling a blooming lotus, dark and sinister, exuding an indelible demonic presence. Even as the demon lord's finger retreated, it left a mark on Qin Yi. He could feel the mark on his hand growing cold, as if connecting him to a distant presence. Eyes seemed to peer through the lotus mark from countless worlds, fixing on him. It was an indescribable, unseeable entity, and if not for Qin Yi's level 2 Dao heart clarity, the mere glimpse would have shattered his soul and driven him mad. Although the Eldritch God Society was nearly annihilated, the supreme demon clan behind it had directly targeted Qin Yi. As long as the mark remained, the demon lord's gaze would not withdraw. Qin Yi, are you okay? With the crisis temporarily averted, De Go, Jiang Tianfang, and others hurried down from the rooftop, stuffing healing pills and spirit fruits from their storage bags into Qin Yi's mouth. He swallowed them, appearing more like a formless pile of mud on the ground than a person, slowly trying to recover. Wang Lao also arrived, scanning Qin Yi with his spiritual sense, feeling slightly relieved. As the spiritual fruits and pills were ingested, Qin Yi's system rapidly absorbed the spiritual energy, nurturing life and repairing his broken body. With some time to heal, he should recover without life-threatening issues. Wang Lao sighed in relief and disappeared, going to assist Jiang Nanking Shun Mo with the aftermath. I'm fine, don't worry. I'll be fully healed in a day at most, Qin Yi weakly replied as his bones and meridians gradually reformed. Thanks to his level 3 immortal golden body, his recovery speed was not slow. Surviving such severe injuries would likely advance his immortal golden body to level 4 once he lead a blessing in disguise. Hearing Qin Yi's weak assurance, Jiang Tianfang and the others finally relaxed, surveying the devastated street. The 7th-tier void-killing array set on Qin Yi was almost entirely destroyed, with only a fraction of its patterns remaining. The Abyss King had gone mad, expending his essence to merge with the Demon Lord's finger, launching an attack nearly at the sovereign level. Even Wang Lao couldn't guarantee withstanding it Hedon and had to evade. So, how did Qin Yi survive that finger strike? Jiang Tianfang recalled the final moments when the demon lord's finger seemed to lose control and flailed, giving Qin Yi a chance to breathe, and Wang Lao an opportunity to thrust it into the void crack. How was this accomplished? He was puzzled but hesitant to ask Qin Yi, fearing to touch on deep secrets. Jiang Tianfang and Zheng Wei couldn't figure it out, though De Go seemed to have noticed something. He remembered that Qin Yi once suppressed the remnant soul of a giant god within its corpse, imprisoning it deep in his mind, never releasing it. The soul that Qin Yi just threw at the demon lord's finger was likely that very remnant soul. This remnant soul had a strong tendency to invade powerful bodies, initially awakening and invading because it was attracted to Qin Yi's physical form. Later, Qin Yi revealed the secret of the system to subdue it. When Qin Yi cast the remnant soul out of his mind, the strange suppressive force he had applied would likely dissipate quickly, allowing the remnant soul of the giant god to immediately invade the demon lord's finger and engage in a fierce struggle with the divine consciousness left by King Mayun within it, causing the scene of the demon lord's finger moving uncontrollably. The solution Qin Yi devised was risky but successful. However, it left a significant hidden danger. The awakening of the giant god's remnant soul meant it now knew Qin Yi possessed a system. If this secret were to leak, the consequences could be even more severe than immortality. It's a system, after all. Once his injuries heal, Qin Yi must deal with the giant god's remnant soul attached to the demon lord's finger immediately. After entering the void rift torn open from thin air, where would they be transported? Qin Yi asked the others, including the big dog. After some thought, all of them, including the dog, shook their heads, not knowing where they might end up. These temporary void rifts had random coordinates, making any destination possible. Qin Yi remained silent. Always cautious, he had left a trace of his own divine consciousness and Tao force within the giant god's remnant soul, but sensing it now only yielded a vague scene, unclear and indistinct. Perhaps he needed to grow stronger to sense the exact location. The demon lord's finger was also connected to the demon lord himself. Qin Yi worried that the demon lord might find the finger and learn his secret from the remnant soul before he did. For now, he would take it one step at a time and focus on becoming stronger. After pondering for a moment, he exerted some effort, extended his right hand, and allowed the big dog and others to observe the dark lotus mark on his hand. As Jiang Tianfang and Zheng Wei touched the mark, they quickly withdrew their hands as if shocked, looking surprised and suspicious. The Tao force contained within the mark was highly aggressive, and they dared not touch it for long, fearing it might infect them, causing similar dark lotus marks to appear on their hands. They decided to wait for Wang Lao and Zhang and Wang to examine it. The big dog, however, did not touch the mark, as if he already knew something. In a deep voice, he said, "This kind of mark. I have a vague memory of it, perhaps related to my master. But the mark my master used wasn't from the demon clan. It's different. This mark seems to be called a soul-chasing mark, learned by stronger alien races, usually placed on their own prodigy's souls. If their prodigy is assassinated, the mark automatically attaches to the assassin for easier vengeance. The level of the person who placed the soul-chasing mark determines the level of warrior needed to remove it. Your soul-chasing mark was placed by a demon clan elder, which probably no one on Blue Star can remove. You'll just have to live with it. But don't worry too much, because of Blue Star's unique nature. The mark has difficulty constantly monitoring you. The demon lord can most likely only see fragmented and vague images, at most determining your general location through the mark." Qin Yi nodded. With the protection of Blue Star's origin rules, alien elders couldn't personally hunt him down for now, so the mark didn't matter much. As for aliens below the elder level, he wasn't afraid of them. If necessary, he could hide and cultivate in seclusion. With his level 2 Tao heart clarity, he could emerge as a true king after 3 to 5 years of seclusion, easily overcoming alien true kings by then. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.